push EDG back. Fnatic crush Edward Gaming. And welcome back to our continuing coverage of today's World Championship quarterfinal bout between Fnatic and Edward Gaming. The Chinese squad are currently down 0-2 and need to win every game from here on out to keep their tournament hopes alive. Much like my South African brethren, who are currently playing against Wales in the Rugby World Cup. Unfortunately, for the local English crowd, your team is not, but hopefully my team can pick it up. Sorry, I had to get a dig. We're in a rugby country. This is the only time I can talk about this stuff, gentlemen. It's out my system. Unfortunately, South Africa is also losing to Wales, so I kind of deserve that.
There you go.
So, yes. Right, let's go. Pick some bands. Fnatic, blue side game 3. GP and Maud are still undefeated because of the remake, so we will need to see who's going to take the lead in that regard. And Tom Kench has been pivotal, let's say.
Sure, and I expect Fnatic to just ban it away. Don't want to risk it, go first rotation on the side of EDG, as the jungle picks has been like the first picks outside of the Mordekaiser, which is probably also going to be banned now by EDG, because they clearly did not want to play that again.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to get through again.
And since yesterday, we're seeing Mordekaiser also banned on the blue side, not exclusively red side bans, which we were seeing during the course of week 2 at the World Championship.
Definitely don't want to play Mordekaiser
This
on
time
the side
round,
of EDG.
EDG getting rid of it once more. So, GP up, Lulu up, Tom Kench up, Jinx up.
We should expect
picks.
EDG's bans now just to be Mordekaiser, GP, and Elise again. Target out Reignover, and Fnatic can then look to first pick the Rek'Sai like they did in the first game. Or maybe the Gragas if they want that one instead.
Well, a few of those predictions have come true already. 20 seconds left. Where do they go with the rest of their picks, Deficio, if plays out as expected with Elise and then Rek'Sai first pick for Huni?
Well, seeing as EDG will have the last pick, and we just saw that Riven into Fiora, we might see them be a little bit more aware of the fact that blind picking Fiora might not be the smartest decision if you are EDG, and therefore they maybe want to save that for KOO, but would require them to get like a safe control mage in the mid lane, which is not always EDG's style.
Honestly, if I was EDG, I might even put KOO on something like Malphite and put all my eggs in the deft pawn basket here.
One of the problems about the Malphite though is just Huni can play like Echo into it, he can maybe play Fiora into it and try and really bully him in lane.
They did lose the game he played Echo, didn't they? Oh no, they won. They won. They were able to defeat AHQ.
Yep, 8, 5, and 8. 3 KDA. Oh, champion for Huni.
The Sivir and Kennen steal.
So EDG,
Interesting.
I think the Kennen takeaway is fine. I think they turn a little bit too hard on Sivir for Fnatic. It's not necessarily a must pick for Fnatic in any way. They played Jinx already. There's a lot of picks Reckless can play.
Yeah.
Data carry position.
Reckless utility picks here being stolen away, I feel like is kind of a trick on EDG, because Reckless, we saw him just play the Jinx game. He's very well-rounded AD carry. He can easily play around those stealaways. So my question is this Kennen going to be support or solo lane?
But I have to see. It's obviously one of the flex picks you can use. But I think what EDG is doing is saying, because Tahm Kench and Lulu are banned, your Jinx pick is a lot riskier now. There's no Tahm Kench to save it. So by us taking away your utility picks, we will have ways of at least getting onto you as an AD carry in these big team fights. Kennen flash in, Sivir popping her ulti. I think they're basically looking at the fact that whenever the Tahm Kench Lulu has been open, Fnatic has run the utility AD carries because they were safer to run.
Yeah, I mean, Janna is a really good answer to Kennen, because Janna can just knock him right back out during the duration of the ult, and because there is that small delay after you get knocked out as well, it basically nullifies the Kennen ultimate as long as Janna herself doesn't get knocked down. Adding in Gragas, though, is some extra displacement here for EDG, so it does add some versatility there. EDG definitely, clearly a Stampede comp, though. They just want to rush him down. They want to get to Jinx, blow him up.
And that's the thing again here for EDG. They're basically saying, you ban away the 2 champs to protect the Jinx, so now we try and force you to pick the Jinx at the same time by taking away your picks. And also EDG are potentially saving the last pick for KOO. We talked about how this Fiora matchup into Riven wasn't that great for him, also because he got ganked so many times. So they want to at least have the flex option of Kennen, or go something completely different in that top lane.
A lot of pressure then for KOO in this last pick. He's had a difficult game to bounce back from, and mentality in the EDG camp will be something we'll have to look at. Huni will once again get his hands on Riven. He had a 73 CS advantage at 20 minutes over KOO.
Yeah, Fnatic go hard here. 3 extremely strong carries in each lane here for Fnatic. Or 1 in each lane, obviously.
Thanks for clarifying. I would never have known that, Kobe. And it's going to be the Darius lock-in for KOO.
So it's a little bit of the same in terms of the matchup. I do think Darius is better in the early game, though, when it comes to punishing the Riven. However, the problem is when Fnatic pick a champion like Riven that can get out of control, they will camp for that champion. So it's not just Huni 1v1ing someone, it's 2 or 3 guys coming down.
Also, you know, obviously I haven't been able to spy on them in scrims, but doing my best to spy on KOO in solo queue, his Darius has not been his best champion. Of the new ones trying to pick up, Darius has been one of the worst for him. And that's why they, I think, hesitated to pick it before this. But we'll see how he does into Huni's Riven this time around. Obviously, you know, both of these junglers can have a huge effect.
And there's also a much more well-rounded combo around a Kassadin. Not like the one where they try to siege with 5 melee champions and so on, because you have wave clear on a Savior, you have a fairly strong 2v2 lane because you have Kennen support and you have Darius up top, so you have strong side lanes to back up the Kassadin and prevent that siege in mid. That's going to be key for EDG.
The other key thing is trying to lock that Riven down. You know, CC is her biggest weakness. Lock her down and make her a reset for Darius. That's the key to their team fight.
And we'll find out whether or not Fnatic want to once again camp for Huni, which has proved so successful. Will they be the first and only team to qualify for 3 World Championship semi-finals? Jump on Twitter with hashtag FNC win. Or will EDG start the comeback here and now? It's game 3 of the quarterfinal.
Talking about lockdown though, honestly, if I am Huni looking at this EDG lineup, I'm not scared. It's only a support Kennen that will get blown up really quickly and a small mini stun there to try and interrupt the combos.
But if you are Huni and looking at this EDG lineup, you might just fear for the life of your AD carry. Because the Darius and the Kassadin and so on are not going to be standing there hitting Huni. They're going to obviously try and jump past him, get onto Reckless, where his peel is going to be the Azir wall, though. It's going to be the Alistar, so it's decent what Fnatic has built there to protect him. It's just not a Tahm Kench.
You're a much nicer top laner than I am. I think out only for number 1. I don't care about my AD carry. If they're diving my AD carry, that means I'm free to rip apart the rest of the Deficio team player.
Always.
Scumbag Kobe. Now Febiven is going to be once again facing off against Pawn. The last time we did see these two play, Pawn is able to get a little bit of a pressure advantage early on, managing to dance around those sand soldiers relatively effectively.
Yeah, it was definitely a good lane matchup for EDG. Definitely something that Fnatic have also shown is they continue to pick for the team rather than individual lane matchups.
And that's something a team has done for a very long time, in fact. They've come out and spoken publicly about it as well, where if players say they are not 100% comfortable, but for the team, for the strategy, for the play, it'll work. EDG walked over that ward, so Fnatic should be aware something is up.
Yeah, they saw the ward being placed 100%, and it's just EDG trying to scout where Fnatic is starting, so they can see, okay, if Reignover is starting on red buff here, where's he gonna path next? Obviously, what he has done before in these lane swaps is then you try and invade into the enemy jungle, but you can't do that in this case, at least for now, because it's the Mako and Def company on the bottom side.
No invade there from Fnatic. They just kind of get the surprise lane swap on EDG. And they're able to get up there very quickly. Yellowstar with the invade to interrupt the double jungle here as well.
Wow.
Huge amount of extra damage taken.
We're going to use exhaust. Real bothersome. Red buff. Let's see. Lost auto attack. Is Yellowstar going to steal it? No,
might have
back
to use
away.
Flash to get out of here.
Exhaust and flash to delay what, 20 seconds, 30 seconds maybe?
Here's the thing. I really do like the support invades to delay jungle like that, because jungle and top lane are 2 of the biggest playmakers in the early stages of the game, because top lane is your teleport, jungler is the one working with Fog of War, moving around the map. So taking them both out, delaying them both, greatly reduces EDG's ability to make plays in the early stages of this game.
Make sure you leave before the buff dies, though. And a guy hits level 2. So
the execution is a different...
definitely a good job from Yellowstar at first, though. Being annoying. We're going to see the fast push once again. EDG showed in the last game, also in the first game of today. They also want to opt into this. lane swap strategy, and this is still the problem for Febiven. He's picking this matchup as he enters Castellan, knowing that he's going to struggle in lane because Castellan can out-sustain him with the flask and 3 potions and just keep trading Qs into his face.
Paul takes a lot of damage from that Sand Soldier though. The Conquering Sand sending him forward. Reignover tried this gank before. This time hits the PraY Seeker. Once again flashes, gets the knock up, and will trade his flash for pawns.
We'll see if they can return, you know, before Flash comes back up, before Pawn gets level 6. Maybe now that will be enough to curb the aggression, but they would have to just plant that with a bunch of wards as well. Coral going to get solo gold.
Still a very good gank from Reignover, basically saying, we lost this lane matchup before, pre-level 6 Cassidy, we're gonna bully you. They saw 3 guys on the bottom side of the tower, so they weren't afraid of face checking into the bush, even in the 2v2 against the level 3 Cassidy. So I like the gank for Reignover trading flash, as long as he can return. Obviously it's the key thing, don't let him get level 6, jump away. But really for EDG, right now it's just about farm up your Cassidy in the mid lane, and then once we hit like 14 minutes, around that time, you swap him down to the side lane, you put Sivir in mid lane as the wave clear, and you just play this 1-3-1 setup again.
Yeah, not having flash pre-6 in the mid lane for Kassadin completely changes the face of the entire lane. Pawn has to play so much more careful. He has to now use his Q mana cost on trying to get CS, and that greatly reduces the harassment. That's why I think vision around mid lane now is going to become extremely important. Febiven does have some already in place of his own, so...
And he's got support. Huni's already healing back through his jungle. Reignover's hovering or shadowing towards the bottom side of that river. And Huni not running the risk of getting dove up top. Just gets spotted by Clear Love. They're going to do a little bit of a battle over this Merc Wolf. Clear Love should win out.
Right here, though, again, we see for the 2 top laners, Koro is very quickly to leave his lane, even though he might be able to get a few CS down there, while the wave is obviously going to bounce towards him and just trying to shove it back because he knows Reckless is going to show up and push it back the other way anyway. He leaves instantly. Huni always stays, gets a few extra CS, and it can matter. It might just be, you know, 2 minions total, but that experience can give you that 1 level up you need to beat him then later on.
So what do we make of another trade? Top Fnatic tower for bottom EDG tower, just straight up saying, you do you. Avarice Blade was picked up early by Deft to the second Doran's for Reckless.
Yeah, and you mentioned being greedy. Huni, once again, he's getting a little bit of experience here, gets into the range of the minions dying, but being greedy does have its cost sometimes. There's a teleport here, or there's a ward here they can teleport on, and Clear Love's already in place. It looks like seeing Rek'Sai is enough to dissuade EG from going for that tower dive. Or does it just delay it?
So it's not about clearing the ward. TP can still happen. Look at the positioning of Koro at his tier 2 tower. He's just waiting. And now Huni realizes, okay, I don't have backup anymore. Move away. EDG, though, if they pull the trigger instantly, we're talking again 20 seconds ago, they might have been able to force something of Huni, but that would have cost the TP. And now, no flash in mid.
Yeah, they don't pull the trigger, though, and Fnatic go for the move mid.
The Flash Emperor's Divide sends Pawn to Reignover. Reignover's only level 4, though, and unable to get more damage down. Pawn can Rift Walk to safety. This will buy some time for tower damage, but they don't get the kill.
Again, they force him away. They make sure Febiven can push this mid lane. And now with these outer turrets gone in the side lanes, I'm almost going to say that's going to favor Fnatic because of the fact that Darius is this low build.
They're going to make the counterplay on bottom.
Huni is teleporting in for Koro. Flash comes up, followed by Yellow Star, and Fnatic should pick this one up real clean, real simple, and it's first blood to Huni.
I really like this play. Just very quickly got to talk about how getting these towers down, Darius with so little mobility, only has the flash, he's just stuck there. Fnatic instantly just capitalize and kill him.
The reason why Huni can't afford to play that aggressive is because Riven has not only 2 dashes, not only flash as, you know, Koro also does, but 2 dashes in her kit. Very mobile. He was looking to outplay that. So EDG don't pull the trigger, but they forget about the mirror play, the exact same play on the bottom side, and Koro gets himself even deeper into a hole. Huni had already, by the way, been able to leech half a level lead just from being in minion wave range, whereas Koro was not in range. So now he's just skyrocketing ahead. If they do meet up in the side lanes, it will be a massacre.
And because EDG, when they were trying to make this play on the top side, they hesitated. They were waiting and waiting and waiting. Reignover shows they're like, okay, guys, we're not going to go for the play. So that allowed Huni to get almost a full wave of experience. Just a difference in teams and how quick they are to pull the trigger, how confident they are in this play.
And the jungler as well. Because Reignover just did a drive-by, he went and did an extra camp. So all things, Fnatic really not wasting time.
And another
He already losing it.
good start here for Fnatic. You know, if you step back and you look at EDG, KOO's gone back to this more tanky champion in Darius, substituted out in place of Amazing J, and EDG, they had a good start with that triple TP comp, but really it's been downhill from there. EDG just not challenging Fnatic just yet.
KOO is pretty screwed right now. He's been relegated to the jungler, the worst place for a top laner. KOO just trying to scavenge in EDG's jungle, and he is ridiculously far behind, trying to catch up here. But as you said, it's scary for him to extend in any lane.
It's always the problem about Darius is he's not really a split pusher. Because of the fact he cannot escape, he cannot really chase you down, he's a much better team fighter. So while EDG wants to 1-3-1, that's just to farm. They want to then group in together and fight with this comp here, pop that Sivir ulti, get to the backline of Fnatic. But if they start falling behind in these lanes here, especially if Huni once again gets going on this Riven, nobody can 1v1 him on the side of EDG. So that's a split pushing advantage for Fnatic, while Febiven is sitting and just wave playing mid over and over.
Well, I like, again, the early Sightstone here from Reignover, trying to get vision to keep this lead that they have.
Again, calculated play from Fnatic, setting up around that dragon. We've got a numbers advantage down there. Good early game. 9 first bloods out of 9 games played. Fnatic really know how to get their players ahead when they pick a lane together.
Yeah, exactly. This lead that they have is transitioning into a big CS lead for Reckless as well. Because they have the advantage, they can rotate him over to the giant minion wave to pick that up. And he got a huge influx of cash recently. Now he's got the BF sword pushing up on secondary turret bottom. Fnatic also have the wards to back it up.
Huni should not be too greedy now though, because his team is making a play in the bottom side of the map. Kazan, this is the swap we talked about earlier, how you put Sivir in mid to wave and defend your towers, and Kazan goes to side lane. It's very difficult for him right now because of the fact Fnatic is already grouped and start pushing in on the tower. But that means Huni needs to be careful top because his team is on bottom side. And he's doing a camp.
He's in trouble. Huni gets caught out and he's going to get dropped. Flashes over the wall. Broken wings out. Doesn't find the Baron wall. Manages to survive. Can Fnatic do the same thing down bottom? Pawn has been chunked to half HP. The rest of Fnatic are sieging onto the tower.
That's the thick part of the wall.
Kobe, you're still stuck on that one. Fnatic get a bunch of autos onto that bottom inner turret. And Huni loses his flash for overextending. The dragon is still not secured yet, but Fnatic will now back away after having a little more time on that tower and a little more information.
And that is a perfect example. You know, Darius is a champion who could not have made that escape. Riven, much easier to overextend and play greedy like that. Now that he doesn't have his flash, obviously, they're going to have to wait for wards to do that again. But the advantage has already been gained, and they're snowballing with it.
And we really just get to see, in a lane swap, it's so much more than just, okay, we killed the first tower, lane swap is over. No, it's the play's happening 5-6 minutes after again, because the way you set up the minion wave, the tower should push down. Can you get that TP play where you 4v1, kill the enemy top laner, and so on? And Fnatic just executed that really well. Would still like to see Huni just back away from that top side. He likes to risk it and stay and say, oh, can I make a play
Gotta
here?
risk it for the biscuit, Devicio.
You gotta risk it for the dragon buff.
And Fnatic make it count. Take a look at this. Febiven, 20 CS advantage. Reckless, 10 CS advantage. Yes, Huni is down 10 CS, but he got that first blood. He's got some time, and he's actually still ahead in gold thanks to the towers.
And as I said, they've been funneling, you know, the large minion wave over to the other side, so the bank still coming in.
And the key thing for top laners here is not the gold right now, it's the experience. They're even at the moment, so despite Huni having to flash away. Nice trade in the mid lane though. Will become a problem for Febiven. These one-on-ones happening.
Speaking of CS leads, that early gank from Reignover really changed the face of that matchup.
The last time this played out, was in that game that was remade. The only game where Fnatic did not score first blood. So as a team, they have 100% win rate officially when scoring first blood. Useless stat 101. EDG are grouped up in this middle lane. We've got some pressure with their entire team here.
They're
The
gonna
wave clear.
siege with a Cassid and Darius. Nice.
You have an auto attack reset with your W. That's crazy to see, right there. Boom, W in your face.
Hashtag worth.
Problem for EDG was they had to use teleport back to lane in mid to defend the tower and then push it out. So now that split pushing component that was supposed to put pressure on Fnatic is not there.
I think it's a very clear point though there. EDG, they obviously know that they don't have much they can get outside of chasing somebody down with a Sivir ultimate in open ground. This is a Stampede comp, that's what they have to do. So Fnatic, they also know this, they're playing around it while they're waiting for people to go purchase items. They just play defensively at the turrets. They know that there's not really a big threat of EDG, even in a 4-person siege, getting much done.
Febiven manages to get his way to safety thanks to those shifting sands. But with 14 minutes in, only a single kill on the board. Again, a slower pace to the early game. Huni is nowhere near as far ahead as he was in the previous game. And despite the early pains on KOO, he's still 8 in CS, he's still even on levels, he's still relevant in this game. So EDG are going to have the option to stampede if they can find the right vision and the right position on the map.
Still, no teleport for them at the moment, so Fnatic can send someone down to catch the wave at the tier 2 tower. It's hard for them to push as well due to the fact Deft has so much wave clear. So again, we see how EDG really wants to position on the map. 2 side lanes being pushed in with double teleport, severe wave clear in mid, over and over, and then you collapse and you get the flank going with Darius and Kassadin. Fnatic should be able to ward against it very easily though, because if EDG are keeping the AD carry mid, they don't have really any pressure, so it's hard for them to invade into the jungle of Fnatic without risking face checking and then get down these deep wards. That's why you see the jungle at the moment is almost empty of EDG wards, so they can't really collapse on Fnatic at the moment. Just have to sit back and try and farm because you have one spike behind.
Dragon's a few minutes away. Crowd is definitely anticipating the next move. 1,000 gold separates these teams. Farm looking better and better for EDG as that Rod of Age is slowly stacking up. It's a couple minutes late for board, but not too terrible. Dragon's going to be about 3 minutes away. 2 minutes rather, as the clock just pops up. So let's see if EDG can set up any vision or look to challenge. They've got a couple of wards in that area.
Just got a few put in there. Fnatic do have the chance to go back and get some pink wards as well before it. But this push in the mid is again what we're going to keep seeing. There's no wave clear at the moment, and Jinx will take down these towers.
Are they going to pull the trigger?
Misstep from EDG. Mako gets head-butted backwards, and that slicing maelstrom does nothing. Apprehend pulls Reignover back, and he's going to be the sacrificial queen of the Xur side. Rekkles is left a little bit alone, and KOO has got the Noxian might. Flash comes up from Clearlight, but Rekkles manages to get away. Super Mega Death Rocket gets a kill, gets a reset, gets Rekkles excited. He's got a double. He's looking for the triple. Look for the zap. Is it on cooldown? Not going to get fired just yet. A 2 for 2.
A bit of a weird fight for Fnatic. Engage happened. Very nice headbutt from Yellowstar at first against Mako. Getting that cannon ulti away, but Febiven had to teleport in. A bit delayed, and they had to give up at least Reignover at first.
And again, you are left with Jinx and Azir up though, so Fnatic can take an objective afterwards. They get a lot of damage on that turret. Mid lane pressure here. They don't stick around for it actually because of the early revive times here for EDG so far. Did get about half of it.
Keep seeing this mix for Fnatic in terms of how they want to play the game. Last game it was, okay, Reckless, you just sit on your own in lane, Huni, we camp for you over and over. This game, they've been giving all the big waves to Reckless on this Jinx, letting him farm up as much as possible, and that's paying off in this fight. But look at how late Febiven is going to be to the party.
Big difference there was also teleport use for EDG. Almost everybody used their flashes, one left on each side, but now Fnatic do have the teleport advantage. We can see a cross-map play after this. There's the Emperor's Divide, though, to put a stop to the Stampede and allow Fnatic the counter-attack here to pick up the double. And remember, they also got the turret out of that as well.
As we jump back into game, Huni was under pressure from Mako, KOO, and Deft, but he does get out alive. The rest of Fnatic, are they grouped in the middle lane?
Why is EDG sending Deft to try and gank someone. He needs to sit in mid and always wave clear, so Fnatic cannot just keep pushing the waves up so easily and then rotate between the lanes. Look here now, suddenly see both Dragon and bot lane towers open because Fnatic freely got to push mid tower and just move through the jungle.
Second Dragon should be picked up, careful. Zero cost to Fnatic. Huni gets the big top lane farm.
Oh, he got the whole turret, not even just damage off of it.
Grabs that tower and they extend their lead further and further away. That Stampede becomes less and less worrying when you're charging at them with bunnies instead of rhinoceroses.
Yeah. You can't afford to misallocate your resources if you only have one real wave clear there.
Especially because
Death
Castellan
time in transit costs them a whole turret and dragon.
Castellan is so key to catching off the targets and just chase after them, slow them down your own single target damage. EDG today, whenever they're falling behind, have shown us very poor shot calling. Randomly kind of move members around, don't really know how to react to what Fnatic is bringing.
But you could say that's true of their World Championship showing thus far.
Sure.
It's been a tough showing for EDG. They fell so far behind the Bangkok Titans. Had to pull that game back. And as a team, they just seem to be coming apart a little bit, despite KOO returning. They find themselves in another incredibly difficult situation as they get to 20 minutes. They're down that 4,000 gold. And Fnatic poised to advance to the semifinals, poised to go to Brussels.
Yeah. Things do look very difficult for EDG right now. If you want to try and look at it from their point of view, they have to now rely on a mistake, an unforced error from Fnatic. Because all their big playmaking abilities are down. All the flashes were blown. Both teleports were blown in the last one. So right now they're just trying to play defensive vision, sort of wait for the big flashes to come back, because it's an all-in team. You pop Sivir ultimate, you try and have everybody pile on, and jump back and hope that you can burst down someone from Fnatic. Meanwhile, Fnatic keep taking more, not allowing EDG a moment.
Red buff stolen away. Febiven takes away a bunch of hit points on that top tower. And with Huni has teleport available. He is matching pawn split push.
With no TP on the side of EDG. So again, they invest everything onto that fight in mid lane, trade 2 for 2 and even lose a tower. That was kind of the way for EDG to get back in the game, because they're going to keep trying to split push with the Castellan. But Fnatic also runs double teleport this game because Febiven knows what's going to happen. So he can also sit in the side lanes and try and at least push it back.
We've got a little bit of time here, and we've mentioned how EDG have struggled this series. I think a little bit of props to Fnatic. There was a fair amount of fear from local fans that Fnatic may be a little shaky. Their week 1 performance wasn't great. Their game against HQ had a couple of questions, and as a team, the week's prep has seemed to pay off.
Yeah, I think a very big deal for Fnatic is they're showing us more champions that fits the meta really well. Jinx for Reckless is so key for me because he was playing Sivir and Kennen as basically only AD carry all the time. Was that going to be a big issue? Turns out that EDG thought it was, so they picked him away, but he just picks Jinx instead.
And it's even more funny that even if they have Reckless on the end game carry and they're feeding him all this farm, they still have Huni on a snowball champion Riven, who's actually playing a sort of utility role. He's split pushing so well, using the mobility so well to gain map advantages for his team. Meanwhile, they get their tank that they need in the support pick. Yellow Star on the Alistar. His ultimate is one of the only supports that can really turn into a mid-game and late-game tank because of the power of his ultimate. And here he goes, playmaking as well.
And a flash forward, that unbreakable will is up. Milove's been caught. He does have flash, and Yellow Star may have bitten off more than he can chew. Pawn is looking to chase with Riftforce. Here comes Reckless. The Mega Death Rocket does not find a target, and Yellow Star sent home with a drink in hand. Milove drops the cast, and they get one, punishing the engage.
Well, Yellow Star went
That was a large man to pick a fight with.
Yeah, a little bit crazy in that one.
Teleport behind, gentlemen. KOO wants Fnatic blood. Maiko comes in and Reignover holds him in place. Febiven puts the golden disc down, but it may not be enough. The upper hand pulls Reckless backwards, and EDG will not go down without a fight. There's a double kill for Huni, but it's matched by a triple kill for KOO.
Great job by EDG pouncing on Fnatic with the opening that they created. That Yellowstar made that unforced error we were looking for the EDG fans, and EDG are able to jump on them for it. Fnatic need to calm down. They still have the advantage here. They can still pull this back. They just have to wait for everyone to regain map control. But look at EDG. They don't let Fnatic get away with that mistake.
And we see what their comp can do when it gets to take these fights here, chasing onto the backline. But why is Fnatic staying? You just lost your support and you're against double teleport. Why would you ever start pushing? That's what EDG really can punish. Great move here, get the flank, get Febiven down instantly, and they win the fight. Fnatic cannot make another one of those mistakes, because then suddenly they cast it in and so on, and start getting completely out of control.
Yeah, I still think that Fnatic can regain control of this
100%.
fairly easily, though.
Still in the lead. Kobe, you've talked about the Riven, the snowballs ahead or snowballs behind. At this stage where he's got a small CS advantage, what's the relative power level of this between, I don't know, Yamcha and Super Saiyan? No, but seriously.
Pre-Super Saiyan Gohan.
For Huni, not the...
Actually, it's a Piccolo.
It's a Piccolo?
Yeah.
One arm or two?
Two.
Okay, we'll start. We completely lost the fish.
You're going to
completely lost the fish. Dragon has respawned in the meantime. And EDG are the ones with control of the river for now. They've pulled it out.
This is bold by EDG.
Fnatic might want to try and rush a Baron instead and force EDG away from it. Huni's down here on the bottom side, trying to be annoying. There's no teleport this time around for EDG, so harder to get that flank going. Fnatic really wants to get a 5-on-5 team fight, where they can protect Reckless and Febiven.
Where they can set up as well. Again, the teleports are down. They have to work around these big cooldowns of the teleports and the flashes from EDG. EDG, every time they have these up, then they make the big all-in play.
Risky for EDG. Now, look here. Huni's on the side. Fnatic was looking to pull the trigger.
Huni wasn't able to find the angle in EDG. They are drawing this game out. That gold lead is shrinking in a relative value. And that's their first sort of aggressive, positive play that we've seen in a long period of time.
They've shown that they still have bite. Fnatic not afraid, though.
Wow, this Yellowstar engaging and then putting his team in a disadvantageous position and actually cost Fnatic the control in the map frame.
Sure, but like that mistake, okay, that happens. You back away, then if you are Fnatic, you don't start pushing against EDG with two TPs behind.
That was a
series of mistakes.
Compounded event, yeah.
That was really the big one for me, at least. Now, Huni, we talk about him on this Riven. This game is not going to be about him. It's Febiven and Reckless, the damage they can deal in these big team fights. If Huni can be annoying and trade his life for death, it's almost worth it every single time for them.
And this is where the absence of Tahm Kench this time around really does start to mean something. Def does not have too much safety here against Kassadin. Kassadin, now that Pawn also has Zonia's, can jump right in, chunk him out, and look for the re-engage with the rest of the Sivir-boosted team.
See if they can enable those reset dunks from KOO on that knocks into your team.
And that's the one for me as well. With Kassadin, he can go in and be annoying, but he needs the rest of the team to follow him. He needs to set up that Darius to get that first kill. So Flash and TP for KOO are so key in these big team fights, because otherwise he's just running at them with this big axe, and it's very difficult for him to get to the backline against an Azir wall, against an Alistar and all this kind of CC. So really, KOO's positioning in these fights can win the game for EDG.
40 to 50 seconds on both Flash and Teleport for KOO. Pawn not far off, so EDG will have all their summoners available shortly for Fnatic. They farmed themselves up a game, a noticeable lead. They know the teleports are down, and EDG are going to be so late to this Baron party. Nella and Mako are nearby, but Pawn and KOO are not. Baron's going low, 1,000 HP, it will be secured as Reignover smites it down. Yellowstar's on the front line drawing attention, and Mako, he's dropped. Reckless is looking to run down Nella. Pawn has arrived, and Huni's on the back line. Febiven gets the kill. It's the carries Deficio wanted to see. The key strike will stun up EDG as Yellowstar re-engages. He gives his life for the cause, and a flash forward for Reignover gets the knock up, the shut down, the kill for Febiven. KOO's down, and Fnatic with a 4-on-3 siege.
Redemption play for Yellowstar there, out of the Baron pit. Didn't even have to use Flash for that engage. They take the Baron and they're able to clean up right afterwards. Now the Baron empowered Siege, Fnatic can push into inhibitors.
This Alistar pick here again for Yellowstar. When they take Baron, he's always denying the enemy jungler the chance to try and smite it, headbutts him away. It's very, very smart play from Fnatic, but also EDG trying to take a blue buff while Fnatic is sitting around that Baron for the last 5-6 minutes with no teleport. Super risky, and they got punished.
With all the damage that Fnatic had, you know, the 3 lanes of threat, they can burn this down. They have Huni.
And look at Yellowstar.
Huni didn't even have to teleport in, he just followed along. Febiven absolutely destroying the support Kennen there.
Didn't even get the blue buff.
Not worth. Well, EDG out of position and Fnatic punish it ruthlessly.
Now he's gonna get it.
They can taste
He was preparing
victory.
the blue buff.
Hey, it'll have a longer duration now.
Yeah, well played.
1 blue for 5 purples.
Good trade, good trade.
You've actually stumped me with that one, Kobe.
Well, you don't.
No, I know.
Baron-
I know. It's 5 purple bucks, but it's not the same value by any stretch of the imagination.
I think that's the whole point here.
You need to add
Thank
the
you, Trevor.
Kappa to the
Actually,
end of that one.
Yellowstar doesn't have one, it's only 4. Now is it worth?
Okay, there we go, there we go. I'll take that trade. I'll take that trade. Reckless with that BT, Edge, and Shiv pushing a wave in. Pow Pow wants to take down this inner turret. Febiven did so much work to drop it low earlier.
He's gonna flank.
Let's find out.
They have
And
to
the
win this
hunt
fight.
is thrown for death. The body slam gets interrupted, and Clearlove cannot chase further thanks to the Flame Chompers. Reckless takes him down as KOO and EDG are running for their lives. The Flash Wind Slash does not dash anybody's life, and Huni is alive thanks to Face of the Mountain. Yellowstar saves his life. The AoE rockets from Reckless get the second of the fight. They've got the tower and they're on the inhib.
Once again, I'm looking at Yellowstar in these fights here. We mentioned how KOO has to be able to get to the back line to get the reset instantly. Headbutts him away, zones away here, make sure his carries are sitting so far back, they can deal the damage, and EDG couldn't get a flank.
Also, Febiven laying down the soldiers as they kite, and then instantly turning. So much DPS coming out of this Fnatic lineup.
Fnatic have broken the base of EDG at 30 minutes.
And the coordination for EDG completely died. Why don't you have a double teleport with home guards coming in here? If this is the fight you're looking for, look how hard it is to reach the backline. Yellowstar denies KOO, and suddenly 2 carries are sitting back here from Fnatic, and nobody's even close. The Castellan didn't even have a chance to reach him. You gotta coordinate the double teleport in if you wanna aim for these 2 carries.
So close to killing Huni. Huni wants to kill Pawn. They are equal on level. There's a flash available for Pawn, so he's going to buy some time. Rift walks over the wall, then flashes away. Gets caught by the zap.
Keep going, Febiven.
And
Don't let him get away with this.
Not that time. No flash. Pawn manages to get away, but Fnatic get the dragon. That's their 3rd.
Yep, they're going to shove right up bottom lane here as well. Darius actually is getting a pretty good push on top, so it'll buy them some time. EDG, though, definitely very difficult defense coming up.
Well, Fnatic looking to be the 2nd European team in the top 4 at the 2015 World Championship. They need to knock over 1 more Nexus. And they've got EDG against the ropes.
They've looked so good this series as well. After stumbling in week 1 of the group stages, Fnatic have made such a good recovery here at Worlds.
And it's a team that really prides themselves in being able to prepare for these best out of 5 so well. They talked about how they didn't have enough time to prepare for week 1. Didn't have enough information maybe to prepare, and that's probably going to be a kill.
The great chase continues. Pawn's going to rift walk over. He might be able to kill Febiven, and he does! Pawn gets 1 before Reckless zaps him down. Gets excited and looks for more.
Yeah, he's got the double buff here on Reckless as well, but doesn't pull out the chase. Fnatic now, they do have minion wave pushing in top. Even without Febiven, they might decide to push this up because Febiven does have teleport, so they can prep the siege while he's dead.
Gotta farm the jungle.
And have him teleport in. Yeah, well, Huni's been playing the utility role this time around. He's got the Ghost Blade even with the early last whisper here.
Is that a support item?
Yes, the support Ghost Blade.
Huni's continuing to pull side lane pressure and threat. Farmed up another CS advantage.
It's a really, really important thing too, because earlier in the group stages, several times, Huni will be sort of wandering through the jungle and get caught and cost the team a kill. However, this game, he's done so well at escaping every single time. Not every single time. Most of the time when EDG collabs.
The rest of the team was able to secure buffs. I mean, KOO and Pawn were moving towards their bottom lane. That Huni was pushing in when Fnatic took the first Baron. 6,000 gold Baron power play. The 6th largest, in fact, of all Baron plays at the World Championship.
Baron has been wearing the Fnatic jersey today, that's for sure. He's been helping out a lot, but really for EDG, seems to me they were surprised with Fnatic changing up the strategy from time to time. Now the fact they suddenly play around Reckless a lot more as the carry, and Febiven, of course, in the mid lane instead of Huni, where EDG maybe were expecting every game to somewhat be the same. Okay, they're gonna camp for Huni and then we're gonna try and shut it down.
Yeah, EDG to me look like a team that's still trying to adapt to the world's meta. They tried to pull off the 4 global comp, after seeing it such success here at Worlds, in such a short time, they tried to learn it and use it. And then in such a short time, they also try and use the Veigar Siege comp after seeing it here. But it didn't work out for them either. Fnatic burning this Baron down.
Well, they've got it before EDG are even in range. And Yellowstone started to initiate. Pawn is knocked up in the air so long he may as well have frequent flyer miles. Pawn will try to rift walk away and get shut down. Reignover is out. It's a double for Reckless. He wants to run down more. Def, his brother in arms, will be his dead man in arms. That's a triple. Huni finds Clear Love in the back, and Reckless with the rest of Fnatic. They're on to the Nexus, and Fnatic will advance to the semi-finals. The only team to do that 3 times in the World Championships. Fantastic play from Fnatic, and great to see sportsmanship between Reckless and Deft. But truthfully, on this day, Fnatic simply outplayed EDG in almost every way.
Hey, we had a lot of questions coming in here for Fnatic. We didn't know what other AD carries they would play. Would they sometimes play around Reckless? And they did.
The euphoria is running high, with China now being eliminated from the World Championship. The only teams that remain are from Korea and Europe. We're down to 3 semi-finals locked in and 1 more to face Fnatic tomorrow. But for Fnatic, what a way to go. 3-0 against EDG.
Very, very impressive series from Fnatic. And the teams tomorrow, the Korean teams going up against each other, are going to be looking at this as well. Can't concentrate on that right now. They've got work set out ahead of them. But Fnatic definitely look to be contenders.
Yeah, again, we see new picks, new strategies coming. They're mixing it up. That's what I feel like a lot of European teams always lack. Like they had like one good strategy coming into a World Championship, but it wasn't enough to really be a contender. Now Fnatic are showing all these different styles. Origin has been playing well. So it's looking very good for these 2 teams.
They even show that they're not too scared to give up the banning on Mordekaiser.
They did ban Tahm Kench though, so they knew where the real
look, that's good to see, because
the real power
for
comes
Fnatic,
to great health.
I think it's important to note that as a team, they address their weaknesses.
Yeah.
Something that we've seen from this team from week 1 to week 2, there was growth. Week 2 to week 3, there were questions, and now those questions have been answered. So as a team, they're showing development. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for EDG, who now exit the World Championship. They substituted amazing Jay for KOO, and maybe his Fiora was okay at times, but it just did not bring the magic ingredient that EDG needed.
Didn't feel like they were able to adapt enough to all the changes. Fnatic, though, they definitely, as a team and as individual players, made so many improvements.
Yeah, and again, Fnatic talked about how coming into week 1, they didn't have enough information and time to prepare for those matches, and the team didn't feel like they were playing as Fnatic. That was changed for week 2. They had more time to scout. Now coming in, obviously, to the semifinal, you have so many VODs you can go through now of these teams they're going to face. So they have enough time to prepare, have enough information. And that's what they normally use to get these very good pick and ban phases coming into these best out of 5 series. And they really pride themselves in having a great infrastructure around the team and then star players in every single position. And that's why they become such a good team.
Yeah, and it's working out for them as a team, demonstrating the ability to grow, to adapt, to lean on all sources. Reckless and Yellowstar, you can see, are getting set up with Shock shortly to celebrate that victory and the fact that they will be seen in Brussels in the semifinals. But what does this leave us now for the patch? Where does this leave us for the state of the game? Because I think the picks and bans is one of the most interesting. I had a discussion yesterday. At what point does GP and Mord start being let through? Because you can get one if you let both through in theory.
Yeah.
I honestly don't think we'll see it again.
Maybe
Really? Not at all?
I think we're going to see it, but not like it's going to be open every game. I think the way to look at it, right, on red side is there, let's say, a Tahm Kench pick that is so important to remove that Mordekaiser goes down in value? Often not, because Mordekaiser and GP is that strong.
So I'll amend that. I don't think we'll see it until a team is already down 2 games and they're feeling like they have to pull out something.
Why not game 1?
Why not game 1?
Yeah, game 1 you can
You've got
surprise.
a game to play with. See if it works. You get an advantage and you can do it the rest of the series.
Then you can say that you think you'll see it. I think that we won't.
I'm just spitballing here. I'm just
Sure.
spitballing. Because it's something that at some point you have to answer the question, what do you do about GP Mord? We're seeing now in the playoffs teams are banning it on blue side. Mordekaiser, that is. So that's already a change from
It's like, I feel like we saw a good preview, though. I was talking about Gangplank is actually pretty good into Mordekaiser because of all the zone control and all the slows and how it's so dangerous for Mordekaiser to try and navigate around barrels. It's scary to give those both up because they could take the Gangplank. And after we saw the remake, they decided not to leave those 2 open and not to go for that again because they got to the later stages of the game and they're like, we weren't able to snowball this. Mordekaiser will probably lose now.
Undefeated both GP and Mordekaiser. We'll have to wait to see when that will change. For now, though, the interview is ready, so we can head over to Shocks to talk to the victorious bottom lane of Fnatic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Joined here by Yellowstar and Reckless after making it to the semi-final of the World Championship with Fnatic. Let's maybe start about the beginning of the series. I can imagine that was the most stress going in there and that really chaotic play coming out of EDG, which cost you when you played them at MSI last. Talk to me about that game, your beginning to the series.
Yeah, especially when we saw the triple TP, we're like, oh, what's going on? How should we plan to fight? What should we do? Because it was really surprising. And beforehand, they actually picked Jace, something that is not common. So we were not panicking. We're just talking, and see how we should do it. And in the end, we found a good plan and we executed it properly. So it was smooth.
It was smooth. Reckless, how did it go from that point on when you knew that even with some strategy that you hadn't seen before, you could beat them? How did you take the rest of the series?
I think we took the rest of the series quite calmly, honestly. I mean, game 1, they showed something we haven't even practiced against or seen before. So we had to adapt in the actual game and talk a lot and make sure that we don't play their game, because obviously they wanted to play one of these games where we gank top and there are 5 people top. And then we gank bot and there are 5 people bot. So we just tried to adapt as much as possible in that game. And then after the game, we were kind of well, since we're 1-0 now, they might go back to standard or they keep going with this kind of things. So we were I think we just kept up the communication, honestly, both in the game and outside of the game. And then we made sure we were fully prepared for anything they could throw at us. And yeah, we showed some strategies of our own as well. And I think we did a good job today.
I think all around you showed that you can tackle a lot of things that people throw your way. Yellowstar, you've been in 5 World Championships already, yet there seems to be a distinctly different vibe to you in this squad. Could you name maybe one thing that you think is or working very well in this team that's allowing you to play this good? You can just go ahead.
There is no real miracle. There is no secret. The only reason we're here right now is because we're practicing. Everyone get along really well. I think that helps a lot. So as long as you have fun together, I'm always well surrounded. So I really enjoy the game. I really enjoy working with them, playing with them, hanging with them. So I think this is what makes us strong, really.
no magical element. Reckless, you've been looking for that squad to do great things with. Tell me how you've experienced Worlds so far and how far you guys could possibly go. Is the thought slowly creeping in that you could go all the way, or do you not let that happen?
I think after the group stages, we were quite like, not quite sure where we were as a team. I mean, we showed 3 pretty good games and then pretty bad ones, honestly. So going into the series, even today, we weren't really sure which Fnatic were going to show up. But at the same time, we're a team that put down all of our time, honestly. Like, we just wake up, play the game, and then go to sleep. And we talk about everything and make sure that we're fully prepared for every situation that can possibly happen. And I feel like we came together today here on the stage. And if we keep going like this, then I think we have all the chances in the world of taking the whole thing. But at the same time, okay, to continue on my point, I feel like so far we've been taking day by day, and I don't think going away from that is something we should look to do. So therefore, KT and KOO is our next enemy, and we're going to put full focus on them tomorrow and then prepare fully for next week.
All right. One more thing, maybe, because I know that we also have a chat with Febiven coming up later, and it has been remarkable how much he seems to have grown between MSI and now. Could you tell me a little bit about your experience with him and his resolve?
Yeah, so Febiven, for his first year, it's really impressive on how fast he improved. We had to work a lot with him, like the mindset, because obviously when it's your first year and then you get to play against the best players in the world, it's not easy at all, especially when you're that young. And I mean, we have a really good staff behind us that is working really hard as well. So, you know, it's just a combination of everything.
Combination of factors. And 2 European teams in the semifinals at Worlds. Also, and one of them is you guys. Finally, is there anything you want to say to the crazy fans here in London, Yellowstar or Reckless?
I mean, Paris was awesome, but I feel like this is our place, you know? Like, London is our place, Bristol is our place. And then Berlin after that is our place too. And with 2 teams in the semifinals, there's very high chances that either of us makes it all the way. And I expect all of you guys there.
Anything left to add, or are you good?
Thank you for being awesome, and just you coming here to watch our games means a lot to us, so thank you.
The cheering will go on and on. Cheering will go on and well-deserved. Thank you guys very much. Fantastic performance. Fnatic in the semifinals. And now back to the analysts to wrap up the day.
Thank you, Shocks. A much-deserved victory for both of those gentlemen, as well as the rest of the Fnatic organization. The 3-0, not exactly what we expected. When we had talked about this matchup at the beginning of the day, a lot of us were thinking we were going to go to 5 games. But here it is, the 3-0, pretty commanding.
I thought that Huni was going to get a lot of resources and roll over KOO, who we haven't seen in 2 months. And I thought that 3-0 was something that we definitely could see today. But after that first game, I did think it was going to go to 5, just because of how close it was and the different strategies that we were seeing.
Yeah, and I think that this was a 3-0 series, and don't get me wrong, Fnatic made me a believer at MSI. I think I said it back then as well, that I went into MSI and I didn't really have really high expectations for this European lineup. And ever since then, I've always kept a really close eye on Fnatic. And I think the thing that impressed me today is that game 1, to me, Yellowstar carried that game. That re-engage was superb, and he brought them back into it, right, with great shot calling. And then the second game that they won, it was all about Huni in the carry top lane. Then this game is legitimately a protect the Jinx comp that they run through the AD carry who like just absolutely goes off. This is a team that won 3 games in 3 completely different fashion and was looking to win game 1.5, the one that didn't complete, by stalling out a game when they're normally an early game team. Like if you can play League of Legends in all these different fashions, like every single time you get on the Rift, you go with a certain kind of advantage. And EDG didn't show up in the way that I expected today, but that is partially because Fnatic didn't let them show up in that fashion and played commanding League of Legends.
Something I want to add, in the final game, the EDG's draft, it kind of felt like one of those drafts they did in the group stages, where it's kind of reliant on the enemy to make mistakes. We saw this one moment where they TP'd in and kind of did this pincer movement on the Fnatic roster where they actually took a good fight, but Riven, of course, Huni kind of saved it. He saved it big time. And them drafting like this feels kind of disrespectful. It kind of plays into what you've been saying all the time, that the Chinese teams are a bit cocky coming into this. And seeing them draft in such an important game in that matter is kind of disappointing to me.
I think we saw it in the draft and we saw it in the play as well. When they were chasing down Febiven in game 1 and they could have double TP'd to the bot lane to possibly end the game, that was something I thought they were just overlooking. They could have at least tried it. They could have gone for that play. And it showed in their draft as well. But something I want to touch on is the draft, the Fnatic that you were touching on. Because not only are they getting a great draft that they're comfortable with afterwards and they get to pat Daylor on the back, they know how to play whatever comp they come out with. They're saying, this is our win condition. This is what we need to do to win the game and put ourselves in the driver's seat. And I believe Daylor and Yellowstar are the 2 people to credit with that, because right before Champion Select ends, they're figuring out, what are we doing? How are we playing the first 20 minutes of this game? And they take over with in-game shot calling, and I love that.
Yeah, and that's what I really want to hit on here, because when I talk to Deficio, and I talk to him a lot about the Chinese teams, we say that EDG, like when we give them a name, are like the chess masters. When they're playing the best League of Legends, they're trading pieces with you until they can take your king. Like that is legitimately how they play the map. What happened today, which is why it's so impressive for me, and now why I'll watch Fnatic even closer, is that Fnatic won every single one of those trades in the end. And then even when it looked like EDG was going to make that game-winning change, Fnatic just did something, right? Like, they kited out with Victor for long enough to save the game. Huni somehow picks up a kill on the AD carry to delay a Baron that would have come through in 22 minutes in that game. Somehow a headbutt pulverized at like 3,000 gold deficit in game 1 completely swings the whole momentum. And if you're able to just have X-factor moments like that, it's not like they have one. They had one in like every single game. You're just going to win League of Legends.
It's also the fact that, like, in the first game, that big team fight, the thing that was worrying me coming into this and predicting that Fnatic would win, the one thing that kept me worried for Fnatic was EDG's kind of way of fighting in the later, the scrappiness and the way they kind of find intelligent ways to catch people off guard. And that never happened. The moment we saw that fight, that kind of won them the game in the first game, I was relieved.
Well, and that's where I want to get into the scrappiness and this game in particular, because like, yet again, we saw EDG draft themselves into a low wave clear comp that has a difficult time sieging, slightly better because they have the Gragas and the Sivir together, so there's slightly more engage, and they at least have a ranged AD carry. But they continued to draft themselves into these compositions, and this goes to your point about the Daylor and the coaching staff for Fnatic responding in kind with a perfect composition to counter that. And where is it coming from, or what is the stubbornness for EDG that they wanted to stay in that mode?
So one thing I will say is EDG, in my opinion, and I think a lot of Chinese fans' opinion, is they're the best coached Chinese team. So this just shows, like Aaron and his coaching staff, they have people like Reaper that are like great Korean players that like train their top laners. Like they are honestly a very well-coached team. But it speaks to the fact that when they play against Chinese teams, they are missing part of the meta currently, because it looks like right now, China versus China is all the Chinese teams are giving us, and the rest of the world has somehow figured out a meta that China cannot play to. They look underprepared compared to the Europeans and the Koreans.
Now, Fnatic came up big today, and playing a huge part in Fnatic's sweep to advance to the semifinals was their mid laner, Febiven, who racked up 16 kills and dealt over 36% of his team's damage across 3 games, earning the title of Player of the Series.
Not only was he consistent across these games in particular and playing at an extraordinarily high level as a rookie to be a top 4 mid laner here at Worlds and put himself in that position in the semifinals, this is a guy that plays so many different styles. When we first saw him, he was a Riven one-trick main mid laner. Then he decided, you know what, I'll play some Xerath, Azir. Orianna, and now he's playing so many different things. And this is the thing I love about Febiven, is he's not just a one-style guy. We see people who don't have that versatility to him, but he is definitely the full package mid laner.
And what's funny, Spawn, you talked about how the team had game-winning X-Factor moments or stars in each game. You know, Yellow Star game 1, Huni game 2, and then a Jinx game 3. None of those are Febiven, right? But all of 3 of those were made possible by the consistency of their mid laner, and that is why he is landing in this spot of Player of the Series.
And one thing I want to say is, like, doing it against other mid laners, sure, that's impressive. Doing it against Pawn 3 games in a row, 4 games in a row, actually, because they played 4 games against each other, is just, like, out of the world crazy. This is a guy that is, like, he absorbs people's powers and throws it back at you, and Febiven was just able to take it to him, like, every single game.
And of course, it's like I'm just still in my mind drawing the comparison to him facing a Pawn at MSI, and it was just night and day. And today we had this glorious mid lane matchup that was so even throughout the game.
He's just a sponge of knowledge, and he just keeps getting better. He's soaking everything in, not just pressure, but information.
Well, why don't we hear from the man himself? Right now, we've got Jat standing by with our Player of the Series.
Thanks, Dash. I'm joined here by Febiven, who just 3-0'd EDG. You've had a small amount of time to kind of soak in the victory. How do you feel in general about that series?
I feel really great after the series because I really didn't expect that we would 3-0 them because they're a really strong team. They have really strong individual players, but we managed to get a good early game every game, basically. And when EDG falls behind, their team communication falls apart, I think, because they speak different languages in the game, and we were just a better team after getting the good early game.
Definitely felt like you guys carried a lot of momentum throughout the series as well. In the interview just now, Shox asked Yellow Star about you specifically and said that you have worked a lot on your mindset this year. Do you want to talk a little bit about what you've done to improve, especially your mindset in game?
For me, I've been focusing on my mindset because it was my weakest point. I try to always stay positive, always try to learn anything I can, and even though it's hard in Europe solo queue because there's so many trolls, and it's I managed to get a good mindset for this tournament, and it's helped me a lot because 1 year ago I would get mad or like frustrated very fast, but now it's completely different. So if something bad happens in the game, I can just get over it, and then I can just focus on the game and win the game.
And the upcoming game will be the semifinals now. You guys face the winner of the KOO Tigers versus KT Rolster. Ask this question every time. Is there a team you would rather face after the results tomorrow? And how are you looking at that matchup that's happening tomorrow?
I think I would rather... for me, it doesn't matter who we face, actually. But I think KOO is the better team, so I think we're probably going to face them. But I'm not sure yet because scrims are not like the real matches, so it can go either way. We have a lot of time off now, or like a few days, and we will definitely be prepared.
Have you actually had a chance to scrim both of those teams back in the group stages?
Yes, we have been scrimming basically every team.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Febiven, for the interview. Congratulations on the victory. Let's send it back to Dash at the desk.
Thank you, Jad. I think his point about his mindset was particularly obvious in game 1. Because it was so hectic and crazy, we saw Pawn making plays in other lanes, and that didn't shake Febiven. He still managed a 30 CS lead up and picked up 2 kills of his own to match Pawn.
And I absolutely love that too, because when there's 3 TPs, and even Yellow Star was talking about it, it's so frustrating. They're all over the map. You don't know how to counter this, and you have to come up with a strategy mid-game. But I also want to talk about what he said, where he said they had a good early game every game. On the 9 games that are on record here for Fnatic, they have gotten first blood in every single game of the World Championship for them, save for the remake. That's incredible. They're having such a great early game, and they're knowing what to pressure on the map, when to pressure early. That gets them that lead, that gets them to play their composition out later.
I just want to know what the heck they feed European players, because they are so chill. That's like the biggest game of his life. He like gets man of the series. But like in all honesty, like speaking about his mindset, like there was a moment in one of the games, I think it was game 2, where Azir ulted Pawn into his jungler, and his jungler completely whiffed the gank. Like, he tunneled under the Azir ult to be on the wrong side. Like, if that was me, like, once again, for us to pick on my keyboard, but like, you can just see that he's, like, cool, calm, and collected the whole way through. And this speaks to, like, how good Fnatic are as a team. They can make fumbles, but it's not about the fumbles, because you forget them so quickly because of how many good players they have.
Spawn toxic.
It's
Not in just to my keyboard.
Just to the keyboard. Okay.
It's like when I hear Febiven speak about his mindset, this is the mindset as a coach you want in every player. The beauty lies in the process. You always take something good out of anything that is bad. No matter how bad some games go, you need to take what is beautiful in it because you can learn from anything. And me hearing him saying that gives me goosebumps because I love hearing it.
But he's apparently learned that mindset, and it's been kind of given to him by his teammates and Daylor. What would you do? How would you get this mindset into your players? Are you still working on that?
Don't get me started. I'll speak about it. I need a 30
That's
minute.
for later. That's for after this show. Accolades for Fnatic all around, but Fnatic's coordination was really on point in today's games, and Mr. Xavier took notice, writing, "That Baron fight, the wombo combo of AoEs, EDG just melted." Let's check out your world's big play of the day.
Nova's jumped in. Def has got dunked by the Cataclysm, and he's dropped. The grand challenge is onto Huni, and it procs, healing up EDG. But it does not matter. Goro's killed through the heal. Clearlove stunned up by Reckless. The pulverize connects. Fnatic find 3 kills.
And Yellowstar, the captain, the shot caller for the team, makes the play. He dodges the hook from Mako, circles around, Reignover teleports in, and they're able to get the fight they want.
The thing that makes this play so impressive to me is the only international tournament we'd seen so far this year, like for a Riot affiliated one, was MSI. And EDG won that tournament off 20-minute team fights into Baron. And Fnatic, in game 1 of a series against EDG, just completely stomped them in a 20-minute team fight. It was 20 minutes, 50 seconds when it kicked off. Took Baron, took the game, took the series. They did it like nearly every single game. Like, you cannot ask for more growth out of a team.
Yeah, for sure. Right after this fight, I was relieved because I thought this was the only part of the game where EDG would completely crush them. But I got relieved. I could breathe out.
Yeah, they were down in kills as well right before that fight. Fnatic was clawing back. That TP from Deft, though, that's what I was talking about. When you bring TP on an AD carry and you don't use it correctly.
Yeah.
But once again, never underestimate pressure in a game. If you surprise a team like that, people are going to make freaking mistakes. Deft is like one of the best AD carries in the world, and he just completely fumbled it.
I felt in that particular game, even though Fnatic might not have been prepared for this particular strategy, I don't feel like EDG were too prepared with this strategy.
Exactly.
Because in the 20-minute mark, it kind of felt lost. That we didn't really see Jace
That was
being
the question
active.
mark. That was the question mark.
That was
It
the
reminds me
question
of
mark
when
in the business plan.
Maple took cleanse instead of ignite on Ahri, and he didn't feel comfortable with it, and he cleansed in front of a Gragas that had no HP. Right?
Sure.
You have to be trained with these things.
They have Fnatic's win leaves just 1 spot open in next week's semifinals, which will be claimed tomorrow when KT Rolster takes on the KOO Tigers in our last quarterfinal showdown. Gentlemen, knowing that Fnatic is going to go up against one of these teams, Jat asked Febiven which of these 2 teams he'd rather face. He thinks KOO is the stronger team. Who do you think Fnatic has a better shot up against in the semifinals?
Personally, I feel like if KT face Fnatic, I feel like KT have a stronger chance. But KOO against Fnatic, I feel KOO will beat. Like, KOO is the kind of team that dissects team, and Fnatic have shown so much diversity, so it's so hard to dissect anything at all. But when it comes to KT and the KOO matchup, I feel like KOO is going to win, but I feel like KT is the stronger opponent for Fnatic, because if Huni is in a situation where he falls behind, it kind of shows. But in these 3 games, he was almost never behind.
So in your opinion, Fnatic's in a good spot, given the fact that the team they're better suited against, you think will win in tomorrow, or will lose in tomorrow's matchup?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I think that KOO definitely is a team that's very experienced against KT, and I expect them to be able to take the matchup. And honestly, I don't know who is favored in the KOO versus Fnatic matchup. All I really care about is it's Smeb versus Huni, Riven versus Riven, and if there was a blind pick game 5, I wish I could just see that one-on-one top lane.
Well, there's not, so let me crush your hopes and dreams right now. Moving on to Zyrene.
I think it's going to be KT. I feel like I'm on the Ssumday train right now. I love the way that guy plays top lane, and I want to see him up against Huni just to have that clash of the Titans.
All right, well, we will be finding out who they'll play tomorrow when our coverage of the Korean Clash gets underway tomorrow at 2 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. That's 6 a.m. Pacific, so rest up, gentlemen. Until then, we need to go on cooldown. Be sure to stick around for Worlds Tonight, which gets underway in just 15 minutes. And on behalf of everyone here covering the 2015 League of Legends World Championship, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you in solo queue.
2 semi-finalists already, and today we find the 3rd.
Pawn's in so much trouble. Yellowstar needs to hit his combo. Flashes for the knock-up hit, but Pawn backwards. Michael saves him. The knock-up finds 2. The double finds 4. And the Maelstrom lands Edward Gaming. Did you ask for a more interesting way to start the quarterfinals? It's a messy fight so far. 2 for 2. And it's Jungler on mid-lane action. That's a triple kill.
I think yeah, I remember. Yeah, the Gragas threw the ult, and Bora flew like into the wall on the other side of the pit, and we were all going super ham.
So Bora did nothing last team fight, right?
I had no CD as well.
Big AoE. Mako's been tagged, and Acquired Taste will not even be needed. Get excited with Reckless. Fnatic crush Edward Gaming. Flash comes up from bailout, but Reckless manages to get away. Super Mega Death Rocket gets a kill, gets a reset, gets Reckless excited, but it may not be enough. The apprehend pulls Reckless backwards, and EDG will not go down without a fight. It's a double for Reckless. He wants to run down more. Def, his brother in arms, will be his dead man in arms. And Fnatic will advance to the semi-finals in the World Championships. Pawn is knocked up in the air so long he may as well have frequent flyer miles. Pawn will try to rift walk away and get shut down. Reignover is out. It's a double for Reckless. He wants to run down more. Def, his brother in arms, will be his dead man in arms. And Fnatic will advance to the semi-finals.
The dust is settling here after day 3 of the quarterfinals, but the euphoria is rising because we have 2 European teams in the semifinals. And don't worry, there won't be too much euphoria because we have 2 people to counter it. Jat and especially Monte Cristo looking ahead.
That's right. You know, we can enjoy the euphoria for now before it turns into the eulogy. We got 2 teams. Europe can be proud getting 2 teams into the semis. But the road's going to end there.
All right, but let's start by talking. I wanted to get it out of the way. Get it out of the way.
Please insult Europe. I really need it for the flow of this show.
It's fine, because now we can talk about EDG versus Fnatic. Before that, a lot of people said Fnatic was slightly the favorite. In my mind, it was quite equal from what we've seen, the ups and downs from both teams. But then that first game happened, Monty.
Yeah, it was generally hard to predict coming in because we didn't know if EDG would make large improvements after the group stages, but it turns out they didn't really change that much after the group stages, outside of changing the person who they didn't have the right strategy to protect in the top lane, and I felt like Fnatic did adapt pretty well.
I thought there were some improvements from EDG in terms of how they played around their top laner. It did look slightly better, but certainly not better enough, right? And that was the big key coming in. And I had predicted in my World's Pick'em, I picked Fnatic to win this match because I thought EDG had so many problems that I just was doubting that they could actually fix them all. I thought it would be closer than what we saw, that's for sure, but was a little bit of an interesting situation. I agree, it was difficult to predict, but I took what I saw as the safe side.
Yeah, I think I was talking with Doa in the back, and just like I was like, EDG has really bad stats coming into the group stage. He's like, well, yeah, but how bad could their stats really be? And I was like, well, they were down 6,000 gold to the Bangkok Titans. And it's like, oh,
yeah,
you pulled the Bangkok Titans card.
Yeah.
Nothing beats that card, and it turned out to be true.
So maybe the one thing from EDG that I thought that they would have more of an edge in is the pick and ban phase in the all the games. How much do you think the rest of the series was influenced by the experiment of game 1? And then, Monty, that pawn on Kassadin, you love to see it.
I hate that pick. And coming in, I have said repeatedly about EDG, no one is punishing the Kassadin use properly. They keep playing it. It has no wave clear. It takes too long to scale. Clearlove usually just camps Pawn's lane, tries to get him a couple kills early to get over that hump. But we saw the wave clear against Fnatic was vastly superior. They played the pressure a lot better, got those turrets. And Kassadin really was never even relevant. I didn't like it when SKT played. Well, it was okay against SKT because there was no wave clear on the other side. I still don't like it. Still don't like it. But in these games, I thought it was atrocious.
Yeah, I think there's a situation in which Kassadin works. Generally not the situation. Like, Azir is a good pick to pick Kassadin into in general, And if you're pairing it with Sivir, that's also a decent choice. But the situation didn't merit it because I feel like Kassadin generally only works if you're consistently winning the early game, and they were consistently losing the early game. You need to have pressure in your other lanes to allow Kassadin to capitalize on it. And in that sense, it's almost like a cherry on top of an already winning team composition, which is, I think, why we don't see it that often, because it only works in those situations.
And I was very much looking forward to that matchup too, Pawn versus Febiven, whatever different things he could pull out. But Febiven proving once again that he is really, really blossoming, so to say, as a player throughout this big tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I had my eyes on him coming in. I thought he played very well at MSI, and he's only gotten better since then, further expanded his champion pool. And he's just been wonderful to watch, and he was great again today, really making plays on a variety of different things.
Yeah, specifically the thing I like most about Febiven is he started his foray into League of Legends just playing Riven, and then he was the assassin player. And then throughout all of Fnatic's undefeated run, he was playing long-range, high-damage mages like Victor and Azir, and now he's back on Assassin, so he's really showing the full range of champions is what you need to be an elite mid laner on the world stage.
Yeah, definitely. But that maybe finally about EDG, they're out of the tournament. That means there's no more representative out of the LPL, by the way, in the entire tournament. Maybe for EDG specifically, what did they lose between MSNA and now? Did all the roster changes and all the stuff that was going on behind the scenes come to cost them?
There are so many different theories, I feel like, for what happened. Like, we could almost expand it, like what happened to China in general, because EDG was supposed to be by far the best team in China. I think part of it was there was so much disruption at the very start of the year, and China had a lot of really good players before anyone had really worked out like strong infrastructure or strong strategy. Teams like SKT and teams in general in the LCK had the infrastructure in place and scaled up to that. And I think Fnatic actually kind of exists in that realm of having incredibly strong coaching and infrastructure, so they've been able to outscale EDG, who I think showed, along with the rest of the LPL, throughout all of the month that they had to prepare, they did not have good scrim practices and just completely misread preparation.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing coming in, is the misread from EDG. Now, EDG has a very robust coaching staff. Aaron is obviously one of the legendary coaches in this scene, and he's got guys like Reaper, very smart guys, former players, helping him with this. But something about it didn't click. Sometimes this happens. You misread the meta coming in. Look at TSM at MSI. We all expected them to do much better than they did. They had very bad picks for that tournament. Same thing with EDG here. They're not playing around their top laner properly. And the question is, too, did they even have the tools to do this? They tried to bring in Amazing J halfway through this year. He wasn't proven to really be a good force in this meta. And KOO, when they won MSI, got through a season playing pretty much by himself in that top side on tanks. So they may not have even had the tools in place in terms of players to actually make a deep run at this event.
It's super hard to say. Like, Amazing J, coming into Worlds, we were all super hyped about Amazing J.
The meta fits him.
He was the energy pacemaker, all-star top laner that could play carries. We thought, Monty's laughing because energy pacemaker was like a 12th place LPL team, but he was the only good player on that team.
J.
Okay, I was hot on Amazing J coming into this.
Yeah.
Monty is never surprised.
No. When anything happens.
No, I was surprised by LGD and EDG. I was very surprised by China. I was not surprised by Amazing J.
Well, anyway, to maybe wrap up this game, we got to look at Fnatic as well. Reckless did say it here in the interview. I mean, we could take the whole thing. When CLG said that, it didn't turn out so well. But I do like their confidence is growing by the performances that they're putting down. The question is, how high is that ceiling, knowing that they are in the hardest part of the bracket to make it to the finals if we look at the opponents that they will be facing?
Yeah. Are you talking about Fnatic right now?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this will be a big test. Will they be able to beat the second or third best Korean team? Because I think it's very clear that SK Telecom is far above the rest of the teams in Korea, and KT Rolster and KOO Tigers are teams that drop games in the group stages. I think that, to me, is such a fascinating semifinal, no matter who gets through between KT Rolster.
Yeah, and my question about Fnatic is, in that second week when they turned it on after that very lackluster first week of group stages from Fnatic, what happens when the Kennen is banned out? We saw them play a bit of a messy game against AHQ to end out the group stages, and they just didn't look at that same level that we saw. I also think that even though Fnatic played very well today, I liked their draft, EDG dug themselves into a massive hole in the pick and ban and then didn't do anything all those games. So I don't even feel I have a very good gauge on how strong Fnatic is right now, because EDG was playing an entirely different meta to what KT and KOO are going to bring against them.
Yeah, one thing about Fnatic is they're sticking to the things that work best for them throughout the regular season. typically they've found champions for Huni to carry on. He hasn't had success really on Gnar and maybe even much on Darius, because even though Darius has the pentakill potential, he's more of a tanky top laner, and Huni really needs to be on a more mobile assassin type player, and they need to win the early games really, really hard in order for that strategy to work with the triple threat.
And that's going to be hard because coming into the actual bracket stage here, if we look at the first 15 minutes for both KOO and KT, KOO has 3.2 times as many kills as deaths in the first 15 minutes. KT has 2.25 as many times kills as deaths in the first 15 minutes. So these are teams coming in that are the two top leaders in that category. They're going head to head, and Fnatic's going to have to face them. And Huni, if he's the key, Smeb and Ssumday are tough opponents.
They are tough opponents. I will say, though, KOO also lost twice to the Flash Wolves, who looked nothing but impressive in the very first game.
KT lost to OG?
KT lost split games with OG, but they lost to OG. So I think there's lots of vulnerabilities within both KT and the KOO Tigers.
So let's talk a bit more about that matchup. You guys will be casting it actually tomorrow as well. You, of course, are the resident LCK expert. What do you make of this matchup this time around in this stage?
I don't know how this is going to go. I think KT's going to win, but it was so close the last time these two teams played a best of 5. Certainly we're many patches removed from that at this stage, but KOO is a team that can be very surprising. They will have something wacky to play in this best of 5, almost 100%, and that may actually shape the meta for the rest of the tournament, knowing how KOO's meta moves have really rippled out into not only Korea, but the world before. So if they figured out something, could be very interesting. KT, they've shown a little bit of weakness, I think, against Origin, but Nagne had a bad first week. Nagne looked much better. To me, Kuro is overperforming this tournament. Nagne is underperforming. We'll see how they sort of level out tomorrow, because that could be a big factor.
Yeah, to me, KT has probably the strongest pick and ban phase that I've seen so far. And based on the way their pick and ban phase goes in the past, of pretty much always adapting to the meta very quickly and picking those champions, kind of regardless of if the players can play them or not. The longer they go into a tournament, I think the stronger that becomes, because they will become more familiar with the meta that is being handed to them. And then I also look at Kuro on the other side, who is this, he's like an enigma to me, because he was the first person to play Victor, really, and now it's common stance. But he's also was a really bad Azir player during the regular season. A terrible Yasuo at IM Katowice. But he's this workhorse who just puts time into these champions and will eventually learn them. And at the time, I think he's actually strong on all the picks he needs to be strong on, unless something comes and really surprises him. So I think he's got a pretty good chance against Nagne, who's been underperforming.
And we have, he's still, speaking of that Yasuo, his Yasuo improved dramatically to where it was a major threat in Korea later on. And became good. And these are two teams that both really love to use Ashe, who both have used Malphite. We've got two top lane Riven pentakill players from this past season. It's a really fun matchup to think about.
Yeah, and think about Peekaboo and Score on KT, we're very impressed with. Will they have the Tahm Kench on their side? Will we see that? How strong of a factor will that be?
Will they make it into the enemy jungle? And then the game is over.
We'll see.
I think that's a little overblown. Sometimes they have very good vision control when they can get invades on, but so much of that comes down to the early game where KOO has either been running over CLG, which is, I think, the main reason their gold difference is so high in those 10 to 15 minutes. Like, KOO's gold difference at 10 minutes on average is like 1,100. And then at 15 minutes, only 5 minutes later, it's like 3,500.
Insane.
What happened in those 5 minutes? CLG
all the gold.
is basically what happened, where they had like 6K gold plus in those things. So.
Well, even in the games against the Flash Wolves, they were doing very well early. And that's kind of the big mystery to me about the KOO Tigers is how they lost those games to the Flash Wolves, because they were in such good control of the tempo. And then the shot calling, which is one of their strengths traditionally, sort of fell apart. We saw Smeb doing very wacky teleporting engages with a depleted Gnar bar and really sloppy team fighting.
Yeah, I remember specifically because I cast the Flash Wolves game, so I was trying to figure out like exactly how they went against the KOO Tigers. And a lot of the changes were just either Gorilla making a really strange play, like specifically in the game where LeBlanc got crazy fed. It was because he caught a Kennen, he got Kalista ulted. He's like, yeah, I'll go back. And he just died, and then later the Kalista died to the LeBlanc, and at that point, Maple just took over.
Well, we'll see tomorrow. I feel like it has high potential of going all the way to 5 games, but hey, that's what we said today as well, so we will see.
One of these days.
One of these days it'll happen. We'll see what happens. Well, that's all from us here from London, and our third quarterfinal, our fourth is tomorrow. Same time, same place. See you then.
We've already crowned 2 semi-finalists already, and today we find the 3rd.
Quad's in so much trouble. Yellowstar needs to hit his combo. Flashes for the knock-up hit, but pulls backwards. And Marco saves him. The knock-up finds 2. The double finds 4. And the maelstrom lands Edward Gaming. Did you ask for a more interesting way to start the quarterfinals? It's a messy fight so far. 2 for 2. And it's jungler on mid-lane action. That's a triple kill.
I think I remember. Yeah, the Gragas threw the ult, and Bora flew like into the wall on the other side of the pit, and we were all going super ham.
So Bora did nothing last team fight, right?
I had no CD as well.
Big AoE. Mako's been tagged, and Acquired Taste will not even be needed. Get excited with Reckless. Fnatic crush Edward Gaming. Flash comes up from Zella, but Reckless manages to get away. Super Mega Death Rocket gets a kill, gets a reset, gets Reckless excited, but it may not be enough. The apprehend pulls Reckless backwards, and EDG will not go down without a fight. It's a double for Reckless. He wants to run down more. Def, his brother in arms, will be his dead man in arms. And Fnatic will advance to the semi-finals in the World Championships.
그때도 쉽게 이긴 게 아니라 정말 어렵게 이겼기 때문에.
It is semi-finals time today. We get to see if the KOO Tigers or KT Rolster go on to face SK Telecom. Nagne hacking away at the Nexus. Grab onto PraY mixes. Nagne still so low. He's got that shield. The Nexus, he gets it. KT ties it up. What a backdoor. What a game from KT.
그때 당시에 저희가 마지막 5경기까지 가서 블라인드 전까지 갔는데
KOO holding on by the thinnest of threads. Solar Flare goes down, they slow Kuro. Kuro taken out by Arrow, and that is it. It is over, and KT is going to the grand finals.
블라인드 전에서는 약간 가위가위보 싸움 같은 거죠. 롤드컵 같은 경우에는 블라인드가 없기 때문에 5경기까지 가도 좀 이길 수 있지 않을까 생각해요.
이번에도 쉽지는 않다고 생각하지만 그때처럼 이길 수 있다고도 생각하고 있어요.
Getting dunked. It's a double kill, made that a triple kill for Smeb Darius.
He got it on the lantern, I can't believe it.
KOO Tigers had punched their ticket to the quarterfinals in London.
Welcome to the final day of the 2015 World's Quarterfinals. Once again, we're bringing you all of the action from the historic SSE Arena at Wembley, where 2 more contenders step onto the Rift and vie for the final semi-final berth. Well, the fans are out in droves and pumped up in London. Some optimistic EU fans there as well. And of course, here are the teams KT Rolster and the KOO Tigers apparently sharing a bus to the venue, arriving just a short time ago. They will hit the stage in just a few minutes to see who advances to Brussels to face Fnatic. Welcome back, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and staking a claim to the analyst desk today, our head coach of Europe's Rockcat, Jacob Yamato-Kennen Mebdi, North America's Aiden Zyrene Moon, along with Renegades jungler Alberto Crumbs Rengifo. Gentlemen, final day of the analyst desk here in LA for the quarterfinals. How does it feel?
You just gave it away. We're in LA.
I think people knew.
Everybody keeps asking me my solo queue games. They're like, how are you here?
Why are you
Don't
playing
you
on
have
ping?
300 ping?
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I'm in LA, bro. But yeah, I mean, it's a little bittersweet. But I mean, this is a great game to end the quarterfinals on. KT versus KOO Tigers here, and this is just a Korea matchup from the semifinals, and I think we're going to get a really good series here, possibly all 5 games.
Now to start us off, let's check how the things stand in the bracket. Yesterday, Fnatic were able to take down Edward Gaming in a surprising 3-0 series to secure their semifinal spot. We heard from the players themselves that they weren't even expecting to advance in just 3 games. So what does this say about Fnatic as a team moving forward?
Well, I don't think that the 3-0 really says anything to how they play. You know, EDG was a little sloppy, but focusing on the KT versus KOO, these two teams have a top-notch top laner, and they usually focus their strategy around these guys, and that's how we saw Fnatic win yesterday and really step up during the group stages. So whatever happens in the semifinals, it's going to be explosive in that top lane.
Yeah, for sure. Like in Fnatic's case, I think this is the best they've played ever. Like this best of 5 against EDG, even though it was a 3-0, it was by far the best Fnatic League of Legends we've seen so far.
I definitely echo those sentiments there. I really don't have too much to add off of that. I think that Fnatic has been playing an immaculate game so far, and their game up against oh my God, my brain is terrible. It's
EDG yesterday. Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm still not
You're
awake.
still too excited
Still not
about the
awake.
great series that's coming ahead of us.
I really am. I'm just trying to look for it. But anyway, Fnatic versus EDG, that series came down to in-game shot calling after they were set up in Champion Select. And I feel like Fnatic walked away with better shot calling from Yellowstar and better setup from Daylor.
All right, well, they will be playing one of the 2 teams from today's series. So turning to that series, we're going to step inside Wembley Arena to meet our quarterfinalists.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls from around the world. And here at the SSE Arena, hello, moms and dads. We are getting ourselves set up and ready for the 5th and final quarterfinal here before we move on to Brussels. Before we get the games underway, I think we need to meet our teams. Starting on the blue side, representing Korea's LCK, it's KT Rolster!
KT secures their spot in the quarterfinals.
In the top lane, it's Ssumday! Ganking from the jungle, it's Score! Helming the mid lane, Nagne! The on-point AD carry, Arrow! And roaming support, Peekaboo! Fixer is your substitute support. And KT's coach, Oh Chang-jung. Put your hands together for KT Rolster! KOO Tigers have punched their ticket to the quarterfinals. The second team, the KOO Tigers! In the top lane, it's Smeb. In the jungle, Hojin. From the mid lane, Kuro. Their AD carry, put your hands together for PraY. And their support, Gorilla! Substitute jungler, Wisdom! and their coach, No Fei. Once again, put your hands together for the KOO Tigers! Both of these teams are fighting for the right to advance to the semi-finals in Brussels. It's KT Rolster taking on the KOO Tigers!
Our last two quarterfinal teams here. The last time we saw these teams play in a best-of-5, it went all 5. Blind pick to decide the series. KT getting the better of it that time around. We'll see if KOO is able to exact their revenge. Now that we've met the competitors, though, let's take a deeper dive into this Korean matchup, KT Rolster versus the KOO Tigers. Again, as I said, it's a rematch from the summer playoffs, the semifinals, where KT got the better of them this time around. Is that going to happen again, though?
I think these teams have been playing very solid and very almost one-dimensional just because of how much they rely on their side lanes to really carry them through the mid-game. And the KOO is a team that's been really known to dissect another team's play and really just shun them for the rest of their time and completely expose them. They've never quite done that against a Korean team, though. And I think that if they're going to do that today, this is the match to do it, because they already had a remake in which previously they were struggling a bit against KT during the regular season, but managed to go the distance against them in that best-of-5. So I do agree that it's going to be a bit more targeted, but the play is just going to come out and be spectacular.
I feel as well, simply because of the fact in the Korean League with the blind pick as a final game, if you rewatch the series between KT and KOO, you could really think in your mind that after that 4th game, that KOO really had better odds in a standard pick game, because they really figured out the band at that point.
And something that you look at here when you go for what KOO likes to do, KOO likes to do 5-on-5 fights. KT is really skirmish-oriented, and they control the map with vision extraordinarily well. You were talking about playing to their side lanes. I did some statistic research here. KT is the #1 ward per minute team in the world, and they've upped their game by 0.5 wards per minute. And just to give you some, because it's all relative, right?
Between
then
regional play and
worlds, exactly. So their regional play 3.7 topped the world. Now they're at 4.2, which is absolutely insane. And the big part of this is Ssumday. Ssumday is the #1 ward per minute top laner in the entire world. He does so much work for his team. Not only is he that carry, he is providing so much vision. Level 9, he's always backing and getting his ward trinket, and it's always spinning on cooldown. This guy adds so much vision, and when you have that many wards on the map, you always have a teleport location. It gets him into these fights much easier.
That's exactly the kind of top lane play you expect from probably the best top laner in this whole tournament. Always going in for those deep wards puts such an amount of pressure, especially if you can help the jungler's job of tracking the other guy by putting 2 wards in the enemy camp. That puts so much stress into the opponent team. And I really want to see how they actually handle that. What are the timings for the sweepers and the pink wards for the KOO Tigers?
We talk about vision control. Ssumday's playing a big role in that, but of course the supports are one of the largest roles in that. I want to look at Peekaboo versus Gorilla. Peekaboo, we came into this tournament saying this is the guy who's going to pressure around the map constantly. He's going to team up with the jungle. He's going to invade your jungle. He's going to make those early roams and make the plays.
Yeah, Peekaboo was the guy that, they were kind of a mediocre team. They were in the middle of the pack. Then he just went, bam, we have this playmaker now who just gets them online. KT had a problem closing games out, and Peekaboo really solved that for them. And Peekaboo's also #1 in wards for his role here at Worlds, and he's doing an outstanding job for the team.
The most standout thing about Peekaboo is when he gets to roam with score, so he gets freed up in the laning phase, and then they just go and take over the jungle so well. They can really just shut down an opposing jungler and support, but just being that better of a roaming squad. Though the way that SKT handled that was picking a lot of pushing lanes so that you would contain Peekaboo to the lane, and he was unable to find any roaming opportunities, which I think should be the approach that KOO take this game, because you do not want to leave this guy any room.
I feel like every time we talk about supports, we call them playmakers, we call them roamers. So that is, I think in this particular matchup, we have 2 great supports that are playmakers, that are roamers, and that is enabled simply because of their strong laning phase as well. They are able to push their advantages in laning phases, like where they are in a position where they push, and then they transition that across the map, which is beautiful to me.
And I think Gorilla is kind of a standout support here at Worlds in terms of playmaking that you're talking about. His laning is great, but when you get him to roam around the map, his thresh, he's making plays, whatever he's on, he's going to be able to create picks, and that's the type of playmaking that Gorilla does. And he gets his team back in the game, even if they're struggling and have that little deficit at the start.
You know, speaking of thresh, I do think that's going to be a highly prioritized support here because unlike the other supports, thresh has a lot more versatility to his toolkit that helps the 2v2 roam squad that much more because of the threat of the lantern, getting somebody out of a sticky situation and really setting up plays as opposed to how one-dimensional a roaming Alistar or a Braum could be.
Don't catch.
Let's bounce over to the mid lane though now because this is a very interesting matchup of two laners who we have pegged them as being very passive support laners who probably aren't going to do much. If anything, we could possibly ignore because there's an earthquake on one half of the stage right now. But we can, possibly ignore the mid lane for a good portion of the game. But once we get to the team fight phase, that's where these guys really start to have their impact.
I think this is actually a really good matchup for both of them because they don't have too much pressure on each other and they like to scale up. They like to get to that mid game, play the Victors, play the Azirs, Cassiopeia and stuff like that, and then come into the team fights. But they're going to allow each other to do that. Unless one of them decides they're going to pull out a different play style, they're going to be very aggressive and try to blow the game wide open.
We've deemed them to be quite passive, but they usually go until they get to the point where the champion has enough items to just one-shot the other guy and just catch him out of surprise. So for example, a lot of Victor play, Kuro being the one guy that's absolutely amazing Victor.
The Victor player.
I mean, gets that first laser upgrade and then bam, he's all over you in the mid lane. So once they get the items, they go for it, but they're not the kind of guys that are just going to go for those really chip plays in the early game to try to put yourself at danger as well as your opponent.
It kind of speaks into the thing we talked about yesterday, for example, with Febiven. He likes to be put in these matchups where he just farms for the major duration of the game on those Victors, on those Azir, and that gets heavily impacted by what happens on the sidelines, as we spoke about earlier. If Ssumday gets pressure in top, he's going to transition that into mid. Same thing with the supports in the bottom. If they're going to get pressure, they're going to transition that into mid and cause pressure there as well, so watch out for that.
Yeah, these are both time bomb mid laners in my book. They are both they aren't volatile, but once they hit that timer and hit critical mass, the Azir is going to come at you, they're going to blow you up, and they're going to be taking down your AD carry, and you have to worry about your positioning when these guys get to their item breakpoints.
All right, well, you touched on Ssumday's warding. We also just mentioned how the top lane focus might bleed into the other lanes once one of those two gets an advantage. So that's the final matchup I want to look at, Smeb versus Ssumday. Two of the better top laners in this tournament.
Absolutely, and yesterday we saw how important these top lane picks could be with Huni's Riven. Both of these guys play Riven very well also, and Smeb he even had a pentakill in the LCK on the Riven, which is a very impressive champion once it's mastered to the fullest, and with all these high skill cap matchups like the Fiora and I guess Renekton to an extent, who knows what's left to be desired in the top lane that's for picks. So I think whoever has a final say and really a deeper understanding of how matchups operate in the top lane will have the edge. Unless, of course, they play Lulu and just make the game.
Please don't do that.
Personally, why I love Smeb as a player is because he has shown that he can play both ways. These top laners that play the defensive way, like more the stake way. Sure, not to that level, but you get my point with the more tanky champions like Maokai, while Ssumday struggles on that when he doesn't get the priority on his picks. So personally, in this matchup, I feel they have more flexibility with Smeb, but on paper, Ssumday is stronger with the current meta going on.
All right, well, with all this in mind, we'll be looking to you on social media to share your thoughts on our question of the day. We're asking, what has surprised you the most from quarterfinals so far and why? Send your responses to @LolEsports with the hashtag Worlds so we can highlight a few a little later. Of course, now it's time for you gentlemen to put your money where your mouth is. Which is going to be our last team to make it on to the semifinals? Yamato, we're starting with you.
I'm going to say KOO Tigers, simply because simply because they've shown. Come on,
okay, go ahead.
They've shown in the past that they are good at coming in with strategy. I feel like this particular matchup is Brute against Mind, and I'm going to go with Mind this time, simply because the last game is not a blind pick.
All right, Zyrene?
I'm going with KT. I feel like KT just, ever since I've been watching this team and they picked up Peekaboo, it's just a huge surge for them. They made it to the finals. They beat them in the best of 5, but that was, it's a funny history between these two teams because KOO is the innovator, right? They come up with the Juggernaut, they come up with the Malphite and the Victor, but then KT goes, oh, that's really smart. I'm going to take that, I'm going to perfect that. They are more successful with Juggernaut compositions than KOO is, even though they invented it. And I feel like KT is just the guys who go, thank you for the lunch money, now I'm going to beat you with it. And I love that.
Whoa!
You like that?
All right, well, we're 1-1, Crumbs. It's only fitting that we come to you for the tiebreak.
Yes, the pick for me is KT. I think that this team has a fantastic top laner with the impact that Peekaboo can provide. And even though I think that KOO's goal to win this game should be to focus on the bot lane area, hasn't been as consistent as you would hope, I don't think that PraY has been stepping up big enough to actually punish him that hard. So I do think that KT's going to come out ahead. And I'm really putting all my money in Ssumday's mouth. As you said, put your money where your mouth.
Put your money where your mouth is. Don't put it in his mouth. Come on, that's not. The guy has to go play League of Legends now, Crumbs. Well, the desk is favoring the team that won the last matchup between these two teams. We'll see if KOO can rebound. As we hand it off to our casters for the play-by-play, we'll look at how KT's Peekaboo rebounded from a season-ending injury to compete on the world stage.
When I was SKT, the last game was KT. That was my funeral. 그때 아팠을 때 여기랑 여기가 바늘로 찌르는 느낌이 들었고 또 돌덩이 얹은 느낌이라 되게 무겁고 I played too many games and doctor says, oh, you can't use it anymore. That's why I leave SKT. And while I'm just resting in my home, KT wants to me to come as a support. My head coach just wants me every time. I'm kind of impressed about that, so I choose KT for my team. At first, when I joined the team, my team doesn't know how to communicate. I didn't thought KT is a bad team ever, but maybe if I go in KT, I could make it better. All KT members look so kind, so they're gonna follow my orders and what I'm speaking. So I just tell what he needs to say and how to communicate. So that's why now we're good on communication. That's why we're on quarterfinal.
Alistar's camping on the lantern.
하고 싶어. 할게. 나이스.
Oh, boy! Peekaboo! That communication.
They wait very, very patiently, play conservatively, bait out a mistake, and then smash you.
My play style I just want to go anywhere where I want to go.
Pekka's actually a little low. Oh, Pekka's dead!
But after I played with SKT and we lost, and I thought, oh, there's having a trouble with my playstyle, so I changed my playstyle, having aggressive and kind of calmness. So it's a balance. If I made a mistake, team's gonna be getting trouble. So I just need to keep thinking. I need to do my best.
I really made a lot of mistakes during these seasons and during the game. So I need to keep more hard about myself. And I just need to keep carrying our teammates.
I want to play with SKT, and I'm gonna beat SKT because we lost every game in LCK. So I really want to beat SKT, and we'll be the World Championship winner.
Hello, everyone. I'm Eric Doa-Lundquist, and sharing the booth with me today for our series is Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels and Joshua Jat Leesman. It's Korea versus Korea, so we have to do the wave, right?
The double wave is mandatory.
There, and then sometimes one of these. There we go. But man, KT versus KOO Tigers. Last time we saw these guys, semifinal match in OGN Champion Summer, went the distance. It was epic, and I expect it will be equally, if not more, epic today.
It was a spectacular series that went all 5 games. Mind you, most of the games were pretty one-sided, but I'm really hoping we get our first 5-game quarterfinal this year at Worlds.
Yeah, that'd be great. And we saw some of the highlights. There was one closer game in that one where we saw the Diana backdoor in the Nexus.
really, really exciting series. And we had some interesting trends in there, too, in terms of pick ban. Of course, the patches are very different now, but I'm curious whether, for example, KOO will keep trying to ban out KT and what their strategy will be, the mid laner, that is.
Well, there's a lot of similar statistics between both of these teams, except the big one for me is when it comes to game time. KOO Tigers right now finish games 9 minutes quicker on average than KT Rolster, and you compare that to summer season, they were both pretty much the same, very long games. So something about the way KOO is playing in this tournament is letting them snowball the wins way quicker.
Because especially in the LCK, KOO Tigers really didn't differentiate themselves until very late in the game in team fighting. But they have actually been one of the best at 10-minute teams and the best at 20-minute teams by average gold differential in this tournament. I think a lot of that has to do that they were in the easier Group A. Specifically, the games they had against CLG really boosted those statistics because they murdered CLG in those games. But at the same time, Flash Wolves was also a team that made it to the quarterfinals. That's kind of what KOO has been playing against. That's the team that got first place in that group, and we're going to have to see the battle of a stronger group first place versus a weaker group second place.
Yeah, and it's really weird to see the identity of the KOO Tigers change in the way we're talking about right now in terms of having so much power in the early game, but messing up their team fighting late. And that's not something we were used to seeing from KOO. It was the exact opposite. Die in lane, have to play from a deficit in the mid-game, come back with good shot calling, come back with good team fighting, but it's been totally reversed here on the world stage.
Yeah, it has been like really, really different than what we're used to in Korea. But I think the thing with the KOO Tigers more than anything is these guys, after the way that IEM Katowice went earlier in the year, they really, really want to prove themselves that they can compete on the international stage. Here they are coming into the quarterfinals, look great in groups except for those losses versus the Flash Wolves, but they've got to play KT, kind of their arch nemesis in Korea right now. So it really is all on the line for these guys. I couldn't think of a more exciting way for them to come to the quarterfinals.
And I can't wait to see what KOO has to offer.
Yeah.
The desk talked about it. Yeah. They've been worldwide innovators. I mean, beyond what the desk said, also Veigar, Gorilla was basically responsible for getting that Event Horizon nerfed into the ground. And it's back. It's back now. It's been buffed a little bit. But I think they may have some special stuff. They didn't really have to show their hand in the group stage. I'm betting they've got something to show here.
Yeah, because I specifically think it's because they've had a fair amount of time to come up with these things. At the very beginning of the LCK season is when I think they showed the most innovation. Victor, which is such a common pick now, is a pick that KOO really brought into the scene. They also did a mid lane Sion game against LeBlanc. It was ridiculous. But then I feel like when KOO struggled, the game changed very quickly, and players like KOO take a long time to master champions. Yasuo is an example of something he failed on at IEM Katowice, but by the end of the summer split, he was a very good Yasuo. Azir is a champion he didn't win a single game with in the summer split, but he's played it 3 times in the group stage and looked fairly good. So I wonder, along with those picks he's been grinding up on, if he has yet another secret pick that can come out early on in this series, like we've seen in other quarterfinals, that can really surprise.
Well, that's the thing about the KOO Tigers, is their coach Koma always has some sort of crazy pick lurking just behind. I mean, in their best of 5 back in the semifinals for Champion Summer, they had that top fizz that kind of went back and forth between Smeb and Ssumday. You mentioned the Sion game from earlier this year. Things are going to get a little bit crazy. And in that series, too, the big thing was Kog'Maw versus Ashe as well. Those 2 picks, the big engage with the Ashe versus a hyper carry with Kog'Maw. Do you think that's going to be something else we can sort of expect to be a thing in this match today?
Well, KOO has had 4 Ashe bans against them in 6 games, and the 2 games that Ashe has not been banned, it has been played by PraY. So this is a huge priority pick. They like to have their engage out of the AD carry position if they can have it, and that makes a lot of sense. We see teams like Fnatic going towards more hard CC AD carries like Kennen and letting the mid and top lanes really play squishier champions, play these carries, and I think it's a very good strategy for this meta.
Yeah, just to note, it is PraY's keyboard that is currently having some issues. They tested it before the game, but for whatever reason, right now it is malfunctioning. That's why we get to talk more KT.
You need a special keyboard for the mighty PraY.
How many Riot employees does it take to change the keyboard to that?
We're about to find out.
Looks like a large number of Riot employees.
Quite a few.
We'll see if they can do it, though. Hopefully it gets fixed.
It's true, though. Like, anyone, you don't need to be a pro gamer to know, like, if your keyboard's a little bit off, it feels like really bad. And then you have a great excuse to blame every mistake you make on.
Yeah, I mean, also,
Not that I do that,
as far as bans, you mentioned that there's been Ashe bans. There were also 4 Kalista bans against PraY. So as far as champions that have been targeted against the KOO Tigers, it has been fairly AD carry focused since, honestly, they've used PraY as a way of initiating in a lot of their games.
Well, I believe they have ran the Kalista Kennen, much like SK Telecom
They ran
has.
it in one game, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So that's a really strong combo. If you take out the Kalista, you sometimes can sort of take out the Kennen as well by proxy.
Yeah, you think the Kalista takeaway would be less priority because in his career, he's only played Kalista 6 times, and he's 3-3, 50% win rate on that particular champion. So it's not like when we think about Korean AD Kalistas players, PraY doesn't really come to mind.
No, not
we're
really,
talking about
no.
Bang, we're talking about OQ, these guys. But PraY still drawing those bans.
Yep, and drawing those engineers and computer repairmen over to his desk as well right now. But the crowd's still pumped. It's still KT versus KOO. We know we're going to get to see some games. Even if we have situations like, Mord and Gangplank coming into a game undefeated and then still leaving the day undefeated.
Anything can happen at the World Championship, Joe.
It's true.
This just shows you the endless possibilities within League of Legends.
It's true. It's a wonderful thing. It's a world of rainbows, and possibilities.
And wards.
And wards.
Yeah, so the points
Lots
Irene,
of wards for KT.
The points Irene brought up on the desk was the fact that they place 4.3 wards per minute, which is the highest of all teams at Worlds. But specifically, I did a little bit of digging into how they do that. Because wards aren't just how much you place, it's how you activate your wards without spending a whole bunch of money on them. Because that's what I find the best about KT's ward strategy. They upgrade trinkets, warding trinkets specifically, faster and more frequently than all other teams. Top lane and mid lane, so Ssumday and Nagne, upgrade their warding trinket really, really early in every game. A lot of other mid laners will go sweeper early, and then additionally, Peekaboo has the earliest Sightstone timer of all supports at Worlds. He gets it at, on average, 7 minutes and 36 seconds into the game, which is exceedingly early. And then he also recalls more than other supports to refill his Sightstone more frequently. So they're actually getting these wards down, free of gold cost, but obviously there's the time investment.
Well, it makes a lot of sense with the priority of Peekaboo's score in the enemy jungle all the time.
Well, it also says a lot about how KT likes to play the game. They like the vision-heavy style because they split push. That's what Ssumday really does very well. He knows his limits, and part of split pushing is making sure you're safe while doing so, so those ward upgrades are very important. Also, what interestingly that says about KT with Peekaboo and his recall timings is that Arrow is a very self-sufficient AD carry, and he always has been. He's in lane alone a lot, and these teams in the laning phase are strikingly similar. Gorilla likes to roam, Peekaboo likes to roam, PraY and Arrow are used to playing defensively on their own in the laning phase.
And I think it also speaks even more to KT's playstyle and whether or not this can be exploited by the KOO Tigers, because with them having the highest warding numbers in the game, it enables them to farm all 3 lanes in the mid game, specifically between the 15 and 30 minute mark. KT Rolster has the most CS of any team at Worlds because they are so proficient at farming in safe places and not getting punished with deaths.
And things like that make that Mordekaiser pick for KT that one game even more surprising. I mean, obviously it's a big priority. Obviously it's a very strong champion right now, but it's not really the type of champion that KT or Arrow you would think would play. They were able to win with it. It looked a bit awkward. It's like we may finally have PraY up and ready. We'll see how he feels about it.
The keyboard has been resolved, but they're doing some quick tests. I think they're letting him hop in a quick custom game, make sure everything feels right, and then they'll be up into Champion Select.
The counterpoint, so where you're talking about the CS differential at 15 to 30. So we were looking at those numbers earlier today. 506 CS between 15 and 30 minutes for KT. 362 for KOO during that same time period. But KOO gets 21 more kills.
KOO farms champions.
Yeah, they farm other players. They farm the enemy.
KT has the most CS, but KOO actually has the most kills. So both of these teams are very proficient within the 15 to 30 minute period, but they have slightly different ways of gaining their advantages here. I wonder if it'll intersect within this game in the same way.
The first 15 minutes are quite similar, though, in terms of both have a lot of kills in the first 15 minutes compared to their opponents. But we're getting into Champ Select.
It is time. Picks and bans for KT Rolster versus the KOO Tigers. Game 1. Looks like Kennen and Gangplank will be our first couple bans here. Elise to follow. And so, not wanting to deal with the Kennen is KT Rolster. Of course, KOO just going to ban out that Gangplank, which is not too surprising. Is the Mordekaiser going to get through, though? Because, again, you know, KT's style doesn't really tailor to that very well. They did play it once, but I wonder if KOO is going to kind of hang this in front of them.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're going to do, because the last time these two teams faced off, we saw KOO banning out Azir, Cassiopeia, Shen. Now, Cassiopeia not really in the meta, but some picks very much focused at Nagne. And the Shen now, even though we haven't seen as much of it in the top lane, Peekaboo for the first time ever played Shen supported Worlds. So now it is a flex pick for KT.
I think there is a huge pinch on Hojin's champion pool right now, especially if they lock in Rek'Sai with their first pick. Because Hojin's played 2 Elise games, 2 Lee Sin games, and 2 Rek'Sai games thus far at Worlds, and 2 bans have already been targeted specifically at him.
That said, Hojin is known for having pocket pick junglers like Trundle and Sion that he's been actually quite successful on, but it's going to be a Darius first.
Wow, so focusing the jungle bans and still giving the jungle options over to KOO, but they want that Darius. Is Tahm Kench going to go over to the KOO Tigers? It is. Tahm Kench and Rek'Sai. Strong couple picks for KOO right off the bat. Smeb's happy about it.
Tahm Kench is so tremendous in this Worlds meta. Also, Gorilla has been putting in the hours to make it one of the best champions within his pool. It is his most played champion here in European solo queue additionally.
Yeah, and he's played 6 different picks so far, a unique support in each one of the KOO Tigers games. So this is only the first time that he's actually going to be on a support again. But I think he had the best Tahm Kench game of anybody so far at the World Championship.
Yeah. Dude, that was one of the most entertaining support games I think I have ever seen with Gorilla's Tahm Kench, so I cannot wait to see what he can do today. Gragas and Thresh picked up by KT. 2 more over to KOO, and of course, Peekaboo on that Thresh is a pretty huge danger. It's the champion that he's known for, so both supports getting some of their best champions, I think you could say right now.
I think so. I think KT's actually been fairly conservative with this early pick phase.
Yeah.
I also don't think they gained a huge amount of value from their bans, since we are seeing Rek'Sai versus Gragas, which is pretty much the junglers we see in every game. And KOO will bring out the Ashe. It's the 3rd time in a row that it has not been banned.
It's interesting that we're seeing it paired with an Ashe and not a hyper carry like Jinx that we've seen most of the other times. Are we going to see the Kalista from KT? Interesting stuff happening here from the KOO side.
Absolutely. Because we've also seen Arrow mainly playing hyper carries. Kog'Maw and Jinx have been his 2 major picks. Specifically, he's done the most damage per minute on Kog'Maw, which he's played 3 times. It's what you'd expect out of KT, I feel like.
It does, but does it play into the Ashe too much?
It does, definitely plays into the Ashe.
I think you take Kalista here and try and dominate the laning phase if you can. This is a bit of an atypical draft from KT because almost always this team tries to counterpick for Ssumday, so they're very confident in the Darius. But when we saw them first picking top lane on blue side against SKT in the Summer Championship, they took Fizz, and it really didn't work out for them. So I always get a little worried when I start seeing KT now first picking top laners.
Nagne is going to go with that LeBlanc in the mid lane. We were talking about this before the match today when we were looking at some stats.
Baby.
There's a mid lane Veigar for KOO. So KOO versus LeBlanc, and Smeb, of course, taking that Fiora up to the top lane. Thought maybe we'd see the mid Riven, but nope. It's going to be the Veigar.
At first glance, I'm not a fan of KT's draft right now. They've picked a fair bit of skirmish and assassination and pick potential straight into a Tahm Kench. I feel like if you're going to be straight into a Tahm Kench, you need to pick a large amount of AoE damage. And also, they don't have very good ways of dealing with KOO's Veigar if he starts to get ahead. So there's a lot of different ways KT can lose this game.
Well, we've seen the dangerous stuff that can happen when you hook somebody that Tahm Kench then eats and flashes away with. Thresh can go on a very sad voyage after that.
Yes, you can. You don't fish for catfish.
You don't.
With a hook.
He will eat you. Not a lot of
go
muscle
with the
on
hand.
us. Not a lot of muscle on Thresh. Yeah, you got a noodle? Is that
got
what
a
you're
noodle.
You're bringing it in again.
The blitz
We're
break.
not 10 minutes into this cast, and already Monte Cristo's bringing up the
fish
noodle.
for catfish with barrels this game. Score's going to just knock him right back into the team.
I think so. Like shooting fish with a barrel this time,
The
I
brute
guess.
force way of fishing.
Who knows? Yep. A barrel gun? No one's gonna. Well, that sounds like the name of a real gun. Maybe it is. I don't know. They banned this here. But it's time, guys. We're moving on to the Rift. So share your predictions throughout the day by tweeting at LOL Esports with the hashtag KTWin or hashtag KOOWin, and we will see who moves on to the semifinals between KT and KOO. Korean rivals moving on to Summoner's Rift. And it is time, guys. Who's ready for some League of Legends? Okay, I'm ready. I guess.
I'm ready.
All right, that's enough. It's enough for me.
I'm assuming Monty is ready as well.
I feel pretty ready.
All right, game 1. I'm just resorting to reading the screen in the front now. There we go. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, guys. And it will be a teleport for Nagne's LeBlanc. That's a bit different, isn't it?
Definitely is. Expected on the Veigar, but now I wonder what KT's strategy is going to be. Nagne has been, both of these players actually are LeBlanc players, which is a bit surprising considering normally they're control mages and they don't actually play that many assassins. But this is the one assassin that these guys have both always played. And well, Veigar will be a new one, though.
Quadruple teleport.
Yeah, and to speak to the LeBlanc versus Veigar matchup, I actually think it's pretty heavily favorable for LeBlanc in lane. More so when LeBlanc brings Ignite, though, because it's a significant amount of kill pressure. Later in the game, it gets very easy for the Veigar to just ult the LeBlanc, who's usually going a high amount of ability power, and you can almost always get the ultimate in to force the LeBlanc out of the fight after one rotation. So Nagne is really going to have to snowball this game, I'd say even harder, because he's not able to win the lane phase through Summoner Spell.
Yeah, and maybe they can get some sort of advantage out of the laning phase and start split pushing, but one thing that PraY is really extraordinary at is his use of Hawkshot. And that was a major factor in the first win against CLG, was how well PraY was timing his Hawkshot, watching the enemy jungler consistently, and being able to set up plays on the mid lane from the side lanes as a result. So that's something that we usually don't see on the screen, more just on the mini-map, but it's something you should be keeping an eye out for this game because PraY is so good at timing it.
I'm wondering how this mid lane matchup's going to go between Nagne's LeBlanc and Kuro's Veigar. I mean, when LeBlanc comes in with the distortion, that's a dash, so that gets caught in the cage.
Correct.
But the jump out is a blink, so it won't be. So Kuro's going to need to be really fast and kind of predicted to have any chance of catching.
Yeah, basically LeBlanc holds all the cards in that matchup because there is an arm time on the cage. Basically, Nagne will always be able to predict if he's going to get caught in the event horizon, and Kuro can't actually reactively use it because if he uses it after Nagne has burned the damage, he can still get out freely. The only thing you can do is place the event horizon on the point where the distortion was cast from, so that if he swaps back, he stuns himself then.
I mean, he picked himself into the matchup, so clearly he's got some confidence against this LeBlanc. We'll see if he can follow it up. Gorilla harassing Peekaboo. Peekaboo plays him in. There's the third. Peekaboo forced to flash away. Doesn't want to get eaten by that Tahm Kench.
Well, really early troubles here. Peekaboo is trying to walk a little bit too close to that brush and definitely is punished for it quite quickly into this game. And you know, they wanted to have some sort of advantage here with the Kalista, start using that lane bully status that this AD carry has, and they're just not going to get it now with a flash down.
Yeah, getting bullied right now by PraY and Gorilla. Score coming down, only 2 CS so far for Arrow.
Yeah, Ashe's early laning phase is actually tremendously underrated. It's one of the strongest laners in the right situation, and it was made even stronger here by the fact that Gorilla and PraY did Gromp about 5 seconds faster than Arrow and Peekaboo did the Krugs, so they very easily got level 2 first, and as we saw, it wasn't properly respected by Peekaboo and Arrow, so he had to use his flash while he was out-leveled by the opponent bottom lane. That's actually a pretty big mistake there. If you know, you should know that you're going to be out-level 2, and you should almost never get caught as a level 1 versus level 2 in this lane situation.
Oh, definitely. Standard lanes, though, continuing on. Score moving up towards the top. They want to be a little bit careful because they know Hojin was lurking around in the enemy jungle. There he is. Score finding him, going to do a little bit of damage on his way out. Actually, Nagne coming up. There's the flash in response from Hojin. Meanwhile, Ssumday keeps Smeb up in the top lane, but he may regret it. Smeb comes in. Can he get the kill? Not quite. He flashes, tries to go over for the turret. The turret hits him, and first blood goes to Ssumday. Smeb getting a bit overeager there.
And actually, that kill was caused by Nagne's teleport because Smeb could have retreated backwards, but the teleport LeBlanc secures first blood. He doesn't get anything out of it, so he loses mid lane pressure, but the top lane matchup is much more important.
For the team.
I am so surprised that you'd see that level of all-in from Ssumday because he was really willing to scrap, but Nagne had the time in the mid lane to make the teleport up there, so it's all coordinated. We can see there's no Veigar right there, and so LeBlanc easily able to respond to this, walking up the river and then using the TP.
Yeah, Smeb was able to outplay the first Decimate by getting inside the ring, and he's confident enough to do the all-in because the junglers were engaged down bottom. That flash forward, though, was the instant Smeb regretted his decision and gives up first blood.
Made a terrible mistake. Meanwhile, down in bot lane, things still progressing. Arrow pretty far behind in CS yet, but he has had a chance to catch up just a bit. And Ssumday, wow, not wasting any time going aggressive onto Smeb again. He's got that double Doran, so he's got the Ruby Crystal actually too. So he's got the sustain that Smeb is kind of lacking right now.
Yeah, with that one item advantage, it's going to be very difficult for Smeb to walk up on the minion wave right now. So here's Hojin ready to help.
Smeb trying to bait Ssumday back. Hojin comes in. There's a knockup. They know that Darius has no flash. Ward's thrown down. Ssumday in a lot of trouble. Can they take him up before he gets to the turret with that slow? I think they can. The heal was nearly enough. Ssumday pulls him in. Oh, and he gets 1 for 1. Ssumday already doing work on that Darius.
Just getting the decimate off cooldown, hitting 2 people, getting the heal in was enough to buy him time to get back under the turret. And I love this Fiora-Darius matchup. It is so fun to watch in this top side. Smeb will get a kill in response, but it's been a wild one so far.
It really feels like Fiora-Darius is the essence of what they say when we call it a skill matchup, because it really depends on how they play. It depends on the item timings. Different breakpoints come out throughout the game that gives either one an advantage. And that was honestly a perfectly timed gank by Hojin, but Ssumday executed well enough in the escape that he traded the kill back. That gank almost equalized that lane entirely, but instead they just trade a kill, and Ssumday will maintain a small advantage.
Yep, pretty much picks up that longsword while Smeb picks up his Ruby Crystal. Meanwhile, a little bit of action in the bot lane. And this one could get a bit bloody overall, too. I mean, coming into this, KT and KOO, besides SK Telecom, had the highest kills per game, the lowest deaths per game, so they really know how to make the plays that result in kills.
Well, not only that, though. Oh,
Level 6 Darius.
Oh, time to dive.
Yep.
They're going to go in.
Darius will take turret first so that they can stack up bleed stacks if they want to go, but they're a little sloppy on the initiation there.
Yeah, Ssumday took a couple of shots right there walking back under the turret, so they're not going to be able to pull that one off quite yet. All right, stepping right there.
Yes, that's enough poke that they're going to want to pressure Smeb off this turret or force a Rek'Sai to come up elsewhere. They haven't had eyes on Hojin, so there's going to be a little bit of trepidation on this gank. They're wondering if Rek'Sai is going to come through, but they have all the entrances covered, so they think this is pretty much a safe dive if they want to go.
Should be, score is right there, but yeah, again, they don't quite know where Hojin is, and they're actually going to give that one up for the moment. Recall for Ssumday, so will they decide to go for it? Smeb coming down, and it doesn't look like anything's going to happen right now. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, KOO has fallen a little bit behind in CS, but you kind of expect that in this matchup.
And when it comes to the early game, we briefly touched on this before, but in the first 15 minutes of the game, KOO was up 3.2 kills for every death that they had, and KT was up 2.25 kills for every death that they had in the group stage.
Wow.
So
one of those things will change.
One of those things will change, but they like to fight. They've been very successful at acquiring kills early. These are the top 2 teams at Worlds so far in terms of kill-to-death ratio pre-15 minutes.
Ssumday going at it again.
Beautifully done.
Yeah.
This matchup is almost entirely decided on 2 things. It's the riposte timing by the Fiora, and also Darius being able to land the outer ring of his Decimate. Whichever one of those goes more beneficial for either the Fiora or the Darius is generally what swings the matchup.
True enough. CS nearly dead even, though. Ssumday protecting himself against some ganks, which you know Hojin really wants to make happen. I don't know. We seem to have hit a bit of a lull in the action for now.
Yeah, but at the moment, KOO is actually swapping the lanes, and the question will be whether this was scouted out by KT because they haven't pinged anyone missing. Here
Are you looking for a challenge? Whoa, the entire KOO team almost showing up. There's Nagne as well, came in with his teleport. Ssumday is going to get taken out, and now they're going to go after Nagne. Can't quite catch him though. Whoa, big barrel from Score, and KOO takes a couple big turret hits. KOO might stick around to take down this turret, but man, everybody wanted a piece of Smeb in that top lane.
Well, they needed to shut him down, right? He was getting too much of an advantage, so they send all 5 people up into that top side to go ahead and make a play right here. We did see Gorilla hit that level 6, try and come in very quickly, and they caught Ssumday unaware. And now KT scrambling to get this turret.
Yeah. KT is now trying to respond to KOO's great lane swap that sent 5 people up top. I think overall, the fact that KT was able to keep 2 people down in the bottom lane means the gold's going to stay pretty close. Mainly that gank top lane was KOO's way out of losing matchups. They were losing that top lane extremely badly. It's actually something the Flash Wolves did against KOO when KOO had a huge amount of pressure early on in the game, is they lane swapped their AD carry and support top lane later on in the game to equalize it. Now they're trying to swap back, but they might be a bit out of position.
Oh, it's fighting time in the bot lane. Arrow comes in, throws Peekaboo on towards PraY. PraY eaten by Gorilla. Gorilla in a lot of trouble, has to pop that E. EDG throws himself over to the other KOO players coming in. Nagne backing away. Smeb with the first kill onto Nagne. KOO with an early lead in this fight. Ssumday and Arrow in a little bit of trouble. Peekaboo already on the way out, and Ssumday gets knocked up by Hojin. Rek'Sai, it's going to be another kill. Smeb grabs it yet again.
All 5 members of KOO are always in the same place. I mean, Gorilla coming in with the Tahm Kench in the first fight, this time just being there as KOO is rapidly just alternating the sides of the map, trying to catch out KT, and it's working. They're gonna get the first dragon.
And I'm wondering what is necessarily going through KT's heads right now, because they have been the team that wards the most, and they have been the team that's gone upgraded yellow trinket on their mid laner every single game. But this match, they've gone sweeper on the LeBlanc. They have a very late Sightstone timer on score. He hasn't even begun to build it yet, and they are actually losing because they're not tracking where KOO is on the map. They are not doing the things that they have done throughout all of the group stage in order to become 5-1 and get here, and they're getting punished because of it.
Well, this is looking good for KOO because KT has been opting into these fights. The bad side of what KOO is doing is that you try and load 5 people into one lane, and you lose pressure across 2 lanes on the map. So it's been functional because KT has been willing to scrap out with them. If KT starts to play a little bit more defensively, they can punish with turrets.
Well, I think to keep in mind, too, is the last time these 2 teams met, KOO did win the first game as well, and KT still took the series.
And I feel like specifically, though, if KT wants to be able to play defensively, they need to have the vision because they're being surprised by these 5-man ganks, and they can't accurately gauge that there are actually 5 people there. So until they get the proper wards up on the map, I think KOO will continue to be able to roam 5 people and create numbers advantages.
And we saw the dragon stats come up there too. KT actually, surprisingly, they're 5-1 in the group stage, but they actually lost more dragons than they secured. Meanwhile, the KOO Tigers, much more dragon focused, about 2-to-1 ratio on those dragons secured versus lost. So KT really needs to tighten up their control over that objective. And if you're KOO coming in, you start to think, hey, maybe we should prioritize this, try for that 5 dragon stacks, and that's what's going to get us the win here.
I wouldn't be surprised. It is odd, though, because KT, did prioritize those dragons so much in Korea and Champion Summer. So to see them kind of play a bit of a different style here at Worlds, maybe something that a lot of people are expecting. And I think KOO's got it right as far as trying to fight and control those early on. Doesn't look like KT's going to be able to steal their blue. KOO's going to take that one for Kuro.
Got this big swing in the top lane, too. All of a sudden, Smeb starting out 0-1. Now 4 kills. 4-1, and they've managed to keep Ssumday down. And I think what they're doing is so smart because it's when Ssumday starts to get ahead and become that unstoppable split pusher that KT really gets rolling. So they've just thrown a wrench in the gears there.
It seems, too, that Peekaboo and Score have not been able to do what Peekaboo and Score are kind of known for doing, which is get in the enemy jungle, put down a lot of wards. You look at the map right now, not a lot of KT wards on the KOO side. And the thing is these 2 teams know each other really, really well. KOO knows exactly what KT wants to do with their jungle and support, and they're doing a great job of stopping it.
I would agree. Gonna get a free turret right here, no defense.
Yep.
Arrow popping down.
That'll help.
From the jungle, but easily taken, and gonna get a freeze on the other side, though.
Yeah, at this point, though, KOO will need to get some actual deep wards if they want to make their next move. They've been able to hawkshot things down a little bit. I think they're mainly able to get that turret. Was that the Abyssal Voyage out
to get
to the ground?
So, yeah, what happened was KOO pushed forward right there. They didn't have a lot of wards in the river, so
they were afraid they're getting.
They were afraid that they were going to get collapsed on, especially since LeBlanc's teleport was up. So they go ahead and use the Tahm Kench ult just to secure the turret and get out.
Makes sense.
And this is what I love about this Abyssal Voyage is as this tournament has progressed, we've seen more and more use of the Tahm Kench ult. Started coming in. Nobody really using it in an interesting or a flashy way, but we're seeing more and more ways to use it as the players get more comfortable with this champion.
Well, between 2 teleports and Rek'Sai ult and Tahm Kench ult, KOO can basically be anywhere on the map they want anytime.
Ash Arrow, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that may be one of the reasons Nagne, instead of going for Ignite, went for Teleport, because they were realizing that they were so outscaled in globals here, and that's a large part of what's been winning teams games here at World. So they're trying to keep up a little bit, although I feel like KT is shooting themselves in the foot a little bit early here, not upgrading yellow trinkets early, going sweeper on LeBlanc when Nagne has been doing nothing but upgraded warding trinkets, and they are getting a little bit out-roamed on, and they are going to be more vulnerable to picks, I feel like, because KOO has the initiation tool with the Ashe.
Yeah, they definitely do. And we're getting into the point now. We talked about 15 to 30.
A little bit of action onto Kuro, but Nagne not really finding anything. Peekaboo not landing any hooks.
Got the flash, though. That's pretty big.
Helps, certainly, against a champion like Veigar that doesn't have a lot of maneuverability.
For 15 minutes, this is where KT, they like to farm a lot. This is where KOO likes to kill you. So we'll see who gets the better end of this, because KT has been a great team at farming all 3 lanes, but KOO, this is when they want the plays to happen. They want to fight you, they want to skirmish. And KT, the mass wards are starting to come down as they regain control over the topside river.
Yeah, now things are starting to swing just a bit, but they've got to protect this mid lane turret. If KOO takes this out, along with the bottom lane, they'll have really good dragon control. KT, though, going to deny them for now. Someday it looked like he wanted to be sneaky, but nope. Hard to be stealthy when you're dribbling a basketball.
It's too noisy.
Sorry.
Especially trying to dribble it in water. I'm not actually sure how that works.
You don't see James Bond dribbling a basketball or anything like that.
You don't see anybody dribbling a basketball in a river.
No. Well, you see people try, but they fail pretty miserably. Oh well. I'm sure they'll invent something for James Bond. If he wants to play basketball in a river, he can.
Yeah, they invented an invisible car. I'm sure bouncing a ball on water isn't that
How
difficult.
hard can it be? Come on, Q, get on that. Seriously. Well, Ssumday just pushing up to the top lane as well.
Yeah, I will say, though, we mentioned the 10 to 15-minute jump that KOO had so heavily in the group stage, the largest of any team. They actually averaged 2,300 gold advantage specifically between 10 minutes and 15 minutes, and we're thinking, it's just because of the group stage. They had a 2,000 gold jump between the 10 and 15 minutes against KT in this game. They have been very good at making that nice rotation that leads to a team fight win against pretty much every team at Worlds, and they did it again here against KT.
And here comes Dragon. Second one just came back. Wondering where the first one went. He'll probably find out soon. Can KT take it, though?
You think the Dragons will stop just flying back into that one pit.
It's like,
there's like a pile of dragon bones at the bottom. Maybe they shouldn't be here.
There's like a big dragon cave underneath, and there's some dude who's like, all right, who wants to go to Dragon Funland? And they're like, me. And he's like, George, it's your turn. They open the door, and he flies out, and everyone's like, oh, I'm so jealous. I'll be next. Little did they know. It's really kind of messed up when you think about it.
And then like 25 seconds later, it is dead on average because these teams get it so quick.
See, nobody knows that, though. The dragon's underneath the dragon pit. They don't know about this. Somebody should tell them.
Yeah, the cruelty to animals is pretty real.
It's horrible.
Isn't it a mystical beast?
Well, mystical beasts can be animals.
That's true.
What are you, mystical beastist?
We just need a new one. People for the ethical treatment of mystical beasts.
The P-tempt?
Doesn't have quite the same ring.
Not really,
to it,
no.
does it?
Well, nobody really willing to go for the dragon so far right now. KOO just grabbing their blue buff, and we'll see if they can move around it. They've got wards down, but KT paying a lot of attention to the map right now.
Yeah, the item breakpoints aren't as in the favor of a team with a lead as they kind of should be. There's already a Negatron cloak on Nagne. A lot of this would actually have to be a pick created by KOO, which is why I think they're waiting. KOO doesn't have the advantage if they just group up and dare them to fight, but if they can actually get a catch, or will it be Gorilla getting caught?
Oh, Gorilla may have gotten caught here, but here comes PraY, teleports all over the place. Gorilla, PraY on the run, KOO and Smeb coming into challenge immediately onto Ssumday, who just gets destroyed. KT on the run already. We'll see how far KOO wants to chase, but they can really turn on that dragon anytime, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah. Really sure what Ssumday was thinking. They're right into 5
Want to be hero.
Yeah, one of the strangest things about double TP on both sides is you're never 100% sure who is coming in when every teleports are there.
It's true.
So maybe he didn't think he was going to come in right onto a baby cage from Veigar, but specifically, that's one of those teleports you almost have to cancel because his team was not in position. He should have seen the beginning of the Ren Horizon because he was stunned the instant he came in, and it's 4th death there for Ssumday. He's actually getting punished pretty hard.
He was playing so well in the early game, but now I really feel like a lot of desperation coming in from Ssumday here in the mid lane. And he should feel desperate with KT falling farther behind, losing that second dragon. It's got to be starting to make him sweat a bit. Oh, Gorilla, he's fishing.
I feel like fights that begin by Tahm Kench taking damage almost always favor the Tahm Kench. My experience through all of the Tahm Kench games at Worlds.
Relish, isn't it?
That fight, Nagne ended up blowing his TP too, trying to come in from behind. Really disjointed, poor engage there from KT.
Well, you got to wonder how experienced they are with playing with this double teleport. It was never a huge thing in Korea in the summer. It's something that I feel like the teams from that region are still kind of learning a bit about.
It's definitely something that many of the teams here at Worlds from across regions have had to take a lot more seriously. We thought this is the way the mid lane was going to go at the World Championship, just given the champion pools and the opportunity to do so.
What I feel like is so interesting about this matchup is the double teleport was more for the controlling mages that don't have solo kill potential. I didn't necessarily expect to see teleport on an assassin.
Yeah, you think you'd still want to go with something like Knight instead.
Yeah, because then you can out-pressure the person teleporting and stop his ability to TP.
One wonders.
Especially since they have to kill this Veigar early in the late game, and they could do that with a LeBlanc flank, because being a little bit sneaky on the side, using the control of the vision, but it's not going to be quite so much of an option in this particular matchup.
Yep. KT pressuring that mid lane now. Never mind, they're not.
Well, they're trying to, but we've kind of been over this discussion of Veigar and how I think it's going to be a massive pick throughout the rest of Worlds because he has almost everything that is currently valued in the game. Great late game scaling, great siege, great wave clear. He can assassinate other squishes coming at him. He's a strong team fighter. The only weakness is his mobility, and he is attackable in that sense. But if you're positioned well in the hands of a good player, it is one of the most powerful mid lane picks.
Yeah, we talked about him kind of as a new Victor, a little bit less mobility, but counterbalancing that with some insane single target damage and an ability to punish AP champions both in the mid and the top lane should they come through.
Well, man, if you get hit by an Ashe arrow, that's just like a golden ticket for Veigar to walk up and destroy you.
I mean,
instant death.
You're not living through getting hit by an Ashe arrow if the KOO Tigers fire it, because they're going to chain it straight into Event Horizon, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, and they're going to take the mid lane turret.
And that's the siege right there, Event Horizon around the turret. So if you want to walk up to wave clear, you're walking into your own death. Unless you can set up flanks, but at the time, KT doesn't even have their teleports up right now, so a really smart move for KOO to siege in that particular situation. KOO is actually very vulnerable to flanks, especially if they're using their Event Horizon in a siege situation, but they were very safe to do so in that situation.
KOO's doing such a good job at moving around the map in a group too, and we talked about, when you move in a group like that, you let the other lanes get behind, but they've got enough pressure across lanes now that they've got the time to do that, I guess, and make it work.
Well, the pushing pressure really isn't there for KT.
I suppose they have to try to match KOO, don't they?
Arrow's still waiting on that Ruinous Hurricane, so he can't wave clear as fast as he would like, so this is a great time for KOO just to set up this Veigar siege.
Yep.
Look at the kiting right there. There's just nothing coming in. You shoot out that volley, you put down the Event Horizon, and there aren't very many options. It really is up to Ssumday and Nagne to try and get a flank here. And Arrow has to farm right now because that Ruinous Hurricane is so important to controlling the minion waves so that KOO just can't group so freely.
Can that even really stop the siege, though? I mean, the attack range on Kalista, if Veigar walks up and again, puts that Event Horizon down near the turret, can you get close enough to even clear the way?
It's mostly about clearing the side waves so they can't just group with no punishment. They have to. They will be forced to lose minions onto their own turrets if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, KT has to be ahead of the play of the 5 people grouping in the mid lane and create split lane pressure, and that in turn can set up the threat of teleport flanks. If KT ever gets in a situation where the side lanes aren't pushed once again, they're basically losing that inner mid lane.
Makes sense. PraY and Gorilla pushing up this top lane a little bit, taking a detour to make sure that the minions are going their way. And KT just kind of seems afraid to try to really push out at all. They've got a couple wards a little bit into the top jungle for KOO, but it's not really doing them a lot of good right now. Dragon in 1 minute. And if KOO gets 3 in a row, KT has really got to start being terrified. They're worried now. They'll be terrified if that third Dragon goes over the KOO Tigers.
Yeah, especially since they've got the Gragas engage going for them, but that's about it. Yeah. And KOO just has so much peel and kiting potential that fighting around that Dragon is a very unattractive option for KT.
And the blue buff. Oh, goes to Hojin. Whoops. Hojin.
We actually haven't seen that much.
No.
Yeah,
it's actually been surprisingly infrequent. I think this is the first one I've seen.
Well, congratulations to Hojin. First one to steal the blue from his mid laner.
Well, at least he can get cooldown reduction.
I know.
Congratulations.
I really need it.
More tunnels,
Oh, see, that's exactly what Kuro wants to do to Nagne. As soon as he distorted in, he placed the Event Horizon right on the start of the distortion, so Nagne was either trapped inside or he had to go back and stun himself. Ends up burning his passive on it.
Yeah, very nice. Lost a lot of health on that. KOO Tigers sieging that tier 2 in mid lane. Now Score trying to come from the side, but he's getting zoned a bit.
Now the teleport.
That's right, teleport coming in, and Nagne tries to do a bit of damage, but Gorilla just blocks it. Just eats Hojin right up.
Once
Digs
again,
him right out of the ground, I guess.
That's an example of why Tahm Kench is spectacular against pick compositions. As soon as someone was beginning to get caught, Gorilla could just waddle over and completely stuff that attempt. Now KOO is set up in the mid lane with good split push pressure in one lane. They can actually threaten either Dragon or Baron because they are set up so actively in the mid lane, and they've already burned Nagne's teleport, which is quite honestly the main flank at this point, since Ssumday has yet to pick up home guards and is needed consistently in the lane, so he doesn't have time to go back to base to charge his home guards and get off a good Darius flank.
Yeah. I kind of feel bad for Rek'Sai. You know, you're burrowing and you're cool, and then some guy shows up that can not only burrow like you can, but can take people along for the ride in his mouth. It's like, great, well, I guess I'm kind of boring now if I'm Rek'Sai. Looks like third dragon being started by the KOO Tigers. And will KT be able to stop this? They need to stop this.
If there was a time to stop it, it would be now, because they have not got a pick before the dragon.
Coming in, waiting to try to smite it away. KOO breaking out for the moment. Oh, Score takes the dragon for KT Rolster. Arrow comes in onto Arrow. He's going to cleanse it immediately, and KT trying to kite away. Kuro gets bounced in, though. He's in trouble. No, gets picked up by Gorilla, of course, but knocked over the wall. In fact, Ssumday got that kill. And now KT comes in. A huge apprehend by Ssumday, and KT all over the KOO Tigers. Even the challenge from Smeb wasn't enough, and there goes Gorilla. That is nearly a clean ace for KT Rolster.
Credit to KT Rolster for taking a fight and playing well, but a big mistake by KOO Tigers to not prep that fight with vision or a pick of some kind. They just allowed KT a free attempt at a Dragon Steal and then a full straight-up 5v5 engagement.
You can't respond with the arrow here, so the Event Horizon goes down, it just zones out while the Dragon dies, and at this point, KOO gets very greedy. With the Event Horizon down, shooting the arrow is not as attractive, especially when it hits the Kalista running cleanse. And right here, Peekaboo zones him out. Kuro gets hooked. So poor positioning from the Veigar. Gorilla tries to save him, but he just dies inside the belly from the damage over time. And then Ssumday comes in with a huge apprehend.
Big body slam right into a three-man apprehend, and it is lights out for the KOO Tigers.
Ssumday's Score and the Hurricane from Arrow did so much work in that fight, but specifically it was just a very poorly played setup by the KOO Tigers. They lost all of their zone control, and we mentioned how they're vulnerable to flanks because they actually have a fairly not a very mobile team composition with the Veigar and the Ashe, but they have tremendous setup. They sacrificed their setup and they allowed KT to then use the mobility of LeBlanc, Gragas, and Kalista to get in on them. But now they're trying to shut down Ssumday yet again.
Trying to save Smeb. Ssumday in a little bit of trouble on the run now. KOO is all over him, and he is out of there. Even the ultimate can't save him, and Smeb topped up with that heal after the kill. He's 5-2-2 now, so still doing okay. Gold lead is in favor of KT. They do have the pressure right now, but they'll need a little bit more from that. We're able to pick up the Baron too and all that.
Baroned up minions, Ashe Arrow down, so they're feeling pretty safe about this siege.
Yep. Chasing KOO. Whoop, there we go. Score. A little bit of trouble. Knocks Smeb away. Has to burn his ult just to stay alive. So how much can KT get done with this Baron buff?
Well, that's going to be the question. They already wasted it a little bit by sacrificing Ssumday right there, putting him in a vulnerable position where he could get killed. And so now we've got a little bit of waiting to do. One thing that's a bit interesting here is we haven't seen the Aegis come out yet. Score has intriguingly decided to build a Frozen Heart in this game, which I really don't think is the priority when we're playing against a Veigar.
I mean, clearly they're worried about Smeb, but still, yeah, late game, that Veigar is going to do extreme amounts of damage.
I can kind of understand it. If Kuro wants to use his ultimate on Score to kill him, KT's probably saying sure. Then Arrow, Nagne, and Ssumday are going to be able to do work. So I can see the logic behind it, not to mention with the Cinderhulk and the Mercury Treads, it will be hard for Kuro to one-shot him anyway. I also have to mention the frontline power of KT and how interesting it makes these mid to late game fights. Because if Ssumday and Score get to a tanky enough point where an Ashe Arrow will not kill them, and if Peekaboo can complete the Mikhails, the lack of frontline for the KOO Tigers will create incredibly difficult teamfight situations for KOO. Late game Fiora, as strong as you can get, if you're not finding the right initiations into teamfights and you can't get through the other team's tank line, you become extremely ineffective.
enough. Well, KOO just wants their blue buff right now. They're not going to get it, though. Went over to Arrow, able to steal it with that Ren. Meanwhile, mid-tier 2 goes down in favor of KT. They got the turret. Can KOO punish this at all? Doesn't look like it. Looks like they just have to defend their inhibitor turret.
These Event Horizons haven't really impressed me from KOO this game. He's had a couple of good ones, but he seems to be throwing it down too early and not really considering the rest of the crowd control on his team, because that one spell is incredibly crucial to how they're going to team fight or even defend these towers.
Positioning does seem off a bit. KT going after that tier 2 down and bottom now. And KOO really had everything going for them.
Yeah.
That fight over the third dragon turned it all around.
KOO is right now trying to defend without the Ash Arrow, so there's no good threat of them initiating. Their split push pressure has all but died at this point, because it seems like Ssumday, especially at level 16, currently has the power spike over the 5-kill Smeb, so they can't send him safely over in that direction. KT is really taking control of this game off of that dragon and then Baron.
Yeah, Smeb has had to itemize a bit awkwardly for MR, however, in this particular game, which is a little bit rough if we're talking about that split push one-on-one between Ssumday and Smeb with Fiora versus Darius. So we'll have to keep track of how that's going to go. Does finally buy a chain vest, so that should be a little bit more helpful. And KT, looks like they just want to push the lanes out. They recalled early, stop the siege. They really need to set up for this dragon.
Yeah, that's just it. I mean, it's only 35 seconds or so until that next dragon comes up. So if the waves aren't pushing your favor, you're going to have a lot of trouble trying to secure it.
And I do want to point out the change in strategy mid-game here by KT. They swapped to a upgraded warding trinket on Nagne to get better vision.
There we go.
And then he also bought green wards on top of that. So the warding trinket itself was enough to reach your ward cap. He's only buying the green wards to then replace his own wards on the map and reposition, because it is so important that KOO doesn't get a surprise initiation on KT right now. That's the only way they get back into the game.
They're trying, hiding in that brush for a moment. Gonna clear some wards out. They want that third dragon, or fourth dragon, or their third dragon stack, that is.
This game could still end. I mean, it's not that much of a goal difference at this stage, and one good arrow from PraY could really turn things around and open up this match.
It's a close game. If KOO gets the fight they want, it could end right there, but the same could be said for KT, and I feel like we're seeing a lot of what we saw in that last best of 5 that we saw in the semifinals for Champion Summer between these two teams.
Yeah, very tight games. Yeah. Pretty evenly contested. KT just trying to get the control over the mid and the bottom side right now. They've got great wards in the bottom for LeBlanc right now to keep split pushing up, so Nagne will feel very safe. And KOO just gonna back right off as the waves start to hit their tier 2s.
Pretty much. I'm wondering how much AP KOO has right now, how much he's been able to build over the course of the game.
Let me tell you.
Find out.
700 is the answer.
Yeah, he's gained
lower than I would have expected.
He's gained 200 from his stacking as of now. And he's also gone for the death cap early, which many consider to be the suboptimal build. You get so much bonus AP, you almost want to go Void Staff's second item.
Yeah.
But instead, he's just going for the big numbers.
Interesting. Well, KOO going for the tier 2 down in mid lane here. KT may try to go onto this though someday. Back.
That's a
Gonna burn
teleport.
That teleport. He's coming in. KOO Tiger's on the run already. Teleport from Nagne as well. Ssumday trying to flank, trying to bottle in the KOO Tiger. Smeb goes in onto Score. He's going to get turned on immediately though. Pops that ultimate onto Score. Can't get the kill, can't get the heal. Peekaboo in the mid lane. There's a kill for Arrow now. Score goes down, or rather Smeb goes down. Ssumday in the team all over the KOO Tigers. There's the ult, and here come the resets. Flash with the apprehend as well. Nice grab onto KOO from Peekaboo. And this fight is all KT. Triple kill already for Nagne.
Yeah, KT completely steamrolls KOO in that straight-up engagement.
Well,
they had good flanks that exposed the event horizon early from KOO, and then KOO really just had no chance against the power of this KT composition.
Ssumday just rolling in with the home guards. That's been a specialty of Ssumday for a long time. Great TP flanks, finds it again, baits out the event horizon, and there's no more defense for KOO. They try and split, but this is going to be the end of the game.
That's right. Hojin doing everything he can, but the timers are just too long, and there goes the Nexus. Game 1 goes to KT Rolster. GG.
Very competitive game. Back and forth there. That one fight at Dragon got KT back in it, after they made some mistakes in the early game, started to fall behind in kills, and you could see KOO did everything they could to try and control Ssumday.
Yeah, it really felt like for about the first 20 minutes of this game, KOO was playing their composition exactly how they intended. But then after that point, as we actually saw many times during the group stages, KT found that one mistake the opponent made and then never relented the advantage gained off of that fight. After the Dragon fight, KOO really had no chance, it felt like.
Yeah, and I mean, it was still competitive to the end. If they would have had that miraculous team fight, if they would have had that Astro that they wanted, maybe they could have team fought their way back into the game. But I think we're in for a very good series here. Game 1 already looking pretty close, and I've got a feeling this one certainly could go the distance.
I had my questions about that TP LeBlanc, but honestly, when they needed those flanks in the late game, they were able to actually pick them up. Had some misfires, but again, like you're saying, after that Dragon fight, it really felt like KT figured out what they had to do to win that game. Yeah. They were never going to kind of attack from one side again, and instead setting up, of course, Ssumday's teleports and just drawing out the abilities they need. You only have hard CC on one front, and you've got a lot of squishy champions if you're KOO, so just take it away from them, basically. Yep. Force them to attack you on all sides.
I almost feel like what KT needed to do is just kind of be KT again. You know,
Yes.
get that warding trinket in the mid lane, get those wards in the enemy jungle, and what do you know? Playing like KT gets a win for KT.
Exactly
game
what I was
1.
going to say. They just got the wards down, and at that point, the picks stopped happening. Who would have thought?
Pretty shocking, isn't it? Yeah. Well, we'll see if they bring that in game 2 or not. I mean, KOO Tigers, obviously, both these teams have a lot of picks they can try out, a lot of different strategies they can maybe employ. So we'll see. Right now, we're going to go to check in with Dash and our desk to see what they make out of KT's game 1 win.
Thank you, Doa. Want to start with the picks and bans because we saw a huge priority placed on this Darius right out the gate for Ssumday, who performed on it extraordinarily well through the group stages. But this means you're leaving up the Tahm Kench on the other side, which, as a caster team, we've been throwing around that this might be the strongest champion in the tournament.
Yeah, well, going into the matchup, okay, how can the supports get themselves the best pick for their team? You know, Tahm Kench obviously has a lot of tools to prevent people from dying, but don't you forget about Thresh. Thought Thresh would be a very powerful pick, and it really was. You know, he also has an even more threatening way of saving people with that Lantern. I mean, we saw in the group stage how creative they can get with those Lantern saves. I did not like KT's composition. I felt like it had a bit of a lull in terms of ending the game. If KOO were to play the game in a 5-man death ball, which they tried in the early game and mid game, but eventually they kind of stopped.
I feel like the big thing that I want to highlight when it comes to the draft is KT's side, they kind of have this early game going on for them. They have the Rex side, the stronger jungler. They have the LB as well in the mid lane. So I felt like the big play for me that KOO Tigers that kind of sealed, didn't seal the deal, but in my mind could have sealed the deal was the big power play that kind of, when they used the Tahm Kench ult, to put 5 people top lane with the Rex side, which was beautiful to me because KOO Tigers as a team, I feel if they're grouped as 5, they are the strongest. And KT, to me, when they're split up, as they were in the later parts of the game, they are the strongest.
Yeah, and that's what I think ended up happening is KT were trying to just... KOO was running KT around the lanes, picking them up, but then they started having 5-on-5s, and KT goes, wait a second. That's not what we're supposed to do. We should be flanking these guys. We should be coming from the sides. And then they figured it out. And that's one of the things I love about KT is their warding strategies. And you heard it on the desk there at the very end, that when they get those wards down, they place more wards than any team in the entire world per minute. That gives you so many TP flank opportunities. That gives you those deep wards. That gives you that pressure that you can play around. And that's what started happening is we saw multiple TP flanks come in from Ssumday, and he was able to execute on the Darius. Even though he had the most deaths for his team, he also had the most kills. So a lot of participation there.
Now KT ekes out the win due largely in part to a massive team fight around the Dragon 26 minutes into the game. And Zyrene, I'm going to let you take this one away. 5 for 1, plus Dragon, plus Baron off the back end of this.
It was an incredible swing because when you look at these compositions, you think there's going to be such a hard time for KT to close this game out unless they get a large lead. But what ends up happening in this fight is everything basically goes wrong for KOO. The event horizon is used early, and you'll see it here, stun nobody. And then the arrow comes out on the only person who can cleanse it and negate it. And then after that, the hook comes out that ends up hitting Veigar. It hits Kuro. Dragon goes over to score. They're like, oh no, okay, here comes the arrow. cleanse it. It's out. Hojin no longer has a gap closer. Here comes Lock. Look at this hook onto Kuro, pulls him right into the barrel at the right angle, and then he flashes, and so does Gorilla. So 2 flashes are down. Now Ssumday decides it's time to go in. They get the kill onto Veigar, and then they throw them in the choke point. You're there with a Darius and a Hurricane Kalista right on Spike.
I think the biggest issue to me when I see this fight is KOO Tigers, they kind of forget what their composition is about the moment they lose the dragon. They are supposed to be the ones kiting.
Exactly.
They're walking right into a Darius, into a LB, into a Kalista, and they've burnt all of their key abilities. They're the ones supposed to be running away from the fight, not just running into it.
Even bigger than that, against KT's composition, who's really only engaged is either a random hook, which we saw work, don't get me wrong, that can work, but it's just a Gragas Flash. Gragas Flash is your biggest engage tool. It gets blown immediately. Okay, in exchange for 1 dragon, that means you have 5 minutes of just grouping and doing whatever you want because you're not going to get engaged on. You've got the Ashe, you've got the Veigar, you've got the Tahm Kench. You are never going to get engaged on unless you play horrendously. And they should have seen that as an opportunity of safety instead of a situation of panic, which is what they did with the cooldowns. Just wasn't there in understanding how important it is their CC because he could have even run away.
Exactly.
They had the scuttle crack.
That could have just been Dragon going over to KT. They ended up trying to use the Veigar E offensively, then they used the Arrow, then they used their Rek'Sai tunnel to try and get in. They tried so desperately to engage that, and that just seemed from a frustration perspective because they were like, well, they're here, we might as well fight them.
And this is where I want to return to your earlier point, Crumbs, about KT's composition and its inability to close games effectively, especially given KOO's comp and their ability to kite. We saw even after that Baron was taken and a slight gold lead went in favor of KT, there was a substantial portion of the game in which they were unable to make any progressive moves.
This event horizon from Kuro, I don't know what he's doing at that point. I think he thought Ssumday was just going to run straight into them. But then Smeb runs to the right side and he's like, oh no, Ssumday's over here. So these are the skirmished out fights. Even though it's a 5-on-5 when you just look at the entire thing, it's really sections of 2-on-2s and 3-on-3s and 1-on-1s in this fight, which I thought was very well played from KT because they had 2 teleports on the left side, but then the home guard got him on the opposite side. So you had LeBlanc on your left and then you had Darius on your right, and you really had to pay attention to all of these threats at the same time.
I think it's all about identifying what is your win condition. And in this particular case, we had a Darius that was stronger in the split push, a LeBlanc that is stronger in the split push as well. That will allow you to get these wards out, and eventually you'll get that flank that you want. And also, like, to speak to the Veigar point and Kuro's play on Veigar, I think it was slightly weak to me because in the group stages against UG, we saw that KOO, they were banning the Veigar, so you can almost assume that Kuro hasn't really practiced Veigar before this week. So he's sure he has been practicing Veigar all week, but I'm not too impressed by it.
I mean, it's kind of like those Yu-Gi-Oh matches. You beat one, you get their card, but then you don't know how to play it at all. They beat CLG, they're trying to play the Veigar. It's just not there. You know, I wasn't convinced by it whatsoever. And even during the laning phase, he fell behind, I think, 30 CS, even after LeBlanc wasted the teleport towards the lane. So really unimpressed with that Veigar play.
All right, well, KT Rolster have taken game 1, and we'll be right back with game 2 to see if KOO Tigers can tie up the series. Don't go anywhere. The action continues in just a few minutes.
KT and KOO, Korean rivals, and it is time, guys. Who's ready for some League of Legends? I think they can. The heal was nearly enough. Ssumday pulls him in. Oh, and he gets 1-for-1. KOO with an early lead in this fight. Ssumday and Arrow in a little bit of trouble. Peekaboo already on the way out, and Ssumday gets knocked up. In fact, Ssumday got that kill. And now KT comes in. A huge apprehend by Ssumday, and KT all over the KOO Tigers. There's the ult, and here come the resets. Flash with the apprehend as well. Nice grab onto Kuro from Peekaboo, and this fight is all KT. Game 1 goes to KT Rolster.
Welcome back, everyone, to the last day of quarterfinals. The teams are getting set to head back onto the Rift, where KT are up 1 game over the KOO Tigers. So I'm turning to you first, Yamato. You were the one who picked the KOO Tigers to win this series. They're starting down 0-1. How are they going to get back into it?
The thing is, like, with this game, I was quite satisfied with the strategy. They, like, when they pulled the Tahm Kench and TP'd up top lane, they kind of felt that they feel the same way I do. Just put themselves in situations where there are 5 and they group up and they kind of remove this individual play that KT excels at. And as long as they keep doing that and don't screw up the dragon, I'm completely satisfied with how KOO Tigers keep playing.
looking for them to stay grouped as often as possible and push the 5v5s. Crumbs, he just mentioned the attention to the top lane. We expected there to be plenty of it. There was. How do you feel that that top lane matchup is going to develop in this series?
As we've seen the Darius-Fiora matchup specifically being such a high skill cap matchup, particularly for Fiora's side, in which she has to repose very carefully as well as position around the Decimate area. They put a lot of focus and just try to gank them a lot, especially with that 5-man Tahm Kench creative play. But what they did with the lead that they got to the Fiora just wasn't there. You know, there wasn't a split push presence from either of these teams where they could have easily been. And that was a little disappointing, to be honest, because it felt like the teams just needed some extra time or a little bit of a push so that they understand their composition. Because similar to how we criticize HQ's compositions lacking a lot of wave clear, the exact same case happened when they drafted here. LeBlanc, Kalista, Darius, these guys can't defend the tower for their lives. You put a Veigar and an Ashe into the mid lane, and you just drive it home, take a tier 2 tower. So I think that KOO definitely drafted what they need to win.
Yeah, and you're talking about these top laners going rather even because there was so much blood being spilled in that top lane, and then the compositions. But I want to talk about the supports. I feel like both supports played an extraordinarily high-level game here between both Peekaboo and Gorilla. They were standout performers in these. I want to see more of that from them because they were both making plays, but Gorilla was more on a type of, you know, we saw the global play be made in the top lane, but then he was mostly on defensive duties at that point. These are guys who excel in offensive situations where they can create these picks. The thresh hooks from Peekaboo at the Dragon and in the final fight were what started making it so that they could actually close this game out.
I can't help but wonder that Peekaboo feels more at home with Thresh as opposed to Gorilla on the Tahm Kench, just because Tahm Kench is a lot more defensive than Thresh. When Thresh is a champion that you can say, I want to be aggressive now. It's like, no, I only want to play Lantern bot. And that's not the same thing with the Tahm Kench. It's a lot more safety in the guy.
All right, well, we're on to game 2. Let's send it out to our casters to get us into Champ Select. But first, we'll hear what Ssumday has his eye out for when drafting against KOO.
강점은 픽밴부터 한 챔프 다 캐릭 폭이 넓기 때문에 한 챔프를 갖고 돌려 쓰는 픽밴을 많이 써서 그 점을 좀 유의해야 할 것 같고요. 약점은 한번 밀리면 약간 와르르 무너지는 경향이 있는 것 같아서 그 점을 좀 노리면 될 것 같아요.
And welcome back, guys, to KT KOO Electric Peekaboo. It's the sequel to a semi-final matchup from OGN Champion Summer, and game 1 was already pretty tight.
It's only Electric Peekaboo if he plays Kennen. So
that's true. Hopefully we get that.
We'll have to wait for the Electric Peekaboo.
The true Electric Peekaboo at that point.
Flex pick Kennen.
That's right.
There.
Yeah. Well, I'm interested to see this because we just saw that little video of Ssumday talking about KOO's playstyle.
Yeah.
Well, this is the time where maybe they can't ban out the Kennen or some of these flex picks because KT is going to have to ban out the GP, we would assume. Well, Mordekaiser, and there's the Azir ban. Now, this is what KOO did on blue side in their last best of 5.
Yeah, KT Rolster versus KOO Tigers picks and bans for game 2. Tahm Kench and Darius banned out from KT. Lulu, the second ban from the KOO Tigers. And Mordekaiser on blue side. Interesting. GP for KT.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It felt like KT was trying to pinch the Gangplank Mordekaiser trade.
Yeah.
And when you recognize that's happening as a blue side team, you can ban one of the two, and then it almost forces KT to ban the final one, which in turn will give Hojin the Elise, which is, I think, exactly what he wanted.
Oh, yeah. If there's any champion that Hojin can pick if he has the choice, it will definitely be Elise these days if he doesn't get the Rek'Sai. So KT over on the other side, they can go ahead and take this Jinx if they want to.
KT, when we saw them in the group stage, as the group stage dragged on, when they were on red side, they loved taking the Jinx in the first round of the draft. So this will be a different strategy. They do definitely have the counter pick for Ssumday in this game if they choose to use it. So Rek'Sai Jinx stays right in line with what we've seen from KT so far on the red side of Worlds.
Yeah, Score certainly not disappointed with that Rek'Sai pickup.
Yeah, and I also feel like the Jinx is almost Arrow's replacement for Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
It was Kog'Maw, and it was working well for them. They won victories, but they saw everyone else doing amazing things with Jinx and seemed to have picked it up for themselves, even though Arrow, not traditionally a Jinx player.
I'll Score switching it over to Gragas at the last second, so he's going to take more of a bit of a playmaking jungler. And are we going to see the Kennen now picked up by KOO?
has been something that's worked for them for a long time. Of course, Kalista still on the table too, so that is a champion that we could see come to play here, but they're going to perhaps lock in that Fiora, which would mean they have something different in that top lane, and it will be a support Shen for Gorilla.
Yeah, taking that one away from KT. Peekaboo had played it, not to mention Ssumday being a great top Shen player. And now how is KT going to respond here? Probably not with Zilean. Rek'Sai seems reasonable.
Yeah, well, this time there's no Darius to go up against the Fiora. Ssumday would love to play Renekton. It used to be almost his Achilles heel that he would play Renekton into any situation.
It used to be like his only champion.
Yeah,
way
now,
back when.
This would be an interesting matchup because Fiora could turn the Renekton stun around on him with the proper timing.
It's true.
I don't know if it's that good of a matchup for Renekton. He does have slow alligator-like movements, and Fiora can quickly respond to them.
Yeah, it's Ssumday's most played champion of all time. I suspected it would come out, especially after we saw Marin play it, because he's played it off meta quite a bit, and it will be that Renekton.
Yeah, and if anybody is going to be able to take that into the Fiora matchup and avoid those things we just talked about, it's going to be Ssumday. He is a Renekton main through and through, so we'll see if he's got what it takes in this matchup.
Yeah, these last two picks will be very important for KOO, but KT actually, even though the only duplicate pick for them from last game is the Gragas, they have a very strong tank line right now behind the Jinx, which is common and good against the Fiora.
Caitlyn picked up for the KOO Tigers, and there's the Veigar as well for Kuro in the mid lane.
Wow.
Interesting priority on that from the KOO Tigers today. I did not expect that.
But again, very defensive teams here. We have the Shen coming in to help protect PraY, and Kuro on the backside, not a lot of engage, so the KOO Tigers once again looking to get in front of objectives and kite it out.
I kind of like the Syndra actually here. I mean, you've got that long range stun. Just in general, you have range that's going to be able to work around what Veigar can do to you in the mid lane.
I would need to stay out of range of the Veigar. I think it's such a hard thing to pick against. KOO Tigers will have to execute better than they did last game because they picked a very similar team composition.
What about Zed? What about LeBlanc?
I think LeBlanc, I mean, they played the matchup on both sides, and they were the victors last game.
Worked out last time, true. And they're going to try to make it work this time as well. Nagne going to be taking that LeBlanc once again to the mid lane.
I'm a bit surprised about the Renekton pick into Fiora for the reasons Jat stated earlier, and Gorilla going to play Shen support for the first time ever professionally. Now, you have to remember that while Shen support was very common in the LCS, we really didn't see it in Korea at all. Yeah. But since Worlds has started, Peekaboo has had a game on it. Now this is Gorilla's first game. So they're definitely liking what they're picking up from some of these Western teams.
Yeah. Well, and this kind of extends Gorilla's massive support champion pool this tournament as well. Now, you know, the only champion that he's played twice is still Tahm Kench.
Yeah, seven different champions out of 8 games for a support player. Certainly not something that you see very often, considering that support pools tend to be quite small in most metas, just preferring just a couple of power picks, but there's been a lot of flexibility here at the World Championship.
It's also the 5th different AD carry PraY has been playing, and this Caitlyn must be doing amazing things in scrims, because this is not a pick that was played pretty much anywhere prior to this World Championship in this season, and all the top 80 carries have been spamming it in solo queue, and this is the 3rd different player we've seen pull it out in the quarterfinals.
I mean, she's still got the same strength she always had. Long range, high damage late game, the ability to poke soft targets out before teams' fights begin, sieging. So we'll see if she can do it here in game number 2. Hashtag KOO win or hashtag KT win at LOL Esports, and let us know who you think is going to take game 2. Will KT tie it up, or will KOO tie it up rather, or will KT get the 2-0 lead? I think it could really go either way.
And looking at PraY historically as a player, this is actually his 3rd most played champion in his career, Caitlyn. We tend to think of PraY more as a Trinity Force user, and of course his 2 most played are Ezreal and Corki, but this has been his go-to auto-attack AD carry pick for a long, long time.
And when we say long time, we're saying going on almost 4 years now. I mean, PraY has been a pro player for probably one of the oldest pro players in Korea in terms of time he's been in the booth or at the desk.
Whatever.
Whatever. In front of a computer, playing League of Legends, whatever.
The gaming table.
That's right.
But really, Caitlyn's about the lane superiority.
Yeah.
A lot of the way that it's fallen off is because teams just lane swap to Caitlyn and then champions like Jinx and Tristana can kill the turrets more quickly. But if KOO manages to follow Arrow's Jinx with PraY's Caitlyn, expect to see PraY gain a pretty substantial CS advantage because Caitlyn will just headshot the Jinx from outside of Jinx's auto attack range again and again. And also, Arrow doesn't have any way of closing that gap. Like, this is a really bad straight-up matchup for the Jinx.
I mean, the one nice thing is that he does have the Brahmin lane to at least block some of that damage, maybe jump in front when the Caitlyn ult is activated during that channel.
Agreed.
But I think the question kind of remains with what was brought up on the analyst desk as well, too. You know, can KOO and the rest of the KOO Tigers keep that 5-man pressure on? You know, can they keep grouping, making KT react to them instead of letting KT play that broad pushing style, broad vision style that they've been making work?
Well, KOO is obviously, in spite of that loss, very confident that they're going to be able to make this work because they're playing another kiting composition with even less engage. They got a little bit more pick pressure with the Elise, but KT on the engage end of things with that Grog is certainly superior, so they have more options when it comes to initiating teamfights. So we have to see better Veigar play out of KOO. And it's been weird because I feel this tournament, KOO surprised me in that I felt that he was really overperforming during the group stage. And maybe he has normalized. Nagne, conversely, underperformed that week 1, got it together by the time week 2 rolled around. It was much more like the Nagne that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, definitely.
Nagne had some of the worst stats of all mid laners in week 1.
Well, he just looked despondent, too, after that first week. He knew he could play better. He was really letting his team down. Kind of felt lucky that they were getting the wins they were getting. And so, yeah, we really saw revitalize Nagne in week 2 and in game 1 today as well. Smeb versus Ssumday, yet again. Smeb trying out that Fiora for the 2nd game in a row. So far, the trades have been going pretty good for Ssumday.
So about even so far. Ssumday playing a little bit off the wave, and it'll be interesting to see how this plays out because we haven't seen the Renekton up against this Fiora yet at Worlds.
Yeah.
To me, it feels like a matchup that Fiora will actually be able to win a little bit early until Renekton gets a little bit more resiliency, because the damage over time from Renekton, once he's able to pop his ultimate, if he can avoid the grand duel from Fiora, I think it would give Renekton a small edge there, but I'm really fascinated to see all these lanes play out because this was a very mirrored start by both teams. You can see the junglers are doing pretty much the same path to the jungle. Both top laners started with the double jungle. The Caitlyn is straight up against the Jinx, and that is where the advantage is going to be gained, not as much through team play as we're used to seeing, but more through just straight up laning, kind of a classic matchup here.
Yeah. Pretty much. PraY and Gorilla trying to put that pressure on to Arrow and Peekaboo like we talked about. PraY using that long auto attack range, and Gorilla, of course, always there with that threat of the taunt. Crab walking his way around the bot lane. Aren't you glad Shen's back, Monty?
I'm not.
I'm thrilled. Really, even after becoming Shen?
Yeah, we were 2 Shens. It's true.
That's true. We became, you know, sometimes
even
you
after
live
walking
long enough to become the Shen.
Walking like 500 feet in Shen shoes, you still do not sympathize.
I feel a kinship with Shen now.
I knew what it was like to be the world's worst ninja for a short period of time.
Yeah, I mean, we're commentators. We're loud and very obvious, aren't we? So that just like Shen, the ninja.
Just as illogical as a tank ninja.
Makes sense. Support ninja. Makes way more sense. Ojin lurking about for a gank. Ssumday comes in with the stun. Smeb wasn't able to block that one.
This could be a pretty big brawl.
Oh yeah, Smeb coming in. Smeb very low already. Can he get taken out? He will. First blood goes to Ssumday, and now they're going to chase Ojin out of lane. A flash used. Repel coming down, and they're not going to be able to finish off Ojin, it looks like. Oh, maybe they are. Whoa, that was really close.
Huge credit right here to KT Score for making that gank happen so quickly. By closing the distance with this flash immediately, he almost invalidated the counter gank. Renekton wants the 2v2, so does the Gragas. Also, he had faster jungle pathing, so the Gragas had a level advantage on the Elise regardless of the result of that gank. So KT just played that almost perfectly, so there was no counterplay available.
Well, until a moment ago, he was 2 levels ahead on Hojin.
Yeah, somebody did pop the second W a little bit early, though, from the repel, and so had to hit a minion before the repel came down. That could have maybe been a double kill, but a little bit of an error. And he's back again. Oh, boy.
Smeb in big trouble. There's the stun. Smeb trying to get away, but no flash, and he's going to get taken out nearly. Oh, wow, there we go. Ssumday gets the kill. The turret doing a lot of damage, and the stun from KOO barely doesn't catch him. Oh, Ssumday.
This is now a massive hole for Smeb because Ssumday's already hit the point of being level 6, so even if it's a 1v1 or 1v2, Renekton is actually kind of classic for 1v2ing when the jungle ganks you once he's ahead in the lane. Ssumday is good at League of Legends, and he's ahead.
Yeah, and that gank, too, was such a mind game. So what happened there, they kill Smeb, and there's a huge minion wave coming to the turret. So they know that Smeb is going to TP back immediately. So Score, he's 2 levels up on Hojin, was 5-3, sits in the brush, and you don't expect Ssumday to use his teleport to come back into lane when the minion wave is pushed. So they immediately turn around and gank that. So a great mind game on the second gank there from KT. Really nice jungling from Score.
It's one of my favorite things to do. If you can kill the top laner, get him to burn the teleport back and just never leave the lane, because normally it's such a large investment to kill him, wait in the brush for him to walk back, but if you can predict that he's going to teleport back, it's actually also an efficient gank as well as an incredibly effective gank. You can see Score's level 6 now. He's leveling with the solo lanes. He is a monster now because now he can gank with his ultimate.
That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen you so happy, Jet.
Hey, when
jungle plays.
Smart, efficient jungle play though. Not just all this ward and be a sightstone right away, just like being so efficient. Of course, he built the sightstone right away, but it's still impressive.
You're really a bloodthirsty jungler then, aren't you?
Absolutely.
All right, I can agree with that.
He had the farm advantage, he got the 2 assists, so you have to think about it like a free sightstone, Jack. He's still, still Trailblazer to Trailblazer. He hasn't really lost anything, and here we go again.
Oh, Smeb. Able to get out of that one, but you just cannot get close to this Renekton right now. He's doing too much damage. He's got that pickaxe and a longsword on top of just the 2 Doran's blades and a ruby crystal for Smeb. It's bad for Smeb, that's what I'm saying.
Smeb life is not good right now.
All right, tried to block the stun there, didn't work. Ssumday gonna pop the ultimate grand challenge used by Smeb. Here comes Hojin. They're gonna lock Renekton down, and actually Smeb and Hojin get the kill. Nice gank by the KOO Tigers.
Well, Doa, sometimes when you don't have wards in the river, you shouldn't be trying to all-in your opponent.
Yeah,
I heard that. Ssumday getting very greedy and misplaying that entirely.
No jungle
knowledge
backup.
of Hojin or with help from Score. Pretty sloppy.
He's like, hey, I'm here to... Oh.
Be efficient.
Already died. I see how it is.
Here to be... Come on. All right.
See, does this make you mad as a jungler now, Jack? Because you get your lane ahead and then he just goes and dies and you're not there. You're like, what did I do all that work for?
It makes you a little angry, I would have to say, especially because he's allowed to play that aggressive, Ssumday is, as long as Smeb isn't level 6. Because he would be able to 2v2 an Elise and Fiora as long as he doesn't have Grand Challenge on him. But credit to Hojin as well for flashing out of the brush there in order to get Ssumday before he could slice and dice away. And it was a well-executed gank by KOO, but at the same time, Ssumday should never have put himself in that position. And honestly, the advantage is gone until he gets Tiamat.
Well, game 2 is a roller coaster in the top lane and a roller coaster of emotion for Jet.
And there finally Smeb gets the riposte done, turns it right around on Ssumday. It's been a bit of a mind game as to when that W would come out so far. And Ssumday's mostly managed to avoid getting the stun turned around, but that time really taking a pretty harsh turnaround in that little trade.
We saw Ssumday get picked on early on in game 1, and then Ssumday was able to turn it back around. Now we're kind of seeing the reverse, where they're picking on Smeb, and he's starting to finally turn it around.
Yep, very similar to last game.
Yep.
Get Ssumday ahead, Ssumday makes a mistake, Ssumday starts to fall behind, Ssumday, the third step of this is Ssumday gets an excellent teleport and totally owns a team fight, so.
And he can definitely do that on a champion like Renekton.
Now he's got Tiamat on Renekton, which is the go-to item, since after you use your W stun, you can then Tiamat, which allows you to get more damage off more quickly, because normally you're frozen in a half-second animation with the stun, but Tiamat can break that.
Jetbacks. Oh, challenge time. Ssumday could be in a bit of trouble slicing and dicing away. Can Hojin get there in time with the cocoon? Smeb's going to go ahead and flash to Chase, going under the turret. He gets a heal. Ssumday gets taken down, and it looks like Smeb's going to make it out.
Well, coming in, that was another time where Smeb saw the opening, turned around the stun onto Ssumday when he tried to come in. Smeb started playing that little interaction poorly, but here we go on the bottom side.
Whoa, nice ult from Score. PraY nearly taken down immediately. Peekaboo helps Score pick that one up, and Gorilla has a flash, gets stunned, goes down. There's a kill for Arrow.
And that's actually, that's catastrophic because they did a double teleport cancel there.
Yeah.
Both KOO and Smeb were channeling the teleports and neither of them decided to complete.
But they were on different minions, and what Arrow did was he managed to trap both teleport locations with Jinx at the same time. So kind of forcing the cancel a little bit right there, but a good gank turns it around. Now Hojin and Nagne mixing it up in the jungle.
And we've been really critical of the top lane matchup, Smeb and Ssumday, but we haven't been able to pay much attention to the bottom lane matchup. The Jinx has actually been winning that lane and now is definitely winning that lane thanks to Score. Even though Caitlyn does have, in my opinion, an advantage over the Jinx, Shen is an incredibly lackluster support in the laning phase as far as being able to win, especially against a Braum. So I feel like Peekaboo and Arrow, as well as Outplaying, have been utilizing that supporting lane advantage to actually give Jinx the laning advantage against a Caitlyn, which is not what KOO would expect or what they wanted when they picked in with the Caitlyn.
Well, it's been interesting, and at the end of the day, so far, it's a 2,000 gold lead for KT Rolster.
I mean, they got the turret, they have a TP advantage, they will soon have a double TP advantage once Nagnes comes back up. So KT, this is their time to start making plays on the map, really aggressively going after this dragon if they can.
Yeah.
Push up that lane and start taking objectives, while KOO is weak in terms of their globals.
Yeah, pushing up that bot lane as well. They've already got wards deep into the enemy jungle. And if you look at the mini-map right now, I feel like this is exactly the type of game that KT tries to play every game. Get those wards in there deep, get them in early, and then use that to set up dragons, use that to set up more plays. Like, this is all KT so far.
Because right after they killed that turret bottom lane, they got the wards for the dragon. They're always prepping their play. It's the mark of a good team.
Very true.
And now they have the teleport advantage. So what actually would be likely is a play top lane because they can still teleport down. They're actually not exposing themselves to a dragon here.
Oh, challenge issued to Ssumday. Teleports coming in for KT though. Smeb's gonna have to give that one up. Teleport canceled by Nagne. There's one down.
They couldn't get Smeb to fully commit to that, which was smart of Smeb. Drop the ultimate, so it looks like he's going in. They force the TP in out. The Score wandering.
Score goes into the blue buff, uses his ult, pushes Hojin back towards him, somehow stays alive for the moment, but KOO comes in for the kill. Blue buff got quite the show there.
Yeah, they didn't actually have Arrow in the right position to make that invade at the time. If they had waited just a little bit longer, but Arrow's still going to get the turret, so all in all, a preferable trade for KT, but not without a price.
Yeah, because we have to remember KT had a numbers advantage up in that lane. PraY was down bottom trying to push the turret, so as long as they grouped appropriately, they would have had the brute force to get the deep wards they so desire. It was actually a very good play by KOO to catch Score while Arrow was up top trying to push down the turret.
Yeah, and Hojin has opted to try and get that sheen this game and go into Runeglaive. So there is a ton of single target damage on the KOO Tigers. If you get caught out like that, they can blow you up nearly immediately. Of course, with champions like Caitlyn, that high single target damage, Fiora, and Veigar.
The question is, while you're focusing that single target, you know, what are the other two carries going to be doing to you? I mean, they've got Renekton and a LeBlanc in this game, so it's not like other comps that you've seen where it's just about the Jinx damage. KOO has a lot to worry about.
Yeah, they do, and Ssumday really going for a high damage build here, going Phage out of Tiamat. So not going to be very tanky when it comes to dealing with a lot of this burst, looking for that split push. First dragon of the game, going to go over to KT Rolster.
Yep, taking that without any issue at all. There it goes. So KOO got the first one in game one. KT takes it in game two.
And this, I think, was the expected result with the teleport advantage and the play they made top lane. If KOO wanted to respond to the dragon play, then KT would then be able to rotate very quickly down bottom. But again, a single target pick in the jungle.
Peekaboo needs to be careful here. Uses that ult, actually gets a knock up on the Gorilla, but Hojin just repels away. I don't know about that ult. What do you think?
No, I think it's actually quite good because it's zoned them out of that jungle, which is allowing Arrow to push forward in this bottom side. They get the deep wards in as well. So they're going to get a little damage from it, but it protects Arrow, prevents any kind of engage, and continues to allow KT to get the deep wards in the bottom jungle.
Very true. Nagne Doing a bit to Kuro again, able to blink back over the wall with that distortion.
It really is all about the deep wards that they're setting up.
Yeah, it's very classic KT Rolster play here in game 2.
The desk has talked a lot about it, but 4.3 wards per minute for this KT team. We do see the sweeper once again early on to Nagne.
Interesting.
Same thing last game. He did it about half the time in the group stages as well, where he does early sweeper, but then he will upgrade to a warding trinket. The interesting thing this game will be, since they already have so much map priority, if he's even going to bother going back and getting the upgraded warding trinket.
And that tier 2 in bottom is nearly ready to fall, already down to about a fourth of its health left. And KT has a lot of time before the next dragon to just simply put pressure on these lanes.
And PraY, you know, it's Caitlyn, one of these champions that has a relatively lackluster mid game, really needs 3 to 4 items to be successful, so you have to wait quite a long time to get her relevant.
Especially if you get an Avarice Blade.
Yeah, I mean, it's no damage here and no damage coming anytime soon, really, for PraY. He's done a good job of keeping up in CS, and Score has been standing in a ward for a real long time now.
Yeah, that's good for KOO, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Being
Well, if they can do anything about it.
The map.
Score is the ultimate ward defender here.
Cool guys stand in enemy team's wards.
Both junglers are in wards right now. So.
I rest my case.
The ultimate Korean jungler battle.
Here we go.
Gorilla tries to flash head for the stun onto Arrow, or the taunt rather, doesn't work out. He's going to use that exhaust. Summoner heal just to give the speed boost for Arrow and Peekaboo to make it out.
Yeah, that's pretty massive right there. They burned double TP again for nothing. That's the second time KOO has done that. And you really need to use your double TP to get back in the game in these situations.
And this is the situation that we talked about in the about this point last game.
Oh, Gorilla, got to be careful there.
So last game what happened was we saw the TPs used and we saw the 5-man groups and they were able to force fight and get kills. Now the adaptation here, and what I said is the kind of dark side of that play, is now we see a lot of minions being lost on the top side, mid lane turret goes down. So KT has adapted. Last game they were taking those fights when the TPs came in, when the groups came in. This time, no. They burned Flash, they burned Braum ult just to get, or Exhaust rather, just to get out of that situation. And instead of taking those fights, they say, we're backing off, we're just gonna play the map against you. So KT now has a lead at this point in the game, whereas they had a deficit before. So KOO has to come up with something else now.
Yeah, I also think the way they achieve that reward is more important. So KT, this time, has the vision generally of the approaching play instead of KOO having the vision of KT. KT has done a good job denying the vision and keeping the deep wards up, which makes it easier to make the appropriate choice, which they have adapted to do well.
Well, KT pushed out for the moment anyway. He's going to need a lot more than that. Already 4,000 gold down. That's a massive deficit for them at this point in the game.
Well, especially considering that KOO came into this match tonight with an average 5,772 gold lead at the 20-minute mark.
That's incredible.
So absolutely enormous. Certainly it was helped by the CLG games where they were sometimes up 7, 8, 9,000 gold.
They averaged a 9,000 gold lead against CLG at 20 minutes.
That is not much of a challenge, is it? Well, KT going for that tier 2. It's nearly dead. We'll probably get it pretty soon. Smeb making trouble for Peekaboo here. They're going to go in. Very tentative from both sides.
Everywhere KT goes, they can match with teleport. So this is exactly how KT wants to play the 15 to 30 minute mark right here. They're farming 3 waves with the protection of their teleports. This entire window, after KOO made the failed double teleport play by both pressing the teleport key at the same time and not getting kills, puts them in a hole for the duration of that 5-minute teleport cooldown. They need to instantly kill someone on KT in order to make a proper play. Otherwise, the teleports will come in and stop the play dead in its tracks.
Nice. Speaking of stopping things dead in their tracks, Peekaboo getting in front of that. He's in the hole from PraY. Not bad at all.
No red buff here will be taken away and put onto Nagne, actually.
Hey, what LeBlanc doesn't want a red buff, right?
Let's get some more damage in there. Just weave an auto attack into your combo.
If you're taking TP instead of Ignite, you might as well get the red buff, right?
It's a baby Ignite. It's a true damage. Like Ignite over time.
Yeah. FNC.
On auto attacks.
There you go.
There was once a time in League of Legends where that applied on spells for like a patch, and they realized then they realized Ryze's Q was a little bit too good with red buff.
I would say so. I enjoyed playing Annie during that time too. Dragon is up, and we will see if KT can claim it. They've certainly got the map positioning to go back and take that one fairly easily. Ssumday just pushing up the top lane. Got his teleport. In fact, the TP advantage for KT, and they're going to use it to go after that dragon very safely.
Incredibly safe. There is no chance of a steal.
Yep. That's right. This wasn't Dragon Funland after all. No. KT 2-0 up in Dragons. And KOO Tigers just kind of scrambling for some semblance of control, anything they can do to just stay alive in this game. Now, I suppose in theory they could still find a miracle team fight, but again, you know, that's not a situation you really want to find yourself in.
Yeah, specifically because KT Rolster has a stronger front line and very good catch potential this game as well. Obviously, KOO can get a good event horizon down, and if they can somehow catch Nagne very quickly, especially with Peekaboo being on Braum and not being near a Mikhails or having any cleanses on KT, it's kind of on Hojin or Kuro to make that happen, but it's very unlikely with the ward coverage that KT has, and also the way they're splitting the map into 3 different lanes.
Yeah.
This is pretty much going to script. We talked about it, 15-30. KT, #1 in terms of CS during that period. And KOO falling behind in that regard, but having a lot more kills. But KT, they just refuse to fight. They have long games, but they're happy because what happens, this style from KT, yes, it results in longer games, but it's so controlled. Just retreat, keep the map pressure up, slowly deny minion waves to your opponents, take these dragons, get the deep wards in, and just never give your opponent an opening. And when they make those mistakes with those global spells like teleport, just punish them for it.
Yeah, very true. And we talked about this coming into the match today as well. KT has a 9-minute longer average game time at Worlds than the KOO Tigers do right now. KOO Tigers have really relied in that group they were in on getting a lead early, snowballing it like crazy, and finishing fast. And against KT, clearly that is not something you can do. Ssumday taking some damage from Smeb, though. He's going to have to slice and dice his way out of there, where he gets sliced and diced even more. There's a lot of slicing and dicing going on there.
Yeah, Ssumday's gone for an incredibly aggressive Renekton build and opted against building any armor items, which is a little surprising. Although I do like heavy AD Renekton builds, he actually has some of the most aggressive AD ratios on his spells, so as far as which champions you would want to build AD on, Renekton is one of them. He gets a lot of natural health from his ultimate, especially once he hits level 16 as well. But I want Ninja Tabi or just a Warden's Mail somewhere in that build, because I think as soon as he builds that item, he just wins straight up against Smeb.
Oh, KOO pushing right up the mid lane. Can they actually take a turret here? They've got pressure on bottom lane too. Wow, Nagne did get stunned. They take him out. Hojin with a kill there. Nice pick by KOO, and that's exactly what they were looking for. Challenge issued. Smeb taking turret hits. He's okay for the moment, though. Ssumday in a bit of trouble. Getting lower, goes down, and that heal combined with the ult from Shen keeps him alive. KOO suddenly finding an opening.
That was absolutely huge. They cut the gold deficit by about half by that. It's going to go down even further as Smeb takes a turret, so KOO roaring right back into this game.
I guess, man.
I mean, I'm not really seeing this Fiora Renekton matchup at the current time, because at these 2 items, it's really hurting Renekton to be in these dueling situations. It's too easy for Smeb to block the stun now.
Yep, I think Ssumday needs armor. He can't win that duel elsewhere. And this was a mistake by Nagne. Obviously, with the Veigar, we talk about how strong he is as C's potential. This is exactly why. If Nagne wants to clear the wave, he has to walk into event horizon range or just give up a turret. He ends up losing both. So really, KOO losing the split push war that they had been winning this entire time, because KOO kind of smartens up and just sets up a siege.
Yeah, they start to group up, and then not only that, Gorilla rather on point to get into that bottom lane to make a play and a dive with Smeb at the same time, so they're able to crack 2 of the outer turrets. KT had held on to all of them before that single play. And KOO getting right back into it.
Yeah, and one wonders what else KOO has planned here as they push up the mid lane.
I think as far as plans go, this is 100% of their plan. They should continue to push up mid lane as much as possible and at least match a split push. They don't need Smeb in the same lane as Ssumday, even though that's nice, but as long as they can trade turrets in a split push, they're keeping the gold close and maintain a presence mid lane. They no longer have teleport disadvantages, so they can set up a decently safe siege.
Well, they're going to get that top lane turret pretty easily. Smeb tearing it apart right now. Looks like they'll trade the top lane tier 1 for the bottom lane tier 2. And you know, that's not ideal, but it's better than nothing. Wow, Smeb actually hasn't killed that. He hasn't done any damage to that turret yet. Ssumday, what are you doing?
He's trying to get out of this situation. He knows he's getting collapsed on, so it's still a dicey maneuver, and there's the dicey maneuver right out of Hojin's way. Very well played there by Ssumday, escaping what could have been a very deadly situation.
3 people collapsed on him, and he made it out completely cleanly. That's so impressive by Ssumday right there.
Yeah, Shen is like, wow, I need to get sneaking lessons from that giant space crocodile.
A better ninja than Shen.
Literally anything.
Yeah. That box that like Solid Snake walks around under in Metal Gear, that's a better representation of a ninja than Shen, I think.
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Yeah. What's in the box? Oh, nothing. Just a box. Shen's like, oh, that guy's so good.
Why didn't I think of that?
Jesus.
I was too busy making loud noises and appearing on the other side of the map.
It's like, oh, here I come! Shen. Supposed to be subtle. Nothing subtle about KOO's comeback, though. The lane's starting to push a little bit more for KT, but KOO has made it a game.
Yeah. The possibility, though, of KT really stacking up these dragons is becoming quite troublesome.
Yeah.
Nagnej's going to take a free bullet.
It's not a ton of damage.
I think that's KT's next step. Set up the dragon as cleanly as possible, make KOO burn Event Horizon, and then find your fight after that moment. A lot of that will have to do on Nagnej's flanks.
Yeah.
KOO's going to go a little early.
KT wants to take this one. KOO doesn't want to let them. PraY doing a bit of damage to the dragon. Who's going to get it? Red team takes it, went over to score. Smited it just in time, and that's going to be 3-0 in dragons for KT. KOO thinking back to game 1 saying, wait, this is our moment. Come on, third dragon, guys.
Hojin smited at 970 right there before score was even comboing ability, so a really easy smite there for score to finish. But with Ssumday trying to split push bottom, it's the setup siege again in the mid lane. Event Horizon equals turret.
Yeah.
And Ssumday actually peeled off right there, got cold feet. Of course, it would have been difficult for him on his own to try and take that inhibitor turret. But he did make the move, did push the minion wave, and they ended up. KT doesn't have a lot of tools to safely clear that minion wave as long as the Event Horizon is there. So KOO playing this Veigar significantly better than they did the last time, but the problem remains. 2 dragons for KT, and they'll get it before 40 minutes. That 5th dragon buff is very scary. And KOO, if they don't have the opportunity to get vision first on the dragon, they cannot engage really with their composition.
Yeah, that's the big threat, isn't it? Then you have to think about what Nagnej's really going to start doing in team fights. You get that 5th dragon stack, and suddenly you're going to be just evaporating people like KOO if you can get close enough. If you can get that flank.
But you also have to remember the late game Veigar, once he gets Void Staff, is going to be near 1,000 ability power. Nagnej has built pretty heavy magic resist with Mercury Treads and Abyssal Scepter, but we've even seen Nagnej's experienced it. Veigar is just pressing one button and instantly killing him in the late game.
Yeah, and that's when he had Merc Treads, Abyssal Scepter, and the Rylai's. So even more tankiness than he has right now.
Yeah. They're using KOO to push up that bot lane for the moment anyway. And it seems like for now, it's really a lot about Baron too. Can KT maybe find an opportunity to start baiting it, start pulling people away, and help Ssumday get a little bit more split pushing pressure with that Baron threat?
Well, they really want to force a face check here because KOO's engaged crowd control is so poor. And KOO's way of winning a lot of these team fights is going to be through picks or through kiting. So as long as they can control the river, as we reach the end game, uh-oh. Well, definitely a duel going on at the top side right now.
Yeah, Ssumday on the run. Here comes Hojin. Ssumday could be in a bit of trouble here. A lot of KOO members collapsing. There's the flash. Ssumday still trying to get away. Could get to the mid lane. Gorilla over the wall with the taunt. Ssumday slices and dices his way out. Caitlyn comes in with a bit of damage. Oh, they got it with the Event Horizon. Will that be enough damage? Gorilla gets taken up by Nagne, though. There goes the support on the other side. And Smeb, a little bit of health left. He's got enough. Another nice stun with that Event Horizon. Score manages to body slam his way to freedom. Here comes Nagne trying to find a target. Takes a lot of damage in response. Nice flash from PraY with the headshot. And KOO comes out of that fight on top.
Really, chaos ensued once Smeb chased Ssumday. Ssumday's really, really good at getting away from stuff, but KT did overcommit when trying to protect their Renekton. He burned far too many spells in retreat, which then gave an advantageous fight for KOO, and specifically the fact that KOO didn't have to deal with frontline allowed them to just chase with their CC. Now it's all about this Baron, and whether or not Score could miraculously get a smite.
Needs to be
Arrows here as well.
Oh, but there's the Event Horizon. Score.
Still body slam in.
It was a bit early. Got such low health, though. Arrow tried to come in. No, they can't quite get it. Baron goes down, and so does Nagne. KOO taking that Baron, and suddenly everything going the KOO Tigers' way, but only for the moment. They've got low health. Peekaboo trying to slow people up, and it looks like they'll be able to escape the Baron pit anyway.
Yeah, that was such a good call from KOO. They knew the TPs were down, as well as the death timers on the mid and top lane. Nagne had no chance because he tried to TP into that last fight. If they had just let Ssumday to die, or tried to disengage with the Braum ultimate, it could have been very different, not burn that TP. They decided to go in, follow that up, but KOO had been chasing Ssumday around for too long, and KT really overcommitted when KOO could just kite very efficiently.
I also think after the fight, an incredibly risky Baron call. Jinx over the wall with Jinx rockets, as well as an attempted smite steal where, by the way, neither smite was actually used. So if either one of those guys would have gotten close to smite, it could very easily have been a Baron steal. The Score got into the pit.
Funny thing is Jinx rocket wasn't used either.
Yeah. Was the ultimate
I think it was down.
Yeah.
I think it, oh, okay, it was down at the time. That could be it. All right, nice flash taunt onto Ssumday there from Gorilla.
Yeah, but the thing is, he had to use Dominus before this fight. Ssumday never does damage here, and the LeBlanc arrives when the other solo laner is already dead. Trading a top laner for a support automatically puts KOO at the advantage. Not to mention, they got to fight on top of that healing spring from Smeb. And really, Nagne can never get the proper flank position in this battle.
This is the real mistake, though. Nagne has no reason to go in for a LeBlanc combo right there. The AD carry in jungle had already successfully disengaged, and Nagne getting chunked and dying on the flank is what caused that Baron to go down. So, team fighting error there from Nagne.
Kuro hitting things so well with that Event Horizon.
Looking much better this game than last game.
And with the Baron buff, this composition hits its sweet spot, because specifically with the Caitlyn, the 3-item Caitlyn right here, the Event Horizon plus the Caitlyn range can take down almost any turret.
Oh, here we go again. Smeb onto Ssumday, issuing the grand challenge, and Ssumday can't even survive it through the ultimate. Oh yeah, Smeb 6-2-2 all over that top lane.
I know this may look like Fiora is just a way better champion than the Renekton in a split push, but this is a Magic Resist stacking Renekton trying to deal with the split push from Fiora. I do not know what Ssumday is doing with that build, and it is consistently punishing KT.
He's trying to survive Kuro, but that's not the person he's been fighting against.
I mean, but by not building armor, the other problem is that PraY has not had to build a Last Whisper this game either, so it's making it very easy for PraY to output damage and get tanky with that Bloodthirster.
Ssumday had 87 armor during that death, 33 minutes into the game. But KOO, they have the Veigar anyway, so they are pushing so strong here.
Yeah, using that Baron buff to push through the bottom inhibitor, going all the way to a bit of damage on the Nexus turret. Ssumday, he's teleporting down. They're going to try to flank this. KOO could be in trouble. Nice taunt from Gorilla, catching Ssumday immediately after he comes to the teleport. Score uses his ultimate, but he can't save his top laner. Smeb is godlike with a kill there. Nagne comes in, nearly takes out PraY, but it's not enough. Oh, Nagne lives with like 0 health left. 42 remaining after that ace in the hole.
Jinx coming in on the bottom side right, or top side rather. Smeb going hunting for Score, but the only one there. Score trying to a little bit of extra
boy,
but
he's in trouble. Smeb's like 4 score and 7 kills ago. I took out a Gragas in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Dragon taken by KOO as well. Looks like Score lives anyway.
Very close. They had to burn the exhaust. Enough slows used though to keep Score alive. Only Ssumday going down. They thought they might be able to catch them coming out, but Ssumday just getting blown up immediately. He just doesn't have that tankiness yet.
Yep.
Smeb has been so good at procking all 4 vitals. I don't think I've ever seen the heal from Fiora happen as many times in a game as I've seen right here. Very consistently setting up winning situations for his team by chasing people down like that.
Yep, that big heal has been helping quite a bit. Look at this, Gorilla just immediately with the taunt onto Ssumday.
That's a great opening right there. Of course, they get him down to 50% HP, and now he's going to go, gets hit by the Veigar ult.
Yep.
And they're just easily going down. Rocket not going to do a whole lot. Nagne coming in, nearly one-shots PraY, but can't finish it off. PraY then responds.
Oh, so close.
The ace in the hole, not
40.
quite enough.
40 HP after that one.
Yeah, now it'll kill. It's a last whisper onto PraY, so much more damage. Caitlyn's hit that 4-item point of being really, really good in the late game. 1 inhibitor down. They no longer have the Baron main, so it'll be a little bit harder for them to set up sieges.
And crucially, they got a dragon during that conflict as well, just picking it up at the end, preventing KT from being on the cusp of number 5.
It makes that 5th dragon a long way away for KT Rolster now, and if you look at the gold lead that KOO has, they've gone from about 4K down this game to now being about 5K up. What a swing.
Well, this looks more like the KOO we were used to in Korea.
Yes,
you know?
yes it does.
Losing in the early game, scrapping it out, somehow getting their strategy together and just running wild in the mid game to take that gold lead and take a win.
Yeah. Trying to take out that mid inhibitor turret now. They're going to rotate up the top. It's certainly looking like they're going to take this game. We'll see if KT can stop them.
No.
Doesn't look likely, does it? Jan's just like, no.
The 4-1 they set up was so good, specifically because Smeb is just ignoring the Renekton, and even if LeBlanc rotates over for a quick burst, he's even been able to save his riposte, so he can't get burst by Nagne either. Just KOO really, really pretty with the way they're moving between lanes.
That Event Horizon, too. Although I suppose with Santa Veigar, it's more like Present Horizon. It works. Someday, trying to get up inside. Yeah.
Trying to get some damage down. Event Horizon used just to deny the flank.
They'll get that inhibitor before too long.
KT should just make a play right now.
Yeah, well, they need to do
now
something.
They should make a play. The Event Horizon's down.
Yeah.
Well, we got excited for nothing.
Just go for it. Just get him.
Oh, they're going to lose their inhibitor. How about that?
PraY, stop moving. Just get him.
Just kill the inhibitor. There's plenty of them now. There we go. Taking out Peekaboo takes a big chunk of life loss as well. And KOO Tiger's just going to casually walk away.
Yep. I think KT had to pull the trigger there if they wanted to get back into this game at
Whoa.
all. They're going to lose a Nexus turret
Whoops.
at the same time as KT has gotten a bunch of people together in the mid lane just to push out the mid wave. Dragon up at 10, or Baron rather.
Yeah, 2 inhibitors down with only 1 Nexus turret means the Baron would basically only be a chance at a steal.
Probably, and KOO's just going to not waste any time going for this one. KT, they're right there though. Nagne has his teleport. He could join and he will. Are they going to be able to get this one? Yeah, KOO gets the Baron, but will they win the fight? Peekaboo takes a bit of damage early on. Gorilla looks a little bit low as well. They're going to take him down. Goodbye, Peekaboo. Nagne over the wall doing absolutely nothing. KOO just all over KT right now. Nagne has to run ace in the hole, blocked by Arrow. Takes half his health doing it though. And Smeb is getting closer. KT just barely keeping 3 people alive during that fight, but KOO looking pretty fine. There we go. Teleport coming in. And Kuro, he's got the home guards. Veigar flashing on the wall. He better rise it. Arrow cleanses through it though, makes it out. That is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. Nobody wants to see Veigar run at them like that.
Didn't even get the kill, but I feel like KOO will probably get the game. They kill the inhibitor, the instant respawns back up. They have everyone but their support.
Yeah.
Still a decent defending crew there by KT Rolster, though.
It's not bad. Nagne, Arrow, and Ssumday left to defend this last Nexus turret and the Nexus. Not doing as much damage as you'd expect, I suppose, but it's enough to scare KOO away. You know, why take that chance? Why take that 80% chance to win right now when you can have a 100% chance in a minute or 2?
Yeah, and they did just burn 2 flashes not to get the kill on the Arrow, so there is a little trepidation about trying to finish that game, especially when KT's topped up and score is respawning. I think this makes
sense.
Definitely the right call for KOO. They still got some time left on that Baron to make the final push.
Yeah.
Even so, I'm really loving this series so far. KT, back and forth games with KOO the first 2 times here. KOO had an early game advantage with Veigar, and they didn't necessarily correctly avoid the team fights and play around the Dragons properly. This time, KOO actually had to play from behind. but instead did use the Veigar properly. Much better use of Event Horizon from KOO this game. They worked around the vision control of KT and found their moments in a very creative fashion. And it's really good to see two good teams go back and forth against each other.
Well, we were all wondering too, you know, how close was this really going to be after that last series in Korea about a month or two ago? And man, they have not missed a beat as far as how close these teams are to each other skill-wise. I still think we can definitely see Game 5 in this series. KOO looking like they want to tie things up here in Game 2, though. There goes the last inhibitor turret on the map for KT Rolster. And KOO looking to try to end it. Ace in the hole used, blocked by Peekaboo. But here comes the KOO Tigers. KT, the last defense is right here, right now.
KOO's going to wait for 3 waves of Baron and Power Super Minions.
Yeah, why not, man? Get the Winions on board as well, too. Arrow takes a ton of damage from KOO. And there we go, Grand Challenge issued yet again. Peekaboo the target, Nagne gonna back out of the fight, got exhausted, couldn't really do anything. Double kill comes in for KOO. They're gonna tear apart KT, and KOO Tigers tearing apart the Nexus as well. Game 2 goes to KOO Tigers.
This has been a really interesting series so far, and I'm really happy to see KOO play that Veigar much better in this game than in Game 1, because they came back in, played the Veigar again, and if they had lost with it, they would have looked real dumb. But this time, they actually showed that, yes, we know how to use it properly. Last game was just a little bit of an outlier. We can set up these sieges. But KT, they tried to snowball Ssumday again early, kind of threw away his lead.
I think Ssumday has no one to blame but himself for this game. He started 2-0 thanks to some really nice play by Score, and then ended 2-7. Not only did he play over aggressive, I think he built wrong as well with his itemization. Renekton versus Fiora, they tried to bring it out as a counter pick, and I think he ended up outbuilding himself.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, you know, KOO Tigers were able to find those moments that they wanted to in the mid and late game. Play, like you said, very much like the KOO Tigers that we saw in summer season in Korea, and able to come back and crush KT.
I really like what we saw from both teams. It was, I felt like it was really a game of cat and mouse. Of course, KT doing a great job of baiting out those TPs and keeping the map pressure, and KOO just trying and trying and trying until they found the picks that they wanted.
The fact that KOO actually won this game after they had a large deficit in the early game and then failed on back-to-back double TP usages, normally the game is over at that point because you get snowballed on, but they were resilient enough and they saved up. They didn't fall behind because those TPs were used. It was impressive.
Well, that's usually the KOO Tigers that we're used to seeing.
Yeah,
they are very good at staying in games against top-tier opponents and then able to get the strategy working and make a comeback. Their early game dominance has been weird for me to see at this particular tournament.
That's more like it in Game 2, huh? Well, this series is just heating up, but to help us break down that last match, let's send it down to the interview lounge, guys.
Thank you very much, Doa. Indeed, things just heating up, and we're going to break it down here together with Crepo and the Fisho. Because looking at Game 2, now all square, and a similar composition or a similar idea also coming out of the KOO Tigers this time around.
Yeah, so what we see for them again with this Veigar pick in the mid lane is they want to do this 1-4 siege composition, where of course Fiora has to do really well up on the top side. That didn't look very good in the start for KOO Tigers because of the ganks that came in, you know, Smeb fell behind 0-2 very, very early.
Yeah, KT did a good job of recognizing where KOO was strong to build up their composition. So they took away the 1 out of the 4-1 part, and they took down Smeb in the top lane. He eventually got back later. But I just want to compliment Score on his early ganks, the way he pathed in for a couple of really efficient, quick-paced ganks, especially when he went bot later on. We also have a replay of that coming up. So definitely the mechanical outplay he did in the first few ganks set KT up to take the pace of the game and potentially snowball it, but it kind of went down.
Yeah, again, so he gets the good ganks off, and it looks awesome for them. LeBlanc is doing fine in the mid lane and everything, but once we get the counter gank from Hojin coming in, gets the 1 kill, then Smeb gets a solo kill as well up in that top lane, and that's where it really starts going wrong, because Fiora will always outscale a Renekton, and then we get this split push suddenly happening, and we also get to see a fairly weird strategy for KT, where they keep the LeBlanc in the mid lane with teleport, just sitting there farming over and over. They keep putting Jinx in the bottom lane, give her all the farm. She doesn't apply any pressure, she just pushes the wave and runs away. Why do you pick LeBlanc with teleport then if you're not going to split push? That's how you're going to close out the game.
Especially knowing that KT had started to build up an advantage. We pulled a replay up on the screen of the bottom lane gank by Score. Also very well executed, because it's not just going down there, but you also have to make it work.
Yeah, if you look at where Score is right now, he's right outside of your screen in the bottom brush. There's okay, Arrow and Peekaboo gonna walk back, and he's just snuck in there. They don't expect him to come in. He's body slams, knows he can't get close enough. Instant R, both of them knock forward. Now look at Peekaboo as well, getting in a position, gonna flash after instant R, and they really play around that Shen shield, immediately go for PraY, then take out Gorilla. This was Score sneaking in here in the bot lane. He went top earlier, got a kill on Smeb, so he was definitely directing the pace of the early game, and he got KT pretty far ahead.
But a fairly weird thing, if you look at the replay here, was yes, he made a play on the bottom side of the map. Top side, they just killed the Renekton. There was one ward placed by KT. They've just been dominating 2-0 up there. You have a Renekton that's going to take over the game, invest vision into that side, take over completely. Don't allow suddenly the enemy junglers to just walk up the river and get an easy gang off to kind of turn the game around. So there's a lot of mistakes for KT in how they want to close out the games. And again, how they play the 1-3-1, it allows the siege to happen for the KOO Tigers.
I do think it was a good idea in a sense going bot lane to take care of the Shen ulti that way.
But it's fine. I want the vision on top side, so your top lane does not die.
Vision top needs to be better because Renekton should be able to snowball that matchup, and we have to also just question Ssumday. Maybe could have had to push the advantage more home. But the biggest thing for me is that in the mid game, once KOO Tigers started actually getting that siege on, we could see the strengths of this composition.
Yeah, definitely. We also have a replay to show that. Much like where in game 1 there was a comeback from KT through team fight, this time KOO correctly identifies what they're supposed to do with their composition.
Yeah, so some good things about the comp here. First of all, Caitlyn against the LeBlanc, you can just alter every single time before a fight, and then Veigar can follow up with his ulti if she ever jumps in or stun her. So this is the 4-1 siege. Look at the bottom lane Fiora. She will have the Shen support as well as backup.
Yeah, and also just look at where the Jinx is on the map right now. Arrow just way too late to that party overall, and we should have had Nognes split pushing on that LeBlanc. We should have had him clearing the waves. He can dash in to the mid lane to rotate quicker. Worst case, he can even teleport in. So you should definitely have your Jinx in the mid lane there, as you were saying earlier. And
it's just so weird because
it's so weird that they do that.
Caitlyn is sitting in a side lane versus the Jinx. They just keep wave playing against each other. What happens if LeBlanc walks into that lane? Caitlyn dies or she runs away.
She did.
So you take over that lane and you have teleport while Veigar is sitting mid lane anyway, just trying to push in the wave. The KT way of playing with this teleport LeBlanc is not really very effective. In the last game, they relied on outplaying in team fights, not on picking off targets or split pushing, even though that
and they had top snowballing as well.
Exactly. Like that was still a weird game for me that KT managed to turn that one around. That was more misplaced for KOO Tigers in team fights than KT doing extremely well.
And it also comes down to what we thought about Kuro versus Nagne. Monty that's saying Kuro was maybe underperforming, but he played the Veigar here really well. A lot better zoning with the Event Horizon and LeBlanc. As we saw yesterday in that Fnatic game, when it goes off, it can absolutely snowball, but Nagne not taking the best approach to it.
Yeah, and here we see KOO. They should be happy with that game.
Yep.
They kind of threw away their lead a little bit in game 1, and this time, once they played to the strengths of the composition, they quite comfortably won. And KT, they looked a little lost. They had a early game composition where they relied on certain members snowballing. They got them ahead, didn't snowball anymore, and then they didn't move the strong members of their team to the areas where the opposing team was weak. And then obviously a siege composition like this will pull ahead.
Although for KT going into next game really quickly, it did come down to a couple of individual mistakes, especially the build path coming out of Ssumday as well. So I feel like we might have a 5-gamer on our hands.
He was kind of done so no matter what up there in top lane when you build, like when you play Renekton into Fiora, so that's going to happen. But I'm just looking at the entire team more than just him building some magic resist, because the entire team here needs to play better on the map. They need to be able to push to 1-3-1 if they want to run this comp. Otherwise, Veigar is just going to do exactly this every single game you play.
Well, we'll see what happens. And if we see the Veigar again in game 3, we might have 5 games on our hands. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with game 3 of KOO versus KT. Don't go anywhere.
Gorilla going to play Shen support for the first time ever.
Oh, they got him with the Event Horizon. Will that be enough damage? Gorilla gets taken out by Nagne, though. There goes the support on the other side. Smeb is godlike with a kill there. Nagne comes in, nearly takes out PraY, but it's not enough. Oh, Nagne! Nagne over the wall doing absolutely nothing. KOO just all over KT right now. Nagne has to run, ace in the hole, blocked by Arrow. Nagne gonna back out of the fight, got exhausted, couldn't really do anything. Double kill comes in for Kuro. They're gonna tear apart KT. Game 2 goes to KOO Tigers.
Welcome back, everyone, to our quarterfinal coverage. The action's about to resume in the Wembley Arena with Game 3 between KT Rolster and the KOO Tigers. And the teams are tied at 1 win apiece. Crumbs, I'm coming to you first. In regards to the pick and ban, we saw KOO stick with 2 picks, the Fiora and the Veigar, change everything else up and find much more success.
Yeah, I think for these 2 games, the draft has been won by KOO both times. I think the first game, KT just outplayed. KOO didn't really understand what their comp was doing. This time around, though, their compositions I like to think about it as a bit of a fusion burrito. It's got a little bit of everything. So you have that 4-man
You're
Siege.
just hungry.
That's all
that is. You're just hungry.
Cup of coffee. So it has Elise, Veigar, and the Caitlyn and the Shen for the Siege. So the whole core of that is Elise cocoons from afar, good peel, and then you put down the cage and you go with the Caitlyn Peacemaker, easy to siege turrets. We saw how effective that was against the LeBlanc. Now, I have a whole problem with the LeBlanc, but I just want to focus on KOO's composition and that in the 1v1 scenario, Fiora, we've seen she pretty much outscales nearly everything. And when you have a Shen with that, nobody can 1v1 her. So now you have a 4-man unit that is stronger than their 4-man unit, and a 1v1 that is also stronger, which highlights just how poor KT drafted there, in my opinion, because they really didn't have a win condition besides just crushing lanes, and that didn't happen.
Yeah, both drafts from KT, I think, have been rather poor here, especially what they're up against. They're lacking wave clear. They're playing against Siege. I think if you're going to go with a LeBlanc again, you really want to do that, you ban the Veigar. In Game 1, they banned both Elise and Lee Sin, and they still gave Hojin Rek'Sai. So those two bans I felt were actually misused, and they should have been banning something else. You can drop the Elise, first pick it yourself, get rid of the Veigar. I feel like they're falling short against these Sieges, and they're struggling against that champion in particular in those scenarios.
It's like, speaking of the junglers, I feel like score is the only reason they've been, like, these games have been close at all, because I feel the same way you guys do about the drafts is KOO has, like, a better draft in both games. But, like, to me, the Hojin's play has been too predictable. He's trying to pull the same gank twice against a person like Ssumday, like the consistency master. And he's ready for those lane ganks that are very inconsistent and risky because you fall behind on camps. And it ended up when Darius being 2-0. And with that in mind, I need to kind of highlight the fact that KOO Tigers, if they kind of just ease up in the early game, Hojin plays a more consistent style, maybe they aim for the lane swap, then I think it will increase their odds.
They're clenched up, but Tahm Kench isn't even in the game. I mean,
Come on.
No, you saw it coming, man. The playstyle from KOO has just been coming down to the drafting, and you talked about Ssumday being consistent, but I'm just not seeing it these games. The wording just isn't there.
Score is consistent. He set Ssumday up for success there, and Ssumday, to a degree, threw it away.
I completely agree. Ssumday actually threw away a large portion of the game when he got caught on Renekton, and then everybody tried to back him up, and they ended up going down as well. So I don't think he's hitting that same consistency stride in this series just yet.
All right, well, enough from us. The players are ready. As we step inside the venue for Champ Select, PraY explains the edge he sees in his lane matchup.
에로 선수 같은 경우에는 이렇게 후반을 보는 캐릭터를 좀 자주 한다고 생각하고요. 그에 반면에 저는 뭐 초중반에 좀 힘을 넣어야 되는 캐릭을 할 때도 많고 그래서 그쪽이 많이 후반을 도모하면 초반에 좀 이득을 많이 봐서 후반에 부셔버린다던가 약간 그런 면이 차이점인 것 같아요.
And welcome back, guys, for Game 3, KT versus KOO and PraY, talking about destroying KT in the early and mid game. It didn't really happen much in Game 2, but he was able to come back and destroy him late. So we'll see. It's interesting to hear PraY say that, because that hasn't really been KOO's style, has it?
Well, especially when he had the lane matchup advantage in that second game. It was still losing lane, so...
Yeah, throughout the group stages, PraY had a spectacular early game, and Arrow did not. A +10 CS differential for PraY in that regard, and Arrow was at -7. But then he just lost the Caitlyn versus Jinx matchup, supports permitting in the early game, which was unexpected. It's good for PraY to be confident, though.
That's right, and it is time for picks and bans. Game number 3. One of these two teams will put themselves one win away from the semifinals. If they can come out victorious here in Game 3, Veigar the first ban. Veigar the first ban against KOO.
I think that...
Not surprising.
KT in that first game on blue side, they had a couple throwaway bans in there. We'll see if they're going to take the cannon out again, and they will.
Okay.
But there's a lot of room for them for blue side bans, considering the rather questionable Elise and Lee Sin bans in the first game of this series.
And there's the Tahm Kench as well to complete KT's bans. Gangplank Mordekaiser. On blue side, you certainly are a little bit more free to spot ban. On red side, you are pretty obligated to ban those quote-unquote OPs.
Yep. I think the Teleport LeBlanc was a very unsatisfactory answer to the Veigar. So instead of KT picking it themselves or picking a counter pick to the Veigar, which is a little bit unexplored, not many counter picks known for Veigar at the moment, the ban is the smart choice.
Lulu is up, so is Elise in this game, and both of these teams love to play that Lulu, mostly in the mid lane, but interestingly, when they faced each other in blind pick, they both ran it in the top side, which is an unusual situation, but Ssumday may want to take the Fiora away. We could go for that Lulu as more of a flex pick here.
Well, this was, I think, pretty clever by KOO Tigers because, yeah, KT gets the Lulu, but that guarantees Smeb is able to take that Fiora once again.
Yeah, if he wants the Fiora, he can have it. They can take Fiora at least here. And
do you want to bring the Fiora against possibly the Lulu, though? What do you think about that matchup?
I don't like the Fiora against Lulu. More so for the team fights. I think Fiora can survive in the laning phase and still get some decent split pushing off.
Sure.
But you can just polymorph the Fiora when she tries to go in after she ults someone and completely shut her down.
Exactly, yeah. So we may see something a bit different. Will not be the choice this game, I guess. There's the Fiora locked in along with that Elise for Hojin. Hojin on your screen looking pretty confident about that pick.
This is going to give Ssumday a chance to possibly counterpick it, though. If he wants to go with something else, he now knows he is going to be facing that Fiora 100%. Score's been playing great on Gragas. Why switch it up now?
Ssumday is a very solid Lulu player, too, so they really have a lot of options over on this KT side. And they're going to just go ahead and grab one of these two junglers. Probably not both. We haven't seen a top Renekton or a mid Gragas for a very long time. Very long time. Although Nagne kind of made a name for himself originally on that mid Gragas way back in Season 3.
Whoa.
And that's going to be Kalista Rek'Sai locked in for KT.
I'm actually very surprised by the Kalista right here, unless they're using it as a denial pick against PraY, because with the Lulu, I was almost ready to just see the Lulu jinx that we've seen from everyone, especially against a couple of squishy targets early from the KOO Tigers.
Yeah, there's a lot of peel support still open too. For Peekaboo, should he want to use them, could have taken the Braum, could have taken the Thresh.
And there is Shen and Ashe locked in for the KOO Tigers, so it looks like it's probably going to be that support Shen. Once more, Gorilla played it quite well last game.
Yeah, they are showing this support Shen quite early, but in Gorilla's first professional game, he did do some nice work on it, able to pull out a win. And they've got another very strong kiting composition coming in here for KOO. Arrow hovering over his Draven, one of his favorite champions, but he hasn't had much success on it lately, and Kalista already locked in.
Maybe mocking PraY, known as one of Korea's worst Draven players as well. Could be either one. Oh, and are we going to see that Malphite? Man, quite the wombo combo if Malphite goes in and then you've got the Wild Growth after that. Could be pretty scary for a champion that's not too mobile like Ashe.
It'd also be scary for KT for the intense lack of damage they will have if they go with this team composition.
Yes.
But they would definitely have a lot of crowd control and tankiness.
Alistar.
Whoa.
And is it going to be Malphite? It looks like it is. Wow, that is a lot of engage. And this kind of reminds me of like the end of spring season KT, where they hadn't picked up Peekaboo yet. They didn't really kind of know what they needed to do to win. So they just started picking a lot of really heavy engage comps. And to be fair, it worked for them rather well.
Yeah, it's still very troubling if they get into the late game, however, because they really will be lacking in damage compared to the KOO Tigers. And
no,
no,
not the Kassadin, no. Okay, there we go. Now
KOO's Victor makes perfect sense into this KT team, which is very tanky and frontline based. Victor is spectacular against these if he can avoid the initial initiation, because he can then throw down Gravity Field, get the move speed from his Q, laser through, and basically kill everyone. KT really needs to win this game quite early on, I feel like. But then at the same time, they have so much tankiness, they can invalidate the Fiora in the late game. Maybe that's their strategy against Fiora as well. It is definitely a different team composition from KT than we were expecting.
Yeah, and this one just screams out more 5v5 play in the mid game before a lot of the items start coming into play, and they can rely more on their base damages here to be successful. So KT, they're gonna have to take these fights early, which is something that they haven't really been doing. They've been very elusive, you know, between 15 and 30 minutes, but they really have to commit this time. And Victor for Kuro, he is 17-4 all time on this champion. It's a hugely successful pick for the KOO Tigers and something that is always a danger.
And he was like the first Korean player to really bring Victor into that scene as well, even way before it was common in the meta. Kuro was playing that Victor and he was getting wins on it too.
Yeah, I loved watching KOO's Victor because Victor's always been a favorite champion of mine. So to see him bring into competitive play was part great and part awful because of the nerfs.
It is a cool champ. Well, guys, keep updating your votes on Twitter with that hashtag KTWin or hashtag KOOWin at LOL Esports. Keep letting us know who you think is going to take this series. We are all tied up right now as we get on to Summoner's Rift for game number 3 between KT Rolster and the KOO Tigers. You know, maybe some people here don't know this, but Rolster is actually a combination of roller and coaster. I'm not making this up. They like to combine words like that in Korea.
And just one syllable jammed right onto another.
Yep. Like CJ Entus. Entus is a combination of entertain and us. For whatever reason. It just is. Don't argue with it.
Today I learned.
Well, here we are.
I'm going to start combining words now and making fake team names.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
I'm not that quick. I'm going to do it later.
Oh, okay. All right.
Give me some time.
We'll wait for this. I'll come back to you in game 4.
All right. The timer's on.
And KOO Tigers pushing back, score a little bit early on.
Yeah, more aggressive play here from KOO. Over the course of the quarterfinals, we've seen less willingness to invade for some of these deeper wards. Gorilla out on his own over there, but
Shen's been spotted, but what else is new, really?
Here we are again.
Yep.
Another obvious Shen game.
Run it, Shen. No, never mind. It's just Shen. Well, some deep wards being thrown down by KOO at this point. KT getting 1 in the enemy jungle. So far, a pretty passive early game, isn't it?
Yeah,
Passive
especially.
level 1.
And these teams have also kind of gone away from lane swapping. They were so forced into it, I feel like, from the group stages. And then as soon as they're playing each other, they just go straight back to LCK style. Like, especially during the LCK regular season, they were almost never doing the early turret killing and swapping. And all these other teams were just like forcing them into playing the same game.
Yeah.
But now they're just like, you know what, we don't have to do it if the other guys aren't.
It's interesting to see because, yeah, like you said, I mean, I feel like I'm right back in the OGN studio right now, man, casting some LCK. KOO Tigers, though, didn't have that flare back in summer season. But hopefully we do in spring season. Hint, hint, Riot, hint, hint. Pretty pleased.
I never want that to leave the game.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love it. That's
too entertaining.
It really is.
Nice harass by KOO down on the bottom side there as well. They did manage to get the small Krug, but I think KOO denied KT off of a few early minions.
Oh, taunt onto Peekaboo. He's going to take a lot of damage early on, and PraY actually able to escape quite a bit. Gorilla getting poked on his way out, but things are not too bad.
Yeah, Peekaboo opting for the pulverized right at first, but be able to sustain that pretty nicely. And Ssumday and Arrow just standing right next to each other.
I guess so. Man, this bot lane has been aggressive for both sides.
Finding some opportunities. I mean, heavy trading really across the map. Only top side. Taking it easy, chilling out right now.
Yep.
The Smeb Ssumday matchup has been so fascinating because they are kind of the 2 carry top laners we were expecting coming from Korea before Marin decided to outclass all of them in the group stage. But this one in particular, Smeb going back to the Fiora well again and again, and before the Fiora rework, Malphite would have been a counter pick for that. But now it's so easy for Fiora to repost those spells that it's actually a Fiora favored lane before the team fight phase.
It's an interesting invade very early on here from Hojin. They're going to collapse. They have pressure in mid and bottom, so nice red steal here from the KOO Tigers.
Yeah, and if they're able to get this from Score, if Score can't steal it away, they'll be probably able to triple buff it. Nope, Score smote a little bit early. And so the KOO Tigers, once they claimed that blue back on their side of the map, should have succeeded in triple buffing KT.
That was a really clever use of lane pressure there, too, and knowledge of where exactly Score would be pathing to make it out very quickly over to the enemy red buff and go ahead and steal it away. So denying some of Score's early pressure. Nice job there by Hojin, really communicating well with his team.
Yeah, and we also have to note that Ssumday was given the blue buff by the Rek'Sai early on in the laning phase during the double jungle phase. It's pretty common that that happens with the Rek'Sai and the Malphite, and it will allow him to harass Smeb very heavily in the early laning phase. Normally, Malphite is gated by mana as far as using his Q aggressively. Not this time, though. It's why it's done.
And one of those things about Malphite, and it's funny to see KT using the Malphite because KOO was the one to bring the Malphite back into the meta, right?
Right. Everybody kind of went after it after they saw it work against Najin, though.
Yeah, and it's true, but it was you really have to credit Smeb and the rest of KOO for setting that up and showing how it could be used. And one of those factors is really that you know the passive for Malphite, it gives him basically a free armor death tap. It's 30% additional armor passively, so when it comes to just getting over that early hump with the blue buff, and then laning against the Fiora, or actually just surviving against these high damage top laners, AD top laners later on, you really do have such a power in terms of survivability.
Armor death cap, huh?
That's pretty much what it is.
I think I saw one of those at the Tower of London, but I might be mistaken. A lot of stuff like that there.
Did you try it on?
No, it was behind glass. Probably would have killed me.
I never understood why somebody would want to put something on their head called a death cap.
I don't know. It doesn't sound good. Oh, I mean, you got the sorting hat in Harry Potter. That sounds friendly. Sorting hat.
Yeah.
People like organization. You know,
the death cap just sorts you right into the afterlife.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to wear that. No hats for me.
That's why our support player.
Exactly.
Very rarely can you
never
wear the death cap.
I mean, I will probably more often than other support players, but that's just a personal thing. Come on, Glitter Lance. Glitter Lance. Oh. Not going to stop the recall. Meanwhile, a lot of pressure on this bot lane from PraY and Gorilla.
Yeah, and it's been strong lane pressure from the KOO Tigers. And this is actually something Yamato brought up on the desk. He wanted to see a more consistent jungle path from Hojin. Even though he took a big risk early with the invade, he has been in a much more farm-centric style and not really exposing himself for ganks. It's giving a more leveled early game for KOO here, and they haven't had the risk of falling behind necessarily.
Hojin opting for the Amp Tome early, though, so more damage-oriented build. Score, once again, fast on the Sightstone, and he's going to take that opportunity to go ahead and plow through the bottom side jungle, get a bunch of wards up.
Really fast on the Sightstone. That's a it's like a 6-minute Sightstone.
Yep.
His average is 11, which is faster than Hojin, who is sitting at 13:38, who's actually one of the slowest. This is exceptionally quick.
I feel like they saw the power that getting that early vision in the jungle had in the early stages of late game, and even though they lost that game, they really were in control for a long time.
Well, Ssumday's just been left on his own in the top side now. He's just going to try and farm underneath his turret. He is level 6, so he has some ways to get out of any ganks that come through. And there are tons of Sentinels patrolling the bottom side jungle here, deep wards in from that Sightstone, so they want to push forward with his Kalista. And in the mid lane, try and start playing a little bit more aggressively while Ssumday just very passively scales in the top side.
Yeah. So,
as
top lane, I feel like I'm watching Mundo versus Mundo here. Come on.
Well, as far as
Come on,
CS deficits go, this is totally acceptable for the Malphite. Malphite's the type of champion that can be down 60 CS in lane, and because of his armor multiplier on his passives, still be completely fine.
Well, he's kind of an ult bot too. You know, you need him to show up in team fights and knock a bunch of people into the air, and if he can do that, it doesn't really matter too much if he dies immediately after that. Nagne pushing up the lane, but still going to be very even between Kuro and Nagne. Question is, when is the action going to begin?
Well, if you're KT, you're probably hoping it's going to start beginning sometime relatively soon, because it is a lot about their ability to make these plays and snowball, because they are going to have a gold advantage if they want to keep dealing damage in the late game.
I mean, Ssumday's level 6. You've got that ult. You've got the ult on Lulu as well, too. You can start making those plays, can't you?
Yeah, somewhat. It's just as long as he's pushed under his turret by Smeb, he doesn't want to leave lane to go make a play, because that creates a jump of gold for KOO. KOO has typically been making the majority of their moves between the 10 and 15-minute mark. That's just a statistic, though. It doesn't mean they're going to be suddenly aggressive at 10 to 15 minutes. But generally, when KOO has been getting their ultimates, mainly on PraY for the AD carry, is when we'd expect to see the action. KOO has been more the team to take initiative in that phase of the game so far it was.
Didn't see a ton of hugely impactful
What is that
dash arrows in the early part. I don't know. I was kind of wondering about that.
What a waste of 100 gold.
That's a weird pink word right there.
Pretty sure it is. One thing though we haven't really talked about is that even though KT may have some issues playing out the late game, does KOO really have an answer to getting on to Arrow? Because Arrow is the main damage source. He has to be shut down here. And it's kind of up to Victor to do that, but that is a little bit hard to get back to where Arrow is with the amount of peel that's on this team. And the fact that Victor and Ashe are going to be main targets for Alistar and Malphite. I mean, you have to think about it. They effectively have 2 Malphite ults with the Alistar-Malphite combination.
Yeah.
To use onto the back line.
Oh, not to mention the Wild Growth as well. They have a lot of knockups, and Nagne doing a lot of damage to Kuro. There's a Wild Growth for the knockup. Can he actually take him out? Oh, wow, that stun probably saved Kuro's life. He had his flash, but he would have had to at least use that. And Hojin jumping on to score, doing a bit of damage before backing away.
Yeah, one combo gets him down to about 50%, so just taking that opportunity. But this is a great time as the blue buff is spawning.
Yep. PraY knocked up. Gorilla actually goes in for the taunt on to Arrow to try to prevent damage to his AD carry. A lot of damage done all around, but some potions should heal that right back up.
Yeah, that was actually a really smart timing for Score to go into the jungle, working with his laners to make the invade happen. Nagne pushed Kuro back to base, so even if Hojin is laying in wait, he can still get the deep wards. Yes, Score took about half his health bar in damage. Rek'Sai has nice sustain in the jungle, though. He wanted to refill the Sightstone anyway. He puts the wards down, goes back and refills the Sightstone. It's just an efficient, smart play there by KT.
Yeah.
It does make them a bit leery. They saw the blue buff there, but they didn't decide to attempt to steal.
There's a hawk shot. Gorilla goes for another taunt. And PraY scoping things out in the enemy jungle just to make sure no one's coming in. They do have Hojin coming down to help them out possibly.
Yeah, and even though we're saying KT has very low damage, if they can successfully protect Arrow, Lulu is the great enabler of all AD carries. It works a little bit better with things like Jinx and Kog'Maw because you're really increasing their mobility. Kalista is already exceedingly mobile, and the Lulu actually doesn't add too much to that. But what Lulu does add is survivability and damage to the Kalista, who's already an unstoppable force when chasing you.
Yeah.
So honestly, if Arrow can keep his farm up with PraY, he brought the cleanse. So the fact that he's staying even in lane is a bit of a testament to him here, because cleanse is not that strong of an early gaming summoner spell. I've seen Jugger Kalista work plenty of times.
Yeah, it's going to have to here. And again, what you're saying with that cleanse, there's a lot of single target CC on KOO, but the cleanse is going to be very useful for getting out of that situation, for continuing to output that damage. And even if he gets caught out by a taunt, by an arrow, by a cocoon, he's going to be able to at least survive the first round of crowd control. And it's going to be very difficult for KOO to land 2 of those abilities. You can't really bank on that. Like 1, when you have 3 forms of like Lion, CC, kind of have that going for you. But getting another one will be quite difficult.
Oh, Arrow comes through, connects with Nagne. Could be in trouble. Nice flash taunt from Gorilla. Nagne with the wild growth. Will he leave? No. First blood goes to PraY.
You know who doesn't have cleanse? Nagne. And it was a really nice CC chain there by PraY and Gorilla. Honestly, the accuracy on PraY's Ashe, this is why KOO Tigers plays Ashe more than any other team at Worlds, because they know exactly when to pressure. They catch KT in a lackadaisical state down bottom, are able to successfully roam through the entire river and make it through that brush. Somehow undetected to get that move on Nagne. I'm going to go back and watch how they actually got into that brush.
Yeah, because there have been a lot of deep wards coming in, so KOO has been aware that the situation could occur, but there was a pink ward on that side of the river as it came in, so...
One does wonder.
In fact, PraY walked through the entire river undetected.
Wow.
Mainly, Score had the deep wards, but no wards in the river.
Problematic, especially, again, with that Kalista, who doesn't have great control over the minion wave of 4-2 items.
Yeah.
Here we go. Attempted a blue steal.
Yeah, and they're probably going to get it too, using that opportunity from the first kill on Nagne to take that away. And KT favored by the fan vote right now, but KOO, I think, holding all the cards early on in Game 3.
Still a very close game, but 13 minutes certainly having that advantage, and KT just hasn't been able to make any of the plays yet.
We've certainly seen in the series that early game leads are not everything.
Yeah, and I also don't think KT is necessarily ready to try and make a play yet. They have such low damage, and also the initial items aren't really huge damage items for them. They're going Athene's Unholy Grail on Nagne's Lulu. Ssumday still needs to build up his tank itemization. Really, when Nagne hits Death Cap, and when Arrow has his Hurricane as well as the Blade of the Ruined King, and maybe even a QSS on top of that to double with his cleanse, is when KT wants to fight. So really, I think KT wants to keep this game close until about 25 minutes, and even though they are a mid-game team, they need to wait until mid-game. They have a very precise power window where they spike super hard, and I think they're waiting for that moment.
Yeah, we talk about that Kalista 2-item power spike all the time, but the amount, if she has proper protection, which she absolutely does with this particular team composition, she will spike in terms of just getting AoE damage off with the Rune and Hurricane in the team fight is absolutely massive.
One turret goes down, Gorilla comes over the wall, gets knocked up right after the taunt from Score. Ashero comes in, they layer the CC just a bit, but it seems like it could be enough. Peekaboo over the wall with the flash pulverizing, get the knock up onto Gorilla. Looks like Score's gonna make it out. Meanwhile, a big melee down in the river. There's a catch onto Ssumday. It's pretty tanky, but they might be able to take him out. KT definitely on the run though. Hawkshot reveals where KT is running to. And KOO Tigers may be content to just try to take Dragon off of this.
All 4 TPs used in that little skirmish there by the two teams. And KT just trying to desperately disengage, as we did see Score get a little bit caught out. Who comes away with the upper hand, and that'll net the first Dragon of the game.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to rotate to get this turret as well. They chunk KT so low in this, and they know they expended the teleport, so there's no way for KT to actually make it back to the mid lane in time.
Wow, mid lane turret taken out by KOO Tigers. Able to equalize there, and with that Dragon, able to pull a little bit of a gold lead. The only kill in the game is theirs as well.
And they've maintained that gold lead by trading the turret. They're just up a Dragon now, so KT hanging in there for the moment, but KOO definitely making the most of that little skirmish that, even though there weren't any kills, still able to find 2 objectives.
Yeah, I mean, it looks so awkward too, because KT kept trying to maybe go in and do damage, but there just wasn't any damage to be done, so they just sort of got poked up, poked out, and eventually ran away.
KT's not ready to do damage yet, and it's all on KOO to catch KT while warding. That's the windows they have. In order for KT to play their slow game and reach their power spikes, they need to have deep vision. So the weakest point in that case is the person getting deep vision, which is why they're continually trying to catch Score. In that case, they didn't get the kills, but they still got rewards afterwards, specifically while he was trying to ward deep.
And the response to the pick pressure from KOO when they go in for those wards, we saw how much Score was punished. Hojin is going for the Rune Glaive again, so we're talking about very high damage here. Burst potential.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I feel like about 80% plus of Elises here at Worlds have gone for a Rune Glaive. You can still build tankiness after the fact, and the clear speed as well as keeping your mana high on the Elise is just really heavily valued by these junglers here.
Well, we've seen that in 2 games now from Hojin, and not only that, but he actually went for the Rylai's as a finisher item, so he was really concerned with how much damage he was going to deal in that last game.
True enough. Well, now that the Dragon is gone, just like we saw in a lot of other games between these two teams, and a lot of teams in Korea will probably have a bit of time before anything really happens again. And what we really saw in Korea in the summer season is that it was a very Dragon-focused season, you know?
Yeah.
There was Dragon fights, and outside of that, there wasn't a whole lot of action.
This really feels like we've time traveled back
It does,
to the
doesn't it?
LCK playoffs.
Yeah.
Aside from a few different champion picks, because all these world meta things that have happened with the change in play styles and teams, you know, doing things outside of Dragon fights, all forgotten.
Yeah, Fiora is about it, really.
I don't know if that's quite fair. We had quite a lot of action at the top side in the last game, and a bunch of...
Specifically this
game.
Yeah, this game.
This game
This game is definitely...
I agree. The last few games were very exciting and very different than some of the more slugfest games. And now, finally, some split push pressure. Initiated, honestly, by KT running up top lane with the Kalista.
Yeah. KOO able to take that turret down in bot lane, though, evening that up.
You can see the gold focus, though, definitely going on to Arrow. They really need him to be farmed up here. And so just pushing ahead with him on that. And Ssumday taking the hit for the team, knowing that he doesn't have to be that farmed up to be effective against the KOO composition. And so just safely farming at tier 2. And KOO's going to push in and again for another blue steal, but KT knows they're coming with those deep wards they managed to achieve.
Can they stop it, though? Again, they don't have a ton of damage yet.
They've hit a few decent breakpoints, though. NLR on the Lulu and a recurve plus working on Kalista, so they're ready to fight.
Repel, they're going to go after Smeb now as Hojin backs into the river. Smeb forced to flash over the wall. Arrow comes down onto Peekaboo from PraY's Ash, but no follow-up there. Oh, never mind. Unstoppable force for Ssumday. Another nice knockup comes in, courtesy of Peekaboo, and KOO in a lot of trouble now. PraY will go down. A kill for Peekaboo. So bloodthirsty, and Smeb grabs one, or gets grabbed as well.
We mentioned they had 2 Malphite ultimates. Well, they actually have
so.
3 because Callista can throw the Alistair in for an AoE knockup before the Pulverize.
Hey, how about Wild Growth there for number 4?
4 Malphite ultimates. And when you can land the first one on 3 people, you're probably doing pretty well. What a nice initiation by Ssumday. Godlike, I would say.
That was the Wombo combo that they've been looking for. That is exactly what this team composition needs to do this
Holy
game.
moly.
Yeah, they did it, but they didn't get that much of a lead, right? So they're still only about a K up right now, but let's take a look. So this is not where you want the Arrow and Cocoon to go, and this is what causes them to engage. KOO knows that they need to get out. So there's the flash, 3-man right there. Here comes Arrow, Peekaboo from the side, flash pull, comes on in, and PraY caught right out at the front, has to flash over, still gonna end up going down in this fight. And here's Arrow, very aggressively with the Wild Growth flashing over the wall.
Yeah, it looks like they gave Arrow the Wild Growth really early just to say, go get him, champ.
They just wanted to get him in
Don't
there,
worry about getting one shot.
You're tanky now, don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, that's KT flipping a switch and saying we are now strong enough. They didn't quite get to Death Cap or Hurricane, but they had the core attack speed items. They also saw the window with KOO expending the Ash Arrow beforehand and saw that they had to funnel through a choke point. So really just biding their time 20 minutes in, taking a few hits early game, and then finding their window to pull themselves back.
You really cannot get yourself in those narrow choke points against the Malphites that we've seen in Korea. Otherwise, that is exactly what happens to you every time. Smeb doing a good job of taking some health off of Ssumday. Looks like he might be able to get this turret. Smeb wants a bit of revenge for that last team fight. He's going to pop the ultimate on the Ssumday score. Comes back through again. You have to flash if he wants to go over that wall.
Well, I got the turret in the end.
All right, it worked. Distract him so the Winions could do their job.
Tremendous amount of pressure, and that actually gives him the Dragon as well. I'm very surprised by KT to commit so heavily there when they knew they had some decent team fighting strength, especially since they couldn't save the turret.
Yep, two Tigers. Want that second Dragon, and they're going to pick it up pretty easily.
KOO's going to want to kill Peekaboo here.
Oh boy, Peekaboo. They're going to need to pull him out with that Fate's Call if he gets too much damage. There we go. Arrow gets hit by the Ash Arrow, backs away. Chaos Storm does a lot of damage, and Kuro with the kill there. And they're still going to keep pushing KT back. Too much damage coming in from that Victor, and Ssumday in a bit of trouble. No real way for him to escape here, except for that Whimsy from Lulu. I guess that's enough.
What is KT doing? I mean, no Malphite ults, coming back in on that. Very, very sloppy play from KT Rolster.
They waited so long and had that nice fight around their blue buff, and then to make such a foolish mistake right here, they've already used teleport top lane. That is just pure greed, I feel like, from Peekaboo, and then trying to make up for a mistake. You know when you make one mistake and then you try and make an excuse and you start talking really fast and dropping all your words? That's basically the manifestation of what KT did at that Dragon fight, because everything went wrong for them and they gave up their lead.
I have no idea what that's like, by the way. Never happens to me.
It never happens.
For the record. Just want to put that out there. Let's watch this fight again. Peekaboo. It feels like they want to do something to stop the Dragon. There's just nothing to be done.
Well, you have to give it up at that point in time. Peekaboo burns his ultimate, but this is so smart. Just get onto Arrow immediately. Great shot from PraY onto the back line, and that's the burst. And once the Callista goes down, and Ssumday has no ultimate, there's not a lot of hope for this fight.
Yeah. They tanky enough to get out of the fight, at least in the end, but still a big-time loss for KT. Kind of overestimating their position in the game. And KOO with the lead again now.
Such a back-and-forth series.
It really has been, yeah. It's been small mistakes on each side that have kind of tipped the scales back and forth in all 3 games so far.
And I think that's ultimately what a lot of Worlds is about. So much of Worlds is about the human element and these guys being able to perform under pressure, because these are moves that you wouldn't necessarily expect KT to make in normal circumstances, but they made it here at Worlds. Well, they thought they were trying to go for a 2-1.
Dive this.
They really want to take out Kuro, but it's not working. Defensive Arrow comes in from PraY.
It's a good draw out of the Arrow, though, because KT has spent the last minute just trying to set up wards around this Baron.
Yeah.
And without that, Smeb is still split pushing in the bottom side.
All right, tier 2 turret in bot going down in favor of KOO Tigers. Really nothing that KT can do to stop this. Smeb doesn't have teleport though, so maybe KT can put some Baron pressure on, but they're headed back to the mid lane.
Well, if they leave the Baron right now, KOO will successfully take a turret and gain vision control over the Baron, so good gambit. And,
exactly what's happening.
Yeah, KT, they saw Victor pushing out again in the top side, but they didn't want to commit to that gank, so they're kind of just getting run around the map right now by the Tigers.
Suddenly a deficit for KOO turns into a 3,000 gold lead here at about 24 minutes. I think we really wanted that Raptor. cared more about it than Chris Pratt cared about his Raptors in Jurassic World.
Thank God, I still haven't seen that movie.
You're missing out, man.
No, I'm not. You are lying to me.
A T-Rex fights a bigger T-Rex. What more could you ask for?
I don't think you're doing
Plot.
a very good job of convincing. Plot. You have a Pratt that's close to a plot.
It's close.
Yeah. You still don't think it's what you're looking for. Okay.
It's
You're
definitely not.
you're so hard to please, Monte Cristo.
Hey, I like the first Jurassic Park. What can I say?
Well, I would say you have good taste.
You know, the new Jurassic World makes it like the other Jurassic Park movies didn't happen. Like it goes back to the same park years later.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it has the same plot that you so loved in the first movie.
Basically,
You're not
nobody
fooling me.
learned their lesson from the first movie, I guess. It's like nobody learned their lesson from the last game.
Seems like it, or the lesson of not fighting Dragon when you can't group up.
I mean, that's really what it is. I mean, KT is just kind of taking some poor fights here in games 2 and games 3 and unleash the dinosaurs of KOO Tigers, which it makes it sound like I'm saying they're old, but they're not. They're just powerful beasts.
Aren't tigers powerful enough for you? Do you really need to go to the whole dinosaur level?
Always. Always.
He's getting pretty powerful as well. The split push pressure is giving him a giant CS advantage. And Ssumday should be able to neutralize Smeb at the Nexus turret. I don't think Smeb will get to a point where he can actually dive the Malphite. But he's still going to be able to make sure Malphite has to consistently stay on the backside of the map.
Oh, Smeb. Jeez. Ssumday again. Man, that Fiora does a ton of damage after she gets a couple items.
Yeah, well, specifically the Vitals as well, because proccing those cuts through pretty much everything.
Yeah. Who knew Malphite had Vitals? I thought he was just a bunch of rock. Silly me.
No weak points that you can stab with your pretty little fencing foil.
Today I learned. KT's managed to sort of barely hold on in the last few minutes here, and it's less than a minute until the next Dragon now. That's really where things could go very right or very wrong for either one of these teams.
Already being 2 up, KOO feels pretty comfortable.
I remember what happened in game 1, though. It was that third Dragon where KT had that big team fight to bring it all back. They've certainly got the items, Death Cap on Nagne. They've got the Runaan's Hurricane onto Arrow now.
They'd love to have that Last Whisper, but it's not actually going to be that important considering that Hojin is the only one really with armor here.
Yeah,
and
it's not a lot of armor.
Just a Warden's Mail, so it's not as crucial to this next team fight.
And I wonder if we're even going to get the straight-up team fight, because KOO Tigers has so much split push pressure with Smeb right now. I'm thinking they're going to try and run KT up and down that red side of their jungle again and again until they can pick off a squishy with an Ash Arrow. Because in a straight-up team fight, they'd still be in danger of that tremendous wombo combo that KT can put out.
Or they're just going to go for Dragon and fight it straight up.
That would be one of those things that KOO would want to do.
Score wants to get in to steal this one. He can't do it, though. KOO gets their third Dragon. Can they win the team fight? Ssumday coming from behind with the knockup. KOO on the run. Hojin and Smeb caught up in the backlines. Here comes Kuro, though. Arrow takes a lot of damage, but he gets a kill before he goes down. Onto Kuro. KT on the run. Anyway, though, Smeb gets the grand challenge, gets that big heal for KOO Tigers, and they will chase KT over the moment. Nope, they'll get the fight. There we go. Actually, it's going to be a triple kill in the end for PraY. That is an ace for the KOO Tigers.
Another really sloppy fight there from KT. Sure, they got in, but the big mistake, Peekaboo punted the Victor on top of his Callista right there.
Doesn't help.
And sure, it did get the kill, but Ashe was totally safe on the backside of that fight to clean up. And a bit of an early Malphite ultimate there by Ssumday, too.
So they're going for Baron, and nothing is going to stop them from taking it now.
Except for Baron himself, if he can fight that. No,
yeah, he can't do that. He's not very strong after all.
KT was far too eager, I would say, for that fight. And honestly, I think KOO was too eager as well. I was expecting KOO to run back and forth because they did expose themselves to a potential wombo combo. And when we watched this replay, Smeb was actually on the far side of the Dragon Pit while they were forcing, so he didn't make it into this fight initially. It's just the fact that KT didn't take their time. With Lulu Callista, KT needs to kill frontline and move slowly. But Ssumday goes where his team can't follow.
Yep.
Arrow tries to go there, and they actually throw Peekaboo in, punt Koro on top of Arrow into all the threat. Like, Smeb had flank position, so there, more patience would have been worth a team fight. for KT. KOO played that well considering the circumstances. They forced and KT kind of took the bait, so to speak. PraY on the backside, because he couldn't get closed on, since his front line was so powerful, was able to pick up a triple on the backside. And that fight in particular just gives KOO a massive edge in the game.
Yeah, 7,000 gold is the lead after they pick up that Baron post the fight. 3 dragons, a Baron, 4 turrets. KOO Tigers looking really good, and KT in that similar position that we saw them in last game, where they really do need like a miracle team fight again to bring it back. And while that is a possibility, it's becoming more and more remote as the game goes on.
I really am puzzled by that, especially that headbutt in that last fight, because certainly that can be a good move if you have a lot of burst. But remember, KT isn't running a composition with a lot of burst. They need a lot of targets over time for Arrow to whittle down with this Kalista. So by getting in range of the entire Victor combo.
Here we go. Nagne has a wild growth. Can he even stay alive? Smeb going really deep, gets slowed, but oh man, that's a lot of damage. Wow. Gorilla using that Stand United to keep his top laner alive. Smeb coming in for a few parting shots on Ssumday as he backs out.
The second hit from Fiora's E is guaranteed to critically strike, and it's max ranked right now, so it is a full damage crit right there. Good night, Nagne. That's huge.
And this is some of the best Fiora play we've seen at this tournament so far. Smeb has been absolutely outstanding on this champion.
And I mean, look at this. KOO Tigers just taking turrets left and right now. It just doesn't seem like there's a lot KT can do. Ssumday in danger of dying here, comes back in with that unstoppable force. Point blank tries to set something up for Arrow and Peekaboo as they come in, but Smeb just taking some spears. He's going to go back in onto Ssumday. He gets the kill onto Ssumday, and he's fighting 1v3 before he finally gets shut down by Arrow.
And you know what, that's fine. They were sieging in the top side at the same time, managed to take an inhibitor, got another inhibitor turret, losing Smeb right there, considering he took down Ssumday with him. Not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I would say so.
He's 3 levels up now, Smeb, from this split push.
This is going to be so hard if KOO can close this out. So hard for KT to react to in the next game, because they've already defaulted to banning the Veigar in this match since they couldn't deal with it with Kuro. And Smeb picked Fiora very early on the red side. So with KT going to the red side next match, they have even fewer bans to work with. KOO has shown proficiency of playing specifically the Fiora and the Veigar to such success. Let's watch this solo kill again. A 3-level advantage, by the way.
Oh no, he's going after the vitals.
Yeah, whatever can you do? So it's 1 hit of the E, and then it's the second hit was the crit as well as the vital.
Yeah.
Just the most damage.
It's a lot. The last third of Lulu's health just disappeared. And yeah, if KOO Tigers take this game, they'll put themselves 1 win away from the semifinals, and a little bit of revenge for KT denying KOO Tigers a spot in the grand finals of Champion Summer.
It would be quite the turnaround, especially since KOO coming out of the groups, dropping those 2 games.
Nagne in trouble again. Smeb pushed away at the last moment by Peekaboo, though.
And if Smeb continues to be this effective, this game is over, because Nagne cannot protect Arrow in teamfights, and really Arrow being protected is the only way for KOO to win these slow slogging teamfights.
Very true.
The fights are way too fast with how much damage KOO has accumulated right now.
Well, he's making the Lulu Ultra Self, which is always the sign that things are going wrong. Ssumday comes in, well, there's Ash Arrow. Whoa, and Kuro picks up a kill. Peekaboo tries to re-engage. Arrow hopping away for his own safety. There we go, a nice big engage again. And I don't think there's a whole lot that KT can do at this point. Arrow keeping Smeb at bay for the moment. There's a flash W from PraY, and they are going to go for the win. Arrow, the last man standing, he goes down, and the KOO Tigers will take a dominating game number 3. There goes the Nexus. KOO Tigers 1 win away from the semifinals. GG.
Wow, and coming in, KT took the risk. They went for a comp with a very specific timing. They got 1 team fight out of it, but it wasn't enough gold to put them at an advantage, the level of advantage that they needed to win that game.
Well, really incredible stuff. And I mean, we watched this series happen back in summer in Korea, and it was almost the opposite, right? We had KOO in the first game, then KT take 2 games. Now in this series, KT wins the first game, KOO takes 2 in a row. So it could still turn around, but right now, man, I feel like unless KT fixes some things in their draft, in their early game, could be bad.
I feel like KT has lost all 3 drafts, which is actually one of the strengths we thought KT had coming into this one. KOO as well also has very strong drafts, and the systematic way KOO has been able to win these last few games puts KT in such a difficult situation. They have to make drastic changes coming into Game 4, I feel like, if they want a chance in this series.
Well, I mean, we just saw the KT players sitting at their computers, and they just look stunned. I mean, I don't think anyone was expecting a game to go that one-sided between these two teams, certainly not KT.
Well, we asked, too, what is KOO going to have? It looks like they've assimilated the CLG Veigar fast push strategy
I guess so,
from the group stages. So that's something that we haven't seen any Korean team do to this point in time. One game, it was a little bit shaky, but it looked much better in Game 2. And now they come out, and again, just playing around this Fiora while going back to the KOO Classic Victor. There's so many threats because one thing we haven't seen from Peekaboo is Tahm Kench. We don't even know if KT can play it.
Well, it's been banned in a lot of these games. It was banned again in this one. And with the way Smeb and KOO have been nailing these priority picks, it means KT either has to play them themselves or pick a counter.
Yeah, well, guys, we're going to go check in with our analysts while the teams regroup for Game 4.
Thank you, gentlemen. You know, we talked about which of the 2 constants, Fiora or Veigar, should KT try and deal with against KOO. We decided Veigar. They took our advice. I'm starting to think maybe it should be Fiora.
Yeah, and the composition that KT ran, I mean, you could see how stunned they were at the loss because in the way that these teams are structured, usually it's a coaching staff that has a lot of say into what is picked. They must feel so bad knowing that they were just dealt a worse hand with this composition that lacks so much damage and just has poor lanes. The strategy seems to just revolve around Arrow being able to be that one guy carry, but Arrow is not playing at the level that he should be playing to actually pull off a one-threat composition.
It's like, I feel I have this problem when people say that a composition has too low damage. Sure, on paper it might look like it has too low damage, but the main issue with it is that they were losing every single lane matchup. In this particular game, they have the Kalista, Alistar versus the Shen and the Ashe. Ashe is considered good into Kalista, but they should be able to work with this lane more because obviously in a scenario where they are behind, which they were, is going to look very weak. They're not going to be able to finish off targets. But if you create the composition based off of the idea that you're going to end up behind, then it's wrong to begin with. So saying a composition has too low damage, I feel it's wrong.
I'm going to disagree heavily because how do you kill somebody? He gets the Q shield, the Shen shield, the Fiora heal. Do you actually have any source of damage besides Kalista Ren to actually finish it off with a Cinder Hulk Rek'Sai, with a tank top laner, and with no ignites on your team? You have exhaust and TP in the mid lane. Lulu is a support carry that only really becomes a high damage hyper threat once she reaches a Lich Bane status with 6 items.
Back to Yamato, then to Zyrene.
It's like, I understand the sentiment. Of course, if you fall behind or go into 6-item situation or a situation where there's items at all, of course, the damage is going to lack. That's what I agree, of course. But in scenarios where they play on the strengths that they have, which they didn't really have, simply because they picked matchups where they are weaker. Top lane, they were weaker in the matchup. Bot lane, it seemed they were weaker in the matchup as well. That is the fundamental issue for me, not the fact that they are going to lack damage in the later parts of the game.
All right, third-party opinion?
So I do think that this composition lacks a lot of damage across the board, lanes and in team fights, especially because you're looking at Kalista, right? Your main source of damage on this team, main source of damage here is Rend. You're against a Fiora that's going to have so much speed when they're casting the ultimate around somebody or the Kalista himself. You have to Rend immediately to try and stop that Fiora from getting in on you, and then your damage is pretty much nil. You're not a crit AD carry. You're going to be kiting backwards as much as possible, and the rest of the composition doesn't really back you up with anything besides more durability. This composition has low damage, but its goal is kind of to negate some of the damage coming out of the other team and soak it with the Malphite and the Lulu.
We saw some shot of KOO there, getting their strategies in order for Game 4 here. Want to come back to you, Yamato, and give you another chance to respond.
It is like, once again, like, of course, I agree that in the fashion that KOO Tigers won the draft. But I still feel there was potential to play around the bot lane, and around 10 minutes to 15 minutes, that's where they are strong around the Drakes. That is where I saw the opportunity for KT, but they didn't seize it. So, of course, KOO is going to be stronger as the game progresses.
Now I kind of want to look at 2 examples of how these teams played their compositions. The first one, 19 minutes, a successful fight for KT, fantastic Malphite engage, and all of the follow-up.
Yeah, there's actually a problem with this because when you talk about there's 10-minute fight, 15-minute fight that they should be taking. This is a 19-minute fight that actually comes out on top, but they don't get enough for it to actually accelerate them into the later parts of the game because it's 19 minutes. They'll take this fight, but it's a 3-0, but they can't get a Baron afterwards. That's the big thing after this, is that they win the fight, but then it's like, well, we didn't actually get enough, even though it's a great ultimate. 3 people, you get KOO's flash, and then Peekaboo comes in, he gets 4 people and headbutts KOO back into the fight, exhausts him, so even his retaliation is low. At this point, this is not the Fiora being aggressive, this is this team being aggressive, picking them out. They don't have good mana, but you don't get enough off of it. That's the big thing, is you are just throwing too much at it just to even it up again because you had losing lanes. So this was kind of like the, let's get back to even, but then it's still the compositional differences.
I think it's also like a question of phrasing. I just dislike the phrase having too low damage because I think it's too simplified. Because in reality, to me, the issue was that they have 2 weak lanes and had nothing to play on.
Wow. And 2, to your point about not having anything to take out the backside of that, had the fight been 50 seconds later and the Baron were up, it's quite possible that they could have gotten a bit more off of it. Want to jump into the second fight that we have now, 27 minutes into the game. This one goes in favor of KOO. Again, KT looking for an engage, looking for that proper engage, but the Fiora coming up pretty big against Arrow.
I mean, this one is just absolutely terrible on KT's end. You can roll the clip, and they're just trying to do the dragon right now, but Malphite is coming in at just a weird angle here, and it only hits the victor. Now, the fight gets split up into a way that either you funnel all your resources into the victor and the Ashe, or you just leave. But they try to kite backwards, and this is what we were talking about, how Fiora is very good into the Kalista because her dash is on such a short cooldown that the kiting, it might seem at first that's actually very good against Kalista, but she just catches up way too quickly, does too much damage, the Vital Slow too powerful, and to me this is what is highlighting the whole not enough burst to instantly follow up, which I think is what causes the indecisiveness of do you follow up instantly on the Victor, because the only follow-up you have on the Malphite ulti with the Victor is Kalista, who again, not a crit AD carry, so she doesn't deal enough damage to just burst somebody, doesn't have a rocket like Jinx to follow up or a heavy damage spell. And that's the problem with the composition, that it really just needs to be really clumped up and you can only go for multiple targets, such as we saw in the previous replay where if Kalista were to have a Rune 9's Hurricane, she can actually start dealing some more AoE DPS and try to nullify the fact that there's only one threat on the team.
Final thoughts, Yamato?
It's like at this point already, Smeb was very, very strong. But the issue I saw in this team fight was Score use his tunnel thing to get into the Drake pit. He couldn't follow up on the Malphite ult. And the thing is, with a composition like this, you need to be a death ball. They were split up. You saw Alistar Malphite trying to get in, trying to create something, which is not possible. And Smeb just ended up dominating the Lulu and the Kalista, of course. And they need to be kind of grouped up. But of course, I see your point with the drafting.
Some compositional errors, maybe some executional errors, definitely some things that they need to fix looking forward if they're going to keep themselves in this series. We'll see if KOO Tigers can lock in their semifinal berth with Game 4 against KT Rolster. The action out of London continues in just a few minutes.
We are all tied up right now as we get onto Summoner's Rift for game number 3, but no follow-up there. Oh, never mind. Unstoppable force for Ssumday. Another nice knockup comes in. Too much damage. There we go. Arrow gets hit by the Ashe. Arrow backs away. Chaos Storm does a lot of damage, and KOO with the kill there. Big heal for KOO Tigers, and they will chase KT over the moment. Arrow hopping away for his own safety. There we go. A nice big engage again. KOO Tigers 1 win away from the semifinals. GG.
Welcome back, everybody, to the League of Legends World Championship, where we're about to jump into Game 4 between the KOO Tigers and KT. Well, as we see KT huddling there, because it looked after that first game like it would be a 2, maybe 3-0 going that way, and then KT just completely fell apart in some parts of the game.
I think KT's making it a little bit too hard for themselves in the pick and ban phase. They pick these compositions with very small windows where they have to execute perfectly, otherwise the game kind of runs out for them. We see great scaling from KOO Tigers in every single game. The Fiora always getting out of control and like no response for KT at any point. And so just these super small windows they have to be able to execute properly for, and they're not doing it.
Yeah, we look just at the curve of these compositions, and KT's comp last game only really works 15 to 25 minutes, but they lose early, they lose late, and they really have to hit that mid-game window. But it's so hard. If you play Malphite and Lu, both bringing utility to the table, you need to fix that with a hyper carry. You need to sort of a Jinx in there, maybe a Tristana, something that can really carry the game. Kalista doesn't have the time. The damage is not front-loaded. There's no resets anywhere. So the only fights you're really going to win realistically is those where you CC all 3 of the carries.
We don't know what shenanigans are happening behind
Probably
us.
some cheeky napping.
But to go on that point, one big thing we were looking at, and we looked at last time as well, was the top lane matchup. And that Fiora, pick it away or ban it. You can't deal with it.
So last time KT were on blue side, which will be here in game 4 now.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, KOO Tigers were on blue side in game 4. We had a situation where KT could have picked away Fiora for themselves. They took away the Gragas instead, even though Elise was already picked. And they're like, why do you have to take a jungler here? Just take the Fiora for yourself. You should be able to play it up in the top lane. It shouldn't be that big of a problem. If it is, you ban it. I mean, it's that simple. If you cannot play it yourself and execute it, you have to ban that way, because time and time again, you pick a champion that's going to get outskilled. There was Renekton, Malphite as well. Yes, he can stack armor, but it will always be a split-pushing battle that Fiora is going to win. And you have no answer because KT right now are not able to properly group up and execute the comps they're playing.
Yeah, but on the other hand, before we jump back to the casters, the KOO Tigers as well, just showing in better form and choosing the comps that work for them.
More importantly, they're adapting in the game, so they're learning from their mistakes. If we go to game 2, they weren't really playing to their strengths. Suddenly, they start sieging properly, chaining CC, placing the right members in the right places on the map. They start winning the game. Game 3, they lose one fight where all of their 3 carries get AoE CC'd. They learn from that, and Arrow, the remaining parts of the fight, he just went untouched overall and started carrying these fights.
Definitely.
It's too easy for KOO Tigers, honestly, in these late game fights. And KT, I was expecting so much more from this team. Also, when it comes to this whole vision control, they're not showing it in-game at all. It just falls apart.
Definitely.
And I meant PraY.
Well, we'll see what happens. I still think it has a lot of potential of going all the way to game 5. So let's dive into game 4 with our marvelous casters.
Wow. Wow, thanks, Shocks. That was so nice.
Marvelous.
We are marvelous, aren't we?
I'm the most marvelous.
No, you're not. Come on. Oh, well, we can be marvelous together. Why do you always have to take all the marvelousness?
I'm sorry. Just it's like a Marvel magnet, actually.
Has he told you about his continental ties, Dylan?
Yeah, I don't know. This guy's like, he's got his continental ties. All right, that's, I suppose marvelous would be the word for it. So 4 games is going to be what it's going to be after this game. Well, okay, anyway. 4
is the number.
This is like
of
KT
games
when they
that we are
decided to
going
fight
watch.
around Dragon last game.
I feel less marvelous
that never
now.
happened to
KT
Dylan.
versus KOO game 4. There we go. Right in the picks and bans. And we're not so marvelous after all. Azir banned away right away by the KOO Tigers. Tom Kench for KT. But like the analysts were saying, what do you do about that Fiora? If you are KT, do you ban it away? Do you try to pick it? Something needs to be done here. Mordekaiser banned on the blue side. Gangplank, Fiora's still up.
Yeah. So we do see the rehash from KOO of the same bans and first pick that we saw in game 2 of this series. And KT here, they have left up the Darius this time, which is the change in the bans.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. So now it'll kind of be the make or break point. They have been able to win the matchup when they had Darius on their side, so I actually think they're okay if somebody still doesn't want to play Fiora, and they could push the make or break point to the next game of whether or not somebody would have to play Fiora. He should be able to do it. It's just a question of whether KT wants to run a squishier top lane champion like Fiora and play into that strategy.
They had a bit of a struggle with it in game 1, but we will see. Don't think it's going to be the Blitzcrank pick for KT. Be fun to see. But I think Darius Shen is quite reasonable, and that is what they're going to lock in. So, KOO Tigers weren't able to win against that Darius in game 1 with the Fiora. Will they chance it here in game 4?
You know, one thing about KT, if we look back to how they were doing in the group stage, one thing that they did execute very successfully was many globals.
Yes.
In their second game against Origin. So they may try to go back to that strategy where they play the Shen themselves and then try and use that advantage in the late game.
Very true. There's the Fiora hovered over by the KOO Tigers right now.
I believe that team composition had an Azir in it, which is banned, but they can still get something similar if Nagne is willing to play Victor in the mid lane. I think Victor would actually be a spectacular takeaway for Nagne right now. But
Nagne's never been the best Victor player.
Yeah.
That's one of the issues. There could be a Twisted Fate or something like that coming in too, depending on what KOO wants to blind pick here. They may go ahead and just take away the Ashe.
Wow, you know, when we've seen that in the past between these two teams, PraY just switches right over to Kog'Maw, right over to some other hyper carry.
We did say KT was going to have to make a pretty big change in pick ban strategy because it felt like they came on the short side of team comps all 3 games.
Yeah. I actually agree here with not taking the Ashe when the Alistar is already on the table and he can just body block that, use the Unbreakable Will. It does make the picks a lot less attractive, and instead they've got a lot of peel now from the Gragas and Shen combination to go with the Jinx.
Yeah, I think the Jinx, I would have wanted to see the Jinx right here. Please do the Jinx.
Oh, Jinx, there it is. And Gragas for score as well.
Yeah, specifically because they have a very strong tank line and they have a lot of CC for when Smeb tries to initiate through the flank. I want to see the resetting potential. There's a reason Jinx has been such a highly contested pick throughout Worlds. It's a very team fight focused meta right now. And a lot of squishy targets that are very susceptible to Jinx AoE rockets. I like the pick.
You know, we could see something like, well, I guess not Kalista Kennen because Alistar's already been taken by KOO, but we could see Ashe, and there's that Victor. Wow, are the KOO Tigers going to try to win one with Draven? I doubt it. PraY.
I still have nightmares of the Praven, and not in the way that it strikes fear into my heart. But
this is the way that it should strike fear into the KOO fans' hearts. Caitlyn seems reasonable, though.
Yeah, may go into this matchup again. We've seen it play out once already.
It's an enormous amount of poke between Ace in the hole and a long-range Victor laser.
Good
siege.
siege.
Really take a big chunk out of Jinx.
KOO Tigers have set up an excellent pick and 4-1 split comp again, and that's really what they've been doing very well so far this series. Just take the 4-1 split. Smeb has just consistently delivered on this Fiora, and if you're not going to take it away with him, he's just going to grab it and continue to run it until someone figures out how to stop him.
Yeah, this game I will say there are better answers on the side of KT. Darius has shown that he can be an answer to Fiora in the split push game. Also, there's not as much to guard against an initiation when KOO tries to set up a 4-man siege. No Event Horizon. The Gragas can initiate very well for KT. They can put the Shen on his back for an even larger initiation. And Victor could end up being fairly vulnerable.
Well, also, in case there are all of those all-ins, the Shen support able to come and help out now with the Darius Fiora duels in a lot better of a manner. We could see this teleport LeBlanc coming through, of course.
Yeah.
But the Orianna looking for the team fights.
I like the Orianna. I mean, when with the champions like Alistar, like Fiora, when everybody comes in.
No.
But actually Cassiopeia locked in for Nagne.
I actually like the pick here. I know it sounds weird, but this has been one of Nagne's best champions. In the last best of 5, KOO was very insistent on banning the Cassiopeia. It's been one of his best champions. And when we consider synergy with Gragas, Gragas is a champion that will give you a single target that you can really follow up on. Very high damage, and now there are actually 3 high damage sources on this team that can really carve people up.
And funnily enough, since that series they played in the playoffs, Victor has received nerfs and Cassiopeia has remained untouched. So even though the game has changed around the Cassiopeia, it's still very viable in this head-to-head matchup. And Nagne, they make a big change, but they go back to a pick.
You know, another benefit that champion brings too is, again, when the Fiora jumps in, when the Elise, when the Alistar get in your face, you just ult them. You just ult, you freeze them in place, you turn the team fight around. I think that's exactly what they're going to be looking for Nagne to do this game. A lot really rests on Nagne's Cassiopeia ults, and also Ssumday up in that top lane.
Yeah, I think as a counter pick to the Fiora in the team fights, this should be really interesting because we have to ask ourselves, what was happening in these last games? A lot of it was Fiora getting on top of Arrow in that game 3.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be a hell of a lot harder with the Petrifying Gaze. Smeb is going to have to be very fast to turn his back.
I would agree. Well, perhaps one last time, guys, let us know who you think you're going to see in the semifinals. Hashtag KOO win if you think they're going to close it out right here, right now, or hashtag KT win at LOL Esports if you think KT Rolster can tie things up in 4-set game 5 as we move into Summoner's Rift. See if this game 4, will be our last game of the day. I still think it could go to distance. KT won game 1 with this Darius pick. Can they do it again when it matters most?
Well, specifically the changes KT has made to their team composition. This composition is better suited for the way KOO Tigers is winning.
True.
Nagne showing some of his flexibility. That is now the 25th unique mid lane champion we've seen at Worlds.
Holy cow.
Wow. So many unique champions at Worlds this year. And we're only
If
in the quarterfinals now.
If you want to be a mid laner, learn 25 specific new champions to have the full pool. Unreal.
Wow. It's like learning to play Tekken suddenly. Like a billion different characters.
So all-time, 10 games for Nagne on Cassiopeia. He is 7-3.
Respectable.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's been a good Cassiopeia player, and Peekaboo tries to go in for the taunt on PraY, takes a little bit of damage in response, but they're doing a good amount to Gorilla as well. Gorilla just dropping a ward on his way out. And KT going for a bit of a late invade into the jungle. We'll see what they decide to do. Just a ward over the wall into the red buff pit to keep an eye on where Hojin might be going.
And they will just back right out after that. So he's had one ward over in red, so we'll see if this affects the decision from the KOO Tigers as to where they're going to be pathing early. Looks like they are feinting up towards the top side, and we are going to be heading for standard lanes once again.
And now Nagne was originally known as an assassin player in that mid lane. Did have a little bit of trouble adapting to more of the control mage types, but over the course of 2015 especially, I feel like we've seen Nagne really come into his own as a more well-rounded mid laner.
Yeah, absolutely. And he, champion pool really hasn't been an issue for these guys this year, especially since assassins, generally speaking, this year haven't been as popular.
Did you see PraY throw that Peacemaker over the wall there? He must have a timing for when the Gromp normally goes down and tried to steal it, but was not being done by KT this time. And he's going to miss on a little bit of XP because of it. Kind of a cool idea, though.
Nice thought. A lot of times you'll see the support going in to try and harass. Why not send the AD carry for an attempted steal? Caitlyn would be a champion who'd be able to do that, but...
Yeah, you can do it without too much danger if you do it from like way back there with the tilt-over Peacemaker. Oh, taunt on a PraY.
Really not a favorable trade.
Yeah, a little bit over-aggressive for Peekaboo.
Yeah, he taunted into 5 minions there.
Yeah. Does not help.
Okay, you can just throw swords to make it up. When Noah and I cosplayed as Shen, we realized how difficult it is to actually unsheath Shen's swords from that.
Nearly impossible.
You actually can't do that.
You need like
really
a triple-jointed arm. Yeah. You need like an extra elbow to do what Shen does.
I mean, you'd really have to be a ninja in order to do that.
I don't know. Do you just have 2 elbows on each arm?
It's actually a prerequisite.
Is it?
Yeah.
No wonder you don't see him very often anymore. Who knew? Well, Smeb could be in a bit of trouble here. Might have to burn that flash.
The flash body slam.
Okay, there we go. And he did. Threatened enough that Smeb used that summoner to get away.
All right, but Hojin may have another angle into the enemy jungle as a result of that.
Definitely. Going to go right over and take that blue buff.
Yeah, this is definitely going to come. The level 2 gank is going to come with a price here. Hojin on top of that blue. And because, so KT had a ward at that red buff, so they knew what side of the jungle KOO started on, so they consciously made this decision. They knew that Hojin should be over on that side of the map at that given time, so this is actually a pretty high price to pay. Hojin coming ahead in the jungle.
And now, depending on how greedy Hojin wants to be, he can push score off of his wolves as well if he waits.
Tons of pings going down.
Yeah, smart by Score there to use his smite on the wolf so he can get the scouting. Otherwise, that would have been Hojin coming in towards the back end of that camp.
Yeah, meanwhile, they're going to try to make a play on the Nagne here in the mid lane, but Nagne already playing to the safer side of the lane. He can get back to his turret or his jungle if he needs to. And so KOO is going to quickly give that one up.
They're really going to be waiting for the scaling here. Of course, you are going to get that tier, the goddess on Cassiopeia, so your power early, not going to be too aggressive. Nice trade.
Yeah, no kidding. PraY taunted, and the Flame Chopper's thrown down by Arrow immediately to set up that longer CC chain. Pretty good.
TP already used by Ssumday in the top side. Going through, and we'll see something similar from Smeb as he recalls with that wave very close to his turret. Was hoping for perhaps a little bit of a freeze there, and he may get it as he TPs right back in.
Smeb doing his best to survive in this lane. Darius definitely having some of the early advantages. There's the gank.
Pulverize onto Peekaboo, and Peekaboo's going to flash and get shoved the wrong direction. Not bad at all. Peekaboo escapes.
I also want to call that really unlucky from Gorilla. When he flash pulverized, Peekaboo was on the very edge of the brush. So when he went to headbutt him backwards, he lost vision, and that allowed Peekaboo to then flash afterwards. So that's just the nature of the game sometimes.
Well, flash for flash. I mean, they did burn that exhaust as well during that engage. So all in all, it was 1 for 2 in favor of KOO Tigers. And getting a lot of damage onto the turret, too.
They are backed up right now. This Caitlyn matchup going much better this time around for PraY so far. Nice job denying some of the CS and getting some traps down right next to the turret, making it even harder to pick up the farm.
Pretty much. Hojin just farming for the moment anyway.
I don't know when Nagne's recall timing is going to be. Remember that he does have the teleport, so he can come back to lane. He definitely has enough money for the tier at the moment, but isn't going to start stacking it up just yet.
Yeah, wants to push Kuro in a little bit more, it looks like.
Yeah, this is a really good job early by Nagne, honestly. I feel like Cassiopeia has a bit of ramp-up time, but he's been able to push Kuro in very successfully. This is why KOO Tigers were so scared of the Cassiopeia in the playoffs in the LCK.
I don't think they expected it to come out against it. I know I certainly didn't.
Yeah, well, I mean, we were even talking about it. It's just not a champion that we see in the meta very often these days, or really at all. So KT and Nagne kind of going back to an old standard when they really need to keep themselves alive at Worlds.
You see how conservative Ssumday's playing right now. He doesn't want to get ganked. He understands that Nagne really wants to press the advantage in the mid lane and is already pushing forward on the map, and so doesn't want to open up any kind of opportunities for KOO while the jungler is in the bottom side.
Well, the stats pretty similar for these two top laners between Smeb's Fiora and Ssumday's Darius.
Been a pretty reliable pick.
Yep. Uh-oh. Oh boy. PraY.
Danger down here.
Yeah, teleport coming down just to confirm it. PraY on top of those flame choppers. Yet again, gonna flash away. Turret hits doing a lot of damage to Peekaboo. Peekaboo nearly goes down. First blood goes to Peekaboo. And he makes it out. He must have had like 10 health there. Oh, revenge from the bloodthirsty support. Gorilla wants a kill too. Trying to take down Peekaboo, but can Peekaboo get that taunt off before Gorilla catches him?
Victor's on the way too.
That's right, the mid laner's calming down, and KOO Tigers trying to collapse down here in bot lane. Kuro doing a lot of damage to Nagne. Flame Chompers are dodged. Nagne in a lot of trouble, has no summoners, and he's gonna get taken out. Kill goes to Kuro. 1 for 1 in the end, but that's a kill on the mid laner for KOO, which makes it a bit better than Peekaboo taking that first blood.
Yeah, Peekaboo only got out with a sliver of health too. That was an overly aggressive dive that I think was appropriately punished by the KOO Tigers. PraY had his flash, and Nagne did not teleport in a position in which he could combo after the flash. He ends up burning 4 summoner spells just to get that initial kill, and it's ridiculous KT didn't get punished harder for that.
Yeah, and also just trying to start that play. Arrow had not been back to shop yet, so assuming you're going to burn somebody down with just a Doran's Blade, and if we also look at the buy from Nagne before the TP, Tyr and Negatron Cloak, that's not a smart dive to make. You are not itemized to do that efficiently.
Yeah, well, Ssumday pulls Smeb in. That apprehend. Can't quite catch him at the Q, though. Close call for Smeb. And Nagne back to lane. Still not a ton of damage. Oh, there we go. A dive onto Ssumday. Smeb pops that ultimate score there to try to protect his top laner.
Can they turn it?
Smeb in a bit of trouble. They can. Ssumday with the kill there. Still low health. Nice explosive cast from Score. Hojin sent running, and he's going to get taken out by KT.
And
That's 2 kills.
This
KT.
isn't the first time we've seen Ssumday get an edge in the top lane. The question will be whether he can play smart enough to hold this one. This time, though, it was Hojin who flashed in for the initiation, and they didn't have the burst to take down Ssumday, allowing Score to come in for a nice counter gank. Look at the CS discrepancy even before anything else in that fight. Again, Score has outpassed Hojin in the early jungle, and when he found the 2v2, had the superiority.
Yeah, and especially because he had that ult by the time the fight began, too. So really doing a nice job. You see Hojin right here. They think they caught him out. Flash Cocoon immediately. There's the grand challenge coming down. Ssumday going to path back to Score. And then Smeb out of mana, too. Yeah, there's a heal coming through, and Score just keeps Hojin off from getting the return kill with that ultimate hitting 6.
Smeb was pretty low from the initial trading in that lane, so that makes that a much riskier ult than you would first assume if you can stun the Darius from the Fog of War.
And here's here's something to really watch too. When KOO Tigers get rattled, Hojin starts to over-prioritize ganking in top lane. That could have been the start of that. We're gonna have to really watch that closely to see if there's starting to be a bit of a mental breakdown for the KOO Tigers already in Game 4.
I don't think they were that worried, especially because they did do such a good job of turning around a teleport gank in the bottom side.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Nice
Popped on to PraY. Yeah, PraY stuck in place for a long time. Peekaboo taking a bit of damage himself too. Ends up being a decent trade for KT. Those AoE rockets doing a lot of damage to the bot lane from KOO.
Yeah, they had to back off though. Gorilla was 6, so had that unbreakable will. Should they follow up? Peekaboo still only level 5 and not really going to be as useful in terms of ultimates in a 2v2 fight.
Yeah.
So nice. They got a good trade. Just take it. walk away.
I'm actually very surprised Peekaboo's been able to land so many taunts onto PraY. 650 range, 80 carry with a 90 caliber net that can get him out of range
It is kind of surprising, isn't it?
Especially with the danger of the chain CC from the Flame Chompers. That should be one of PraY's top priorities, is to not get taunted by the Shen.
It's a bit odd.
But Peekaboo's positioned well and used the Fog of War, and PraY has not wanted to net away defensively.
Oh, Peekaboo able to protect his pink ward for the moment. Keeping Gorilla from taking that one out, but now the lane is going to get pushed in KOO's favor. At least it was for the second anyway there.
It is so weird to see a series between two Korean teams where support Shen has become such a priority pick. This has never happened before.
We have not seen support Shen in Korea this year until Worlds. We didn't see it in Korea at all. Only here.
Welcome to Worlds.
I guess. Well,
KT is in a really strong position this game. Anagne, despite the poor teleport bottom lane, is farming up well, stacking his tier, not getting punished. Hojin yet to complete his jungle item, whereas Score's been sitting on Cinderhawk for quite some time. And Arrow's Jinx is farming up completely fine against Caitlyn. Pretty much everything KT needed to go right in the early game has gone right.
And Ssumday too, what a difference in his play this game. After he got those kills, you could see he called Score up just to protect him in the lane for a counter gank in case he was ganked. As soon as he backs off, they push the wave into the turret. Ssumday walks into the river to ward. So they are taking many more precautions at conserving their top lane advantage in this game compared to the last couple.
yeah, very true. KT with the pressure on the bot lane now. Hojin's there to try to help out. He is recalling at the moment, though. CS fairly even in mid between Kuro and Nagne at the moment.
Kuro's actually done a nice job catching up. He was pretty far behind there for a while.
He has.
And he has rebounded in that lane, but Ssumday still a bit of a problem, of course, finishing that phage early, so he does have that item advantage, and he's starting to run away with it in terms of farm as well.
Well, here comes Score. They're going to try to take away the blue buff, and it doesn't look like KOO is in a position to stop them at this point. We'll see. He may just want to dive up and top here. Ssumday, Smeb trying to bait him in, but Ssumday not quite going under turret yet.
I like Smeb using his riposte so early to block the Decimate, so it's never even a threat to get 5 stacked for the ultimate. Also, Score doesn't realize he was spotted by a ward while going for deep wards. I have to be very careful here since Gorilla did recall and head up that way to begin with.
Well, Nagne's gone. He does have TP if he wants to go for it. Hojin just going to go ahead and ward this up. Find that Score is already there.
Coming in, and oh, who got it? Hojin. Able to take it for KOO. Didn't get on the mid laner, but at least they kept it away from KT.
I mean, that execute damage in Spider form, you do just have a nice amount of burst there for Elise.
Yep. It's something anyway. Ooh, Ace in the hole already doing a decent amount of damage with that BF sword for PraY.
Yeah, I like the early Ace in the hole just for harassing lane from Caitlyn.
Yeah, why not?
Especially when the support is gone, they have to wait so the Peekaboo can't block it. But that was...
It's a low cooldown, it does a lot of damage, and when your team is trying to push things up to take control around Dragon, you might as well use it.
Nice job by KOO on the vision clear there. Very safe, considering they had the pink ward there, and they waited for 3 people before they cleared out enemy pink up towards that side, so they weren't going to get surprised by anything.
Yeah.
We're more likely to see the 3-lane push here from KT than we ever have been. Already an upgraded warding trinket by Nagne.
Oh boy, Gorilla's going to take a lot of damage. He may have to burn that ult. He does. And that's a pretty crucial ult to not have available when you're going in for Dragon. Never mind.
Here we go. Every teleport.
May have an opportunity as teleports come in. KT scaring KOO away. Hojin taken out. And KT continues to pull a little bit farther ahead every time these two teams crash into each other here in Game 4.
So Ssumday actually ended up canceling this teleport. Kuro still has his with that. But yeah, Hojin getting punished there for the squishy Runeclave Elise.
Well, Ssumday able to get that top lane turret too by canceling the teleport, so they still certainly got a lot of value out of that.
Yeah, there's not really a way to. KOO can go ahead and do this Dragon at this juncture either, of course, with the jungler down, but KT falls back to safety, just going to keep on split pushing, and they have so many wards in that bottom side river right now.
Oh boy, PraY taunted right after the explosive cast. Beautiful play by KT Rolster. Smeb on the run, turns around with her pop. Gorilla with the engage. Can Kuro do enough damage? to turn this one around. He's going to throw the Chaos Storm down onto Score, but with Nogne entering the fight, flash ult, he's going to get the slow on Gorilla and Smeb. KOO still trying to get something done for KOO. He'll get one kill as Peekaboo gets a bit too close. Arrow grabs one in response, though.
Peekaboo did not need to come back into that
KOO's
fight.
not done yet. Nogne playing it dangerously. Oh, where is he? Another kill for KT and Nogne.
I think that was a home run attempt for KOO right
Yeah,
there.
he
Because
tried.
they're losing so much off of that fight. KT was supposed to be on the offensive, but Score's Gragas ultimate turned it into an offensive play because Ssumday, this whole time, is in a pressure position, which meant that KOO needed to press their advantage bottom lane. KOO lost absolutely everywhere, and they lost harder because KOO tried to make up for it at the end of that last fight.
And because Smeb was in the bottom side, now he is down. We see just 100 about to 50 or 155 CS. So taking that, I mean, Smeb gets forward here. What a great ultimate, though, from Score. And then the chain right into the traps and the taunt.
Oh, man. Arrow getting excited on that Jinx. Gorilla with a nice counter engage to let KOO come in and do something at least.
Yeah, big problem too was that death ray was very poor by KOO, not actually hitting anybody. If he had been able to land his full combo, that may have gone the other way.
Yeah, unfortunately, Peekaboo flies in at the end, gets bopped by KOO. Then the very end of this fight is quite interesting because KOO's got blue buff and level 11, so he's quite strong. Lands a death ray onto both, which gets him greedy, but that's the thing about Victor. You have 2 spells and then you wait on long cooldowns.
Yeah.
After he landed those spells, he should have known that he can't finish them with auto attacks and just stayed by the wayside in safety.
You're not going to do well against a Cassiopeia that has that consistent damage output as well as the enemy AD carry. A little bit too brave for KOO there. And that's going to allow KT as well a pretty comfortable blue buff and pretty comfortable lead. 6,000 gold in 17 minutes. Pretty massive lead, actually, when you look at it.
Looking early like we're going to be getting that game 5.
Oh boy.
Could be.
I love game 5s, chat.
It's not blinded.
Oh.
Still game 5.
KOO's going to be super happy about that. In the game 5 blind pick they played over in the LCK, they played against Ashe, Leona,
It's a very
and
different type of
Elise
strategy. Right?
without bringing Cleanse because they didn't know they were going to be facing up against that level of chain CC.
Yeah.
KOO also, I feel like they've won picks and bans in 3 out of the 4 games so far. This one, KT had a nice curveball with the Cassio.
Oh, what an engage by Score to throw Gorilla and PraY back into the enemy team. Gorilla pops that ultimate, so tanky. It's going to run out, though, and so is his life. Arrow with another kill.
And
just to save PraY, and
Ssumday is dead in the top side. Looks like Hojin and Smeb teaming up for a kill onto the KT top laner. Looks like we will see a turret trade when everything is said and done. PraY recalling right now, but we'll just stay back to defend the turret.
Yeah, KOO should be able to get this top lane turret before too long.
All things considered, that's actually a very good trade for the KOO Tigers, being down 7,000 gold, being able to trade a gank kill plus turret push. It'll stay good as long as they can defend this inner turret, which it looks like they'll be able to.
Yeah, and just like that, they've cut the 6,000 deficit down to 4,000.
Yeah, the big question is how big is this Cassiopeia going to get, though?
Yeah.
Because you have a 7,000 gold lead right now, 6,000 now. And the Cassiopeia is only going to get stronger, so Ssumday decides to dribble his way into
the ultimate. So he hides
Oh,
into
nice
the wall,
positioning.
so
Wow.
he can't get it off.
Hiding your vitals, always a smart thing to do
At
against
the same
Fiora.
time, he hit his vitals, and then Hojin had no problems landing the skill shots on the stationary areas.
Well, Ssumday was just a hair's breadth away from using his ultimate right there, too. He dived with his ult still up. If he hadn't gotten cocooned at that precise moment, so good timing from Hojin. Turned that battle around, but
yep.
I love these duels. I love
Me
Fiora versus Darius. It's just absolutely hilarious.
Definitely is.
Yeah, to answer your previous question about how big will Cassiopeia get, though, I feel like Nogne is going to get pretty gargantuan. He's already about 80 mana away from max stacking his Archangel Staff and transforming it into a Seraph's Embrace. I think that's what makes Cassiopeia so dangerous, especially in a matchup against Victor.
Oh, taunt on the Gorilla. Peekaboo being
that's a
a
lot of
bit
damage.
brave, though. Yeah, there's a headbutt. Peekaboo could be in a bit of trouble. Teleport's coming in for both sides. Canceled, though, for KT as Peekaboo runs away. And the ace in the hole, not enough to finish him off, but here comes Smeb. Grand challenge onto Score. Score's going to try to get away from that blue buff pit. Gorilla comes in to the engage. Score's still in trouble. There's the kill. There's the heal. And KOO now with a clear line for the damage on the Arrow. Can he do a little bit more? And the auto attack gives KOO the double kill. Ssumday a bit late to the party, and I think time's out for him. He's going to try to... Oh, no! With the gravity field! Triple kill for KOO!
I love how Gravity Field freezes animations for the most epic of interruptions. And
that was fantastic.
It's remarkable how KOO Tigers is coming back from this 6,000 pre-20-minute gold deficit, but it's almost classic KOO Tigers in that sense. KOO on Victor is starting to take over this game, at least he is attempting to. Smeb was able to proc the appropriate amount of vitals, and KT just reached a little bit too far here.
Let's watch this one again. You know, Peekaboo has been making a lot of aggressive plays all game, and here's one that starts off a fight that does not go well for KT.
Well, here's the thing. With score coming in, you see the TP start to fall. I think that KT expected this teleport that we're looking at from Smeb to be canceled, because that's absolutely insane. But considering the cancel from the KT teleport, it was a 5v4 in the end. KOO with the nerves of steel, and you have to make plays like that if you want to get back in the game.
Yeah, and then KOO obviously gets the healing from Smeb. Great gravity field placement around the bend, landing every single skill shot, weaving in his auto attacks. And at this point, Ssumday was cut off. He's basically just trying to make an escape, but Gorilla lands both of his skills really well, knock him back. That would have been a KOO kill. Good night, Darian.
Insane. He's on fire, literally.
The ultimate rejection. At the peak of his jump.
Rejected. Well.
Oh no.
Some day you dunk, some days you get dunked.
Also, we'll have to get a replay because our replay missed a kill on to score, which actually gives KOO the window to go and take this dragon.
Wow. Which is shockingly going to be the first dragon of the game here at 22 minutes.
That has got to be one of the latest dragons we've seen here at Worlds, and KOO getting it. That's a nice big damage boost at this point in the game when people have some items. 6% makes a big difference. Exactly 6% of the difference, I suppose, when you think about it.
You stop to analyze that one for just a second.
There you go. As I often do.
Yeah.
Let's watch Score die.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
He has just no control of his own jungle, and KOO is actually prepping the Baron. So a nice little bait there, knowing that they'd won the fight so substantially, going over to Baron, which necessitates a check. It's early on in the game, so they can't actually kill the Baron. Instead, they just bait the Baron, and that's just a smart strategic play. KOO knowing exactly where to gain their advantages from, even though they still hold a pretty big gold deficit. It goes to show how far behind they were.
Well, this is classic KOO Tigers, Jad. Get rocked in the early game, somehow, some way. Make it back in.
Pretty much.
6,000 plus gold at like 17 minutes. That should basically be it.
I guarantee you right now, KT does not feel like they're 3,000 gold ahead, though. Or 2,000 gold, how it is now.
Yeah, I got confirmation, too. That was the latest first dragon at Worlds.
Wow.
In the tournament to this point. So 22 minutes. Very delayed, but there's been a lot of fighting in this game. And emphasis on the towers. So KT, I still think it comfortably has a scaling advantage here with this Cassiopeia. Of course, the Fed Victor going to cut into that just a little bit.
And how many times have we seen it with KOO winning and we say, well, the mistake is that they gave KOO Victor. Well, here we are again in KT fighting for their tournament life, and they gave KOO Victor. It's a dangerous thing to do against the KOO Tigers.
Yeah, Score does have his flash up, and KOO was down a flash. I think one of the biggest weaknesses of Victor is when people can get directly on top of him and displace him. Yeah. He is mobile, and he has good defenses when you're running at him, but if you successfully close the distance, he can be punished. And KOO is in the danger right now, where they have such a high concentration of their gold onto a flashless mage right now, and that is their weak point. Or their vital spot, you could say.
KT may try to take advantage of Ssumday coming up the river right now. Looks like he's going to be too late to catch KOO. They've already taken down the turret. So KOO Tigers safe for the moment anyway.
Yeah, but Smeb sacrificing a lot of farm for this, and he's falling further and further and further behind 164 to 237. Wow. The farm at the moment, but they're able to get a little bit of global gold onto him before sending him into that bottom side. Ssumday, you know, he does have a tendency to take over games like this as a player.
And I think it's very critical for the Fiora to not fall behind, because the team fighting of the Fiora, I think, is much weaker than the team fighting of a Darius when they're even or when Darius is ahead on gold. It's not the same in the other way. All three games that Smeb has played so far in Fiora, he's gotten that advantage in the split push, and it's been very key to KOO finding the victories, because he either burns a key summoner during the split push before the team fight, or flanks around while they're already ahead. This time Ssumday has been able to equalize that and actually get an edge.
Yeah, he's about 1,300 gold ahead at the moment too, which is quite substantial. And when we're talking about this specific team composition from KT, they have so many executes, Darius ult, Jinx ult, but it's the damage over time and the AoE damage from Jinx and Cassiopeia that are setups for a possible Darius pentakill here that is very, very dangerous.
You can tell that KOO knows this. You can tell they're aware of it. They sent Smeb down to the bot lane to get a little bit of farm by himself, try to catch up a little bit of that CS deficit. So we'll see if he can. He's got his teleport, so he can join his team if he needs to.
I also have to point out that Ssumday built the Quicksilver Sash. We've been talking about how good Smeb has been at proccing all those vitals, which does 40% true damage if you proc all 4 of them at this point in the game. But he can just QSS when Fiora ults on him and get rid of that threat.
Yeah, very true. You can also QSS out of a very embarrassing gravity field once in a while. may want to save him for that one.
No more stylish poses.
No.
Okay.
It was very cool. Whoa. Peekaboo blocks the damage that was destined for Arrow with that ace in the hole. An intense moment in the game. It's really a situation where it could go either way. A minute 30 till the next dragon. The second dragon in the game, even though we're about 27 minutes in. Oh, Score getting collapsed on. Arrow's right there, though. Kuro forced to flash away. Peekaboo comes in with that stand united. Kuro gonna get taken out by the Jinx rocket. And now Ssumday trying to flee here. KT wants to get a fight. Smeb comes in. He's gonna ult Peekaboo and not be able to finish him off. It's a dangerous moment for KOO. Without Kuro, they don't have a whole lot of damage.
Oh, they're still hunting, though. There's the QSS.
Worked. He got out of that Elise cocoon.
Yeah, really made a big difference.
Yeah.
Sure
Success.
did. Wow, that item, worth it. Whoa, KT going for Baron right now with Kuro out of commission. They're going to try it, but if KOO can delay it, it's only 12 seconds until he comes back. PraY taunted Peekaboo. Get him, it's overly aggressive. There's a kill for PraY. Gorilla pops that ult, stays alive. PraY getting some nice angles for damage on the edge of this fight. Smeb is right there as well, too. KOO a bit. Oh, there they go. They caught Ssumday. No QSS. No more Darius, and KOO turns to fight around Nagne. Chaos Storm on top of him as he slithers to safety for the moment.
I don't think that Baron play is ever going to work for KT.
I don't think so either.
Teleport up and is up in 10 seconds. KT so close to taking control of this game once again, with Score making a nice catch on a Kuro. I think Score has played fantastically this series, but KT just makes a team-wide mistake with that call to go for Baron.
Well, I think it's fine if you want to peel off of the Baron and try and finish up that fight, but KT just didn't do that. Peekaboo went in too early, got chunked out, had to flash out of that engagement, and there wasn't follow-up. So very poorly played here by KT. He got spotted by PraY. That was actually a very nice trinket.
Beautiful trinket by PraY. At that point, Peekaboo would need to run away because his team was still during the Baron. Smeb also has flank position right here, which makes the retreat even more difficult. And I love the headiness as well of Kuro to buy home guards when he respawned because he knew he needed to close on this fight. Zooms ahead, gets the spells on Nagne and completely pushes him out of the fight.
Arrow nearly died to PraY's ultimate that fight too. Now KOO able to take an easy second dragon. And just like that, gold lead for KOO Tigers after being down 6K. Man, these teams are so close every single game, back and forth. But in Game 4, the game that could send the KOO Tigers to the semifinals, they've taken the lead once again.
I think that was just a huge error from KT. They knew Kuro's teleport was up and available. And the death timers, I mean, we're still sub 30 minutes into this game, so they're not going to be so long yet. And Kuro has somehow managed to find a 2-level lead on Nagne here, despite having approximately even CS.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been winning fight after fight, and Kuro's just consistently been able to clear minion waves. Not to mention he got slingshot a little bit because KT was ahead on experience and gold, so because he was the lower experience member, he gained more experience for the kills, and KT honestly just hasn't killed them back since there's been no turning back since this game started to reverse.
You know, now Smeb is down a lot on CS, but he's got enough items that he is relevant. And look at this, 2 turrets, just like that, already with this Baron buff from the KOO Tigers. And Smeb trying to make a play onto Ssumday here. This is brave. Gorilla can't protect him with Arrow auto-attacking him from over the wall, and Smeb has to back away. Whoa, Smeb, Mesra pops the ultimate.
It is just not Sunday's day.
Whoa, no it is not. And now the inhibitor in a lot of trouble. KOO Tigers have broke open the door of KT's base.
Yeah, this is really an amazing comeback by KOO Tigers in this game.
You reposted that ultimate. That was awesome.
I mean, I've been so impressed. Smeb looked a bit shaky in game one, but ever since then on this Fiora, it's been really quite impressive.
Yeah, KT needs to make a play right now if they want to save this inhibitor, if they want to save their game. I don't know if they can, though. That cannon minion's doing damage. Ssumday gets jumped on. Oh, they're trying to make a play there. Chaos Storm not doing enough. They get the inhibitor, they get Peekaboo, and they can just back away. No need to put any more pressure on. They got what they came for and more.
This could be KOO moving on to the semifinals. If this happened, it would actually be one team from every group moving on to the semifinals.
Wow. Well, that's great. And coming into this, you know, a lot of people, myself included, were predicting KT. It's not over yet, but KOO bringing some stuff we were not expecting. Let's watch that fight against Smeb.
Well, they basically just make a decision right here. And Smeb, there's the riposte. Oh, and they wanted to make a play. They send their damage dealers over to that side to try and get a pick and then move the game forward from there. But instead, they just end up losing their inhibitor turret.
Yeah. Look at the goal differences all the way until roughly about the 28-minute mark in favor of KT, and then KOO bringing it right back again.
Yeah, and it's made worse by the fact that KT actually had and has a pretty good scaling team composition. If Nagne can get in the right positions on Cassiopeia, Score can catch the squishy targets out of position, and Arrow can shoot from the back line. Even if the gold is like this around 32 minutes, KT is by no means out of it, but they just feel really disorganized at this point of the game. KOO Tigers has so much momentum, and I feel like their mentality is stronger. They're making the proper calls, and I've seen a lot of really poor decisions from Peekaboo and the rest of KT in the last 15 minutes.
Well, when KOO Tigers group is 5, we found it's really hard to stop these guys, and KT could still definitely turn this game around. But they've got to get some confidence back. After those last couple fights, anybody would be feeling not that great.
And it goes to show the swinginess of this game. Your normal Baron power play gives about 3,000 gold, 6,448 from that last one.
Yep. Smeb split pushing here with those super minions in the bot lane as KOO Tigers move towards the inhibitor turret up top.
Score has his flash right now. You would hope that he tries to pull the trigger on a body slam flash, but they need to clear these super minions away from their Nexus turret first. Darius doesn't actually do it that quickly.
Yeah. Oh, they're going to lose the Nexus turret. They do.
Great pressure that they wanted just to have Peekaboo in that bottom side trying to run interference, but Smeb goes down there in the 4-1 split, working wonders once again for KOO.
So KOO's going to back away. A minute 40 until that next dragon comes back. They're going to find PraY though. Uh-oh. Could be an opportunity, but nope. PraY able to net his way to safety. I call that a net win for the KOO Tigers. Don't worry, I'm going back to PraY after today.
Gotta shove the bad jokes in
get
there
on
while
the
you
plane
can.
as fast as I can. I gotta get out of here. Yep. Oh, Score finds some KOO Tigers players. KOO trying to find time to recall and buy some items. They're able to do it. Minute until the next dragon.
Look at the vision control right now from the KOO Tigers. It is just so complete around that Baron. They have absolute information about what is happening in the enemy jungle, and that's going to be very useful when some of these objectives start to pop in about a minute. They should be very comfortable, and KOO looking like it'll be a pretty easy closure to this game, barring some sort of catastrophic team fight that KT can engineer.
Yeah, especially Nagne yet to hit his death cap. Because of the way Cassiopeia works as well, he's been slowly stacking up the aspect of the Serpent. He's at 420 stacks. At 500, of course, he gets a bonus 40% of ability power.
It's a lot.
And then the death cap would make it so much. So he would go from about 500 to 1,000 AP if this game does stretch to 40 minutes. So there actually is still some stalling KT can do if they stop the relentlessness of the KOO Tigers so far.
Well, they definitely know that. KOO knows it too. It's still a very tense game between these two teams. That 5K gold lead at this point in the game doesn't mean a whole lot. Who's going to get this next Baron, though? This next Baron fight is going to, I would say, almost certainly decide the winner of the game. The Dragon's going to KT, or to KOO, rather.
And the Baron is really not coming at the right time for KT Rolster. They're already down a Nexus turret, and their inhibitor is yet to respawn. They can't commit people down to that Baron area, and I don't even know if they want to, because a 5-on-5 fight at this point, before Cassiopeia hits that late game form, is not very ideal. Like, this actually is a Baron you might need to give up 100%.
I mean, and if you do that, you kind of wonder if you can stop the KOO Tigers.
Well, the nice thing KT has going for them is great kiting potential. So they're not really going to be able to be dove with Cassiopeia and Shen at some of these turrets. So maybe that would be the way to discourage a game from ending. But again, you have the Victor Gravity Field and the Caitlyn to siege. So it still would be hard. This is a very, very tough decision for KT.
There's a very high percentage win here for the KOO Tigers based on the current circumstances. It'll really be down to their execution, in my opinion, because even if they want to dive turrets, they have Alistar, one of the best champions for such situations, getting a flat damage reduction.
Yeah.
The longer KT can stall, though, the better it is for them. Death Cap was completed by Nagne, and their inhibitor has respawned.
Just came back.
That's great timing for them, really. They managed to prevent the instant Baron take. We do see Ssumday fading back into
It's a trap.
his Nexus fountain.
It's a trap. And are they going to catch score here? Maybe. Ace in the hole comes in. They get him with the cocoon. Score could be going down. Tries to make it out. Looks like he'll barely live.
They used a lot on that, though. They're going to go on to the Baron immediately.
Wow, okay, with score so low, they think they're safe to take it. Gorilla in the back lines hasn't used his ultimate yet, so that Alistar is still very tanky. KT, this is their season. This is their year on the line, and the KOO Tigers get the Baron. KOO backing away. Ssumday trying to make a play with Darius, trying to get the resets. He can't. PraY with the kill, and with Ssumday out of the way, KT's worlds may be over.
That was such a well-executed Baron by the KOO Tigers. They had the wards around when as soon as they saw score, immediately dumped the damage on him so he would have a very hard time actually contesting that Baron, and then kept the pressure on Gorilla on the outside, never letting him even get a chance for a steal. And forcing the...
Smeb onto Peekaboo. A lot of damage done there. He's going to use the ultimate even through the exhaust. Gorilla comes in to try to support his top laner. Score takes a dirt nap. And Kuro takes a lot of damage, but they're going to send Nagne back towards the base as well as they take out another inhibitor. KOO, low health, but they are taking apart KT's base. Going for another one. I think it might be time to go back after this. We'll see if they decide they can end it.
See Smeb right there, mouth moving. He is the main shot caller for the KOO Tigers. So they are just going to back off, take the Baron, take the two inhibitors that they managed to get. KT stays alive for just a little bit longer.
Man, I mean, it is about as close as it can possibly get with the picks that KOO have been making here.
Yeah, KOO, just a continuous play of success right there, I'd have to say. Peekaboo making a lot of unfortunate mistakes. I feel like the taunt at the very beginning of that Baron fight on an Alistar where he extended his flash would have been wondrous if he could have joined Ssumday in that fight on the inside. And then as far as the double inhib taking, that's about as best the KT could have hoped for. It's lucky that the game actually isn't over. If Arrow dies, though, I think the game is over.
Smeb trying to find him. Gorilla's right there. Arrow taking a lot of damage. Gorilla comes in. Score trying to save his AD carry. Pushes Gorilla back into him, though. Turret doing damage to Alistar. Peekaboo gets the taunt. Gorilla could be in trouble. Has to use that ultimate to stay alive, but he can't. Arrow with a kill, and KT may have found an opportunity, but there are so many super minions coming into the base. Does KOO even need Gorilla to be alive right now?
Well, the minions aren't there quite yet, so KT wants to hold this a bit longer, but there it goes.
They're going in. They want to fight the 4v5. Smeb at about half health. This may be a bit too dangerous, but KOO, they see victory right in front of them. They see a dead inhibitor as well. That's all three inhibitors down now. KT in a bit of trouble. They're going to send Smeb to push up this bottom lane. PraY dueling with Ssumday. Gotta be careful there. I wouldn't want to duel with the Darius, especially at this point in the game. That Nexus turret getting a bit low as Score comes from the side. Peekaboo there as well. Score gets taken down. A kill for Kuro, and KOO with that kill may have done it. The Nexus is exposed, and in summer season it was KT Rolster, but KOO with a chance at revenge in just 4 games this time, and there it is. KOO Tigers go to the semifinals.
Wow, coming second place out of their group, too, behind the Flash Wolves. Come in here and deliver a vintage KOO Tigers performance, playing from behind, showing the strength of their team fighting and shot calling, and these guys are elated.
KOO really stepped it up in this series. Smeb in particular, even when he was behind in lane, he had the strength in team fighting, the right pick potential, KOO went back on the old picks and Victor. PraY had successful ultimates in these team fights and had good positioning. Really, it was a team effort, but on the back of Smeb.
You know, since the spring season, since what happened at IM Katowice, people have been asking, can the KOO Tigers perform on the international stage? I would say this is a resounding yes, as KOO Tigers are moving on to the semifinals. What a series.
Yeah, very nicely played. And we look at KT's bans in this series. Veigar, Kennen, Tom Kench. These are bans that are now necessary against the KOO Tigers. We've seen what Gorilla can do on Tom Kench.
Yeah.
We know they can flex the Kennen very well. The Veigar has become a threat with their siege compositions. So KOO has such a wide array of strategies at their disposal right now. They've shown quite a bit.
Yeah, and despite, you know, the follies in the early game, still coming back with a strong late game. And KT Rolster, you know, this is not the end of the season that they wanted, of course, wanted to make it farther than the quarterfinals. A successful year. You know, it was a big season of turmoil in Korea with so many players going to China. KT had to kind of pick up the pieces when Peekaboo came in, turned this team around, got them to Worlds, and played well in the group stages. Thought it'd go a little bit farther, but still a respectable year for that organization.
Yeah, and I feel pretty bad for scoring this one because I think he played amazingly in pretty much all the early and mid games, but the team itself just didn't seem to quite click. KOO was playing some really smart League of Legends, which requires you to be completely cohesive in your shot calling towards the mid and late game, and that, along with the pick and bans, I think is where KT fell short.
Yeah, how about that? KOO Tigers, a team made up of players that were essentially rejected from other teams and players that had been formally retired, coming back. It's an interesting story to see. PraY especially took like a year off, and he's coming back, playing like this, going to the semifinals at Worlds. Amazing stuff.
His second World semifinals, in fact,
That's right.
after being on Najin Black Sword. It actually was, you know, a battle between Nagne and PraY, two of those old Najin Sword players that made the semis and lost to SKT in Season 3. But I want to talk about Smeb. This guy has been absolutely amazing. To talk about his development as a player, sure, the exodus happens. A lot of these players leave. He was on Incredible Miracle, looking very poor at times. Yeah. But my God, has he gotten better and really, really improved this year.
Yeah. It's crazy, like Smeb, because in 2014, you never would have called this guy a strong top laner. He was far from it, but pretty strong in 2015.
Yeah, and it's been almost an up and down season too, because the spring for KOO Tigers was kind of the split of Smeb, and then they did slump at the beginning of summer, but he seems to be back on form, and he's really, I think, the first one to fully display the power of Fiora and take advantage of all of her strengths, because we thought Fiora was going to be such a priority pick coming into the World Championship, and then it wasn't. But here it is again.
Well, we can talk about the rest of his champion pool coming in too, because sure, he played a ton of Fiora tonight, but we've also seen he's pretty damn good at Darius, to the degree that KT thought it was best to ban it, keep it away from him in this series. He's a Riven pentakill. He had one this summer, so he's able to play so many different carry top laners at the elite level at the moment that it should be quite interesting to see him go up against Huni in the semifinals.
I can't wait to hear what he has to say in our interview in a few minutes here. It's going to be cool, but that Fiora is going to be nearly a must ban for anyone facing the KOO Tigers from here on out.
At this point, there's a lot of things that are nearly must ban because they've shown excellence on so many of the meta picks. And I think KOO answered a lot of questions tonight as well. They were in the group of life, so to speak, and didn't even win that group against the Flash Wolves, who looked very sloppy in our first quarterfinal. So a lot of people were thinking maybe KOO just didn't have it in them, not to mention all of the struggles they'd had at international events in the past, like IM Katowice. So I think this is just a really redeeming game for KOO, the team of veterans who had actually failed on the international stage prior.
I think the main issue they had is when it came down to it, those high-pressure matches, the KOO Tigers kind of tended to collapse. We saw it at IM Katowice, we saw it in Korea as well in certain matches, but towards the end of summer season, it really was looking like they had solved those issues, and with that last best of 5 we just saw, winning it in 4 games over KT Rolster, I think those issues are long gone now for the KOO Tigers. So we're going to throw it down to Shox for an interview with KOO's top laner.
Thank you very much, Doa. And congratulations, Smeb, getting to the semifinals with the KOO Tigers. I want to talk a little bit about the last game. We know you guys are good at comebacks, and you didn't see it, but you were down 6,000 gold around 20 minutes. How did you manage to do it and come back from that?
이제 KOO 타이거즈 팀이 워낙 역전극을 잘하기로 좀 유명한 팀이기도 하지만 이제 스맵 선수는 모르셨겠지만 6천 골드나 이제 뒤지고 있었거든요. 이제 그런 상황에서 어떻게 역전극을 만들으셨는지 좀 말씀해 주세요.
저희가 좀 슬로우 스타터인 것 같아요. 그래서 연습 때는 막 저희가 막 긴장도 안 하고 하니까 좀 처음부터 막 몰아치는 플레이가 가능한데 대회만 오면은 특히 초반에 좀 무너지면은 많이 힘들더라고요. 그래서 그래도 최대한 열심히 해보자라는 생각으로 했던 것 같아요.
So I think in general we're a very slow starter. Like during scrims, we play very aggressively and it works quite well. But I think at the actual tournament, we get quite nervous and it doesn't work the way we planned. So during this game, we just said let's not give up, let's keep doing our own plays, and I think that's how we managed to come back.
All right, and quite nervous for the series, of course, for a spot in the semifinal in the summer playoffs. You guys played KT, and I can imagine you were looking for revenge. A lot of people thought it would go all the way to 5 games and be a lot closer. Why do you think it was that all of a sudden you seem to be better in a lot of things than KT in this matchup?
이제 지금 KT와의 대결이 지난 썸머 플레이오프 때 이제 지기도 해서 살짝 복수전이기도 했고 많은 사람들이 좀 더 치열하고 좀 5경기까지 가는 그런 접전이 일어날 거라 예상을 했었는데 쿠 타이거즈는 어떻게 준비를 해서 이렇게 좀 비교적으로 상대적 우위를 점할 수 있었는지 말씀해 주세요.
저번 마지막 그 KT전은 저희가 사실 자신감이 있었는데 준비할 시간이 너무 없었어요. 그래서 저희가 블라인드 픽까지 준비를 했었었는데 그걸 못 해가지고 좀 아쉽게 패배한 것 같고 저희는 근데 저희 팀은 모르겠는데 저는 그 저희가 준비만 열심히 하고 준비한 대로만 된다면은 무조건 이길 수 있다고 생각했어요.
So during the summer playoffs, our team was very confident, but I don't think we were just prepared enough, especially for the blind pick, the blind match, the 5th game. So for this coming match, I don't know for the whole team, but at least for myself, I was very confident that if we prepared well enough, that we could beat KT. And I think it went well according to the plan.
According to the plan, I think if there was a blind pick here, you would have probably picked Fiora. 4 games on her in this one. Tell me about the champion and how you experienced playing her. Is it the combination Smeb plus Fiora that is so destructive? Because you had a fantastic set.
그 이제 피오라로 되게 4경기 내내 엄청난 활약을 보여주셨는데 이제 스맵 선수와 피오라가 어떠한 그 좀 작용하는 것이 있길래 이렇게 잘하셨는지 피오라 픽에 대해 설명해 주세요.
사실 그 탑에서 이렇게 패치가 많이 바뀌면서 뭐 다리우스나 피오라 같은 챔프가 많이 나왔잖아요. 그래서 좀 연습을 하던 도중에 전 다리우스가 최고라고 생각했어요. 그래서 다리우스만 연습했는데 이게 연습 때 보니까 피오라도 괜찮은 거예요. 그래서 제 스타일에도 좀 맞는 것 같고 그래서 연습하게 됐어요.
So after the Juggernaut patch at the 5.18, at first I thought Darius was the best pick. But then after practicing Fiora a couple games, I thought Fiora better fit my own style. So that's how I got to play it a lot during this series.
Yeah, and you guys are very good on it. That will possibly be a very interesting pick in the next round. Semi-final versus, of course, Fnatic. What a matchup. And Huni said in an OGN interview yesterday that he was very much looking forward to playing you. He's also said that he wants to prove that he's the best top laner in the entire tournament. What can you tell me about that matchup versus Huni?
예, 이제 다음 주 4강전에서 이제 후니 선수와 탑 매치업이 남아 있는데 후니 선수가 어제 승자 인터뷰에서 온게임 내 인터뷰에서 스맵 선수랑 붙는 것을 되게 이제 고대하고 있다고 얘기를 했었고 이전에도 후니 선수가 이번 대회를 통해서 자기가 최고의 탑 라이너라는 것을 증명하겠다고 얘기를 했어요. 그거에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
사실 저도 푸나틱과의 대결을 정말 이렇게 기대하고 있고요. 후니 선수도 정말 좋은 모습 많이 보여주는데 패기는 좋은데 아직 노련함이 좀 적지 않나 싶어서 제가 잘 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
I'm also very looking forward playing against Fnatic at the semifinals, and I do admit that Huni's a very good player, and he has that confidence. But I think he lacks experience, so I think I could beat him.
All right, well, it's going to be a fantastic matchup overall. Thank you so much, and congratulations, Smeb and the KOO Tigers in the semifinal. For us, we're going to go back to our guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you, Shox. The 3-1 victory there for KOO. Interestingly enough, this means that one team from each group has qualified for the semifinals. We have KOO from Group A, Fnatic from Group B, SKT from Group C, and Origin from Group D. So everyone making a representation in the semifinals. But I do want to dive into this game because KOO once again, and Smeb specifically on that Fiora, played very well to close it out.
The laning phase was not pretty, to be honest. He fell behind by, I think, 70 CS at one point, but that didn't matter. It looked like he was playing the same Fiora that he played the previous game, which was tower diving left, right, and center. And again, KOO comes out with a better composition that can be executed into the weaknesses of KT, which they very gladly just pick every single time, and to be expected, a clean win from them.
There's been a lot of talk about the Darius versus Fiora matchup, and I was talking about how Fiora is very, very similar to Riven when you learn the intricacies of it, and Smeb kind of echoed that sentiment there, saying he thought Darius was the one to go for, but then once you learn the mechanics on Riven, you're able to take that away. So when it's Fiora versus Darius, you end up having the burden of execution be on Fiora. It's her decisions that really affect that lane, when she riposts, when she actually dives in which direction. So the way that that's played out is when you have enough games on Fiora and he has been putting the time in, you take that matchup, I would say 70% of the time, if you have the skills to do so.
It's like what I want to hit on is KT. Like KT with the draft, I feel like they tried to copy Fnatic in a way where they pick a stronger mid lane matchup that can roam, that LeBlanc game specifically against EDG. They pick a strong mid laner that can outpush. Cassiopeia is considered quite strong into Victor because this matchup is very punishing, but later on, of course, Victor wins because of scaling. And then you have this top lane matchup that Score always kind of figures out for them. But the missing piece that they didn't pick up while they were looking at Fnatic was their AD carries that they always pick is in the shape of Savior, Cannon. Sure, they played some Jinx yesterday as well, but it didn't really set them up to enable this pressure that came from these other lanes. The Jinx, sure, it works into the late game, but you're not going to win in the late game anyway. So just try to play on the pressure that you have, which came from the early game, from the mid and the top. To transition that into bottom, pick a cannon and pressure that.
Yeah, not only were KT's drafts just a little strange every time, they were lacking engaged. They were getting early leads, but they didn't have a way to really push that lead and force their will onto their opponent. Exactly. And they were kind of waiting for them to do things. But aside from that, we saw Peekaboo making some very odd decisions, getting caught out, taunting into one person, and then just really not having the perfect setup. It seemed like some frustration there that they couldn't close games out, that they had advantages and they needed these fights. But then also, you look at Nagne. He's usually giving so much damage later on, but this was an underperformance from a lot of members from KT here.
Well, sure. I do think that KOO played pretty well to have that comeback victory, on top of the fact that it was a little sloppy, them getting caught out in certain instances, but what really stood out was the chaining the CCs during these team fights. They have a compositions with a lot of crowd control. You saw with the Caitlyn traps into the Veigar cage. You have the headbutt pulverized, and I think the only one that was remotely botched was one in the bot lane with a gank on with Elise and Alistar. But besides that, the chaining of crowd control with Victor on top of that, I mean, the Victor was just stellar. Probably the best Victor in the tournament. Maybe Faker can contest that, but I'd be looking at that pick.
All right, a couple of things I want to explore. We already mentioned that there were a few games in which KOO did get behind. So when we look forward in the tournament against teams that are even more willing to put pressure on, Fnatic as an example, how are they going to buff up that early game to make sure they don't get 3-4K behind and against a team comp that won't let them back in?
I think it comes down to the jungling. Lee Hojin didn't have a very stellar jungler performance, particularly with the jungle pathing. He was in wrong places at the wrong times, and we highlighted that he fell behind 2 levels in the jungle. By the time that Score was level 7, he was level 5, and that's because he kept sitting in the top lane brush, just waiting for something to happen, based purely on intuition and not really actual ward knowledge. So once he focuses on playing with the information that you have instead of your intuition, which may be wrong or may be incredibly right, you will have a better showing.
And that's where I want to flip to the other side of the matchup, Zyrene. Score, for me, on KT was the big performer of the day. Even with the loss, was coming up huge, making a lot of plays, really had a great presence around the map.
Yeah, if KT ended up winning, Score was probably going to be player of the series. He was having such consistent performances from every single game. He was getting his top laner ahead. Sometimes Ssumday would throw that away, and then he would go bottom and he'd get his bottom in advantage. And these are where those early game advantages were coming from, was Score's pathing, and also his casks were just really good, catching PraY out a couple times and being able to continue to keep that momentum up. Some nice steals in the first few games on objectives, but then it just didn't seem to have the same type of impact because he had to be like an S++, which does not exist in order to be able to carry his team through a lot of these games.
I feel like Hojin was like the bigger downfall when it comes to KOO Tigers. Like first, when I heard of Hojin, I was like, oh, they replaced Lee finally. And then Zyrene told me, like at the start of this tournament, Lee is actually just Hojin renamed.
It's the same guy.
And then when I saw him in these games, like the things that Lee used to do, like these inconsistent patterns, they came back, and I got worried for a second. And seeing that, like against a team like Fnatic in the future, Reignover is pretty consistent in his patterns. He's going for that top lane gank, and he always has a plan. So I'm kind of worried in that particular matchup. That is what is exposed for KOO Tigers.
I'm also very worried about that matchup because both of these jungle pools, you can pinch these jungle pools. Whoever gets Elise in this matchup has a huge advantage. I wouldn't be surprised if you're seeing Rek'Sai and Elise bans on every blue side, or at least maybe one of them and forcing the other one to be banned because you'll get one yourself. I think that you can pinch this pool pretty hard.
I think it's less so of whoever gets Elise and just Elise is broken. You can't be like, you just can't beat this champion. It's too strong right now with the tower diving. It's how we talked about, you pick Elise, you've won the lanes for everybody else. Like, hey guys, I'm existing. I'm doing my job.
Yeah, very much so. But you bring up a good point, which is pinching of champions and the distribution of champions in pick and ban, because once again, with the performance of Smeb on Fiora, we're seeing now Fiora, Tahm Kench, the
Veigar.
mandatory Mord and GP bans, the Veigar, all the Elise being a huge pick, and then that's without even target banning any specific team, where now you're saying like, oh, we want to get a 0 out against this guy, or Victor. What do you do now? All of a sudden, this is making champions like very interesting in terms of how teams are going to allocate the power and where they put their bans.
I actually think the pattern that the Fnatic had in the group stage was to kind of disrespect the opponent, particularly the Yasuo top game, and saying, you know what, we're just going to beat you with what you have. We'll beat you with just a weaker pick, but we can outskill you with it. That was kind of I'm not sure if it was Huni's mentality or the team mentality, but that's why it was picked. Riven, on the other hand, is a champion that we have no idea how the matchup into Fiora goes at the highest level. This is the first time we've seen Fiora really showcase in all 4 games back-to-back. Okay, these are the limits of the champion. How crazy does it get into the late game? Okay, very crazy. What about Riven? How does Riven do into that? I'm guarantee you, Huni and Smeb don't have a lot of matchup into that because not all the top laners here play those 2 champions, so there's not a lot of practice.
Final thoughts on the Champions League?
I think it comes down to what idea people have coming into Champions League. For example, when it comes to KT, they have this idea that Darius is a stronger part, but against Fnatic, they've shown the Riven. So that is one way of dealing with these stronger champions. If you find a way to deal with these champions, you don't need to ban them. And GP Mordekaisers, there's no way of dealing with these champions. You just have to be banned.
All right, well, we're going to take an opportunity to head backstage where Deficio is standing by with KOO's victorious jungler.
Thank you very much, Dash. I'm joined by Hojin from the KOO Tigers. He just qualified to the semifinal where he's taking on Fnatic, of course. My first question is, back at IM Katowice, you guys didn't have a great performance. Now you're top 4 in the world all of a sudden. What has changed for the KOO Tigers compared to back then at IM Katowice?
호진 선수 우선 4강 진출을 축하드리고요. 이제 KOO 타이거즈가 IM전 때는 이제 살짝 안 좋은 모습을 보여주셨는데 이번에 완전 다른 모습으로 롤드컵 이제 상위 4개 팀에 지금 들어갔습니다. 그 당시 KOO 타이거즈랑 지금 KOO 타이거즈랑 어떻게 달라졌는지 좀 설명해 주세요.
저희가 항상 저희 팀의 원동력이 강함의 원동력이 뭐냐고 물으면 저희는 항상 이 친구 같은 가족 같은 그런 분위기라고 말하거든요. 근데 그 분위기가 저희를 약간 좀 쉽게 좀 건방지게도 좀 만들고 이렇게 좀 긴장도 빨리 풀리게 만들어서 아마 그게 좀 패착의 원인이 되었던 것 같아서 저희가 정말 보완하려고 많이 노력해서 이번에 좀 많이 준비했기 때문에 이렇게 여기까지 올 수 있는 게 아닌가 싶어요.
So whenever somebody asks what the KOO Tigers' main strength is, we would answer that it's like that friendship and that connection between each other. It's like a family connection. But I think at the IEM tournament, we were a bit too confident and maybe arrogant at some point. So while coming to the World Championship, we tried really hard to fix that problem and play better as a team.
Is the friendship you guys have on your team what makes you so good at always getting back in these games? You guys were down 6,000 gold and you managed to claw your way back and you've done it before. Like, what makes you guys so good at always getting back in the game even if you fall behind early?
KOO 타이거즈 팀도 워낙 역전을 잘하기로 한 유명한 팀인데 이번 마지막 게임도 6,000 골드 이제 좀 뒤쳐져 있었지만 결국 역전해냈습니다. 이 역전할 수 있는 힘에 대해서 좀 얘기해 주세요.
아까도 말했듯이 저희 그 가족 같은 그런 친근함이 단점이 될 때도 있지만 이렇게 역전할 때 장점이 되어서 역으로 작용할 수도 있기 때문에 아마 그런 이유로 저희가 이렇게 역전도 잘하고 또 운도 좀 따라줘서 그렇게 이긴 것 같아요.
So I think the main reason behind why we're so good at comebacks is, as I said in the previous question, like that connection between our teams, like that faith, leads us to play better even though we're behind, and manage to come back overall.
Last question here. Is KOO Tigers right now the best team in the world?
마지막 질문으로 지금 쿠 타이거즈가 세계에서 가장 강한 팀이라고 생각되나요?
솔직히 8강 치르기 전에는 저희가 정말 자신감에 차 있었고 그때 이런 질문을 물었더라면 저희가 당연히 저희는 최강의 팀입니다라고 자신 있게 말할 수 있었는데 지금은 좀 약간 이렇게 탑정글 준비를 많이 했거든요. 근데 약간 이렇게 무너지는 모습을 보여서 자신감을 조금 잃긴 했는데 아마 다시 준비한다면 당연히 다시 말할 수 있을 것 같아요. 저희가 최고라고.
So if you asked this question before the quarterfinals, today's match, I would have said, of course, we're the best team in the world. But today's game, I think we prepared the top jungle a lot, but then we struggled quite a bit. So for now, I'm not too confident, but I think we prepare a lot for the next semifinals. We can regain that confidence to say that once again, we're the best team in the world.
Well, I wish you the best of luck and thank you so much for the interview. Let's send it back to Dash and the guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you, Deficio. I love the first question, the response to the first question, because it paints the picture of KOO Tigers, a team that rose to dominance in the spring split, then had quite a stumble, definitely struggled for a large period of time, made their run back up into Worlds, and here they are flourishing, top 4 teams at Worlds now, and they look pretty good. Hojin there saying they can still be better, but
Friendship's what allows them to come back. They're just a bunch of bros playing League together and just happen to make it to the semifinals of League.
I kind of miss their cute outfits, though. They used to have such great outfits.
I always look forward to their outfits.
I think it's also the lesson of underestimating preparation. I think most teams go through this once. I remember this one game we played against Giants, who were known for playing with this Jax and Morgana every time, and we didn't ban it, and we got smacked by it. So that's I think it's just the lesson of preparation and appreciating preparation.
And to your point, Zyrene, them not being allowed to have an infinite number of uniforms makes us look better by comparison, because they're not showing up at the tournament and outclassing us. Turning back to the top lane, though, Smeb had an exceptional day as the grand duelist on the Rift and claimed our player of the series honors.
He just had an amazing series. Coming into here, we were looking at Ssumday as a guy who had so much consistency to him, but then this 1v1 matchup just kept happening all of the time. And Smeb got to a point where he was level 18 when everybody else was level 15 in the game, and he just kept coming back from deficits with Hojin at his side. Lose a little bit early, but he was always staying in it. That friendship really coming through for KOO Tigers.
So the question is Fiora MVP or is Smeb MVP?
Smeb.
Smeb. Because I think it was very clear based on the graphic. No, but Smeb, because as we mentioned, the skill cap of that champion, where sure, Fiora is a strong champion, but only if you can execute on it properly.
That's why I'm looking forward so much to Smeb versus Huni, because they both play Fiora, they both play Riven, they both are mechanically just gifted on these champions. I want to see what happens there, because we might have another Faker versus Ryu kind of outplay going.
I hope to see the same. Looking at the quarterfinals as a whole, though, earlier we asked what surprised you the most in this stage of Worlds 2015. And Nick Renier tweets, no quarterfinal series has gone 5 games, despite such an explosive and unpredictable group stage.
It's like the first thought that comes to mind. Even though some of these matchups didn't go to 5 games, like the Fnatic EDG, I felt it was really close, even though it wasn't 3-0.
Yeah, a lot of these games with different picks and bans, right? We just saw a series between KT and KOO that could have gone 5 games if everybody was playing the pick and ban well, and then they went through and then they executed on it. But something, everybody's like, oh, who do you want to win the World Championship and all that? And I'm like, you know what I really want is the finals to be all 5 games. We've never had a World Championship finals go all 5 games. That's really what I want.
So we're saving up for it
by
having no 5-game series in the quarters. We're gonna have a 5-game.
As long as
final.
I get that one.
Well, the reason you don't have those 5 games quarters is because the tournament meta has really stabilized. After you get the group stage goings, especially as it's divided in a couple of days in between, it really allows the teams to reassess what they did wrong and what they did right, and then come out with a better strategy, practice against each other with what they deem is the better strategy after what they had practiced before Worlds. And then, you get a lot of more refined gameplay, and it might not look the prettiest, but at least in their own context, it's the best league that they can show.
Mm-hmm. All right, next up from Eric Darua, the strength of Tom Kench has surprised me. I knew he sounded strong, but wow, he has shown his power.
Speaking of tournament meta, Tom Kench is definitely up there in my opinion. I'm really surprised that people lagged on finding out how powerful he is. Same with Fiora. I feel like both these champions moving forward in semis and finals are going to be highly contested because they are both extraordinarily powerful, and what they do on the Rift not many other champions can even do or contest.
It's like when I saw Tahm Kench for the first time when it was released, my comparison that I drew, like when it was support role, is just like a worse version of Thresh and Morgana, but in reality, it's just a better version of both. That's what it is.
You had it all backwards, my friend. All right, well, with the quarterfinals done, let's see how the bracket settled. KOO Tigers took down KT Rolster, and we'll move on to Brussels, where they'll face Fnatic. And in our other semifinal, it's Origin and SK Telecom battling for a place on stage in Berlin. That's our show for today, but we'll be back next week starting with an all-new, hot-off-the-griddle Belgian-style primetime league coated with all the sweet memes you've come to know and love. Then on Saturday, our Worlds coverage returns from the Brussels Expo as Europe's Origin takes on the LCK's SK Telecom T1. And on Sunday, it's Fnatic versus KOO Tigers battling for a spot in the finals. Our coverage kicks off on Saturday at 4:30 p.m. Central European Time. That's 7:30 a.m. Pacific. And according to EU West Kalsong Rick, Soaz will have his work cut out for him with Marin. Marin has surprised me the most. I knew he was really good, but not godlike.
Yeah, Marin has definitely been a huge force to be reckoned with. And not only that...
Another Fiora player.
Exactly. He's another Fiora player, and we've seen him play from a deficit as well. And also, Marin calls a ton of the shots for that team, right? So he's a big leader for them. If you can take down Marin, or if he snowballs, he starts putting that into the rest of the game.
One of the weaknesses that he's had, though, this entire time is that he's relatively easy to gank. He plays so aggressive that whoever he's playing against can feel a little oppressed after his up-in-your-face playstyle, just always putting the pressure on. And if you just find a way to sneak a gank in there, you know, you can probably set him behind quite a bit.
If you're ganking him, you're not ganking Faker.
It's like, why would you ever get like the beauty of Marin, yes, I find him very beautiful. The beauty of Marin to me is the fact that he fits into all of these different metas so well. It's like we come into this world with a complete new meta, like revolving around these assassins. People questioning Marin being able to play these like bruisers, assassins may be the wrong word, but Fiora, Darius, and he's playing them phenomenally. The fact that he's willing to adapt and doing it really well is what is amazing to me.
You could call him a timeless top laner. Well, that does it for us today. The Worlds tonight is hitting your browsers in just 15 minutes, so stick around for the week's action broken down by myself, Spawn, and Crumbs. Now, on behalf of the entire live broadcast crew bringing you Worlds 2015, thank you for watching. We'll see you next week, and good night.
KT versus KOO Tigers. Last time we saw these guys, it was epic, and I expect it will be equally, if not more, epic today. I think they get the heal. Really, now Ssumday pulls him in. Oh, and he gets 1-for-1. In fact, Ssumday got that kill. And now KT comes in. A huge every hand by Ssumday, and KT all over the KOO Tigers. KT Rolster, GG. They get it back out of the fight, got exhausted, couldn't really do anything. Double kill comes in for Curl. They're going to tear apart KT. Game 2 goes to KOO Tigers. But no follow-up there. Oh, never mind. Unstoppable for Ssumday. Another nice knockup comes in. Big heal for KOO Tigers, and they will chase KT over the moment. KOO Tigers will take a dominating game number 3.
Pickaboo did not need to get
Kuro's not done yet. Nagne playing it dangerously. The double kill. Ssumday a bit late to the party, and I think time's out for him. He's going to try those. Oh no! By the gravity field. KOO Tigers go to the semifinals.
Is knocked up in the air so long he may as well have frequent flyer miles. Pawn will try to rift walk away and get shut down. Reignover is out. It's a double for Reckless. He wants to run down more. Def, his brother in arms, will be his dead man in arms. And Fnatic will advance the semi-finals.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Worlds tonight, coming to you this morning, coming to you from LA as the crew is picking up stakes in London and moving everything to Brussels. We've got a lot to cover because we had 4 days of big quarterfinal matchups, starting with Flash Wolves versus Origin. The 3-1 for Origin coming out on top. First European team of the tournament to move ahead.
Probably the closest matchup that we had in the quarterfinals. Flash Wolves really a team that we thought would bring a lot more to the table than what they showed there because of their continual growth through the group stages. A little disappointed by that, but Origin with a really slow but solid playstyle just takes it 3-1.
Yeah, methodical. I think that's what we'll say about Origin, and they had one X factor, and that was their AD carry, who went absolutely bonkers the entire series, so shout out to Niels. But on the side of Flash Wolves, you really have to look towards their mid laner, the person that did step up finally in this set. Maple was able to get a lot of good work done.
Yeah, I want to go back to Niels, though. Absolute rock star for this team. You know, through and through, from day one, the rookie showing up big. And I do feel like he is the one person that they can consistently fall back on and be comfortable putting in a carry position, because we saw a little bit of stumbling on that second half of the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, he's really setting the bar high in terms of what we expect from a top-notch AD carry. Fantastic mechanics, CSing all around, great champion pool, and the team really is like, okay, well, if you're going to carry, okay, here you go. Go for it. We'll just sit and watch.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, you have to give credit once again to Origin for throwing the whole team behind him the way they did in their games, because you go one of two ways, right? You either say, we have to step up, or we can just like ride this guy's coattails, and they went with option number 2. The thing that worries me was it was against NL. And NL is like, don't get me wrong, he's a very consistent AD carry, but he was a substitute coming into this tournament. Can he do it against Bang? Because Bang has been absolutely phenomenal throughout as well.
Yeah, other concerns going forward then have to stretch to the top lane. As we saw today in our series, there are some very strong top laners in this tournament. We have Marin and Smeb as two of the big ones that SOAS might have to go up against.
I think a matter of the top laner has come down to the champions and how the champion pools really affect the draft. So a lot of these teams, even though they have good matchups in the top lane, the pick just really shafts the entire draft, makes no sense whatsoever. And what we find is that these high skill cap champions like the Fioras, the Rivens, are really easier to fit into a composition because of how many tools they have. The picks like Darius and Renekton are really kind of taking a step back just because of they're so inflexible in terms of what they can do to a team comp that it really just slows the whole thing down.
Moving ahead to the next quarterfinal that we had, SKT versus AHQ. We set this one up as a David and Goliath, and it didn't turn out as David and Goliath because the Goliath won this time around. SKT just looked so clean in their victories in this series.
Well, there's a reason we always quote David and Goliath, because that's the only time the little dude actually won the fight. Every other time, like, Goliath just destroys him. That's definitely what happened here. Once again, the shining star was probably the fact that Westor was able to go out with a bang, solo kill Faker a couple of times in the laning phase on his birthday, in his retirement game. So huge props to that guy. He's been an absolute pleasure to watch throughout the years. But AHQ, there wasn't much more to say about that series. They got comprehensively destroyed.
I think the tough part going into it is that SKT didn't show much. They showed pretty much what they showed in the group stage, and then they just flat out stomped AHQ. What's Origin going to prepare against this? They know they have very deep champion pools, but they haven't showed any of it yet.
And then the other terrifying thing is the discussion we had on the day of, where we kind of came to the realization that SKT drafts so well every single time, and so credit to the entire staff and Coma specifically, but the fact that they always draft within a theme. You come out of the champion select, and even if the other team has a bunch of power picks, you're still saying, I understand perfectly what SKT is trying to do here.
Yeah, and the other thing is they suit players to champions really well. Like, it's not only the champions they pick, it's like, I know what Faker is going to do at this point of the game with his pick. I know how Marin is going to play the lane on Renekton versus Darius, just because they pick like really good thematic champions about how SKT like to play the game.
And the really scary fact about them is that this entire tournament, in their, I think it's 9-0 run, they haven't dropped a tier 2 tower at all. You know how impressive that is against all these split pushers to not drop a tier 2? It is.
Right, even in lane swaps where sometimes you see a second tier turret push, they still haven't lost one.
Yeah, and the other thing is, and this is like my favorite quote is like, there is no Samsung White this year. No, there's not. There's SKT, and they're arguably like just as good, if not better. They have this awesome lineup the whole way down once again.
Now I got to push us ahead now to Fnatic versus EDG, a 3-0 series, but we have gone back and said that this was a closer 3-0 series than probably anyone in history.
Yeah, and you know, realistically, maybe even a 3.50 if you look at the remade game where it looked like Fnatic was stalling out very well, and you see on the screen the player of the series, Febiven, just going absolutely bonkers. But this was a series that I think that we built up with great expectations, and people are going to look at the 3-0 and be like, what a letdown. But when I watched that series, game 1 was like very close. Huni went crazy in game 2 with great support, and then game 3 it was like, once again, a very close game. So I think that it did live up to hype, just in a 3-game match.
I think a cool thing about it too is that in the game that was remade, Fnatic was very willing to let Gangplank and Mordekaiser go through, which could speak to their upcoming match against the KOO Tigers. Are they going to let these picks go through? Because when they did, it looked like, they had a certain idea as to what they were going to do with that. And it's the first time we really see that in the tournament. Really excited to somebody try it out.
Well, and it speaks to a possible solution for the questions we've had revolving around Champion Select and the meta as it evolves, with Tahm Kench now coming up to the top of things. Again, for Fnatic, though, questions around the top lane. We've seen good and bad performances from Huni, and when you go up against, consistency and people who are willing to play around their top laners as well, can he stay away from that tilting form?
Yeah, well, the thing about Huni and what actually I kind of respect about him is he will play his lane the same way, and that's why Reignover's ganks are really successful, because you can speak as a jungler, Crumbs, but when your laner gives it away, right, like he's a passive laner, then he goes aggressive, he gives it away. Huni's just always this maniac in the top lane, and that's why I actually think Reignover's been so successful this tournament, because you have no idea whether they're diving you together or Huni's just going by himself.
Absolutely, that aggression is something that is very difficult to read as an opponent as well. It's is he baiting me? Do they have wards? But I swept everything. I have no idea how they see me. And it's a fantastic way to play. But I think an interesting thing for the matchup is also the Shen supports that help so much in the 1v1 top side with these crazy picks like Riven into Fiora, who I'm certain we're going to see. Whoever gets that Shen pick in the support lane will automatically win that 2v2, at 1v1 in the top lane.
And if you can force the other mid laner to not take teleport, so your mid laner has a teleport, because I feel that if you get Febiven on a cleanse mid laner, you can really try and bully Huni with that second TP.
Yeah, I also do want to hit on Reckless, because we hit on Niels as being, a carry, AD carry. Reckless has filled in whatever role his team has needed. He's really come into his own in this World Championship, but playing the Kennen, playing the team fight, AD carry in the Sivir, whatever he needed, but also being able to stretch to those carry roles. Now I want to contrast all of these teams with the series that we had today. KOO versus KT, the 3-1. As we said, Smeb came up really huge for the team right here on your screen, playing that Fiora so well.
Yeah, and I think Zyrie made the first comparison between Fiora and Riven and how similar the champions are in their mechanical, skill that you need to play them. And Smeb's always been one of the best Riven players in the world. To see him go berserk on a champion like Fiora was very impressive to watch, but I don't think very surprising to many people.
I think a big credit for the KOO win has to be the coaching staff in really deciding these stellar drafts and, with the exception of the first game, really understanding how the team compositions ought to be played, especially into what KT was haphazardly throwing together and calling it a team composition. But that just speaks to what we thought about KOO, that they're a team that knows how to counter somebody's strategy. They know what you're going to pick, and they're just going to pick around it and pick perfectly into it and just dismantle teams. And we really saw KT just lost. They had no idea what to do. This is not the team we saw in the group stage, and KOO really showed it to them.
Yeah, and I have a couple of things about this match. The last time they played, it was a blind pick that really upset it with the Ashley owner, which is very hard in a blind pick because you don't get to see summoner spells. The second thing is at an hour, 7 minutes into last night's last game video, I actually predicted the winner of this, so thank you very much, guys.
You got one at Worlds.
Well, I kept hearing about this coin guy that had a 50% chance, so I had to get SKT and KOO to get back up to this coin dude. But
Lordy.
The other thing that actually I was really disappointed in, and I think a lot of people are now that they've looked at KT, is KT are a team, once they get on Summoner's Rift, perform very well. But before that, they struggle in Champion Select extraordinarily. And this is a reoccurring trend. And this is a completely different meta, and they still haven't pieced it back together. So KT have a lot of questions in the offseason of how they will finally get that under control.
Yeah, disappointed by KT's drafts in general today. It's tough to analyze KOO's drafts for that reason, because I don't feel like KT really pressured them in any way. You're going to let them have Fiora 4 times. Well, then I don't really know if KOO is drafting well. They're just drafting what's winning.
Well, one thing that actually really impressed me about KOO is they took the North American strategy that they completely pulled apart and ran it in a couple of games.
Man.
That was so amusing to watch.
You already had to beat
this.
You had dinner.
Yeah,
not enough, dude.
All right, well, those are the quarterfinals out of the way. This gives us our 4 semifinal teams. Now let's take an opportunity to preview those matchups. Of course, first up on Saturday, we're going to have Origin versus SKT, and then Sunday, we're going to follow that with Fnatic versus the KOO Tigers. Let's start with that Origin versus SKT matchup. Definitely, SKT has to be favored here, 9-0, undefeated still at Worlds.
Yeah. Absolutely, but Origin seems to be, in my opinion, the team that can actually take a game off them with a bit of a wonky pick, a Nivea, pretty powerful champion, and a lot of teams don't have experience playing against it. As we saw, Flash was trying to fight in corridors and then jungle fights. When you play against that champion, the jungle does not belong to you anymore. You need to fight only very specific windows. So unless SKT is willing to ban that out and see what else Xpeke has to
On the flip side, though, you've got Ryze for Faker. So you talk about picks that no one else is really playing at Worlds in the mid lane. It's like, well, okay, you got Anivia, but we've got the Ryze. There's the diversity in the mid lane alone, just across this entire Worlds tournament, has been massive. So you have to assume, too, having seen the Anivia for a couple weeks now, they've got some kind of strategy.
Absolutely. I'm just starting the argument with what I think Origin has a chance of actually taking a game off at least, because they're underdogs, no doubt. But if I'm looking at one guy, it's going to be Niels. Niels, to me, is the guy that's going to take one, maybe even 2 games off SKT. Such a commanding performance, particularly since SKT, they know Bang is pretty much the same caliber, but they don't let him play that way. They play passive. We're going to focus on the side lanes instead.
Yeah, my big thing that I'm looking at coming into this series is a mentality. And we've spoken about it a lot about these European teams, and they have been, like, overall very impressive. But now you have to play a team like SKT. And can they keep it together? Like, if they drop game 1, do these, like, very resilient, especially the younger players like Reckless and Niels, as they come up against these teams, like, are they able to keep it together? Do they get a little bit rattled when they have to play these absolutely mechanical freaks? Like, I don't know the answer to that. And that's what really interests me, because if Niels, even if he loses this series, is able to perform the way Niels has been performing, like, this guy's future will just, like, continue to skyrocket up. They have everything to win and completely nothing to lose here.
Yeah, definitely a tall order. I'm in line with you guys. I think Niels is going to be the person that they're going to have to funnel a lot of resources into in order to get wins off of SKT. Jumping ahead now to the second semifinal matchup, Fnatic versus the KOO Tigers. This one, I'm really uncertain. I think I would favor Fnatic here based off of their performance against EDG. They look to have such diversity in their strategies, their ability to play games.
I would disagree with the diversity in the strategy, but I do enjoy it very much because I feel like Reckless has been going with trying to shift the meta away from the AD carry that's dishing out as much damage as possible. And sure, on the Kennen and the Sivers, the damage is also very high, but it provides a lot more utility for his team and takes a more of a passive role towards the team compositions, which is refreshing to see from what we are seeing in the group stage of the Jinx hyper carry or the Kalista compositions and all that.
But that's where I'll dispute that, because in the quarterfinals, we saw Reckless break out of that shell in a game where it was needed. We saw him move to that Jinx. Yes, he also played the Kennen and played the supportive champions. And then 2, we saw Huni take a chance, or take a game and carry on Riven. We saw Febiven on Victor, as well as LeBlanc, and roaming down, getting 3 kills early. You know, dealing with pawns, teleporting TF while still picking up kills and beating him in CS. I feel like they have enough different ways to win the game in terms of people. Exactly. You just say, fine, if you're going to target Huni, we'll funnel a composition through Febiven or through Reckless.
No matter what, they will have a composition that they are comfortable with. They are that diversified.
Absolutely.
I agree.
So my concern here is I actually think that the bottom lane was a losing lane in Fnatic versus EDG in a couple of the games, and that they do funnel a lot into Huni, and I think Huni will get ahead. My one question is, can Smeb once again play the way he did today when he was behind? Because Smeb was behind in a couple of games and catches up relatively well as a carry top laner. So I think that's the biggest question. I'm not going to say that I'm going with Fnatic, even though I kind of am, because I know how EU fans feel about how bad my jinxing curse is right now. Because I think that this is a team that, this is a team that has incrementally gotten a lot better, but you can never take anything away from KOO just because of how well prepared they are.
Final thoughts on KOO, Crumbs, before we head out?
I think that KOO has a lot of hope in terms of the falling behind for Smeb, because even though he fell behind a lot and they knew that the lane was practically over, when you see a Renekton 2-0 in a lane that has killed your solo laner twice already, you kind of want to abandon that lane. But Hojin, even though he didn't get the first gank in there, he manages to find a way to just keep Smeb just barely hanging in there and can always come back with the high scaling champion. So if we see him bust out another pick that can scale very well into the late game, even if he falls behind, I'm sure Hojin can find a way to just keep him in the game.
Yeah, we saw with the focus put today for Ssumday in the top lane that Smeb was still able to stay in it. And as Fnatic is a team that likes to put resources into Huni, it bodes well for KOO that they are able to deal with that kind of a pressure. Well, that sets the stage for our 2 semifinal matches. I'm very excited to see them both. That's going to do it for us tonight on Worlds Tonight. We'll see you all in Brussels next week.
KT versus KOO Tigers. Last time we saw these guys, it was epic, and I expect it will be equally, if not more, epic today. I think they get the heal. Really, now Ssumday pulls him in. Oh, and he gets 1 for 1. In fact, Ssumday got that kill. And now KT comes in. A A huge apprehend by Ssumday, and KT all over the KOO Tigers. KT Rolster, GG. Now they get it back out of the fight, got exhausted, couldn't really do anything. Double kill comes in for Curl. They're going to tear apart KT. Game 2 goes to KOO Tigers. But no follow-up there. Oh, never mind. Unstoppable for Ssumday. Another nice knockup comes in. Big heal for KOO Tigers, and they will chase KT over the moment. KOO Tigers will take a dominating game number 3.
Peekaboo did not need to get back into that.
Again, Nagne playing it dangerously. The double kill Ssumday a bit late to the party, and I think time's out for him. He's going to try it out. Oh no! By the gravity field. KOO Tigers go to the semifinals.
Today on PTL, we're going to break down the semi-final matchups, take a look back at the quarterfinal studs and duds, and listen to the pros in mic check. Welcome to Brussels. Primetime League starts right now.
He gets some damage on his stick. He gets a quadra kill, and it's gonna be all 5. Soaz gets a pentakill after Baron. There it is. KOO Tigers go to the semifinals.
Fnatic will advance to the semi-finals. The only team to do that 3 times. Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Brussels. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, joined here by North Americans David Freak Turley and LPL caster Julian Pastry Time Carr. Dude, it's not quite Southern Hemisphere temperatures up here for the World Championship.
No, very chilly here in Brussels, but certainly a lot of good games to look forward to.
Oh, I cannot wait. Now, before we get ahead to the semi-finals, let's take a quick look back at the bracket and how we've ended up here with only 4 teams remaining. Origin, SKT, Fnatic, and the KOO Tigers. They will be doing battle this weekend, and we will be breaking down the semi-finals a little later. But Freak, we've seen 72 champions this World Championship already. Quick update, Gragas, Lux, and Ziggs have been disabled ahead of the semi-finals and for the remainder of the World Championships due to the bug found by Gragas. How do you think this is going to impact the teams, knowing that Gragas is quite a contested pick? And what else are we going to see?
It will make a bit of a change. Honestly, I think we'll end up seeing that sort of next tier of champions. Like, really, the jungle pool was always Elise, and then you'd see Rek'Sai and or Gragas, and then there was like a big pool underneath that. So you've got things like the Lee Sin that we're seeing actually less of than we expected, things like Olaf that you might see Reignover pull out, things like this. So we'll see teams dip down a little bit farther, and it does change pick and ban dynamics a little bit here, because now you've actually got a reason to pinch junglers. There's only 2 sort of S-tier junglers now. So, you know, you had like the Mordekaiser and GP bans that some teams would trade, some teams would ban exclusively on red side. Now you've got another sort of pinch with Elise versus Rek'Sai, and then, you know, there was a discovered one with like Tahm Kench being a big one as well. So there's this, you know, sort of cascading tier list that kind of keeps changing throughout the tournament.
Tahm Kench jungle, are you a believer, Pastry?
I mean, Tahm Kench has been very popular. Tahm Kench is probably going to be banned most of the time, so I don't really expect it to get through. But, I mean, they could play it as a flex. I think if a team can do it, why wouldn't you do it? Because you have another option now on your roster when it comes to picks and bans.
So put you on the spot just a little bit. What champion would you predict to see if you were going to predict one? Oh, Lord and Master Freak.
Oh, new champion played. I'm gonna stick to my guns and say Corki again. At some point it'll be true. Probably not. Actually, I should say Singe, because also, like, you know, there hasn't yet been a, well, we say that Corki still hasn't showed up, right? So or Jax. So I feel like this is the worlds that breaks all worlds, and all the you know, trends go away. So I don't know. How about Galio? YOLO. YOLO Galio.
All right, Pastry, you got to give me a prediction before we head on and start talking about some of our studs.
Have we seen Ezreal being played yet? I actually expected quite a lot of Ezreal from some of the Chinese AD players. We haven't seen any of it yet. And also
because they all lost.
Unfortunately, we didn't see a whole lot from the Chinese teams, I'm afraid.
It's not a lot of losses, a lot of deaths.
That's true.
So
let's get ourselves set up and start talking about some of the studs and duds from the quarterfinals. And as we said, before semi-finals, let's talk about the studs and duds from the quarterfinals. Simple rule, who stepped up in your mind and who didn't. I'm gonna kick things off because I'm in the host's chair and I'm allowed to. Stud, looking back at the quarterfinals, has to be Smeb from the KOO Tigers. He really showed us how dominant somebody can be in lane, despite being behind in kills multiple times with Fiora, still managed to outtrade and outduel and prove that on any given Ssumday, he will lose, unfortunately. Looking at the duds side, I was so bummed by Deft. there was so much hype coming in. We had that fantastic feature of Def versus Reckless, one of the world's best team fighting AD carries in a meta where extended team fights is a thing. And then he played Jace, and that did nothing. And then he just teleports, didn't do anything, and I was just really disappointed. So for me, major dud was Deft. Freak, stud and dud looking back at quarterfinals.
I'm gonna go with a pair of top laners here. Top laner stud Huni. I think Huni super stepped up. I tweeted it last week, but like the Freak who watches competitive loves seeing Riven come out because he's so exciting. The solo queue Freak really doesn't want to see any more Riven, so I'm a bit torn here. But the fact that Huni's bringing out some counter picks, he's one of the very few Riven players actually playing Riven at this tournament here. And I'm glad that he's branching on the champion pool, bringing things out, AP Echo, things like this. He actually upped his damage per minute from 40 to 460 in the quarterfinals.
Is that all?
I mean, it's still pretty high. He's the only person in the quarterfinals to keep his opponent below 1 damage per gold, which is like pretty hard to do, but he kind of wrecked KOO there in that one. You could say KOO didn't do very well, but either way. Honestly, just Huni had a really stand-up performance, great top lane play. Blind picked Riven, won that game as well.
So you've really hammed on your studs. Who's your dud?
So Ssumday, kind of the opposite here. You mentioned the fact that Smeb did so well, Ssumday did basically nothing. He got counterpicked 3 out of the 4 games. The only game he didn't get counterpicked, he first picked Darius. So he's like, he's been given the chance to succeed. He's given the chance, and he went negative in CSD. He gave Smeb 580 damage per minute. Like,
hey, he didn't give Smeb.
I mean, Smeb gave Smeb some solo kills when Riven had 2 deaths. Like the guy, or when Fiora had 2 deaths. Like,
well, I agree with
Ssumday
you.
got walked over.
A dud of note. Now, pastry time. Studs and duds from quarterfinal.
My stud's actually Gorilla from KOO Tigers. Not only did he bring Tahm Kench into the world's meta and create chaos now in the picks and ban phase, he's just been super solid. He's pretty much took it to Peekaboo their entire quarterfinal. Support Cheng was going off. Gorilla's always been a great player. He did it with Janna in 2014. He's done it again with Tahm Kench in 2015. I'm so impressed by the player. Gorilla's one of the best support players in the world. Super keen for that Soraka that he loves so much, but we'll have to see. As far as dud goes, I'm going to have to unfortunately keep putting more Chinese players under the bus. KOO did not play to the expectation that I had for him. He's a semi-carry player. He can play carry. He's a very good low econ top laner as well. I expected a Gnar player this good to really be able to beat up on a lot of Darius players. His Fiora looked okay, but his TPs did not. He never got a counter pick. He didn't play carry or low econ. Both styles he can do, and just didn't do either of them. Like, EDG in general obviously let me down, but KOO especially. I expected the Knight in Shining Armor, and he's kind of tripped over it on his face and fell straight into Huni's Riven.
Well, there we go. Tripped over on his face, according to pastry time. So that's our studs and duds from the quarterfinals. You guys at home, let us know on Twitter. Now we're going to take a look forward to our semifinals. And it's time to break down our first semi-final matchup between Origin and SK Telecom. We're going to start this off by looking at 5 key topics that I want you guys to chime in on. First of all, player talent, then picks and bans, then I want to look at the laning phase and early game, their vision control, and finally, their team decision making, which can include team fighting and strategies and rotations. Don't worry, I know it's tough, pastry time, I'll guide you through it. Let's start with team talent. And which team do you think has got the deeper roster, Freak?
I think this was pretty obvious. It's sort of 2 mid laners that are both among the 5 best in the world. SK Telecom T1 are obviously incredible. Easyhoon's starting. I think that's fine. He's a great player in his own right. Marin is probably the best top laner in the world when you roll in his entire package. The fact that he's a great shot caller as well, plays so many different styles. He's actually been great, especially when you compare him to Soaz, who's actually been underperforming. I had like a wishy-washy idea of him, and then like the first week was pretty good from Soaz, and it's been all kind of downhill from there. He's been kind of bottom of the barrel stats-wise for most top laners for like most of this tournament, especially for someone in top 4. So that's really big mismatch. I mean, just down the line, you've got like such amazing players.
Pastry, a bit of a monologue here from Freak. Is there anything that Origin can do to balance this talent? Maybe Niels in the AD carry role?
Yeah, absolutely. Bottom lane for Origin is actually very impressive to me. Niels has been a standout player all tournament long, and obviously a very strong showing from the rookie this year. In general, people have picked on the SK Telecom bottom lane. That's how EDG managed to actually knock them over for the most part at MSI. So I think there is options. Soaz and PK are good players, don't get me wrong, but they're just inconsistent. PK has been quite consistent, surprisingly, this Worlds, and Soaz has been very inconsistent, so.
Well, let's talk picks and bans then. Inconsistency, yeah. I think Peke, his champion pool's one of the more difficult things, pastry time.
It's just so small. Like, picks and bans, you would hope and think Origin have amazing options because they've got so many flexible players. And then PraY only plays like 2 champions. It's like Orianna and Nivea. And it's like, well, I guess I know what they're doing now because they can no longer use these flex picks with their strong players like Soaz and even Niels and Mithy with a bit of flexibility in the bottom lane because it's just like PraY is always doing the same thing.
And we know EasyHoon's starting for SKT on Saturday. He's played 2 games in the group stage already. How does this affect their picks and bans and then maybe transition into the early laning phase, Freak?
I think it's pretty hard for the picks and bans to be easy for these guys because we haven't really seen EasyHoon play a whole lot of games. He got like, what, 2 group stage games, that was it, and otherwise he's kind of a mystery. Mid lane pool hasn't changed that much in the last couple of months, so like you can still look at his old LCK games and get a decent idea of it. But in general, actually, there is one thing I do like though for Origin's pick and ban. Obviously, SKT are very consistent, but Origin will pull out random stuff. The top lane Vladimir against KT is what I'm going to point out, where out of nowhere, Malphite top comes up from Ssumday, and he's like, you know what? Top Vladimir, what'd it do? Here's a hardcore counter pick. And that was actually a very good game from Soaz. So these like really out of the ordinary, haven't seen it in 6 months champions will be there occasionally, and maybe Origin gets a game or 2 off that.
We'll have to see. Something else that can play into their favor, the Western lane swap has sort of become somewhat of the de facto. Do you think that's a fair statement to make, considering Origin comes from a region where lane swapping against Fnatic and the likes of H2K has been so much the norm?
If this was day 1 of the tournament, I'd say sure, it's an advantage for Origin, but at this point of the game, we've seen all the teams adapt very well. We've actually seen a couple of new tweaks of it come out as well. We've seen people come into the dual lane really, really early on and actually balance all the waves. So I think SKT, I would be very surprised to see them get behind in the first 5 minutes in a lane swap game.
Pastry time, what's your opinion on these 2 teams' vision control across the map?
Origin's vision control has been interesting throughout the
That's a word, that's a word.
They like to get very aggressive with their movement. They set up for things well. They play around their teleports very well as well. But like most supports, Mithy does like to face check, brushes every now and then and get himself killed. So does Wolf, to be fair, but he's done it a little less this tournament than maybe the middle of this year. In general, though, they set up so well for objectives, SKT especially.
And it does make Kalista then a little bit more important with the tendencies he supports, the fact that so many of them are so good at denying vision and whatnot. Being able to yank your support back out and getting Kalista, I think is a big deal.
It really is, and it's something that Niels has fallen back into time and time again, and I'm really interested to see how much of a threat SKT place on Niels' Kalista. Now, the last topic that I do want to talk about before I make you guys predict is these teams' decision-making. Now, this can come from the rotations. Pastry, you've talked about setting up for objectives, but what about contrasting mid to late game, strategy, map play, team fighting? Do you see any chances here in terms of Origin maybe towards SKT?
I actually think this is where the teams get very different. They're both strong team fighters. SKT are probably quite a bit better. But SK Telecom have sort of made their way this tournament by punishing people so hard in the early to mid game, because as soon as you make a mistake, they know exactly what to do to punish it. Conversely, Origin have won games by doing random stuff in the late game with their double teleports. And that's actually a decent way to beat SK Telecom. It's probably not going to work 3 out of 5 games, but it might work 1 or 2. So if they can get a solid game plan for maybe the other game, they might stretch it all the way over, because they do weird stuff with double TP, and SKT might not be prepared for that.
Absolutely agree. I think SKT, like, when they're behind or equal, they play very slow, very risk-averse, very much around their wards. They'll burn flashes if there's a chance someone gets caught out. Like, they're very, very safe. Once they're ahead, it's ridiculous. They are so, like, they smell blood in the water, and it's a school of piranhas there from SKT. And Origin loves to overextend for farm. The number of times we're going to see Soaz or PraY or someone push too far up, get killed, and then the map gets broken open. Probably 2 of the 3 wins come from that. But as Pastry said, there's some really good clutch shot calling from Origin. Random scenarios can play to their favor, so if the map does get broken up without them getting punished, Origin have a lot of familiarity in this case.
So let's find out whether or not Origin can actually take a game off of SKT. I want to put you guys on the spot and put your predictions down. Origin or SK Telecom, which team will advance to the finals and which player will have a shot at the 2nd World Championship title? Faker and Bengi or PraY? One way or the other, one of these guys has a chance. Freak, you're first.
SKT, probably a 3-0 as well. I'd say in any given game, there's like a 10 to 12% chance that Origin wins off of Chaos. But if you do the math there, you know, an 88% chance 3 times is still more than half. Like, it's still actually more likely than not they go 3-0 anyway.
I'm not planning to do the math. I'll take your word for it. Pastry.
I think Origin might actually take a game, but I think SKT, 3-1 if not 3-0, I think Faker's going to have a very good shot with Bengi at another World Championship title.
Well, there you have it. SKT from PTL. You've heard what we've had to say about the semi-finals. It's about time we listen in to what the pros had to say last week from the quarterfinals in this week's edition of Mic Check.
Why don't we sit here and chill, dude? Why don't we just sit here and chill? Yeah.
The Season 5 World Championship of League of Legends and chill.
Victor no flash. Victor no
Good,
flash.
good, good, good,
Victor no
good.
flash.
Casa.
He's fine though. Okay. Good job. No. It's fine. I hit. I have black shield. They're fighting bottom. We're about to trash. They TP really far from us.
Rek'Sai.
They TP really far from us.
This guy? Back in?
Yeah. Aurelius far. Aurelius both far.
Ulti. Boom. He's low. Nice.
Really good.
This guy.
Okay. Back up maybe.
Rek'Sai.
Careful, LeBlanc combo.
Take care now. Just back up where we can maybe.
Back. Kite back. Just kite.
I'm around.
Good.
Yeah.
Double kill. Nice. Is that Drake. Get Drake.
心情放轻松下去打嘛，然后把你们自己该有的东西打出来，不用想那么多。
렉사이보다 빨리 와. 훨씬 빨라.
이거 타워 한 대 깨면서 해.
얘네 힐 있어요. 오케이.
아니 힐 없어. 둘 다 노플.
나이스.
덕큐.
아이고 나 실수했다.
나 안 죽을게. 노플. 나이스.
오케이 바리. 우리 할 수 있다.
레이노버가 우리를 부른다.
만나야 돼.
가자. 잘 봐봐.
나 좀 멀다.
빅토르 노플. 피오라.
이거
피오라 노플이야.
바로.
나이스.
미드.
다트가 실패했어. 나이스. 건다. 천천히.
뒤에
오케이. 나 일단 뺄게.
천천히.
나. 궁. 딜하고 죽어.
딜 당하고 죽었어.
천천히 해봐.
룰루 잡아.
말파 보고 있다 우리.
천천히. 잡아.
말파 나왔어.
이쪽 봐줘.
고치 맞춰놨다. 이게 내 최선이야.
나이스.
Don't talk with the enemy. We are not here to be friends. You know, we are here to smash them.
Finish him. He's my friend.
I don't care. Don't die back.
Okay.
I can go. 이번 enemy dive. Regular bottom mid TP have. C. Okay. You can TP. TP. Min6 now. Gragas no flash. Gragas no flash. Nice. Can. KO. Riven. Warning. Back. LeBlanc.
Nice.
Back. Okay, I have
C.
Maybe can kill.
He no flash. Can Riven. He no flash. 우타. We can push it. Back. Back.
르벤다.
Back. 你先走，坚持先走。We can Rolster. Nice. This maybe die. No. Back. Two is okay. Two is okay. Two kill is okay.
You have all?
No, got him.
Go top. Push top. Finish top.
Nice, guys. Okay, this is custom. Okay, he can actually kill you guys all. Okay.
No, we got it.
Nice, guys. Good job. Nice. Good job. Nice.
Hello, Summoners and Summonettes. It's time to talk about the Twitter question from last week, which was, which player in the quarterfinals would have the highest KDA? And for a shot at the Hall of Fame, you had to tell us exactly what that KDA would be. Well, there's some good news, some bad news. 138 of you incredibly intelligent, beautiful, wonderful, just the smartest people ever got the question right. Of course, it was Bang who had the highest KD in the quarterfinals. And I mean, I cannot stress enough the level of intelligence and skill and game prediction that the people who answered this question right had. I mean, it's just truly some of the smartest people in the world of League of Legends. So congratulations to the 138 of you. Now, the bad news, of course, is the fact that the Hall of Fame question was to tell us his exact KDA. The exact KDA was 12.6 repeating. Unfortunately, the close we got was 12. Good enough for mention, not enough for Hall of Fame, but at Robert Anderson 7, congrats on being pretty close. All right, so good and bad news for this week's question, last week's question. How about this week's question? This one's going to be, first of all, which 2 teams will advance to the finals? I'm going to guess SK Telecom, T1, and Fnatic. And for the Hall of Fame, tell us which player in the Summers will have the most kills and how many kills will they have. Now, I'm going to say, again, SKT and Fnatic advance, and the player is going to be Reckless with 23 kills in his semifinal matchup. That's my guess. If you guys want to join in as well, tweet at lolEsports, #PTL, and remember to tell us the 2 teams advancing, the player with the most kills, and how many kills he's going to get. Good luck.
Wow, real easy. Teams, player, you don't make it simple, do you?
1 in 4 chance getting it right.
Well, let's talk about something that I can actually talk about, and it's going to be the next semi-final, Fnatic versus the KOO Tigers. We're going to break down the 5 categories that we did for the first semi-final, and Pastry, I'm going to start with you. Let's look at the 2 teams and their talent. Who do you think has got the deeper roster when it comes to player skill?
Individually, I actually think Fnatic probably has like standout individual players. Huni's been great. All tournament. Febiven's been amazing, almost as a sleeper player from the mid lane. And they've got a super solid bottom lane and great jungler as well. Like, KOO are a good team. They have good players. Gorilla especially stands out for me on their team. But as far as individual talent goes, KOO definitely played more as a team, but Fnatic just have superstars.
Yeah, I think there's 2 spots where KOO can edge. Smeb can play better than Huni. I think Gorilla as an individual player is probably a bit better than Yellowstar, but I still think Yellowstar is a complete package, much like Marin. Just he does so much for the team, good shot calling, everything else. So yeah, talent-wise, in terms of individual champion movements, I think it's almost 50-50.
Well, Smeb was my stud, and I'm a little nervous for Huni because
hey, Huni was my stud,
hey,
so
Smeb showed
which one
up.
of us is smarter?
We're going to find out, won't we? #quickshot win. Let's look at picks and bans and talk about some of the champions then that these players are going to pull out. Tahm Kench is something that we've seen Gorilla and Yellowstar play. We saw Yellowstar doing some interesting sort of lane ganks with it when he played it. Actually played in LCS as well, failed miserably then. And Febiven is showing he can play anything and everything. So picks and bans, who's got the edge?
I actually think there's a big edge for Fnatic here. 2 main reasons. So number 1, they have a counter pick for, actually multiple main reasons. Number 1, they have a counter pick for Fiora ready. So if the Fiora comes out, the Riven comes out, which means you have that little pick and ban dance up there. Number 2, Fnatic are willing to play with Mordekaiser and Gangplank in the game. In every single one of the quarterfinal matchups, they were willing to let it all the way go down to the last ban. Then we saw EDG ban like the Mord, so then the GP ban came out. But Fnatic are willing to play with both. So their red side bans are unlocked. That's a big deal. Meanwhile, KOO Tigers are not willing. When they played against KT, they banned both on their red side games, so already bans freed up because Fnatic are willing to play with them. The other big one is the champion pool for Reignover is quite deep in the jungle. I think he's happy and willing to play much more than just the Elise and the Rek'Sai, so the Gragas disable helps him as well.
Pastry, has Freak missed anything here, or do you share the sentiment?
Fairly comprehensive. I think so as well. It's just the way KOO play. They play very much as a team. They almost always pick an overarching strategy, especially from somewhere like the bottom lane with Ashe for PraY. And I think just in general, Fnatic have shown a lot of flexibility already with their solo laners, and that's going to continue here. KOO, they'll have stuff prepared. KOO always bring out something special. They did it in the quarterfinal, but I think generally right now, from what we've seen already from the teams, Fnatic just seem a little bit more flexible.
Now, in terms of flexibility, if some of these curveballs get thrown during picks and bans, who's it going to hurt more during the laning phase? Fnatic have shown they can do, anything really, but KOO were mostly looking for those head-to-head lanes during the quarterfinal. Pastry, what's your take on both of these teams early?
I think laning-wise, Fnatic actually also stand up here very well. Again, it goes back to their strong solo laners. Febiven and Huni have had great tournaments, and I think no matter the matchup, they'll always get themselves into a good spot, and they'll be able to play well, especially in the early laning phase, and navigate a tough matchup. It might be Reignover actually that suffers here for Fnatic, because if the jungle pool is not as much to his liking with Gragas sort of out of the pool now, he might not be able to be as effective because so much of Febiven and Huni's success has come from Reignover's early pressure. Bottom lane's probably going to be fine. KOO might be able to find an edge there as well, though.
Freak, I can see a little bit of disbelief there.
I've been thinking about it, right? Like, so mid lane I think is totally easy for Fnatic here. Kuro, I don't think is going to flex on Febiven at all, and Febiven's a big carry. I think a lot of it comes down to Huni and Smeb here, because these are teams that are fairly evenly matched in overall sort of gameplay sense. And so when teams are kind of at a standstill strategically, the big deal is who can break open the split push. And that just to me is so incredibly important that like it comes down to that individual skill matchup, which is very, very close.
And talking about breaking that open vision on those side lanes to either enable the split push or disable it, which team's going to have the better vision? You've already touched on PraY's Ashe, and Hawkshot is something we're trying to talk a little bit more about on air because it's such a difficult thing to quantify. If PraY gets Ashe, or if their warding's good, who's going to have the better vision?
I mean, Gorilla's already a fantastic support. He was my start already for the quarterfinal. KOO's vision is miles ahead of Fnatic's. Not that Fnatic's is super bad, but again, European teams, they have this tendency to face check where they shouldn't maybe be with champions like Tahm Kench, like the Braum, and they can get themselves caught in silly positions. So KOO, a very macro, high-level team. They like to move strategically around the map, and it's because they have strong vision and good sense of where the game's going.
Yep, absolutely agree. Warding's very, very good for these guys.
Historically, KOO's been a team that's played from behind. It's something that you see in the LCK, it happened again in quarterfinals. So with decision-making and strategy, this is something KOO maybe has in their favor a little bit because Fnatic rarely plays from behind. It's not something they have the most experience with.
It's funny because it's sort of like the Origin SKT thing where like Fnatic are very good with their crazy shot calls. Like Yellowstar's good at this. Yellowstar's really good at making the right choices. There was the like 22-minute ace they had against EDG in game 1 where they made the right call to go for the 4v2 at Baron, and then Yellowstar sacrificed himself to buy enough time for the Baron to go down. Like these really smart calls come out of Fnatic. But yes, as you mentioned, KOO are so good at playing from behind that an early game lead is not enough to secure Fnatic the win, and KOO are very good shot callers.
Will they be able to play from behind when Fnatic gets a 24-minute Baron?
I mean,
there are few teams that take as many early Barons as Fnatic.
I mean, honestly, Fnatic are a very aggressive team, and I think that's a big benefit against KOO. Like, late game, they've shown they can make the right decisions.
Closing the game out is a big deal.
Yes, and they have shown that even when behind, the HQ game certainly comes to mind, they can make the big plays and play late game as well. But KOO have shown a lot of resilience in the mid game, so if they don't get hammered by Fnatic, it should look good, but Fnatic can just come out swinging with the LeBlanc, with the Riven, and just go crazy.
So gentlemen, we've had a pretty serious discussion here, which is somewhat unexpected considering the tone of PCL today. And I think it's because this is a difficult match to call.
Yes.
So I'm not going to, and I'm going to make you guys do it. Fnatic or KOO Tigers?
What a cop-out. Hashtag frequent. Quickshot doesn't get anything for this.
Who is winning your semi-final, with what score and why?
Well, I thought it was going to be Fnatic beating KT. That has to be Fnatic beating KOO Tigers. I'm still hoping for those 10 points in Pick'em, but I still say it's Fnatic. I do and don't want it to go to 5 games. 5 games are exciting, but at the same time, I just want like the faith that Fnatic are really good. So you know,
it would be a European team in the final.
In some number of games.
Pastry, who's your winner and
well,
why?
I already ruined my pick'ems. Thanks for reminding me, Freak.
Yeah,
EDG did not make it through that quarterfinal, but I did predict the winner.
Were they winning Worlds for you or something as well?
Maybe. But I did predict the winner of that quarterfinal to go to the final. So I think it is going to be Fnatic as well. And it's just, again, this run is so hard up this side of the bracket to presumably play SKT. Fnatic have already shown that they're such a strong, resilient team. I think they can beat KOO here and have a very good run at the final.
Now is the question, like, are you like just putting all your EDG faith with Fnatic, or are you like angry at them for knocking your team out?
I certainly hope not, because every time I've seen an Australian LPL caster faith, it's not ended well. There's your predictions for our semi-finals. All right, it's about time we start our segment of Death Timers, where I'm happy to announce that last week's winner was Monte Cristo, but we've had to kill him. And that's why he's not here. So I'm joined by the North American LCS and LPL casters whose region's death timers are currently 3 months. We're not going to wait that. We're not going to wait that long.
Hashtag frequent.
We're going to give you guys 45 seconds to answer the following question.
Yeah.
Why will the team you did not pick to win the semi-final have a chance to win their semi-final? Let's talk about the underdog story. Now I know that Pastry Time, you picked SKT to beat Origin. So you have 45 seconds starting.
You get thrown under the bus.
3, 2, 1. Why did Origin win?
Look, I mean, if they're starting easy, Hoon, maybe they play him every game and then we somehow win. I don't know. Like,
good start.
It's going to be craziness, right? Like, it has to be them, I don't know, someone missing a ban and so is getting Gangplank, or Peke pulling out a 3rd champion, which would be crazy because he only plays 2. Like, I don't know. Origin have a chance. Niels could go nuts.
You don't even believe your own argument.
No, trust me, they got this. Origin, it's so much disbelief built in that that's where the belief comes from. They're going full North America on the attempt of beating SKT.
I'll do your work for you. Just have Spawn predict SKT wins.
That's true. That's actually my full plan. Just make sure Spawn predicts that they win. Seriously though, I think Souls is going to go off. They're going to mess up, give them Mordekaiser, Gangplank, Lulu, and we're going to have an Origin win. Yeah, oh yeah.
Just let it go.
They'll just miss all the bans.
Well, that's time. That's time. Not the most convincing of arguments. I'm not going to lie here, Pastry. Let's move on to the next semi-final. It's Fnatic versus KOO. Now, Freak, you predicted Fnatic to win this one. So you have 45 seconds to tell me why KOO will, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
point number one, it's actually believable that KOO might win this match. So already there's like 70% more chance that I win in this one. Honestly, there's a lot of high-skill players here. Smeb went off last quarterfinal against Ssumday, who's an incredibly good player. So Smeb could do the same against Huni. We know Fnatic are a bit inconsistent. They were way too cocky in week one, though it probably won't happen here. There's always a chance Fnatic makes those big flubs. They can be over-aggressive. In fact, Fnatic were the worst quarterfinal team in accruing farm between 15 and 30 minutes in. And if the game slows down a little bit, KOO's going to start ballooning up in gold. KOO are great at playing from behind, so there's a lot of like late game shot calling potential here from the KOO Tigers. Gorilla can continue to bring out something new. KOO are known to bring out new stuff when it comes down to the edge of the bracket. So, #frequent.
Well, that's time. You can't say hashtag, that's my line. You guys at home decide
I did
whose
Twitter like 5 minutes ago.
Whose argument was better? Hit us up by tweeting #PaystryWin if you think his pitiful argument will prove Origin can overcome SKT, or #FreakWin if you think Freak is predicted correctly and can help the KOO beat Fnatic.
I guess it'll be a KOO.
All right, we'll find out whether or not Pastry Time's interesting Death Timers discussion will come true on Saturday when Origin take on SKT. It's at 4 p.m. local time here in Brussels, 7 a.m. Pacific. Now on Sunday, Fnatic will go up against KOO Tigers at 2 p.m. local time, 2 hours earlier, but daylight savings will change the clocks here in Europe, so you guys make sure you double check your times wherever you are in the world to tune in for that semi-final. Moving on, we're going to take a look at the top 5 plays from last week, or as Soaz can call it, Le Penta. At number 5, Fnatic's Febiven made all of EDG's life bars disappear as he picked up a triple kill. I think they're going to turn their attention onto KOO. He's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Grand challenge comes down, body slam connects. KOO will get dropped, and it's first blood to Fnatic. But Pawn will teleport in and get himself one back. Huni's on the way out. Will have that broken wing slash to get more. Huni does get dropped by Clearlove. It's a messy fight so far. 2 for 2, and it's Jungler on mid lane action. Febiven with double bumps gets a triple kill and gets out. Coming in at number 4. Pawn's death was not in the cards as EDG's Maiko helped change his fate.
Pawn's gonna get dove here. They've got Alistar coming in behind the turret.
Pawn's in so much trouble. Yellowstar needs to hit his combo. Flashes for the knock-up, headbutts Pawn backwards, but Maiko saves him, keeps him alive. After making that great escape, Pawn had one more trick up his sleeve in our number 3 play of the week. Reckless will sidestep the shock blast before Pawn has teleported with 100 hit points. He flashes it and gets the kill.
They just completely outplayed him.
Diving into number 2, AHQ's Westor takes the bait and the kill in his 1v1 versus SKT's Faker. Faker's gonna get killed. Westor follows the flash. May not survive. One more hit. The melee minions chasing, and Westor wins the 1v1.
Has the potion ticking too, but nicely done by Westor.
I predict a slow-mo zoom in from our observers.
Ignite right there. Wow, really nice.
And our number 1 play, Origin Soaz with Darius and the Pentakill.
They're trying to collapse. The team is coming. Amazing can jump over the wall. Who's going to win this fight? It goes to the red team. That goes to Origin. Here's the battle. Karsa alone in front, absorbing, gets dunked. Soaz is online. Maple's down. He's still going. He doesn't get the third as Azonius comes across. He gets some damage on his stake. He gets a quadra kill. He's on to NL, and it's going to be all 5 to save the game. Soaz gets a pentakill after Baron.
Absolutely love seeing pentakills on the Penta. And if you guys at home want to see your favorite plays featured on the Penta, hit us up on Twitter at LOL Esports. Use that hashtag #ThePenta, and we'll try and get it into that list for next week's episode. That does it for today's issue of PTL. I'd like to say thank you to Freak and to Pastry Time for joining me out here in the cold. And as we go, we have one high-flying, stunning moment in our last hit.
There's the heal, and KOO now with a clear line for the damage on the Arrow. Can he do it a little bit more? And the auto attack gives KOO the double kill. Ssumday a bit late to the party, and I think time's out for him. He's gonna try it all. Oh, he got stuck by the gravity field. Triple kill for KOO.
I love,
oh man.
I love how Gravity Field freezes animations.
Strike a pose.
Good night, Darius.
Insane.
Dude, I'm really digging Brussels. Fuji is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely had a good episode too. I mean, and look at this, we got waffles. This is
I'm
amazing.
stoked. I mean, like pastry's death time has sucked, but yours was good.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't waffle on my picks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Nope, I'm fried.
That actually went everywhere.
Sorry.
Got the young pirate sugar on, you know.
KOO Tigers go to the semifinals.
The veil has lifted.
With the Summoners Cup, Fnatic will advance to the semi-finals. The only team to do that 3 times.
12 have fallen. Only the intrepid remain. Victory is on the horizon. To live through mastery or die by fate.
SKT definitely looks like the best team right now. It's the best team, like being the underdog, because you have no pressure.
Can we bring to fall the giants?
The only thing that can happen now is that we prove them wrong.
피키 선수가 워낙 옛날부터 오래 온 게이머고 굉장히 지금까지 하는 것만 봐도 성실히 오래 했다는 거에 반증이라고 생각하니까 많이 경계를 하고 있어요.
It is weird to prepare for 2 different guys. Especially at first I was thinking it would be Faker.
물론 제가 뛰고 싶은 건 맞지만 사실 지훈이 형이 나가도 크게 상관은 없어요. 지지만 않으면.
If it ends up working out and I end up doing good against Isihun, they can just swap him for Faker in the next game.
사실 페케 선수가 좀 예전부터 오랜 경험을 쌓아 오셨기 때문에 저희 둘 상대로도 1대1도 거뜬하실 것 같다고 생각합니다.
At season 1 I felt we had the level to take it. This one is almost the same. I don't feel like it's just gonna be hard because they are better than us. I feel it can go either way, and that's the hard part about it.
Telecom destroy AHQ's Nexus and are 1 step closer to the Summoners Cup.
Welcome to the 2015 League of Legends World Championship semifinals. Of the 16 teams from around the globe that entered the tournament, only 4 remain in pursuit of the Summoners Cup. Now you're getting a look at Brussels Expo in Belgium, which will play host this week as the teams do battle with their eyes on the finals. And just a little bit ago, fans were lined up and ready to storm the arena to cheer on SKT and Origin. We've got a few cosplayers in the house with Yasuo and Lulu leading the charge. And here you're getting a sneak peek at our combatants. SK Telecom warming up in their locker room just a short time ago. They'll be facing off against Europe's Origin. Both teams looking to advance to Berlin. And that best of 5 is just moments away. Hello everyone, I'm James Dash Patterson coming to you live from the heart of Belgium, where I'm joined by coach for Europe's H2K, Neil Prawley Hamad, OGN shoutcaster Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels, and the NALCS's own Joshua Jat Leesman. Welcome to the semifinals, gentlemen. We made it.
Yeah, we did. And so did everyone in this venue. This place looks amazing.
That they did. So much energy in this building, as you can tell already. People are ready for the games to start, for some fun to be had. Now, the analyst desk has hit the road for our last 2 weeks and has joined the rest of the team to cover all the action here on the ground. Warming up the caster booth for our first series today is Freak, Crepo, and Kobe. And we're not the only ones that made the trip across the North Sea. Our partners from China and Korea's OGN are here as well to bring the coverage of this weekend's games to the far corners of the globe. Now, of course, it's time to pull up the bracket and see how today's semifinalists made it to the penultimate stage of Worlds 2015. We'll start with Origin, who surprised many with their run through groups and followed that with a solid victory over the Flash Wolves last week.
Yeah, Origin has been playing great this entire time, defying many of the expectations. Remember, most people didn't even see Origin coming out of the group stage, yet time and time again, when the decisive moments of the games happen, Origin are the ones coming out on top.
And even though they don't usually have a gold lead early in the game, they've shown through some intelligent use of globals, teleports, that they can make big comebacks in a lot of their games and really stand with a lot of teams in the late game phase.
And of course, they're going to be going up against Korea's SK Telecom, who have yet to drop a game throughout the entire tournament. They look strong as ever, gentlemen.
I have no clue who's actually going to stop SKT, but I really hope it starts now.
Yeah, well, there's a chance they could be the best team in the history of the World Championships. They are currently undefeated, and no one has gone undefeated the entire way through. We thought maybe Samsung White could do it last year. They played so fast and so clean in many of their games, but they had those minor slip-ups. Maybe that's the story for SKT this year.
Still plenty of games to find that out. Now, at the end of the day, only one team will stand as Origin and SKT go head-to-head in today's best of 5. It's important to note that because of a bug with his Q, Gragas has been disabled for the remainder of the tournament, along with Lux and Ziggs. Now, for more information and the full context of the disable, load up lolesports.com. And as we close in on the finals, we want to give you some insider knowledge from the analysts joining us on the desk. So tweet your questions about the tournament at LolEsports with the hashtag AskTheDesk, and we'll run them by our European, Korean, and North American experts later today. And before we kick things off here in Brussels, we want to take a few moments to acknowledge an integral member of our team who's come home to cover the World Championship. To some, she's Effie de Portra, but to many, she's simply known as Shox.
After 4 years, I still like watching League of Legends the most out of everything. You just sit there and you have all the fans there, and I'm just the same. I'm like shouting when a pentacle happens. I'm excited when a backdoor happens. And every time that happens, I also still realize, whoa, this is so what I want to do. I can't imagine doing anything else. It's fantastic to be in Belgium. We are in the Abdeytuin, or the Abbey Garden. It's actually one of my favorite places here in Ghent, where I went to university. I was very much attracted to the history side of everything, so I decided to do history for 4 years. Over the course of those 4 years, I actually discovered that I liked to be a sports reporter a lot more. There was the World Cup, football was on the first year in university. I watched every single game of the Football World Cup, and that made me really realize, whoa, I love this more than I love anything else. So I also got a degree in journalism. Somehow I fell into watching League of Legends, and I stumbled upon a broadcast of IEM. It was kind of like it was an epitome that I was like watching, and I was like, whoa, this is so competitive and cool, and this is this game that I've been playing for months and months. I'm gonna try and use what I learned and write about League of Legends. At that point, I had no idea what was about to come. Legends Season 3 World Championship! Originally, actually, I never really thought about being on camera. It was never something that I was drawn to. I grew to like being on camera, I think. I have a lot of mannerisms that I didn't know that I had until I watched myself on camera. When I watched it back then, I just feel like I was very awkward, and I didn't really know how to present myself. I talk very fast, I still do. I started to like it along the way, and now it feels super natural. And it's awesome that now it feels that way, but it wasn't that from the beginning. Sometimes takes a turn for the worse when people judge you on a lot of things that have nothing to do with the actual job description. And the one that hurts the most always is people that are like, the only reason why you're here is because you're a girl and you happen to look half decent. I want to pull that person to the screen and say, have you any idea how hard we all work? And I don't work less hard. Like, I do just as much. And you just diminish me to just being a lady, a woman, a girl, whatever you want to call it. That is just, ugh. I love when they say, wow, you looked great today, your dress was awesome. Yay, good, but did you also like that interview? Did you think that should I ask that question differently? What should I do? I want someone to watch me and, okay, they might think, hey, there's a girl doing interviews, but then I want them to listen and think, wow, okay, she's doing a good job. This is what I wanted to hear from this player. And it's such a process because there's so much more factors that go into it. And the first thing that's important is making the player feel good and feel safe and feel confident to say what he wants to say. A lot of times people always think that, oh, you just burned this player or whatever, but most of the time that's because I've built a connection up with them over the years, or I've talked to them behind the scenes and I know how far I can go and I can't go and what would work. And sometimes it falls flat, but I'd like to think that they respect me now for what I do. I think the most favorite interview that I've done has most recently been the Dyrus interview, because it was one of a kind. And I was quite nervous because I had thought about what to ask him and I had different things. Okay, you know, what do you think is going to happen at TSM after? What's all of this? And then when it just happened, I just realized, no, just let him. He obviously wants to say something and he'll be great at it. So why don't I just give him the openest question possible, like show him that he can be calm and be himself. And then I got caught completely off guard.
I'm really sorry to all of my fans that I let you down.
It was very overwhelming, but the only thing I was like, I don't want to cry and have people look at me when I'm crying. Now, I don't care if I look bad. I want them to listen to him because this is his moment. And I feel like 2 years ago, I might have screwed that up completely and just been too nervous or said the wrong thing. And I felt really, really happy that I could navigate that, and I felt that that moment that we created was really special.
There's nothing left to say. You have influenced the lives of so many people and you'll continue to do that. Thank you so much for willing to do this. And one more time for Dyrus, his incredible career and the fact that he was willing to talk to us here.
I definitely feel, I know that I'm something that some girls have actually written to me, and men as well, said, wow, I look up to the fact that you're a woman in this business. And it's not something that I want to get hung up on and think about all the time, but I think that through my actions, I've been a good example, because for me, it's always been about loving this game, working as hard as possible, and hopefully showing people that I care, and not that I'm there just to be on camera or whatever. As I said, it's great that people say you looked great, you were wearing a great dress, and of course it makes me feel good, but it makes me feel 100 times better if a girl comes up to me at a live event and says, you are an inspiration to me, I love what you do, I think you're a great example, I want to do what you do. That means so much.
And now it's time to head down to Shox on stage to introduce us to today's semifinalists.
Welcome everybody to Brussels Expo! Hallo iedereen, bonjour tout le monde. Please join me in welcoming our two semi-finalist participants for our game today. Starting with on the blue side from Korea's LCK and the Season 3 World Champions, SK Telecom T1.
SK Telecom destroy AHQ's Nexus and are one step closer to the Summoners Cup.
top lane, Maren. In the jungle, Bengi. The starting mid laner, Easy Hoon. At AD carry, Bang. On support, Wolf. The substitute, Faker. Coma. Once again for SK Telecom T1. And now their opponents on the red side of Summoner's Rift from the European League Championship Series, Origin. In the top lane, it's Soaz. In the jungle, Amazing. Holding the mid lane, Xpeke. At AD carry, Niels. His support, Mithy. Their sub, Aranea. And finally the coach, Hermit. Give it up one more time for Origin. Ladies and gentlemen, one last time, our semi-finalist SKT and OG.
Well, there they are, the two teams in the first of our battles between Korea and Europe, SKT and Origin. The energy in this building is massive. There's very clearly a fan favorite in this arena, though.
You could say that. It's Europe versus Korea round one.
I think it's safe to say. It is round one. We'll have round two tomorrow. Now, as the teams take their places on stage, let's look at how these two stack up. Comparing their average gold difference from all of their games at Worlds, it really is a tale of two different teams.
Yeah, and a lot of this comes from SKT being undefeated, but it does go to show how badly they have been beating their opponents and how Origin has been grinding out wins in a lot of close or deficit-filled games. Even at the 25-minute mark, Origin still doesn't average a gold lead.
And that also is deceptive because we look at their average game time of 42 minutes. Their wins are even longer than their average game time. So this is a team that's been taking a long time to actually grind out those victories and staying kind of a little bit below their opponents for most of the game when it comes to the gold score.
Two play styles that are sure to clash here today. Now, it's important also to note that Easy Hoon is subbing in for Faker in the mid lane. So my question to you guys is, how does this affect the dynamic of that mid lane matchup against Xpeke?
Well, I think from what we've seen so far, I'm not going to sit here and justify starting EasyHoon. He's a wonderful player, but then there's also Faker. I think maybe the logic here is that EasyHoon likes to play control mages, which we've seen a lot from Xpeke so far, teleporting back into the mid lane consistently, just playing a more passive style in the laning phase. So SKT may be just trying to beat Origin at their own game. They say, all right, if you're going to play teleport, we can't kill you with Faker in the laning phase. Well, maybe we'll play a control mage and just scale with you and then win in late game team fights.
Yeah, I think the school of thought really has to be we just want to play the way Origin does. We don't really want to snowball the early game. We don't want to snowball the mid lane. We just want to focus on side lanes, let mid lane go even. But I do think Faker would be the better choice here. Yes, you can play their style and probably beat them at it, but putting in Faker, you can still play that style that SKT has been. It doesn't really force you to play differently. The one gambit you get from playing Faker is now you have every single counter pick in the game. He's going to play everything mid against Anivia. Are you kidding me? He's going to play like ridiculous things. And I think that's what Faker would be giving to the team.
And if we're trying to justify this move from SKT's standpoint, I think a lot of it comes back to what they were doing at the Spring Split and at MSI. They have said the team has slightly better cohesion with EasyHoon at times. He demands less pressure from the rest of the team. And in games where EasyHoon plays, often you see more attention spent on Bang and on Marn. And with the way Marn has been performing so far, there's a chance they're just going for that play.
And of course, there's always the possibility of a swap back sometime during the series. But we speak about pressure and how EasyHoon in the mid lane might allow for more pressure elsewhere on the map. I feel like we then have to turn to the junglers and look at these two, particularly given the fact that Gragas is off the table today. What are we looking at?
This is really interesting because if we look at total jungle picks so far at Worlds, Elise has been played 38 times, Grogs and Rek'Sai 29 each, Lee Sin below them at 14, and then Evelyn's been played 3 times. And it's actually quite easy to pinch you down to that list of junglers only being paid 3 times. So we could see some weird junglers today.
And interestingly enough, 2 of those 3 games were played by one from Bengi and one from Amazing coming into this match. So I think that this is actually very favorable for SK Telecom. And the reason why is that you have Bengi, who's a player who, when we know him as a very strong pathing jungler. It's about his intelligence on where to be at the exact right time and getting that vision down so his lanes can really play aggressively, especially up and top, and not so much with EasyHoon, but usually in mid. So when we're switching back to a more passive style of jungling, I think this really just falls right into Bengi's wheelhouse, and on champions like Evelyn and like Nunu, he can be successful.
Well, I think the biggest advantage that this kind of gives to you is not just SKT, but any blue side team right now. Because at the moment, you get to choose what purple side bans. They have to ban Mordekaiser Gangplank. That's going to happen. But now, if you third ban Rek'Sai, there's no longer a chance for you to just leave up Elise and Gragas and play those 2. You have to follow that up with an Elise ban. So you no longer can ban out Azir. You can no longer ban out this like Tom Kench annoying kind of bot lane stuff. So it really forces blue side. Like, do we want to leave up both junglers, or do we want to ban junglers?
Yeah, well, I will say, if they're going to be doing that, you have to put a pretty big investment in, especially against Amazing, because I think his Lee Sin, even though he hasn't played it much, is probably his best champion, and it's his most played historically, especially if you look at solo queue. It's what he likes to play, and it's an aggressive style. So you have to be willing to throw probably 2 bans as well as a first pick if you actually do want to be able to take the Lee Sin away from him.
And another good reason to play, for example, EasyHoon, is he has one of the best Azir players in the world. He's better than Faker at Azir. He's better than Faker at Twisted Fate. And if usually how teams deal with EasyHoon in the lineup is with bans. They have 3 red side games. I don't know if they're going to be able to deal with EasyHoon's champion pool very easily.
Yep, it's a large one to say the least. Now it's time to move to the top lane, which has been the trend of the tournament. We have 2 guys in the top lane here who have proven at times that they can carry. However, on a game-to-game basis, Marin has been the picture of consistency, Soaz has stumbled at times.
And I think a lot of it just comes down to the safety in which you play aggressive. SKT has been able to cover the map better with wards than Origin, but Soaz is playing just as greedy as Marin is. He just doesn't have knowledge of when he's going to be counter-ganked. Origin had the lowest number of green wards in the first 15 minutes, and Soaz would end up dying because he's playing like he has the vision control, whereas Marin's been able to get the backup from the rest of his team. I think that leads to the consistency.
Yeah, the one weakness Marin has always had, though, is sometimes he's very vulnerable to level 3 ganks. He has been known to not drop his trinket ward at the right time and fall prey to some very predictable ganks in the early game, so that may be a strategy that we see Origin try to use here. Because if you get Marin to the late game, like Jat's saying, totally agree, he'll get the wards down. Whereas Soaz, he tends to overextend, get greedy for farm, and die. So attack Marin early has usually been a successful strategy.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's going to be weird for Origin, because a lot of the time you think Soaz is greedy, because he doesn't have the jungler to back him up during that. He's not farming like without any reason. It's like, well, I need to farm this or I'm going to be really out of the game. So if Origen wants to push the jungler away from the bot lane, which they have been doing, is putting it bot lane, then I think Soaz can fix his like consistency problem, because I don't think it's like on him alone.
I was about to.
It's a team thing, for sure. Yeah,
and that's why I think it's very
game.
interesting that we point out Bengi has the earliest sidestone buy of any jungler on average in this tournament, and that could be where a lot of that safety is coming from in the top lane. Want to move to the bottom half of the map now. We've got to look at the AD carries. We have the rookie Niels going up against the KDA King here at Worlds. Bang.
This is a great matchup. I mean, I think part of the reason Niels has had so much success is because of the pressure Amazing has been giving Mithy and the rest of that bottom lane down there. Niels has the highest CS differential at 10 minutes of any AD carry still in this tournament, and he also has the highest kill participation, meaning they're pretty much waiting for Niels to do work before the team does anything. And the solo laners are either farming on their own, trying to stay alive, or just teleporting down to help Niels. It's will be very fun to see whether or not Bang neutralizes that.
And we saw, I mean, too, the question is, will that KDA stick around? But in order to determine that, I want to look at their better halves in the bot lane, the supports, Mithy, and Wolf.
I think this is honestly an advantage towards Mithy this game, although the support pool is kind of shrinking, in my opinion. I think top-tier supports are becoming really, really obvious, so I don't think the skill differential will matter that much. I think this is kind of like, as well as Mithy and Wolf can work with their jungler, that's going to be the most important thing, and not necessarily how they play in laning phase.
Well, we also saw at least the Tahm Kench come out for SK Telecom in the quarterfinals. That was really the one sort of new pick we saw from the team. They ended up playing it very well, and it worked out. So now we know that Wolf has that in his arsenal of support champions, and he can continue to be a threat on that particular pick, where we didn't really know that particular thing before.
Yeah, and even if we look at the champion pools, like Mithy, if the support pool is shrunk or if he's going for some wider picks, because he has the most unique champions played. He's tied with a lot of different players at Worlds at 7 here, and only one other support, Gorilla, has played 7 different supports. These two supports actually share 5 of the same picks. And I actually think Wolf doesn't have as much champion versatility. If it's probably unlikely, because the way the jungle pick is, they're going to be probably targeted with bans and the width of the champion pools in mid lane. But if the support pool does get targeted a little bit, I think it gives Mithy an edge, because he seems to be able to play a lot more than Wolf.
All right, we've covered the map, top, jungle, mid, AD carry, and support. With all of this in mind, it's time to move to the predictions, gentlemen. Who is going to be the first team to claim a spot in the 2015 World Championship Finals? PraY, we're starting with you.
I don't want to betray my European brethren right now, but I will have to say SKT, and sorry, you asked for my prediction.
You can't boo him. He admitted that he was going to betray you before he did it.
Yeah, I prepped the bandage before I tore it off. But if we look at Origen during Summer Split, they had really aggressive early games, mid games, and certain analysts would judge their late games because they never really play them out very correctly. Now we're looking at Origen, and they're completely different. They actually play pretty slow mid game. They don't really snowball hard. And they actually play a really consistent mid-late game where they just drag out the game, which is now SKT's style they're good at. And I think this is what's bad for them right now.
Now on to the man with the chainmail SKT tie. I can only assume where we're going here, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it's, I think this prediction is pretty ironclad, like my tie, so I'm going to have to go with SK Telecom T1 here. Well, you can boo me as much as you want.
It's actually a chainmail tie.
It actually is a chainmail tie, ladies and gentlemen.
And one thing that I wanted to talk about too is, Spawn's not on the desk today, unfortunately, to give his prediction. So what I have is this €1 coin, which is about the same accuracy as Spawn. So we're going to get his prediction right now, a little coin flip. And he is going to head, so SK Telecom. So given his track record, I guess that means Origen wins.
All right.
There it is. There should be cheers in the crowd right now.
Yeah. Well, you guys go with SKT. The coin goes with SKT. I will say Origen. Listen. SKT has had the easiest road of any team here at Worlds. If you look at the other teams in their group, H2K, Bangkok Titans, also their quarterfinal opponent against HQ, where they almost lost a game to HQ. They gave up 4 dragons, if not for the Baron. which is why I think Origin 1-3, they can win a single game, and my prediction for this series is actually SKT 3-1.
The switcheroo, ladies and gentlemen. That's something you boo right there. All right, well, we'll find out as Origin and SKT are about to hit the rift. But before we get to the casters, Shox is standing by for a word with one of the Season 3 world champions looking to reclaim the Summoners Cup.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, joined here by Faker. And well, Faker, I did want to talk to you for a quick minute because you're not starting in Game 1, such an important game on the road to the Summoners Cup. You've said, as long as we win, it doesn't matter. But what is it like knowing that your team is about to play this game and you're not?
페이커 선수가 이전 인터뷰에서 비록 경기를 뛰지 않더라도 팀이 이기면 괜찮다라고 얘기하셨는데 이제 이렇게 중요한 경기에 후보로 경기를 안 뛰는 것에 대한 심정이 어떠신가요?
우선 저는 제가 뛰는 것을 좋아하지만 그렇지만 지훈이 형이 뛰어도 저는 믿을 만하다고 생각하고 또 제가 먼저 뛰지 않음으로 인해서 제가 좀 마음이 편해져서 좋은 점도 있는 것 같아요.
Even though I enjoy playing at the desk, but I trust EasyHoon as my teammate, and because I'm not playing for the first game, I'm kind of relieved, so it goes well like that.
Okay, well, a lot has been said about the differences between you and EasyHoon and your playstyles, but what, in your eyes, is the most important difference?
많은 사람들이 페이커 선수랑 이진 선수 간의 차이가 있다고 하는데 페이커 선수 생각하시기엔 어떤 차이점이 가장 큰가요?
우선 지훈이 형은 몇 가지 챔피언을 저보다 더 잘 다루고 그렇지만 저는 폭넓게 쓸 수 있는 그런 장점이 있는 것 같고 또한 플레이 스타일도 게임 내에서 지훈이 형이 라인전에서 저보다 더 강하게 압박하고 그런 점이 다른 것 같아요.
So I think the biggest difference is our champion pool. EasyHoon is really focused on the few champions and he's better than me at those. But I think I have a wider champion range. And at the lane phase also, I think EasyHoon puts more pressure on the opponent than I do.
Well, still in this matchup, you guys are huge favorites against Origin, but Origin have the crowd behind them as well. Faker, how is it going to turn out?
지금 많은 팬들이 여기서 오리진 팀을 응원하고 있는데 페이커 선수 생각하시기에 이번 경기 결과가 어떻게 될 거라 예상하시나요?
여기가 유럽이기 때문에 제가 오리진이 이긴다고 하면은 큰 호응을 받을 수 있겠지만 그렇지만 저는 SKT이기 때문에 SKT가 3대 0으로 이긴다에 걸겠습니다.
Okay, since we're here at Europe, I think the crowd would like me to say Origin, but since I'm an SKT man, I would say SKT would win 3-0.
All right. Well, thank you very much. That was it from Faker, and I think it's about time that we get into the game. Let's head over to our casters.
Merci beaucoup, Shox. Bonjour et bienvenue, mesdames et messieurs. I am David Freak Turley. I am here with two wonderful co-casters, Sam Kobe, Hartman Kensler, and Mitch Krepo-Vorspels. As a man who can speak the language, how did my French do there?
Your French was
passable?
painfully average.
Painfully average, so much like
Just
your
like your
casting,
casting.
we're ready to go.
Holy
We've
moly,
got
all
the
right.
jokes
Good thing I'm in the
already.
middle.
Yeah, you can moderate for us. So guys, we've heard the analyst predictions here. It's like a net 12-1 in SKT's favor. Certainly a difficult match for Origin here, so what do you think is going to happen here, maybe to cause the upset or for that 3-0 avalanche people are expecting?
I think SKT is just going to take a clean 3-0. The only way Origin has really won these games is with like this massive late game, really good shot calling, but you don't need that because the game's over by the time you can actually do that against SKT.
We can all agree that this game is going to be a lot about multiple points of pressure on the map at the same time. And because of that, you know, that's one of the reasons why I actually think they're using EasyHoon. Yeah, there's a lot of talk about EasyHoon's Azir, and rightfully so, but his Twisted Fate pick is so important versus something like Origin. Faker's actually only had one Twisted Fate game in all of Season 5, and it was one of SKT's rare losses. Whereas EasyHoon, I've been spying on him, and he's played a lot of it in solo queue. It's one of those champions that he has been focusing on. I think it's a really good pick, specifically against Origin, where you know there's going to be so much about map movements, and using a champion that can traverse that much distance that quickly is very important.
Yeah, both these teams have an incredibly similar style in the mid game, which revolves around not grouping up at all and just splitting up and pushing all lanes at once, 1-3-1 or 1-2-1 with a roaming jungler in between, and that's generally what SKT like to do. Origin, they play the same version, they just play it worse. They peel off a lot sooner, and they make these tiny mistakes, and they give up the pressure that SKT is so good at putting. In addition to that, SKT just managed to get ahead every single game at 10-20 minutes, whereas Origin, they're struggling.
And it's unfortunate. It's been people kind of overextending for things not supposed to get. We heard Jat talk about the lack of wards early game from Origin. Monte Cristo talks about how the fact that Bengi is always in the right place at the right time and picking off these overextended members. So it seems like the general holding pattern keeps looking SKT's way.
I do have, well, that brings up one more prediction I have. I think that Thresh and Tom Kench are going to be the two most important support picks for these two teams because of that factor of everyone's going to be spread out so much, and supports that are able to save someone who's extending in a lane, who's trying to push the wave and gain that map pressure advantage. Those are going to be two really key picks.
Yeah, definitely key picks. In addition to that, Alistar is just going to be a really high priority pick for Wolf because unlike Mythy and Amazing, they really roam together as a pairing, both on the same screen together. Bengi and Wolf, they kind of split up one by one, and it's a lot easier to play that way if you have Alistar.
Alistar is a strong, independent support.
Strong, independent support. And need no jungle near him. Exactly. That's the way they like to play, but obviously it can change against an opponent. They obviously have prepared for each other. Especially level 1, I want to see if Origin has actually found a weakness, because there's a distinct weakness in one of the level ones.
Don't give away too much.
That SKT runs. I'm just waiting to see it happen, hopefully, because we're getting into game pretty soon.
Yeah, Champ Select has begun here. So ladies and gentlemen, we are into game 1 of the semifinals as Champion Select has begun. And my big question is exactly how locked up are Origin's bans. There are some red side teams who will put all the bans themselves. They'll ban Mordekaiser and Gangplank. And there are some that are happy to share the burden with the blue side team and leave it for the very end. We see that GP actually banned by SKT here.
SKT's ban pattern usually goes as follows on blue side. They ban one of the OPs, which is considered Gangplank or Mordekaiser. They have 7 Mordekaiser bans this entire tournament already, the most out of any team. And then they target ban a certain player twice. So usually you would see in this trend, it would be support ban coming out third to try and pinch that champion pool.
Yeah, this is actually a little wrinkle here in the second ban being Gangplank. I was thinking that it was going to be Mordekaiser because they've done that so often, but they do as well have 3 Gangplank bans.
And this is already interesting from Origin, because every single blue side game, SKT has first picked the jungler. The jungler's always ended up being Elise, but Origin have already pushed upon themselves 2 jungle bans, and they either have to lock up, actually no, they're not going to ban Mordekaiser themselves, so SKT actually giving breathing room to Origin, who are banning Lulu off there.
That could be at least pick here instantly off the bat from Bengi. Would be weird.
I don't feel the need, since both Elise and Rek'Sai are banned out now, and Gragas, of course, is globally banned, to early pick that jungler there for SKT. Bang has been one of the most feared Kallistas in the entire world. It was a huge talking point at MSI, and he proved his point there.
There we go. We see the next priority champions coming across there. The Alistar that we thought might go to Wolf, taken away as quickly as possible by Mythy. Of course, the Kalista stolen away by Marin.
I think it's a good lock in here. Both these champions take a lot of power away from SKT because they're so smart at playing this split push style. If you add an invisible jungler in between that in the mid game, it's almost impossible to play against a team of SKT1's caliber with an Evelynn. Also, again, the Alistar is a clear steal away from Wolf.
We'll see what's next up on the docket there. Bengi already locks in the Jarvan. Of course, we have seen him play top as well as in the jungle. The Shen also could be a top laner or a support.
The Shen pick I actually really like, even though we haven't seen it from Wolf, because we talked about champions that can move across the map really quickly are going to be very important in this matchup. It's going to be all about multiple points of map pressure. Shen adds that no matter if he's in a support role or from the top lane role, because if he's in the support role, then he can actually use level 6 teleport up to the top lane and try and snowball Marin, who's been the king for SKT.
Yeah, and it definitely suits Wolf's playstyle in the mid game. What he does, he just goes into the lane that is the weakest matchup in terms of lane control and pushing, and he tries to amend that. Now with Shen, not only can he be in that lane to fix that wave clear deficit or just pressure deficit, he can also ulti to either side lane if he chooses to be in the mid lane or just anywhere on the map. So much pressure coming out for that split push style here for SKT1.
So Origin to lock in the next couple of champions here. Xpeke not actually going to yet lock in that Victor. And there we go, it's going to be the champion for him. So it's going to leave SKT to, as usual, last pick in their mid lane. This Kennen, of course, can be a flex pick. Niels may have picked it up from Reckless in the last couple of weeks, or it could still go to Soaz. And Origin will look for matchups before flexing that around.
SKT right now, I'm really curious what they want to combo with Jarvan. They already have one champion who can create terrain on the team. Hovering over
2 more.
Yeah, Nivea, yeah, exactly. 2 more champions. They could just create their own battlefield. Try and work with here.
Technically, Jarvan can end up being top lane.
It could be a solo lane, could even be mid. It's not really an easy Hoon
Could also just be an entirely different play style. SKT may just want to play a group team fight style because we keep talking about split push, split push, split push, but for all we know, they may just want to group up early and just keep going for those objectives because they're so fantastic at securing a lot of these dragons too, as opposed to a lot of other teams.
And on Origin side, they do technically also have that Kennen as flex as well, so not giving away too much there for the top lane matchup.
This lineup looks like the lineup for SKT right here. The Azir and Fiora. Marn has been an absolutely immaculate Fiora player so far this World Championship. We've mentioned it before. EasyHoon known for his Azir, maybe the very best in the world, which means it is jungle Jarvan, it is support Shen, and now Origin flex the lineup.
Yeah, this does make the Kennen a lot more valuable in the top lane. A pretty good matchup right there. Keeping your distance against the Fiora, always to stun her if she comes at you. You can prevent her from proccing that ultimate, definitely so with your own. And then it puts Niels in an AD carry heavy position though, because you're running double AP with very little peel.
Especially good pick with an Evelynn jungle. If Kennen gets jungle help against Fiora, somebody has to bail Fiora out or she gets relegated to the jungle. If there's any jungle intervention there and Kennen gets a leg up, it's very, very oppressive.
And keep in mind that if you're in a lane swap as well, it's not exactly easy for Fiora to get denied farm early on. Kennen, of course, plenty of utility on the kit, can do something while starved. And Origin to make their last choice for what looks like AD carry.
Yeah, SKT in the last 6 games have sent their bot lane bot every single time and Marn to the top lane, so lane swap is actually not that likely, so maybe if Origin can use this information, they can find the favorable lanes.
The SKT lineup, though, looking really well-rounded to me. They have multiple split push options. They've got late game secured with Azir, and they have Kalista to carry them through mid. So very versatile setup here from SKT. Coming into a game 1 of a best of 5, this is the type of lineup that you are looking for. You know, kind of be able to defend against any strategy.
And yeah, early push in the mid lane too. Azir just spamming those soldiers down. Victor needs a little bit of time before he can really start challenging that wave clear with the E. Need a couple of upgrades there on that spell. So early push from EasyHoon, maybe Bengi can help Marn in the top lane to help that matchup. And then Kalista Shen should do fine into almost any matchup, especially against melee support. So SKT setting up for their signature style already.
And I want to see what happens then to Amazing here in the jungle. If Evelynn doesn't get a lot of help, that champion does get low while clearing camps and whatnot. And you talked about EasyHoon pushing up, the dueling looking good. Bengi can be very aggressive and jumping into that Origin jungle and pushing down Amazing. Certainly a possibility here for SKT.
Yeah, I actually think that SKT may look for the lane swap here. You know, maybe trying to avoid not only the Fiora Kennen, but also the Kalista plus Shen.
All right, well, we'll see what these matchups end up being. Brussels is here to cheer on their favorite teams. You guys at home are always part of the conversation as well. Guys, let us know who it's going to be. Tweet at LOL Esports, hashtag SKT if you go with the analyst desks, or hashtag OG if you go with the home crowd. But we are here to find out which of these two teams will send a player to their second World Championship final, the chance at their second World Championship. And here we go, game 1 of the semifinals. South Korea's SK Telecom T1 versus Europe's Origin. And here we go.
All right. Now that we get the scenic route here with those banners.
Take notes, guys. It's no team has gotten to see that close into SKT's base the entire time here at Worlds. They have not even given up a tier 2 turret. See if Origin can take one from them.
All right. Looks like a bit of an invade here from SKT, forcing out Soaz, and this is different because usually the one point of weakness in any SKT game start has been the top left side of the map, where then Bengi and Marn would start duo jungling without a ward. SKT have been incredibly greedy with their trinket usage early, but right now it does look like Kobe was on the money with his lane swap call.
They have gotten a little bit of an early advantage there as well, forcing Soaz to level up Lightning Rush. No matter where you start, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult.
Not a happy place for him, but meanwhile, PeKe and EasyHoon have actually already done battle. EasyHoon is missing some health, so PeKe has dealt 100% of the damage in this game. Beautiful start.
Good job, Bree.
Former world champion.
Not only does it work well in terms of matchups, getting Marn out of that sticky cannon situation, it also just doesn't really help Evelynn at all being in a lane swap. She really wants standard lanes to be unpredictable and go multiple directions and surprise people. Right now, if you're locked into a lane swap, you're duo jungling for a very long time. The map is nicely split in half, so as a jungler, I'm sure you know more about that, Kobe.
I do think it's also a good split start here from SKT. They start in 2 quadrants at the same time. A lot of vision down there. Making sure that Origin are not starting on that side. Has Shin leveled up the taunt yet?
Yeah, he has taunt already. Wants to push into Peke, but with the wave already pushing, there's nothing that EasyHoon can do here. So nothing much done. He keeps his team safe. Origin did start aggressively in the bottom jungle. Bengi and Marin will react and perform similarly.
I mean, it looks like we're just head-on track for just the EU-style lane swap where both teams do a double plot and clear, send 3 people top, jungler keeps jungling, and the wave gets bounced towards their top laner. Just need to see if SKT don't make the mistake they did earlier in one of the HQ games where they left the tower alive for a very short period.
Yeah. Also, because of that sort of split start that I was actually complimenting from SKT, they're behind. They actually were not rewarded for the attempt at a mid lane gank and a mid lane pressure, and that means that Origin are a few seconds ahead here on the early tower take, a bit quicker in the jungle. They've sent Amazing back to their own quadrant as well, which is very safe for him to farm, so they can take down this turret while Amazing continues to get experience income.
To make up some of that turret damage, though, you're going to see that SKT have brought all 4 of those players to the top side as Bengi just finishes off the Krugs. CZ does not need to be part of this fight at all, and it will be the 3-man take, but I don't believe this will be stopped by anyone, so it should be an equivalent turret trade.
Yeah, you just got to see what they do in phase 2 of the lane swap. Little adaptation here from Origin. The gold does not go to Soaz. It does become a bounce here by Niels. He has killed E, so he can't freeze this wave. But usually what you see is the next step in this evolution, instead of freezing this for extended periods of time, you just push it back towards the people that come to defend it. So
yeah, this does signal to me, though, that they want to try and continue knocking down all the outer turrets with Tristana, get her rotating around, and keep up this early sort of map control lead that they do have. Soaz is going to be the obvious one that will take a hit because of this strategy. Marin just got the local gold all to himself for that turret.
yeah, they're just going to move their bot lane to the top lane, force Marin to walk and teleport bot 2 because they're basically doing a fake out right here. They're saying, okay, we have Soaz here, come gank us, we have an invisible Evelynn, then the bot lane will show up. And they move away from that play all of a sudden because Niels, he ran mid and bottom all of a sudden. So this is something we see way too often from Origin. They go in for a play, hesitate, and switch it up.
Well, also, I mean, Evelyn's invisible, but Alistar is not. And Nithhi was trailing and walked over a ward. So Marin not going to take that bait.
It is worth seeing the lane assignments, though. So Origin have sent their dual lane back down to the bottom sides. They're not content to continue trading turrets. This is, I think, why they gave solo gold to Niels. He got a pickaxe plus a potion on his recall versus the longsword of Bang. So item-wise, Origin's dual lane is ahead.
They were probably just trying to secure the matchup. If they send 4 top, they can keep Niels there. If the matchup ends up being the bot lane, send Soaz bot with teleport to find Marin. If he is not there, Niels just pass back to the bot lane, and Soaz can stay top with his teleport. So it looks like Origins just wanted to find that 1v1 Ken Fiora matchup.
And let me touch on both junglers here, because both junglers have only been setting up for counter ganks here. Both junglers have just been waiting for the first move of the other team. Amazing trailing top because they thought that Soaz would be the target since he was their weak member. Meanwhile, SKT, they were trailing behind Bang there because that's the extended lane. That's where they did not have a turret. And you would expect the obvious move from an Evelynn who is invisible, go attack the SKT members that are in the long lane, try and chase them out and get one of those cheap early kills. Neither team going for those riskier early plays though, and the counters just sort of nullify each other.
So right now, with the less risks happening, you can see the early recall from Bang. He needed a vamp protector for the lane to even be acceptable. So a small lead for Origin thanks to the dual lane advantage, temporary though it may be. Meanwhile, of course, Marin is winning the top lane with a pink ward already down. Bangi is unseen coming in here.
Soaz has been playing really, really safe though, and since he is Kennen, he can CS from range, plus he has his own lightning rush. We know he leveled it up early. Also has a ward, does get hit though, he's slowed.
And he's missing a turret, so here comes Bangi. He's gonna flash for the slow, which means Soaz has to burn it preemptively, and he guesses right. Bangi goes the wrong way, Soaz goes back in onto Marin, and the stun is still available. The Q comes in, gets some damage down, but where's his team gonna be? There's no one around right now. He's still running away through the wards. Pop summoner teleport, and the is a god!
So many mind games to go over there first. Soaz tries to juke out both members with his awkward flash, the angle that you would not expect him to go. He only got one member tricked there, and Marin actually stayed and intelligently held onto his flash, but Soaz goes for the teleport instantly inside the brush. And it just barely pays off. Half a second too short there for Bengi with the knockup.
But this was a page straight out of SKT's playbook. Whenever towers go down, they really want to get Bengi to gank the tower that has gone down in the tier 1-1. So you can get behind the rubble. People usually feel safe in that point of the lane, but then they forget to realize that their tower is gone behind them, even if you have a gap closer like Kennen.
And that's exactly
beautifully played around by Bengi with the flash W.
SKT were protecting themselves against on the other side of the map, so they were expecting Origin to do a very similar thing. So as though now he has no summoners, he's going to have to be extra careful here. A little bit of extra vision has been placed defensively for them, for Origin. They've also got the red buff quadrant of SKT warded up as well. So they'll see the second take of that buff and Bengi's whereabouts.
Yeah, but that gank failing and just not amounting to a kill just puts Origin in such a comfortable position. Not only do they get to see where Bengi was, he had to blow his flash, they traded that for cross-map vision in the jungle, and now they're in control of the next move. They're first to play.
Also, I would be looking at the bottom lane for some action here from Origin. Because they have the red quadrant warded up, they have to assume that Bengi is on the top side of the map, and the Tristana-Alistar combo does have that early lead. Soaz here might be the next target, though.
It's a bit of a payment, though. Soaz has been freezing this lane for a long time, and you're right, he is flashless, so this could be a target of opportunity, but he's already awarded for himself. He saw Marin come through. He'll see if Bengi comes in as well. Amazing, sussing out the pathing of his opponents, going for the exact same buffs that just happened, and now Marin has to farm in a lane that's overextended.
Mithy is 75% away from level 6, by the way, so that dive is not close to being pulled off without extra vision of all SKT members.
But of course, outer turret's gone, so Bang has to play super far back. Niels is obliging by pushing at the very least, but it does unlock Amazing for some of these lanes. You can see how far back Wolf has to play.
The dive could go mid as well once that Alistar hits that level 6. Azir actually is extremely vulnerable to it.
The other side of that coin is, though, if Soaz keeps the wave frozen in front of his tower and is comfortable playing under defense of his tower, that frees up potentially Marin and Bengi roaming mid to dive Xpeke. If that happens and mid tier 1 falls, then suddenly the map is in control of SKT. So Origin have to be careful a little bit, and that's maybe why we see Amazing come out here.
They stop Marin. But of course, Marin
he'll be able to get away. Will they find the pink ward, though? Amazing needs to get something for his trip up top. It looks like he did not go into that brush, but he saw Marin move, so he'll figure it out.
Yep.
Yes, there must be a pink ward in here, and he will take it down.
We'll allow Origin if they want a hard push and force Marin's teleport without missing a bunch of waves. So there's a chance for that play here. But either way, we are at a 600 gold lead for Origin as we get to the 10-minute mark. This is pretty much unlike any of the stats we would have seen coming into this game, but kind of down the line, for literally every player, you have a farm advantage for Origin.
And well, 200 of that gold is on Amazing purely because he's been farming harder as Bengi's been trying to camp for Marin, and so has wasted a lot of his time. The rest of that gold is mostly on Tristana, on Niels, the champion that they want to knock down the rest of the outer turrets with. Look for that all-in. Alistar Tristana, very dangerous in the all-in combo, especially if there's an invisible jungler there.
Yeah, just 2 signature moves in this early game so far. The one flash outplay to teleport from Soaz staying alive, because that counteracted one proactive move. And then the little cheeky move where they made sure that Soaz was matched up against Marin and Niels path him down because they didn't really lose anything. So Origin with 2 minor outplays on the map, but that only leaves them marginally ahead.
By the way, Soaz teleport is back up, so they were unable to punish him so far for the early use of that summoner spell. Plus, remember, Peke did use his teleport mid, so SKT do have the 2-to-1 teleport advantage. Here comes finally that aggression down bottom, though.
There's no SKT jungler around. Amazing would theoretically be alone doing this, but SKT constantly playing very far back. Now a fight in the top side.
Soaz flash still on cooldown.
Bengi will stun Marin, will not stun Bengi. Soaz unwilling to flash, unable to get away. First blood to Marin, and SKT strike back.
SKT have now taken first blood in 9 out of their 10 games. They are the kings of finding those first blood. If at first you don't succeed, well, you come back once he just has no way out. Soaz again overextends in that lane. No tower to back him up, no jungler to back him up. And yeah, well played by SKT.
Yeah, keeping track of that flash timer going to make sure they get there right before it comes back off of cooldown. So as not having it available gets punished.
It's a good thing. SKT able to now pull a 500 gold lead for the team as they kill the minion wave left over on the map. Amazing still unable to find his mark in this game. Runeglaive is done, so he's got that jungle enchant for himself. Deals plenty of damage. Okay, he did get the Raptor.
Yeah, risky early smite there. but does get it as well as the ward. Down bottom now. They still haven't made a move, and there's a pink ward that will see him coming in.
Yeah, SKT have done a good job of not getting any deports in the lanes. Hang on, EasyHoon.
Whoa, big move there. Nice flash gets away from Emperor's Divide. EasyHoon forced to use his as well to not get traded back on. PraY with a well-respected move. Now a bot lane fight. Good rocket jump by Niels, buffers it against the Kalista ulti, gets away.
Yeah, I don't know about being forced to use it in the mid lane there. Easy.
I think the E cooldown was close enough to being back there.
Very scared. He didn't see the laser come out first. Just used it.
Uh-oh, Marin, he's got the ulti, pops it. Soa's going to be in a bad way. He does have flash. And it's going to be a flash follow. There's only one vital left, and Marin can't quite reach it, but he gets the slow. One hit will kill. A stun for Soaz, but it's enough to get Marin the kill anyway. 2-0 to the SKT top laner.
Amazing, still trying to make something work out bottom, but Bengi is here, giving even better than he's getting.
And Mithy's ult's already down. A three-man knockup! Beautiful! Gets one back from Alistar, but Mithy's already dead. Wolf survives the chase. Niels gets one back. It's already 4-1 SKT, though this game is falling apart. Bengi takes a couple of shots, does miss the knockup. Niels really wants this kill, nearly gets it. Bang almost dies as well. If anyone would show up, it's a sure double kill, but Soaz is missing flash. He's almost in range for the Q. Bang is gonna get taken down. 2-4 now, Origin clawing back in.
EasyHoon is still here, Soaz does have to be careful. All right, he's not gonna go any deeper. Now
no flash.
It is only a few hundred gold lead for SKT, even with the extra 2 kills.
What worries me is though that all these plays seem to be initiated by SKT, so the gank top, Soaz had to outplay this play bottom. He had to teleport in and save that. EasyHoon was roaming proactively, and SKT they want to get stuff done. And Origin they're just fine, sitting back playing that game solely, but just against a team that is as creative as SK Telecom, it's a really risky strategy to do that.
I mean, the Marin Fiora pick that we highlighted, obviously very important to SKT, and Bengi camping up there for a large portion of the early game. Marin able to make that pay off. This Dragon, though, gonna go over to OG without any vision there from SKT.
Well deserved. Proper recall timing. Niels has plenty of attack damage, and Bang looks like he just went back for the Blade of the Ruined King. Another team is mid already. Azir is getting blue buff, so EasyHoon is shut out of this lane.
You may have to ulti here.
Doesn't matter what happens. Origin up now 2 turrets to 1. They got the first Dragon as well. A 400 gold lead.
Origin is really good at getting members to collapse in from different lanes. Hang on, Marin.
Gotta be careful.
Overextended.
He can jump over the wall.
Soaz is above him though.
Rocket jump lands for the slow. Marin will riposte the stun and actually pulverize misses, but it doesn't matter. Soaz gets his second kill of the game.
So he would have had to jump over the thin part of the Baron wall when he first saw Tristana there. If you go up further, that section of the Baron wall is too thick to jump over, and he had no option at that point. Origin get a pick off here, and it's going to be a tower trade, it looks like. Bang is all alone down bottom, but Origin continue to push top, so...
Yeah, it'll be a 1-for-1, and the score will be 3-2 here. Origin have more than enough members here. I think it's nice for SKT, the fact that Kalista can knock a turret down. And Bengi will look for a play. PraY does not have flash. Shen ulti's in as well, and the Victor W will land a bit of a stun, but here comes the taunt, here comes the Azir damage, and that's a great kill in the mid lane for SK Telecom. The turrets will be traded. Won't take long for Bang here, and we can see the game still very close.
Yeah, that's a big kill. You lose your mid lane wave clear, and all the map can go
for this
even
dive.
if they dive this. Maybe risky.
Knockup. Marin has no flash, no ult. He can look for the riposte. There's going to be a big chunk of damage, and Niels dunks better than Darius could ever hope to.
These are the dangers we talk about. Since we have to keep up pressure on multiple points of the map, SKT are showing all of their members on the map. They use 3 people mid, and Bang still bottom. That meant that once Marin showed, they knew it was a free dive.
But it's still a turret trade. That mid lane kill let EasyHoon push one thing down. Okay, a tier 2 is worth more than a tier 1, but it's still tit for tat every single time.
Yeah, Marin.
The extra kill here.
Overextending here. That should never happen. You should play passive on this side, because not only does he die here, this gives Origin a tier 2 tower, something that nobody has ever done in this tournament so far against SK Telecom. This is the first tier 2 tower that has fallen on their side.
That's why I really like that vision toggle by the spectator right there, by the way, because you could see Marin had no idea that Origin were still there, and it was about the amount of information that each team is giving up in this game. SKT like to play a little bit risky in that they push all waves at the same time. So they're constantly giving information on all of their champions, whereas Origin were just outside the fog of war there. You could see in the toggle, and they surprise Marin. They make him pay for that slightly aggressive or greedy move going for the extra minion wave.
Yeah. Both teams trying to contest the Dragon area, and usually, if you watch these teams play so far in World Championship, again, very focused on pushing all lanes. That means the majority of the deaths in the early to mid game are people getting caught out, getting too greedy to push that wave. We distinctly remember Bengi in mid lane one time getting caught out, Bang getting hooked twice by a Thresh when trying to push out these waves, and Origin are using the vision and SKT's greed against them right now and punishing.
And I expect there to be more of these types of picks. Without seeing the Tahm Kench and the Thresh in this game, these are kill supports. These are supports that revolve around making the picks, not protecting against them too much. Wolf actually even offensively using the Stand United. Not trying to save someone, he's trying to change the numbers, go for that offensive move, gain ground. This is how SKT snowball. They play so sort of greedily and risky. They try and push so many things at once.
And meanwhile, pushing into the top lane though, Marin very overextended, but he's got Benki just behind him. This will not be a kill picked up by Origin. All is well. And Kobe, as you were talking about playing aggressively, Mithy's even gone for his second item as distortion boots on his upgraded boots mobility. He wants to hit these flash pulverizers all the time.
And I think this is the correct way to play, because you have a high chance of gaining incremental leads this way at a fairly low cost. But we do see it punished right there, and you have to work around the large cooldown. The cooldown we just saw, Marin burn his flash, that's something that you paid for the extra minion waves, the extra danger of pushing that far with all three waves. Now that they don't have it, he can't afford to make that same sort of risky play.
The initial action has died down a little bit, and we had some action, but overall still 9 kills in 18 minutes. The thing you really want to watch right now is the minimap. Whenever members come out of the base, SKT always assign their members so far in this tournament to the right lanes immediately. Whereas Origin, they will hesitate. They will send Niels mid to help Expeke. Turns out he didn't really need that help. Niels goes bottom. Soaz helps Expeke, then gets pushed to the side lane. And that way, Origin farm less in 15 minutes to 30 CS overall on the map because they lose some waves here as opposed to SKT, who seem to never hesitate, especially Wolf. He's always there to help a poor matchup.
I think that's a really good point, and we were talking with some of the guys on how the Origin shot calling goes. All of them have input, and all these guys add, information and what the ideas of where to go. But they don't have that instant reaction of one shot caller that's leading the entire way and a definitive route for them leaving. So that's where you see these small moments of hesitation.
Yeah, we just saw it right there. 5 members to the mid lane. They're talking who goes where, then they fan out to the side lanes. It doesn't really lose them too much, but it does indicate that this may be true.
The thing is, though, it's a really crucial timing right now for Origin. Double item Tristana is done, and Dragon's coming up in 15 seconds. Kalista cannot match this recall timing. Riley's also done for Peke. He's got a bunch of big items. This is a power spike for Origin if they can contest this Dragon properly.
That's actually an interesting first buy there for Peke, considering I would think that the Evelyn would also go Riley's.
They just want control in these team fights around these objectives, because if Soaz can get a flank off and the remaining parts of Origin can just hard collapse in these fights.
Good dodge by Amazing, gets away from the knockup. Kalista ult also pops. We'll look for Mithy here. Trade of ulti knocks in Wolf. He can no longer be saved. There's the headbutt into Tristana. Wolf cannot survive. That will still kill him. Mithy is going to push forward. So will Niels. Soaz is in. Pops the ult. Lands a stun on a Bengi. The collapse is there. The Chaos Storm won't reach. But Amazing goes in. Easy when to turn it back around. The turret will get the kill. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Origin, and they've got control.
Could have sworn he did that because he wanted the W reset so he could speed out, but didn't see the reactivation there.
I might look at that replay.
He got hit by the Azir Q for the slow. And Marin gets top lane tier 2. That turret goes down. Origin do not collapse and cap plays for a Dragon, so also +1 kill for a turret kill.
Yeah, Marin had teleport, so he could have joined, but SKT generally are really good at reading when to concede fights, but then when to re-engage, even though they have a numbers disadvantage very often in these fights. So Marin pushes up top, forces Soaz to react, and they end up getting the Dragon anyways. Mostly because, let's face it, that was an incredibly greedy flash from Amazing. You should not be flashing under a tier 2 when the guy is already at 10%.
Absolutely agree. So an overstep by Amazing. One of the first major mistakes we've seen now from Origin. SKT react beautifully. Shen'll teleport, go back down to the Dragon, push him off, even the blue buff afterwards, and it's huge.
Yeah, sometimes too busy asking if you can
Yeah, you were so preoccupied with whether you could that you never, asked yourself.
Ask if I should. He could go get that kill, but the amount of time and the resources that it takes to go get that kill, you're not worth giving up the objective control around the dragon. SKT get the turret and they get this dragon.
Good sidestep here though, but amazing. Forces 2 ultis, Mythy turns it around. Already used ulti, so he wants to turn that into aggressive play. Shen support, not strong enough just now. Niels jumps, then dies. Jumps again, so trampoline here from Niels. Soas coming in, and at this point, when the jungler's chunk low and your objective is the dragon, you turn around.
Let's see here. What does stop the second double? Oh, he did activate it, and you're right. The soldier hits the Q just on the way out.
So unfortunate stuff there for Origen and a bit of a misplay. So the game is back to tied. 1 dragon each, same kills, same turrets. Farm is plus or minus 15 down the board. And Origen go for the rush play. Teleport and Shen ulti both down. This dragon will die pretty fast. SKT knows. They're coming.
But it's way too late for them.
Gravity field's in the way. Wolf won't be there. Dragon doesn't matter. Baron's in. 23 minutes in.
They're all out safe too. They were able to get off Baron-empowered recalls and defend all waves here. Origen can straight from the fountain. They didn't lose anything there with that call. What a comeback play. All the teleports being used by SKT to get Dragon and Classic Xpeke and Soas.
Classic Europe.
Classic EU. They're able to get the Baron in trade.
I thought this was going to be a clean 3-0, but Origen, not only did they dodge these early ganks from Bengi, they're the first team to get a tier 2 tower against SKT. They're the first team to lead at 20 minutes against SKT, and they're the first team to get a Baron against SKT. And what a Baron it was so early in the game. Clearly not ready for those Fnatic-esque type of Barons that we see so often in the EU LCS.
Ye have little faith, Crepo, I was telling you. It's not over yet, though. This is still an incredibly close game. Yes, Origen do have the Baron buff, and they have a strong siege right now, but Marin looking to flank. There are plenty of deep wards here from SKT as well.
So what kind of play can be made? Marin does have ulti, does have flash. He can get to his target.
Yes, I think that SKT might just opt to try and wave clear here.
So as has Zhonya's, he can peel, so can Alistar. Mythy has ult, flash, everything he needs. There is some poke coming through. Amazing is going for the flank play. Gets rid of a ward. Now he won't be spotted next time around. There's only 1 pink ward left in the SKT inventory. And mid lane tier 2 will go down. Niels is safe enough. He can turn it back. There we go. Turret goes down. Low health though. Vamp Scepter's in. He can heal a bit.
Yeah, look at Marin immediately peeling off. This is generally what he likes doing, leaving his team as 4 to defend or either siege, peel off and start working on those side lanes. But Origen, they have a very group-heavy strategy this game, and they don't care about your side lanes because they're looking to siege.
right now, though.
You mentioned SKT in the right place at the right time, but Marin walks top lane only to recall right away. No teleport. Bot lane already getting hit here.
He's got home guards, though.
You can walk fast, but that turret still loses half its health, and Wolf and Bang getting chunked as well by Victor. Now Marin's in the fight, but this turret's at half. SKT make the wrong choice to even defend.
They just tried to 5-man defend mid, got it pushed down without being able to do anything, and make the same choice. Instead of keeping Marin pushing up top and trying to gain at least a little bit of map pressure back, we're seeing these very, very slight mistakes from SKT this game, and Origen are pulling it out beautifully.
Yeah, props to Origen for making SKT dance to their tune. This is one of the few games where an enemy team is actually controlling the pace of the game, telling SKT, no, you can't do that. You can't get away with pushing top lane because we will take your tier 2 tower in the bottom. And Origen, fantastic map play and completely unexpected if you looked at how we led up to this series.
As they said, they are not afraid of SKT. And I don't know about completely unexpected. Origen have done the sneaky Baron before.
Yeah, later in the game.
Yeah, you have to be, this goes to show you have to be so careful against this team to leave at least 1 ward around the Baron area post 20, actually just post 20 minutes flat.
Yeah, period. Once it spawns.
SKT had 2 pink wards in that area that were up for pretty much the entirety of the game, so they were so comfortable with this vision. They were so comfortable playing and forcing teams to play 1-3-1 against them too, that no team really has been in the position to go for that Baron. Incredibly smart read in terms of gameplay, and honestly impressed by what Origen's bringing here on European soil.
So a 3,000 gold lead on European soil. Origen defying everyone but the online predictions there. We had like a 75% Twitter vote, so you guys know more than all of us analysts so far. Of course, it is still anybody's game. Of course, it's still close.
I was arguing against Cripple saying they would win a game.
Yeah. Now he comes out of the shadows. Told you they were going to take a game, Cripple.
Oh, man. Well, The third dragon of the game spawns in 40 seconds. It's one apiece right now, so all it means is turret damage for either side.
Also, fun fact, Krepo made a bet that if Origin win a game, he'll do a cartwheel for every game.
6 cartwheels coming up.
It will be video documented. Let's see if Origin can keep it up, though. They've only been able to eke out a 3,000 gold lead. SKT have come back from more this year.
All right, Marin putting pressure in the top lane again. Niels, he ran down the mid lane. Now he has to go to red buff. He'll likely pick up that wave on top later. Just have to see if somebody gets picked off, because SKT have no hesitation whatsoever pulling the trigger, and they have a team composition that plays really well later in these teamfights with that Azir. So Origin, they will need a flank. So look for Soaz, or maybe even Mithy or Amazing. Just somebody needs to get behind the SKT lineup, whether it's teleport or just simply walking there. That's the way OG want to play these fights.
Yeah, remember we were talking about how well-rounded this SKT lineup is. They can continue to have Marin split push. They have the Azir to try and knock Soaz back out of the fight as well.
Heals his zone.
PK does take some damage
has
as
to
well.
burn Rocket Jump. Now he needs his team to peel him. 2,000 health on the Dragon. Smite goes over to SK Telecom. They got it. A big ulti for Amazing. Wolf can always be peeled out. Nice jump over the wall. He'll lose his shield. Great stealing by EasyHoon. A great smite by Banky.
Yeah, it's so hard to chase into an Azir. Right now, they all lose momentum in terms of mid lane too. Bang zoning them. Niels again forced to rocket jump. Now Mithy stuck on the other side. He is in flanking position. Should he go around? Speke is on the bottom side of your screen too. Speke.
Nice bit of damage. Ulti pop. EasyHoon down to half HP.
He's got the Rylai slow.
So he slowed a few of them, but Banky and KOO can still jump over walls. All they can do is make SKT go the wrong direction. Now, can Origin get enough down the mid lane? SKT will be late. Will the inhibitor turret take enough damage?
Marin's already recalled.
Soaz is up top lane already, but he has teleport.
Yeah, the goal right now is not seeding that tower. It's just locking SKT in base and denying as much vision being played as you can. Because of 1 minute from now, that Baron is going to spawn.
Marin down to half. You can see Niels can kill that guy in about 7 auto attacks. That doesn't take very long. Tristana's got plenty of attacks at this point in the game.
Vision is a very key point right now as the map has gone dark with so much fighting and pushing minion waves here.
Baron's up at 45 seconds.
Of Origin's Vision has timed out.
Soaz has to be careful. He can't go for the next wave because he doesn't know where Marin is, so he's hopping around, protecting himself.
Well, they can at least math out the movement speed of the champions. They can get to the top jungle pretty soon, though. No vision really for either team. It's SKT who does it first on this side of the map. Dragon's gone for a long time. It's just Baron to play around.
And keep track of the completed items, because while Origin do have this fairly sizable gold lead for the mid game, decent gold lead for the mid game, it's about the 3 item completions here on both Azir and Kalista for SKT. The carry is still very popular.
Big chunk of damage. Amazing puts the ulti in for the shield and flashes over the wall. Almost dies, and EasyHoon gets it. Mithy shows up for some damage. Another knockup goes in towards Peke. Wolf taking a lot of damage, flashes out. Big damage, saved. And here comes Marin. He wants Soaz for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but the Slicing Maelstrom buying a lot of time. 1 for 1 in this fight. Mithy gets a knockup onto Bang, and look at the damage output. Bangy's next. Here comes Niels. Summoner heal for movement speed, but he can't land the attack. Not just yet. He gets it. He gets the kill. Origin win the fight 3-1.
And EasyHoon is still cornered in Origin territory. They haven't seen him exit, though.
But there's enough time to knock this one down. It's only Marin and EasyHoon alive. Marin has home guard and he's recalling, but this turret will already go down. Now here comes Marin. EasyHoon survives with the shield, with the turret for himself. Marin now in a 1v2.
Mithy's got to be careful. He doesn't have ultimate, and Marin can take him down very quickly.
Good damage on Niels. Pops the W. Here comes Shen. Here's the ulti. Easy first pickup. Meanwhile, Amazing did pick off EasyHoon. A 1 for 1, and the inhib stayed alive.
Yeah, second misclick on that pulverize from Mithy, showing some...
Don't calm down yet. Baron is active here, guys.
All right, Baron's active, guys.
He reposted it, though. He wouldn't have done anything with that pulverize at all. He should have headbutted, waited, seen it come out, gone for something else later. The Neil zoned out. He should have rocket jump. He does. Marin does not have the move speed to chase this.
All 4 teleports are ready. There's True Sight on Baron right now, and SKT making their way.
Most of the team is here. It's already pink warded. There is a green ward from Origin. They know of this. Amazing does not yet have ulti. Marin has teleport, but can be stopped by Niels. Amazing in the wing, spotted by a pink ward.
Neil should cancel that base from Marin and get it out of the equation. One extra teleport.
Amazing has no flash. Amazing caught, amazing taunted, jumps over the wall from Bangi. Easy pickup here, but it will delay Baron, at least for now. But here comes Marin. He finds Xpeke. A beautiful repose stops the headbutt, and Mithy was stunned, so he couldn't pulverize. Ults for himself now. Marin's still in the chase. Here comes some damage from Niels, but the support might be going down. It's a big chunk of damage. Marin barely survives. And 3 more kills with SKT. Now Soaz is in. A beautiful taunt by Wolf. The re-engage. 1 kill picked up. Niels again in the chase, but he can't find Marin. Jump over the wall by Wolf. Soaz does not aggro Baron. He could have. He aimed for the Shen, doesn't kill him.
All right, now you can calm down for a little bit. What do you got, Crepo?
Bot lane's open and Soaz could TP. There's more you could do.
No, we're calming down right now. I just want to talk about how this started. Really good vision control by SKT. Double pink ward, forcing Amazing to face check. Then the outplay. Flash at the right time. EasyHoon still picks him up, but Niels in that fight, that was just phenomenal. He went left, right, up and down. He was not afraid to flash into the fight, dash into the fight to get a potential reset, and his team played around him. So really, really good. Yeah, just positioning.
I believe it's up, down, left, right.
Yeah. No cheating in League of Legends.
Half of it. 2 up.
With all of that, though, remember the vision point that we keep bringing up. It's SKT constantly leaving wards deep on Origin territory, and the true sight around Baron still stands.
But it's been SKT overextending and going for 2 greedy plays, so they start Baron right now.
Niels is in base, though.
This one's good, exactly. Niels is gone, Scuttler or not, it doesn't matter. Soaz looks for it! Doesn't get it. Good Ren by Bang. SKT secure the Baron. They're down 1,500 gold right now. They can easily make this up.
SKT have had some of the biggest Baron power plays of any team here at Worlds. Let's see if it will be as effective as the Origin power play.
Yeah, it's 6 out of their 9 games. They finished the game with the Baron buff still present. So they went from first Baron to smashing the Nexus. Well,
yeah, they've only needed more than 1 Baron in 1 game here at Worlds.
With which they smashed the Nexus with that second buff, so.
Well, Origin making a invasive play here into SKT territory.
Amazing spotted by a ward, feels safe even without flash. Niels, of course, is right behind him. Going for a second BF sword at him, actually. Niels not going for Last Whisper.
This dragon isn't that important. Nobody should lose their lives over it.
Look at the flanks, though. Martin's immediately engaging Niels if he can get out of here. Collapse on the left side.
Here comes the rest of the team. Amazing could get jumped on. The re-engage towards Dragon. Easy pickup. That's number 3 for SKT. Here comes Soaz. He's got a Zhonya's Hourglass. He pops it. Death Cap means plenty of damage, but here comes the re-engage. Nice ulti by Azir to buy some more time. SKT get out clean.
If SKT hesitated any longer on the engage, they were about to be flying from both sides. Soaz at one, Mithy at the other, but just Origin really couldn't do. Yeah, close the pincer right there. If you can close that in time while SKT greets for the dragon, that could be a game-winning team fight.
That was that 1 second time difference when both pincers have to close at the same time. Crabman Crepo.
It's like Origin's trying to play Quap as a crab instead of as a distance runner.
Let's look at their siege straight up mid here with Baron buff, with Azir. Secondary turret's very difficult to defend against Baron buff.
1 more turret shot. That minion's going to be gone, but it doesn't matter. So much damage by SKT. Now they're back ahead in gold. Turret score still -2, but they've got the turret damage and the movement speed dragon buffs that Origin does not have.
Well, SKT is usually a team that has phenomenal vision control. They just need more pink wards. And then Amazing, you just need to get behind enemy lines somehow, get unspotted, dodge those pink wards, because that is the factor that limits SKT in a lot of their movements, because they just simply don't know where Amazing is.
Peke can at least get rid of Marin for a little while, and of course can match teleports. Niels in the wing, sees Bangi's there.
That being said, Amazing by himself flanking is almost nothing. It's not that scary to SKT. Because their comp is so well-rounded, they have so many ways to protect Bang and EasyHoon. It has to be a double flank with Soaz, but Soaz is going down to Marin.
Zhonya's pop-up. Marin gets the easy shutdown. Doesn't have teleport, but doesn't matter. The solo kill is the important thing. A 4v4 in the bot lane. Meanwhile, top lane is getting decimated. Easy turret picked up. SKT are safe. Bot lane tier 2, of course, also going to be going down. So, once they had Baron, SKT have gotten a kill, a dragon, and 3 turrets. I'm looking for more.
Yeah, you're fine almost holding that 44 in the bottom, and then suddenly your top laner drops 1v1 in the base. You just go in full recovery position and you just try to lose maybe max 1 inhibitor. It's so incredibly hard to play against SKT with the siege from Azir, the split push from Marin there on that Fiora, and then have somebody drop. That's honestly a mistake from SOAS, just overextending.
The multiple threats there is too much to deal with. There's nobody on Origin that can handle the split pushing Fiora at this point.
They did thwart the inhibitor pressure, still alive. They dropped a tier 3 tower there in the top lane, but if they can push out, get control of the map, maybe set up for a teamfight again. Let's see what SOAS is doing.
He's in his own base. Just Marin does so much damage.
A perfect repost too. Just, It's greedy, you can't... There's no reason to do that as SOAS, because at best you're gonna poke a champion that has a lot of lifesteal built in already. So it's a play that can only make you lose.
Kennan's all about the team fight here. Wants to get into 5-on-5 for Origin and try and force something on the main group of SKT. But again, the Azir ultimate can knock him back out. Kalista can stall him.
Easy does so much damage now. Abyssal Scepter in, Death Cap, the most recent addition. Void Staff probably next. And Huni is definitely a threat. 412 minion kills, highest in the game by a lot.
So comfortable on that champion. And again, the SKT vision is all throughout both quadrants of Origin's jungle, deep even inside the base.
It's just becoming a race right now for either on one side Niels with the help of Expected to burn through the front line and just get the resets going, and EasyHoon to just whack away with his soldiers and kill everybody else, and then eventually they'll meet, and Niels will need some big crits to really win that fight because EasyHoon is so much damage right now.
There's already Bengi kind of cutting off one of the moves here. He's totally comfortable this far up in the lane. Plenty tanky on this Jarvan.
The way that SKT push and prod you in all 3 lanes at once. Marin is just so good at staying safe in the side lane on Fiora. That's why he always ends up with this giant experience lead and gold lead over the enemy top laner.
No hidden deep wards and no home guard teleport here on SOAS. That is the counterplay to this repetitive sieging. You just put a ward behind them.
Well, there
are
a couple wards here if SKT push up all the way to the inhibitor turrets. On either mid or bottom side, he has options.
But of course, Marin is not even against a turret here, and we saw him kill SOAS inside the base earlier, so that is an easy lever for Marin to pull. And SKT have a very lopsided top side of the map.
Silver line there for Origin is that, yes, Marin has this experience advantage. Hey, he capped out already, though. He's at 18, can't get any higher.
They run out soon enough.
It's a really nice way to look at your opponent's level 18. Oh dear.
Ah, you capped yourself too early.
I don't know if that really
that's
works.
Not actually, that's not actually a good.
I don't think peeking too early works in this case, but the game is stalled out once more. Baron has ended for a while.
40 seconds only, though. The vision war is very real right now.
And of course, SKT, this is Dragon 4 for them, so they're 6.5 minutes away from a potentially game-winning buff. They want to play it really slowly. Not that they have to, of course.
If they clump up, though, there's so much AoE damage coming out of SOAS on that cannon, the Victor there for Expected. If any of them provide just enough damage to get a reset and the explosive charge explodes in that fight too from Niels, that's an instant whitewash, instant ace. So SKT have to be incredibly careful when they do group up to get these objectives.
All right, Marin on the bottom side. He does have teleport, as do PK and SOAS.
They're collapsing on him right now.
One of them.
Origin are late on the party towards the Baron, though. SOAS has to pop Zunius to get away.
Oh, and ultimate. SKT
and there's the push. There's the knock, and he gets 2. Here's the teleport to save the team, but amazing. Taking so much damage. He's the first casualty. Bengi could be next. It will be a trade. Niels is okay, and he gets his knockup kind of canceled there. Then now Wolf in the front lines, but it's already 1 kill picked up. SOAS can't find anyone to hit. Slowed down by the Azir wall, I believe. And meanwhile,
Marin's hitting the base.
Marin is hitting the base, so Peke must recall. But SKT could try to stop. They will not. It will be the inhibitor going down, and they're re-engaged towards Baron. Origin get neither going their way.
Pulled apart here. Expert use of the more powerful split pusher there by SKT.
At the same time, an incredibly unlucky flash here from SOAS. Goes over the wall and he gets clipped by one of the remaining soldiers from EasyHoon's ultimate, and he just trying to get there. Nope, couldn't get into that team fight with his ultimate, and at that point, yeah, Marin takes the inhib, and the Baron goes down.
And it feels like part of this game is collapsing now for Origin. They had the chance of trying to surround Marin and killing him. They had the chance of rushing down a very easy to kill Dragon 2 with a 5-item Tristana here. They choose none of them. They take lazy, slow recalls. SKT takes the entire map, and Origin are losing this game.
Easy Hoon, fantastic ultimate though in that fight. Really good showing why Azir is considered such a good late game teamfight champion. Completely pushes Peke and Niels out of the fight with no way to re-engage because you can't jump over that wall because you'll just get bounced back again. And then SKT's in full control because again, they're split pushing 4-1. Maren so often peels off and does his own thing and tells his team to just stay quiet, you know, just do whatever you guys are doing. Don't concede that objective. Play with it with the necessary amount of respect, and he takes down bottom in it.
And don't forget how SKT built even the very beginning of this game with so much of Bengi's early attention up top, helping Maren get the lead on Soaz. Here comes the flank though. This is their shot.
Maren does have teleport. And the Azir turret is down. This is the chance for Origin to make a move. Amazing spotted on his flank. Bengi now to zone out Mithy. He's got to be careful. And this Alistar could get caught out. No one goes for the taunt.
No one can deal with Maren though. I mean, Soaz is up here looking at him, but he's still taking chunks out of the inhibitor.
Stun. Peke could land a slow. Another slow lands as Maren is at half HP. Now the push in. Whoa! Niels has to pop quick service Ash to remove the slow to run away. Mithy just trying to clear a few minions. They've got to get this Tristana to heal up quickly. Maren, meanwhile, has plenty of lifesteal, can get himself back to safety on this Fiora. Soaz losing health. Mid lane under fire. Should be an easy pickup there. Blue Elixir even there for more structured damage. Amazing gets caught. Dies during the knockup. Bang is on a rampage. And inhibitor number 2 and inhibitor number 3 gonna be going down. Wolf and Bengi in pursuit. Peke goes down. The fight resumes 3v5. Soaz can't even kill off Easy Hoon. He's got more shields than health bars. And everyone's dying. Neil's the only man alive. This will be the game. SK Telecom T1 are undefeated still in the World Championship. And they're 1 game of 3 in the way to the finals.
Undefeated still, but Origin made it further than any other team has here at World against SKT.
Couple things still held true. SKT finished the game with a Baron buff, took them a couple more. This time, very long game. 43 minutes, 29 seconds, more down like Origin's alley. So definitely gave SKT a run for their money. And this roster, I believe 4 out of 5 from SKT T1S back in the day, actually ending up here looking poised, yeah, to go undefeated at Worlds.
Your cartwheeling days?
Nope.
Not yet.
Not
Rebbo,
yet.
Not yet.
Well, I think certainly the Origin put up, as you guys were mentioning, a much better fight than expected. Not only just the fact that the game went late, but the fact that Origin had a lead, and a decent one early on into the game. This was not the Origin we were seeing at the World Championship. The team that, despite being top 4, was still averaging gold deficits in the first 25 minutes of the game, but this was the Origin actually doing well early on, finding good matchups, making different plays in the lane swap. Oh, give the gold to Tristana for a pickaxe recall to get a good 2v2. Oh, you have to force Bang out of lane early because the item disadvantage is so great. These are things that did matter, that did blow up part of the gold lead. The side lane pushing was good for Origin.
They also made their biggest swing in the mid game off of the Baron trade for Dragon, which they are probably not going to be able to get again. No. SKT, there are many things that Como will be talking to the players about after that game, and vision around the Baron post 20 minutes is probably going to be one of them.
You could already see the shifted priority on that Baron vision after that first one went down. The amount of picks that Origin almost walked into on SKT's side, just trying to get that vision back. Double pink ward there every time. Defended a lot more. SKT wasn't playing as 1-3-1 heavy as they usually have. They were actually playing a pretty heavy 4-1, just 4 members around that Baron area with Maren continuously showing us why Fiora is becoming one of the best top picks in the game right now.
It's a chance we might see banned away in game 2, but we're going to talk about game 1 a little bit more with the analyst desk. So we're going to send it down to Dash and Crew.
Thank you, gentlemen. There is so much to talk about here because we set up so much, and then so much of it went differently than we may have assumed. I want to start with picks and bans. Jungle, with Gragas out, we saw Origin go and try and pinch the jungle. Bengi decided to show them that he can play Jarvan.
Yeah, I think the pick and ban revealed a lot about these teams. I actually do like what Origin did in the pick and ban phase by banning out the junglers, and because by doing that, they actually force SKT into either banning the OPs or trading things. And the reason I think this is interesting is throughout this entire tournament, it's kind of been the Mordekaiser and Gangplank. But if we consider the picks that were huge in the quarterfinals, Tom Kench, Lulu, it starts to extend. SKT didn't want to trade 1 for 2, even if they had the first pick. So by banning out the junglers on the red side, they actually made SKT make a pretty decisive choice, and SKT did end up limiting their options a little bit.
Well, I think the choices Origin made were because they had to once they first banned the Elise. Once you ban Elise, you no longer have 2 bans left. You're going to ban Rek'Sai, or you're going to give them a free Rek'Sai. So once SKT started banning out the regular purple side bans, I think they're like, well, we kind of already dug ourselves in this Elise ban, so we have to keep going with it. And that kind of like flowed for their pick and ban, even though they didn't want it.
Right, and what this ended up doing was giving SK Telecom many of their comfort picks. I mean, we talk about EasyHoon. We associate him with Azir. We talk about Bang. He is now 13-0 professionally, undefeated on Kalista. And so these kind of picks coming through, when you can't throw these more targeted bans out, they're going to get the comfort picks.
Yeah, I mean, it's the nature of being on red side. I still like what Origin did because you don't have many options. Like, they can't then ban out Azir and Fiora because then they're giving them the pick the litter jungler and a trade of OPs.
Well,
like, it just doesn't work.
Their decision was good. Like, they had to give up the power picks, they realized that. So they picked the counter picks. Like, although Victor isn't a counter pick to Azir, he can do well.
The attempted counter.
But the Kinnan into a Fiora, I think, is great. I think the Tristana into Kalista is great as well. So if you're going to have to be giving up these picks, at least have something in your pocket to play against it.
Let's take a look at how that manifested in the game as we look at SKT grabbing that victory. We saw the lane swap come through. Looked rather in favor of Origin as they had a quick push with Tristana, but they decided to leave Soaz in the long lane following the initial turret falling.
I think this was tunnel vision incarnate. So they get the counter picks on Kalista, they get it on Fiora, and they go, okay, we can lane 2v2 and 1v1, yay. But they don't realize, like, Tristana's gonna auto push, so they can't really freeze that lane when normally when you lane swap, you get a frozen lane and a lane that you have to defreeze. So now they're sitting in a lane that they don't get to freeze, and they have to de-push top. But, like we said, in Origin likes to send their jungler bot lane. Eve goes bot. Kinnan is alone top. Poor guy.
With no wards in the river.
With no wards in the river. And even if he did, they're just going to chase him down the lane and keep freezing it. There's nothing that you can do in that situation as a solo lane, like top laner. Like, you have to have your jungler, you have to have your support. So I think they tunneled really hard on the counter picks and abusing them, and they didn't realize that it kind of like destroys how 2v1s are played.
And I actually think the outplay that Soaz did to stay alive did a lot to save Origin's early game and ended up giving them a bit of an advantage because they spent so much time chasing around Soaz for no total gold gain. Meanwhile, Amazing got like a 15 or 20 CS advantage while he was not having presence in the lanes, and that did give them a mid-game spike, but that actually really shouldn't have happened unless Soaz makes that ridiculous escape.
Yeah, and but later as the game progressed, I mean, we saw 100+ CS difference from Marin because it was SK Telecom. We talked about how they can increase these gold leads, how they are very good at assigning lanes and making sure they get all of that gold. And so they really started pulling ahead in farm over time.
No, it was funny. We had these statistics coming into the day where SKT averages at 20 minutes a 4K gold lead. And Origin averages down 160 gold at 20 minutes per that graph that we showed. Well, today in this game one, Origin was up 700 gold at that 20-minute mark with, you know, with that, and then follow that up with that amazing Baron call at 23 minutes.
I think Origin played really well this game. I was very impressed by their play on the map. They did the same thing against KT, if you remember, in the game in the group stages, trying to take this early Baron. And, I mean, this is right after we did see SKT sort of win a scrap, and they had an opportunity to get some wards down, but they really didn't respect Origin. This is all dark, as you can see right now. So it made it a very easy, very good Baron call for Origin.
Yeah, and these are the types of games I like to watch because, yeah, you can make an argument that SKT should have had vision of this Baron or they should have had early wards down, but so many of these plays weren't big misplays. They were just the other team taking advantage of opportunity. Even at the very end of the game, when Origin was trying to kill the split-pushing Fiora in the top lane, I think that was the best play they could have made when they double teleport and get the Baron play. The execution of the play wasn't necessarily ideal and it didn't work out for them, but it was still a really well-played play.
Now, so I want to really quickly break down then how it all fell back into SKT's favor, because Origin, for all intents and purposes, was set up to win this game with what they were doing within the first 25 minutes.
Well, I mean, the SK Telecom did have a very nice scaling composition, and that Fiora got so far ahead and so tanky. And I know that Jat wants to talk about the itemization a little bit in this game because he felt very passionately about it.
Yeah, so this was an Origin game. Origin pulled even with SKT, and then we actually got to see what SK looks like when they're challenged. They outplayed them with the split push, and I think Origin made some big itemization mistakes. Niels was snowballing the game pretty well, so he had his core 3, Bloodthirster, Static Shiv, and Infinity Edge. And then I think he wanted the Scimitar in case Fiora tried to zero him out. But in doing so, by starting BF Sword, he delayed his item build so long that the rest of SKT saw the BF Sword, built Warden's Mail on 3 people, and Niels didn't have armor penetration, which neglected the opportunity for Origin to find the right team fights. And it's one of the big reasons SKT wasn't punished while they were split pushing.
Well, a little bit of time for both of these teams to continue to rethink their strategies moving on to Game 2. We're going to take a quick break as Origin look to bounce back and tie it up in Game 2. As we go, we'd like to give a shout out to Declan Wadey, who developed the Skin Spotlight camera tool you've seen in action throughout Worlds 2015. Don't touch that browser. The World Championship semifinals continue when we return.
Game 1 of the semifinals. South Korea's SK Telecom T1 versus Europe's Origin. Running away through the wards. Pop Summoner Teleport. Is a god. Mithy's ult's already down. A 3-man knockup. Beautiful. Gets one back from Alistair, but Mithy's already dead. Wolf survives.
Okay, that's good. Can we go?
Yeah, just go. We can. Back out now. Yeah, maybe. He's dead. But the Slicing Maelstrom buying a lot of time. 1 for 1 in this fight. Mithy gets a knockup onto Bang, and look at the damage output. Wolf and Bangy in pursuit. Peke goes down. The fight resumes 3v5. Soaz can't even kill off EasyHoon. SK Telecom T1 are undefeated still in the World Championship.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2015 World Semifinals, where SKT is up 1-0 after a comeback win against Origin to start the day. And Jad, you hit it in the post game. This was one of the first times we've seen SKT really challenged in this tournament.
Yep.
But it wasn't enough. Origin still didn't come away with a win, so the question is, where do they go from here as a team when they're looking to refocus for Game 2?
I think Origin just needs to continue to be creative in their draft phase and hope for a similar game they had in Game 1. They were in a position where a couple team fights go a different direction and they win the game. I really like what they did in the draft phase because there are two specific subsets of champions that you can starve in the draft phase right now. Junglers and the OPs right now. So unless SKT is willing to play the same red side game that SKT did last game, they're going to get the same thing, or they're going to get one of the starved champion pools pick the litter.
And what I really liked about Origin, and we talked before, what does Origin have to do to make this a competitive match? Well, they came roaring out of the gate, much more aggressive play than we've seen before, getting those early game leads. And that's something that has not only not happened against SK Telecom, Origin has not been doing it either. So this is a really strong, I think, initial performance and might make this best of 5 much closer than I originally thought.
If you had to look at one individual on Origin to step it up this time around, who are you looking at?
I have to say amazing. I think he got caught out in some of the later team fights and was playing a bit risky as to how he was checking around vision. And he does need to do, I think, a lot more. And I'm also concerned about the low amount of pressure he put out in the early game in that last one, as well as the presence around Soaz in the top side.
Yeah, if you watch his early game, he sent both of his extremely farm-heavy paths ended up bot lane while the Tristana was pushing. I understand you have to save that lane, but this is during top lane's fiasco of he burns TP and flash. So I think they're still not understanding where he needs to be at all times, like where the most efficient pathing is for him. And then, yeah, later in the game, once they lost the vision control over Baron, was really weird. They get the first Baron, and then this is OG style that I was talking about earlier, that they're kind of getting better into like the slow kind of play that SKT is really good at. And it shows, like, they got the first Baron, that's great, but now where are the pinks around Baron? Where are the vision control around Baron? The next thing that happens is SKT just sets up camp around Baron and continually catches Origin trying to come back in.
All right, well, it's time to see if Origin can tie the series in Game 2. And as we check in with the casters, Marin shares SKT's strategy for dealing with Origin's strong team coordination.
일단 부담감은 그렇게 크진 않고요. 그래도 평소에 하던 대로 하면 될 것 같고 오지팀이 운영을 좀 잘 하는 것 같은데 라인전에서부터 스노우볼을 좀 굴려가면 운영을 하기 전에 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Well, it was interesting. He talks about the fact that, we think we can win before they start making those plays, but it was actually Origin that actually started out with a strong early game, and it was SKT making really clutch plays at the end of the game that got them back in.
Yeah, the two main things, the two factors that really led to that comeback for SKT, the huge split pushing threat of Fiora. Marin's been great on this champion. Yep. And then obviously EasyHoon on the Azir, classic champion for him. The late game so secure with that.
At the same time, we can pull into question Amazing's pathing and just how he wasn't helping Soaz that often, because he made a phenomenal outplay. juking that flash, then going to the brush and teleporting out. But all intents and purposes, Soa should have been dead right there. That should have been a snowballing Marin in the laning phase, and that could have been the defining matchup that early in the game already, and Amazing couldn't get as much done at the other side.
And I like that point with a small tweak of actually not going to help Soaz, but making the play on the bottom side of the map. There were multiple times where Amazing was on the bottom side of the map while Soaz was taking up the time of multiple members, and he wasn't able to punish Bang and Wolf, who were in the extended lane.
So now we get to see what adaptations are made as we get ourselves into the game. Back in game one, SKT blue side of those 100% pick ban champions of Gangplank Mordekaiser. I guess Mordekaiser actually more like 97%. He went by once, but now Origin making some swaps. They're figuring out what SKT wanted to play. Now they're doing some very specific bans. The Azir is already away from EasyHoon. They retain the Lulu ban here, and we can see that junglers are not pinched yet.
Could see a Rek'Sai ban here from Origin and then going for the Elise first pick. That is one of the strategies you can do, or just leave them all open and get the Kalista on your side.
I think we may see the TF come to prominence again as well here. EasyHoon's Azir is banned out though.
I would almost rather ban Fiora and then leave, you know, all three of them up and try to get the right sort of pinch going. Because if Rek'Sai and Elise are both up, you can just trade 1 for 1. It's not that bad.
I would rather see a Riven locked in to play against Fiora, just because I love that skill matchup and it's so snowbally.
The question is Soaz good enough to handle Marin in that matchup, though? Marin has been absolutely ridiculously good this tournament so far. And do you trust Soaz to win the 1v1?
If you
in a matchup, he has to win.
Is it a 1v1 though?
Well, exactly.
Sure,
you have to. If you see a Fiora Riven matchup, you send you send everybody you can to influence it.
Well,
all right. There's
Rek'Sai up, but that of course allows a trade of other champions. The Tahm Kench is available.
This has to be a Rek'Sai first pick.
Wasn't even picked last game.
It was banned.
Right.
If I remember properly.
Hey, you're both right. No.
Hey, look at us. All of us putting our stats into work here.
I don't think it was banned, but
maybe I'm wrong then. Maybe it wasn't blue side banned, and I'm just silly. Well, either way, the Rek'Sai first pick did come through. There is the Tahm Kench.
Maybe it was.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Either way, you were right that it wasn't picked. So 100% Kobe is correct.
So remember though, Thresh does a very similar thing, or Origin will use Thresh in a very similar manner. Well, they'll have Mithy trail on the side lanes that are split pushing, use the Lantern for a long range save of someone who's trying to control minion waves.
And if this Orianna gets locked in, I wonder why exactly the Elise ban came through from SKT. The only sort of OP they got from this trade was the Tahm Kench.
It probably just got to a point where they're comfortable playing any jungler into Rek'Sai, and they think that matchup disparity just is smaller than playing anything into Elise, because SKT have shown to love Elise. 5 first picks in 5 blue side games leading up to this game, all have been on
Every
on
jungler in the world Elise is the top tier right now, so like you don't want to play into that.
Yeah, the question is
playing
the Delta,
into
right?
Playing into Rek'Sai is much more of a generalist. She is strong, does have a slight advantage.
I'm not debating the
most
strength.
other ones.
It's the delta between Rek'Sai Elise and then Rek'Sai next.
Exactly. And
SKT decides that the Rek'Sai next delta is not as big. That's what it comes down to, and they decided that Tahm Kench is worth picking up first round. The Orianna, though, blind pick is very atypical. SKT have never, I believe, first round blue sided a mid laner. No? Or red side, rather.
Easy unafraid.
Origin to make their choice. Though the dual lane locked in here, Tristana picked up quite quickly.
Just want to get more feel of what Origin's going to bring to the table so they can cater their jungle pick, because now you have to go into, instead of like these generic junglers that work in every situation, you may want to get something very specific for this matchup.
And you have to look at the whole team comp as well. With Tahm Kench and Orianna locked in really early, it looks like a very defensive lineup coming out of the bat here, but Sivir being locked in to boost the speed here of the entire team, and we'll have another look at Bengi's Jarvan.
Well, that's interesting, actually, the fact that Sivir got grabbed, because normally we saw Tahm Kench do as well with a Jinx, right? Protecting a hyper carry.
The hyper carry here is not the AD carry, it is Marin just on a top lane. This is, instead of a Jugger Jinx, Jugger Sivir composition, may just become like a
Jugger Fiora.
A Jugger Fiora composition where your entire lineup revolves around facilitating that top laner. A lot of the strong top laners in this matchup, in this meta rather, have weaknesses in terms of mobility. Well, that's solved. They can fall low in fights. That's solved, and you have an Orianna for these team fights later on.
Also, may I say, the Kenshi is actually a big threat in himself, and speed boosting up Tahm Kench is very scary. Tahm Kench only needs like 3 stats: health, speed, and you can throw in some resistances and cooldown reduction.
It's basically
and he's good to go.
Speed of spells, cooldown reduction, great, more health and speed. Well, Last few picks here for Origin. Will they go back to this Victor for Xpeke? He played a ton of Anivia last week. Looks like he's back to the Victor here. The Fiora will get grabbed up by Origin. No, it does go back to the Anivia. So, 2 major carries, a nice backline. Anivia can do plenty.
Baby.
And now SKT say, all right, well.
So I do like this preemptive sort of attempt at a counter of a top lane melee carry from SKT, locking in the Anivia. Anivia and Morgana, you can do a decent amount to hinder the movements there of whatever top lane carry, but it looks like just an more early game focused, sort of base damage oriented SKT.
This is what Marin wanted to do. This is the counter pick that Ssumday had prepared against
That's risky though.
2 Tigers, and it didn't work out. Now the Renekton does come through, so it's not quite the Riven versus Fiora matchup, but it is Renekton.
Not even close.
Fiora.
I feel like
it starts with the same letter.
Completely different.
You do AoE with pressing Q. I mean, this is the same flavor of champion in a lot of ways.
Origin with another composition that they've run a lot before, where they just have incredibly slow game pace. They want to get that Anivia rolling, and then later in the game, they can start kiting in the team fights in the mid game. That's what they use the wall for, the bindings, the black shield. And then in the late game, once they start sieging, this is an incredibly hard to defend against siege composition, because later, like I'm talking 35 plus minutes, wall on one side, ulti on the other, and Tristana only needs 5 seconds to tear away at your tower. So Origin with some tricky team fights here. But if SKT can close the gap, catch Xpeke with a single CC, the fight can turn, and they do have the tools to do that.
Yeah, and I feel like SKT do have an early game oriented advantage as well here versus Origin. Anivia takes quite a while to scale up there, and Renekton right out of the gate is going to be huge. To your point, Freak, the one real big similarity there is the riposte versus the stun that's hard to see. Renekton's stun is not telegraphed very much either, much like Riven's, so that is the really difficult part of this skill matchup.
You have to guess. You have to guess when the stun comes out.
And it's the really entertaining part, because then you get into the mind games of how early are you going to throw it out. Because after you throw a post, if you don't hit it, Renekton will punish you severely.
He will punish you. So we'll see if that punishment happens, guys, and you can let us know if you think it will as well. As always, tweet at LOLesports, hashtag SKT win or hashtag OG win, based on which team you think is going to take this one home. But right now, SK Telecom T1, 10-0 in the World Championship. They're going for win number 11. Origin want to win this one, make it 1-1.
Yeah, and then just an interesting matchup in the bottom lane too. Tristana playing against the Spell Shield, playing against the Tahm Kench. Devour can deny the explosive charge from doing damage if you're in Tahm Kench's belly. But at the other side of that matchup, you have Black Shield, and Tahm Kench only gets online once you get 3 stacks. That's when you get a super easy Black Shield to deny any of the effects of Devour or Tongue Lash. So
meanwhile, we have a lot of champions toward the top side of the map here. Morgana moving in for the Tri-Bush binding. He can throw it blind.
Oh, wow. By chance, Marin walks forward. That would have been a flash down. And maybe even a kill if Peke landed Q.
All right, round 2, boys.
Marin's a genius.
Whoa.
Faked him out.
Well, they actually kind of have a bit of surround on Wolf and Bang, but
is the cooldown back up, though?
Binding is going to hit Wolf. They're going to land the stun for Anivia as well. Marin buys some time, and SKT walk away. No summoners lost.
No counter wards though. There's nobody infiltrating Origin's jungle. So right now, Origin is the team getting deep vision. Marin moving in again.
They land the bind into
Mid.
Oh, and the stun lands. Exhaust is there. There's a flash by Marin, but it's not going to be enough. He will go down. Niels is going to get it. First blood to Origin. What a level 1.
And this is why I love Niels. Any other player would finish him off with a hit. Niels knows it's going to happen anyway, so he starts taunting Marin. Just hashtag just tilted, boys.
I would have liked to see the flare as well, but that's just bonus points.
Well, for the second time ever in the entire month of October, SKT have given up first blood in professional play. And now we're going to start with another aggressive jungle invade by the OG squad.
Looks like they're going to find the top lane up top for the 2v2 as well. Can Mithy stop the Krug, though? Because Tristana did get the first blood, but it looks like they've gotten away. Oh!
Hits Wolf, though.
With the Krug there for SKT duo lane.
But it's a matched lane with Wolf incredibly low and the rest of his team nearby.
And more importantly, you have a potion advantage. 3 potions here on Niels picked up in addition to that longsword, because yeah, he flashed for that kill. He needs to get level 2 so he gets a jump.
Binding hits
Bang,
Bang,
no
wow.
spell shield, but
Should have hit Wolf.
You gotta wait with that with that Devour too. You can't do it too early, because then once you throw him out, it will still do damage. So perfect timing there from Wolf. A good aggressive play from Mithy.
And looking for the knock-up there, Amazing has the red buff. Of course, everyone knows where those guys started.
Amazing showing in mid lane here, though, as he crosses from red to red. So Bengi knows that he has nothing left in the upper quadrant because his duo started the Krugs, and he saw Amazing go across. So let's take an eye on, keep an eye on Bengi here to see how he reacts. This is one of the most difficult points for a jungler, when you know you've been counter-jungled on one side, and you know that the enemy team knows it as well, and they're going to be defending against it. You might make a beeline to try and take away Origin's blue side, but that's so risky since his top lane is getting bullied here by Niels and Mithy.
Yeah, if he wants to go for that play, he needs EZO pushing in the mid lane, because Niels and Mithy pushing in the top lane, that could be a 3-man collapse there on that blue buff, setting him so far behind. Speke is showing. He's a good Nivea player, he winning at the same time.
The other thing that you can do is level 3, Jarvan. He can go for a gank. He has all the abilities necessary here.
No flash on Niels, remember that. Black Shield just went down, so he's down for another 10 seconds.
Niels does have Rocket Jump. Bind on Wolf, has to pop Thick Skin. And all as well, but Bengi's still around. Looks for the knock-up onto EZHoon. He's going to flash away. And now comes the attempt for Bengi. Won't find a thing.
Amazing should be getting really far ahead right now.
OG knows this is coming. If Wolf walks up on this amount of health, just in the lane like that, going for a trade, you know you're about to get ganked. So Origin playing the necessary amount of respect. And yeah, SK trying to brute force a gank here for their bot lane, something they generally don't really do. They play around Marin.
Interesting. Amazing actually showing himself, giving up more information mid, but Bengi takes that opportunity. He places a ward on the blue buff, and he has Smite available. You can go for that really tricky Smite steal, but oh, he already stole it. Nope, that was his that timed out. All right, he's just going to leave him, and they just track Amazing. So Amazing is getting that lead I was looking for.
Bengi just spent all that time literally killing nothing. He didn't kill the Gromp. He didn't.
Scuttle Crab.
Oh, okay. He got sorry. He got a Scuttle Crab and a Trinket Ward. All right. Meanwhile, 2 camps over to Amazing. Marin back in the lane. He burns Summoner Teleport to get into the lane, keep himself alive. But look at this. Bang is alone up here. Just kidding. Bengi's there. Mithy's got to be careful. A great flash. Yep. Not so much alone after all. Great Boomerang Blade. Bengi down a half.
Yeah, Mithy really regretting putting down a torment. That soil that deals absolutely no damage rank 1 right now.
Yeah.
And then getting tower aggro.
Bengi, no. Bengi taking a lot of damage. Great pickup by Wolf. Amazing. Gonna tunnel forward, but not find anyone to get.
No teleports available from the top laners, but mid laners could make their way top for a dive.
Right now, it's not the case. EZHoon has recalled, has a Chalice, does have Summoner Teleport. Wolf's at full health, Mithy at half mana.
Amazing also just tunneled over the Baron pit to try and get into SKT territory here. He hasn't gone back to base though, so he has no wards, he has no jungle upgrade for his Smite, and he can't get much done. What you need to do though, he's got this lead on Bengi, he's going to try and keep him down. Bengi's going to head bottom lane though.
Yeah, adaptation in this matchup to Niels using the explosive charge on very low HP minions to add 1 bonus damage to it, then proc the minion death for an instant AoE poke, because he knows if he uses it straight on Sivir, it will be spell shielded or devoured, so it can't use that, but bang with the reaction, good spell shield, so seeing some experience in this matchup already.
So Bang has actually been spell shielding even just regular minion death ease, which is interesting for him, so he's getting a lot of mana that way, but actually, the way the abilities work though, one gets spell shielded, the other still deals damage, so Bang trying to make that play, Niels plays around it by actually having both spells hit at the same time, still takes damage on the Bang.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Marin is eking out that CS lead versus Soaz, and Renekton getting to level 6 first. Very scary in that matchup. So that's why we're seeing Soaz play so defensively down bottom now. You have to respect the all-in.
All right, well, Peke still pushing EZHoon in. Shockwave will not quite put him in a turret range though. Ulti traded. EZHoon low on health. Peke though out of mana now. He's gonna have to recall.
Well, he's gonna need some help shoving that wave.
He literally can't even shove it himself. Marin is on the way, but was spotted by Amazing's Tremor Sense, but they didn't realize that there's the flash. Oh! Marin was still dashing. He couldn't land the auto attack to knock down Peke.
Yeah, too fast and not enough.
You almost knocked down Crepo there. He was so scared by that.
Too fast, but not quite furious there from Marin with that gank. He really didn't have the flash. He just EW would have been the correct play right there. Peke getting away with his life right there. But overall, both teams collapsing in the mid lane. This is something we've seen very often in EU LCS from Origin. Mithy pathing mid, dropping a pink ward for Expected on one side, then Amazing or Expected will place another pink on the other side, and it becomes impossible to gank Peke
is so necessary since his flash is down and Nivea, the slowest champion.
Can't capitalize on that bind. Peke is stuck here. Really wants to push.
He denied it a couple. Yeah, 1 minute.
We're 15 gold for that bind, you know. Wonderful stuff there. Peke, though, still not recalling. He's sitting right now on 1,900 gold, so Catalyst here is waiting in the base for him right now if he wants to pick those up as his build. Still just sticking into this wave. Mithy, Black Shield to get through the lane. Neil's level 6 right now as the lane swap back to the bot side. Peke loses the recall, but there's no flash for Easy. No, take it back. It's back up already. I expected it to be down, but it's already back.
Yeah, Bang and Wolf, they did a good job though. Staying even CS, being down this many potions and some experience early, getting like those Krugs early. Now they're actually winning these trades. They stayed even on CS, BF against BF, even though they were laning against triple potion and a longsword in a double range matchup. Honestly, fantastic performance from them to keep that CS even and just nullify whatever advantage OP had in that 2v2.
Keep an eye on the wards. Oh, the wards in the side brush.
All right. Oh, Summoner Teleport canceled, though. Looks like Peke did not want to go after all.
If you want to pull that off, you have to wait for the commitment in an engage down bottom, though. You're never just going to
randomly teleport.
Yeah, randomly teleport it to start it out. A binding has to land, or Tom Kench has to go all in.
Great pickup by Wolf. Here comes Bangi. Mithy's in a really bad spot. Does not have flash. Does not have anywhere to go. Okay, Niels can live, but it's still a 1-for-0. Great pickup by SKT.
Miscommunication on the teleport, and then great gank there by Bangi. Let's see what else they can get off of it.
A lot of control on the bottom side. Actually, Niels about to be surrounded here. Look how far up Bangi is. Ulti forced just to stay alive.
They're going to get the tower lead off of that kill as well.
Nice play by Marin. Baits out the riposte. You can see plus 14 minions already, so as getting behind in the matchup.
And this is what Marin was talking about in that interview, is like, we don't need to allow them to make those macro level gameplay, shot calling victory moments there on Origin side. We simply want to outlane them. SKT right now, 1.4k ahead. Again, another early tower here. And taking a dragon to boot, and that's what we expected from Origin, just playing slow, steady, farm up for late game, but a team as smart as SKT will punish you for that eventually.
And look how quick they're even playing. Land the smite, walk back to mid lane, let Sivir finish it off, make sure these waves are under control, and look at this, amazing. Stalking Marin through the jungle. Marin had ulted to hold mid lane, I believe.
Looks like they are prepping for the dive as they send Mithy up as well.
Turret's plenty healthy though. Summoner Teleport up for Easy, and he can defend
down
Marin here. No ulti on Marin. Amazing will pull aggro. Here comes the teleports. Here comes a ton of damage. Holy cow, he's already gone. Amazing. Does flash to get away. The heal helps a bit, and Izuhun did cancel the teleport.
Yeah, so both mid laners failing teleports on side lanes here, and it is equalized. But the big rotation from SKT, they were already in transit with the duo lane, so the tower doesn't go down afterwards. SKT hold on to their objective lead, and Soaz has to...
He has flash though. A nice Black Shield stops the knockup, so it doesn't even have to flash away. There's no chance to kill him. There's not enough magic damage in the kit to break the Black Shield.
Yeah, good play there for Origin, just preserving the flash on Soaz, relying on the Black Shield against the Tom Kench, and it was actually Expected that cancelled Easyhoon's teleport in the mid lane. He got stunned out of that because signature move, you're gonna dive top. Well, Expected, all he has to do is find the Hoon, stop his teleport, because he himself can't follow.
Yeah, not that big a deal. I think Easyhoon wouldn't have been able to get much done up there, but the blue steal is very important against Anivia, denying that resource from Peke in the mid lane. He does get the shove into lane and might be able to wall off Easyhoon from one minion wave, though.
It is good against Anivia, but let's not forget Peke.
Whoa,
this here.
Nice play though, force the flash, still lands a stun, amazing. Oh no!
No.
Overextends, he's missing flash. Soaz gets some damage in, and all is well. Nothing too bad picked up, but now look at the bottom side. Soaz has teleport. Marin, once again, being attacked. Here comes the aggro. Wow, a big minion chunk gone, and Mithy had aggro. A nice double slice and dice. More slows in for the team, and they just keep stacking everything in. But Wolf is here for the save. Soaz maybe went a little bit too far. All is well. Man saved. Peke, meanwhile, turned into an egg, and the push comes in. But Amazing is here! The two-man knockup trades onto Bang. Mid laner for AD carry. And Amazing still in the chase, but no one's around to
so
make this still happen.
are heading up, but fairly far away still.
Amazing taking more damage than he probably needed to.
The unburrowed range nerf right there.
I think it might have still been on the cooldown.
I believe the timer was timed out.
Well, meanwhile, though, Marin back to the bottom lane. Wolf was nearby this time around, though. They know to hide back. Soaz will not find the dive. Meanwhile, top lane just has waves and waves crashing into the turret, suiciding me. Here comes a push towards the backside. Can they find EasyHoon? No.
They found him. He's in the mid lane.
He's in Kench's belly.
In the mid lane.
Yeah, really, really good dives here set up by Origin. Good execution from Marn to make it out of there alive. Really, really playing in front of the tower and then double dashing his way out of there. Just in time for Wolf. They did deny the blue buff unexpected. Let's see why he went down here. Just not respecting Bang being MIA. A really good use of Sivir ultimate and aggressive flash to take that unexpected egg.
Yeah. But if Pekka was willing to flash, he needed to flash Shockwave. So just a great pickup there by EasyHoon. And okay, that re-engaged to at least trade 1-for-1. A great play by Amazing. So he's getting a much better game than he was in game 1.
Something we've seen from Origin overall, though, where they're setting up a really solid play at one side of the map, and they're just simply not respecting the other side of the map enough.
Wolf and Bang have made very, very quick recalls to swap between lanes, and the Tahm Kench has already saved many alive.
All said and done, the Origin are up 1 kill total right now. And the mind game of when will Riposte come out continues to evolve. So as this time didn't even press it, and Marin didn't even try to stun. Fun to watch them go back and forth with mind games there. Another giant lead for Marin.
Another interesting point about Marin is that the champions he's been selecting, Renekton and Fiora, over and over here at Worlds, are champions that build into Tiamat. Tiamat is such a crucial part of how SKT control minion waves. It's crucial to their game plan that Marin, as the captain and as the one who gets the experience lead early, is able to quickly clear the minion wave and then make his map movement afterwards to keep up the extra pressure that SKT try and work with. Tiamat already completed here for him, and he has a huge CS lead to work with.
Better damage on a Wolf, but all is well. Bang had popped the ulti to keep the chase going. EasyHoon does have Shockwave, but Mythy is around with the chance of Black Shield. Peke is out of mana, though. He can no longer slow anyone down. Dodges the tongue, all is well. Bot lane's getting pushed in, no one's holding it.
Scuttle Crabs are very important, yes. So, 4 people mid for SKT. They're trying to trade bottom lane for mid lane pressure here. And with Peke out of mana, I think they'll be able to make the trade.
Yeah, look at the hesitation from Niels. He tapped actually away from that bottom lane tower into the Tribar, saw the pink ward, doesn't have time to kill it, now returns back to the bottom lane. And this is the key difference that we've seen in these teams. Incredibly decisive map movement from Origin overall, and SKT, they get away with murder here.
Yeah, that turret is the repercussions of stealing the blue buff. Niels sticks around bottom, doesn't get the turret, and has to make a move up the river.
And they might literally get murder then, as Niels is now beset by a bunch of champions. Rocket Jump comes in, not enough to knock down Bang. Great play by SKT.
Set little bit of extra pressure, chain reaction. Starting 5 minutes ago when they steal the blue buff, continually attack mid to burn Peke's mana, get him out of the mid lane, no wave clear, and they're able to get multiple objectives off of it while keeping all of their outer turrets up.
Yeah, and this is why this Tahm Kench pick fits so well in SKT's playstyle, and especially in this composition. You have a top player that likes being alone 1v1 in the fight. You have a Sivir that is utility AD carry that likes split pushing waves, rotate quickly between lanes. Tahm Kench can show up behind these towers and really find yourself in positions where you usually don't expect to be ganked from. Really quick rotations, really quick pickoffs, and that's the way SKT likes to play. Open up the map, 1-3-1. Wolf, he's somewhere in the middle. Early game with Shen, that's what he wanted to do, defend against these picks. Now he wants to make them with the Abyssal Voyage.
And think about it, these champions all fit the same thematic, and in this game, SKT was willing to trade away that Rek'Sai. And yes, Amazing's had a better game this time than in game 1, but look at what Wolf has done. He's saved multiple teammates now with the Devour. He's made at least 1 pick now with that ulti. And here we go again, easy dragon pickup for SKT and trade for top turret.
They still have time on Origin's side though. By no means is this gold lead that important. If you can keep it within the 2,000, 3,000 margin, you have Anivia with the incredibly well-scaling late game build, really good kiting champion later on too. You have Niels who will scale at least even with Bang, and then Fiora will most definitely outscale Renekton. So SKT, they're playing on a bit of a clock.
Anivia also is troublesome for Sivir as well, as far as AD carries go. So if Peke can hold his own, he is keeping up in CS while giving up turret ground.
And it's a really late game scaling team, of course. Tristana, long-ranged, high auto-tech uptime, and Nivea stacking up both tier and Rod of Ages, so a lot of room to grow, but with SKT being so good at closing out games, they are ahead. This is risky for Origin.
We'll have to see if Origin gets caught moving up for wave clear. That's generally how SKT gets the most kills at this point in the game. People moving up for wave clear. We see some pings on the map. Wolf in the river.
Here's the thing. Martin doesn't have TP, so they're committing to the split push Renekton top. He's going to try and burn down the turret. Meanwhile, PeKe actually moves over there to try and wave clear. So Origin should be able to get this bottom turret without reaction here really from SKT. Because PeKe switched over to top lane, though, mid lane does get a little bit of presence.
Martin doing what he actually usually does. He pushes up top, fakes the rotation to mid, then goes back top immediately. A lot of other teams will push up top, try and force something mid, realize it's not working, then move back. He already preemptively keeps moving in between his lanes and always ends up back on the solo lane, pushing, putting pressure.
And it's a strategy that's enabled by that early Tiamat that he always gets on these Tiamat-focused champions. You can annihilate the creep wave so quickly, then go into Fog of War, not give away any more information. Keeps the enemy team guessing.
Schrodinger's crocodile.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it takes a bird with the eagle-eye vision going back and forth between these two lanes. PeKe has been back and forth, wave clearing top, then mid, then top, then mid. He might have to go back there again. Bottom lane turret to go down at least.
And while we keep track of all of these trades that SKT are making, the whole while they're purchasing wards while they go on these moves through Origin territory. Every time they make a map movement through the jungle here, they're dropping off wards as they do so that in the next 5 minutes of the game, the next 3 minutes, they get more information on the counter moves that Origin are trying to build.
Yeah, an incredibly slow and methodical approach here from SKT. They're not getting objectives. Origin, they seem fine, just keep wave clearing at their tier 2 towers, just saying, well, we're trading gold evenly somewhat. But eventually, that's when the lights go out, when it becomes dark, when all your current wards fade away. That's when SKT makes the play in the Fog of War.
Origin are looking for that team fight to turn it around. Right now, they're just trying to farm up. As we talked about, the scaling of Fiora, the scaling of Anivia.
Just get Baron wards. That's their only goal right now for Origin. Few wards far in between just so they can figure out what SKT is doing and then pull back again and just try and make a pick because SKT have overextended. Just like Marin, he may be caught out here.
He's pretty far. EasyHoon does have teleport, but no one else is nearby. There's the ulti pop by Soaz, a flash by Marin to really get himself away. Summon a spell for ultimate.
I think Amazing sidestepped the slice so he didn't proc the dice when Marin was forced to flash there.
Yeah, when you gank Renekton, you never want to come from directly behind him because it just enables his escape through the slice and dice. Always attack from the side.
Yeah, Marin wanted a double jump, but through Amazing's play, no dice. Great joke. Shut up.
Well, I saw you set up for it.
Yeah.
So excited.
You just kept talking, delaying it, making the punchline worse and worse.
Well, look at this. SKT, they return to 1-3-1, but they actually have Sivir in the bottom lane. A little bit more dangerous, so Bang is the one who has to retreat to Fog of War after trying to clear the minion wave.
Yeah, look at the difference though from Mithy and Wolf. Wolf's helping the strong side of the map here, defending that Baron vision. Mithy's just hovering around his AD carry Niels because he's afraid of a potential teleport, maybe Abyssal Voyage. They don't confide in Niels enough to be able to push that alone, so that means OG's playing the rest of the map 4 against 3.
They just saw Tom Kench on the Scuttle Crab by Baron though, so they know how to have a few seconds to try and shove the wave. They rotated towards mid here, fishing for bindings at the turret.
So hard to seed into an Orido at this point in the game.
Poses a lot of threat to these champions, and Origin get 2 caster minions up there before, oh, they're gone again. EasyHoon is totally safe in the mid lane.
I think we'll just see a lot of fussle around mid and bot lane, just trying to push that in and secure the dragon. That is probably what Origin is looking for. They don't really want to give up a 3rd dragon. SKT though,
Abyssal Voyage. Here comes Tom Kench, wall in the side, and here we go. Who's going to get picked up? Stun only hits Wolf. A great rocket jump plus Black Shield means nothing is gained.
That was actually very good communication on Origin. They didn't use all of their cooldowns. Soaz held onto his teleport. PeKe said, I have flash, don't worry, we're going to escape from this, continue pressing. And Origin actually have the minion wave advantage, all 3 on SKT's side.
And he's going to look for Marin right there. Gets one of the... Oh, and he perfectly times the riposte. He stops the stun while getting one himself. He's looking to chase Marin, but cannot land another one. A nice bind on the side, but they just don't have the damage to kill him off just yet.
Wolf is on the way.
Around. Wolf can save. A nice knockup by Bangi. Amazing's in a really bad spot. Eaten up and taken away from his flash. That's a kill.
Miscommunication from Origin. That bind land, they could have killed Marin, but Amazing went in for the play while his Soaz and Mithy were already backing off, so really not on the same page there.
Meanwhile,
some disconnect.
Well, bot lane already pushed in. Bang was totally safe on that bot side. Gets rid of plenty of minion waves. You can see 188 minions on him. 2-item spike already there for the Sivir.
And let's watch this again. Soa's really good identifying that he's first to fight Marin here. He has the minions in case Marin wants to trade. He has his team coming up, and just keep your eyes on that binding from Mythy, if that's communicated or not, because Amazing really wants to go for this dive. This bind lands. At this point, Soas could be diving Marin.
Also, Kench is trailing Amazing, but he's burrowed, doesn't see him until it's too late. The Tremor Sense triggers, and he knows
champions coming,
that maybe they were on top of each other. Kench is a fairly large fellow.
I mean, the thing is, they don't show up in the minimap, so if he's focusing on what's in front of him, he has to look at his own screen and scroll back down.
All right, no excuse. It was just poor. It was just a poor.
Yeah, just a tiny misplay. That's what we've seen from Origin before. They execute a lot of strategies in the mid game decently well, but then they make this minor slip up, whether it's some hesitation, face checking a brush here. So us, nope. Origin this time.
Oh, but he didn't realize who was there. It was only Marin who was hitting it. Wolf is around. Here comes the binding. He's going to miss, though. All the spell shots are going to whiff.
Just cover fire.
Bang's around on the backside. Of course, Bang does have ulti. 2-1-1 on him. Good start, another fight. Top side, fairly similar items, and despite the fact that Marin had 2 deaths, he's got so much farm. Soaz again looks for the fight, will land the grand challenge all the way, but look how little damage he actually dealt. The lack of farm hurting him here. And the rest of the team is coming. Here they come for the fight. Wolf is low, but has the gray health. Niels will go down to Bang, takes the wrong state, and oh, it's gonna get worse before it gets better. 3 kills already. It's gonna be 4 before long. Amazing. He's gonna tunnel away. He will survive, actually. And now Bangi finds the dunk. Xpeke is in a really bad spot. No flash. Shaka is going to land. It's going to be 4 kills easily for SK Telecom T1.
That is such a huge swing. That is so difficult to come back from. This is going to be a Baron on top of it. And then SKT are going to take a commanding lead here. Peke had actually started to move up the river first, but didn't pull trigger the teleport. EasyHoon just teleports right in there, and they cut off Origin as they're trying to come in and help.
Problem for Origin is they're trying to get rid of this split push situation they're finding themselves in by collapsing on Marin first. This is not the first time we have people collapsing on Marin. Look at Amazing and Mythy on your minimap. The problem is, if you force SKT to play on 2 lanes or just a single lane, you will be caught into a team fight. And you look at Niels right here. He's pathing through the brush with no vision, focusing Wolf. Bang! Just takes him out immediately. Just a little bit of damage from Bangi there. And at this point, the fight is lost because Wolf denies the death on Renekton here. Amazing has to path out, and Xpeke, just as we pointed out, isn't even in the fight.
Yeah, Tahm Kench's biggest power is nullifying cooldowns of the enemy team and nullifying damage output of the enemy team. The burst from Niels, his combo was used on Tahm Kench, then Bang arrives and gets to use his full AD carry combo to win out in that duel, and Wolf still has enough health to survive and go save Marin. Soaz, meanwhile,
he's got enough to go kill off Soaz now as well. Soaz blocks only as slow with riposte, does dodge away from Bangi's knockup and all as well.
Soaz has done a good job of getting himself out of very dangerous situations.
Yeah, Origin correctly identifying Marin as a shot caller and front runner on a lot of these map-wide plays from SKT, trying to collapse him in early before the split push sets in, relying on Xpeke being able to wave clear in a numbers disadvantage, but Marin showing why he's such a smart player. He very rarely gets killed in these exchanges. He may seem to get caught, but he's always manages to find a way out.
Not only does he avoid getting killed, he always earns this, look, 3-level advantage over Soaz, annihilating the minion wave, moving on, and keeping up the pressure. Now down bottom, he's going to try and split push while the rest of
He's actually fighting Niels.
Keep up pressure.
Niels has to run. Meanwhile, topside's getting saved. Niels is definitely going to die. There's the Origin swag, and just like this game, it looks like they might have their second loss.
Again, SKT as a team, they turn around bad situations in their favor. Marin gets collapsed upon while he disengages. Then instead of letting people base, he trails, finds one guy still trying to base there. Niels on the minimap. He dashed in, got him low, and now on the other side of the map, they're pushing in, using On The Hunt for even more pressure. Origin, they just don't know how to deal with this. All they have is wave clear from Anivia, but it's so hard to do that into the Baron buff.
And they slowly keep these turrets alive. They still drop, though, and of course Marin, who had already won the 1v1, getting plenty of damage down to the bot side. He's still got a Baroned up wave. This will be another turret picked up, so SK Telecom up 6 turrets to 9 kills to 3. They've got almost everything they could want in this game. Even Bangi invading into Amazing's jungle while his AD carries back in base.
They've cleaned up everything outside of inhibitor turrets of the Origin base so far.
I do like what Origin's trying to do though. They're the first team really that tries to fight SKT before they get the entire split push down. Split push's strategy is very weak when you're trying to set it up. If you get all 3 lanes pushing at once with some wards in between, you generally lose out once you collapse on a single lane. So they're trying to hit Marn before he gets going.
Before those wards come in.
They're just not executing it all that well. And then, most importantly, they don't back off on a bad play. Like on top, sometimes you just gotta let him go. Don't do that.
And of course, part of it did go well, right? Marn started out 0-2-0, but as you mentioned, the misplays. Now he's 2-2-1. Marn was always up in CS, even with all those deaths. He was routinely outlaning Soaz, and Kobe, you talked about picking for a lane matchup to hold down Riven. Maybe Soaz would do it. This time, Marn's doing it, and yes, he won the lane matchup, and this Fiora, down 3 levels, can't win the one-on-ones.
Origin's main goal right now is just holding on, making it 10 more minutes into the game, trying to wait for the scaling.
Fatigue your opponent.
Almost a 5,000 gold Baron power play, this one from SKT. Dragon stacking is going to get to be a problem as well. So Origin, the timer is ticking. It's very difficult for them to hold on because SKT have been diligent in keeping up the dragon stacking as well as the lane pressure. Number 4 going to come very, very quickly here. This one will go uncontested, and Origin may make a stand at number 5.
A patient player by SKT, pushing all lanes, warding in between, they back off, and they get another dragon uncontested. So Origin, yeah, waiting for that 5th dragon, maybe sneaking a Baron fight somewhere, trying to pick somebody off. But it's getting incredibly hard in these team fights to start winning them. The shield's coming out of from EZU. If that's on cooldown, you still have Devour. Because of the fact that they're actually trailing ahead in gold, Marn is not losing this late game matchup for Fiora into Renekton. So it's very hard to find a win condition right now for Origin, other than a major mistake from SK Telecom.
And this team is not known for major mistakes. SKT, so good at closing out their games. Dragon 4 picked up already, so another minion wave clears even faster. 50% bonus damage to minions for Dragon 4. Bangi starting to really push forward. The wards, very good from SKT right now. Many down to that bottom jungle. Starting to come down to the left side as well. Amazing says, hey, you're taking away my jungle. Could you stop that? Bangi says no.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna leave around the most annoying jungle smite. SKT take over the Wolf Wisp. Bangi has been unperturbed by the Gragas global ban here. He's performed so well on this Jarvan. The jungle targeting has not been an issue for SKT at all.
Yeah, 3-man knockup in the first game, really winning one of those fights there. Origin right now, they're grouped. If you look at itemization too, Mithy forced to go for, nullification of that Silver ulti with Talisman.
One more hit would do it, and the turret does go down. A flash force away from Peke. And oh, wow, the damage from Bang nearly kills off Niels, and who got a fight on the side. But Bang had already picked off the kill thanks to red buff. So as forced to flash. Boomerang Blade will not quite land, but it comes back, and Bang with dissonance will pick up that kill as well. There's a double for him. The rest of the fight continues. Peke knocked up, stops the Glacial Storm. And now that egg has nothing to do but get hatched. As he's attacked and killed. Back into an egg, back into a Nivea, dies anyway. 3 for 0.
A complete stampede here from SK Telecom. Pops on the hunt. Origin already used their disengage tools to secure that tower. Wall was used, ultimate from Peke was on a minor cooldown. Then Niels is caught up running away. Niels needs to be able to stand still and trade, then maybe he can win, but if Bang gets 2 uncontested autos, at that point, all you can do is...
crits. Bang has been rolling deep in crits this game.
Roll the dice.
Better dice than Marn certainly in this game, but he's been wave clearing down to the bottom side. 3, 2, and 1, still the ever-potent split push threat that Origin have yet to deal with all series long.
Yeah, and then once you disengage, usually that's enough distance to cover. But then again, Anivia is so weak. Wall is down at this point. If they had Wall, they could disengage you. Good aggressive flash from Bang, and
yeah. You got the auto crit and reset crit as well.
2 and 4. Still takes 4 autos. Ended up 50-50, but yeah, just great chase down. And Soaz can't even 1-2 on the AD carry. I mean, imagine what happened last game when Marn fought Niels.
It was an AD carry with the shield there from Orianna, though, helping him a little bit. But at the same time, I like the Abyssal Voyage too against Anivia, because once she disengages, you can close a lot of distance getting behind enemy lines. All you need to do is slow her down, and that's what Wolf has been doing repetitively in these fights. Marn found himself behind, amazing though. Pincer here from SKT.
Baron is already going down, and rapidly at that, it's down to 1,000 and an easy pickup. SK Telecom, their second Baron of the game. The first one got him a lot of turret kills. This one could win them the game.
With mid lane already open, It should be easy for SKT to keep up the pressure here. Soaz actually will even have a hard time 1v1ing Bang here. Bang doesn't have summoners though, so that would be his one hope. His ward does see Wolf though, so there goes all of that hope.
And he can QSS Grand Challenge anyway. We've actually seen now both times the AD carry getting QSS, or at least Mercurial Scimitar, 4th items because of the Fiora matchup. In later game team fights, Soaz will cut a wave down. That is something gained for Origin, a bit of time. But this wave must be killed if to do anything.
And again, Marin consistently away from his team. Just split pushing in the bot lane right now. He took away red buff. He's always moving first to keep an additional lane pushing. Never commit to a single lane.
Spell shield's down. Bang gets caught, but eaten away by a wolf. Stun did not land for XPeke. Did not buy him the time they needed. Bang pops ulti and the team runs away.
Yeah, and they can't afford to chase all the way through, make it a potential collapse with Soaz because there's so much pressure from Marin already in the bottom. Now he's done pushing bot lane. He's TPing top.
Blue trinket even used to spot him. Soaz has to take the long way around. It will buy a bit of time for Origin as the rest of the team is chasing Soaz. He's still trying to run. Command distance buys even more time. Wolf's on the run. Soaz does have one more jump. Gets some damage. Gets a riposte. And he's gone.
Because SKT were pushing all 3 lanes there as well, there's nothing that Origin could get while Soaz was running around. PraY tried to go top and add an extra wave of pressure top, but that's only a few minions, won't kill a turret or anything.
And that's the playstyle.
SKT return bottom, yeah.
Push every lane. If you do lose a fight, which is where, on itself, for SKT, there's very rare occasions where teams can actually capitalize with an additional objective. You lose a fight around Dragon against that, or you win a fight around Dragon against SKT, yeah, you can take a Dragon, but almost never can you take another tower, and that's why they came into this series without having dropped a single tier 2 turret. Origin with some creative shot calling, some really good laning phases so far, have breached those towers. They've actually gave SKT a run for their money, but still, in the late game, SKT showing just complete dominance of macro level shot calling too.
We talked earlier about how hard it is to siege against Orianna. It's even worse siege against Anivia, and SKT have still managed to crack a good portion of this base by pushing those other waves down as well.
So critical that they were able to get that mid inhibitor turret down, because once you have Baron buff now, it just flows right in.
Also, the SKT doing a good job just sieging other lanes than Anivia too. Never commit 5 mana to Anivia lane, because then wall and ult just get too much value. Marin consistently split pushing, and you can see so far ahead.
This is Dragon number 5 that will get annihilated really
Whoa! Already 1 kill picked up. Make that 2. No, amazing. Just barely slinking away, and a big wall says no thank you. But uncontested Dragon 5 that goes to SKT, no problem. Meanwhile, Soaz doesn't get the memo that the team disengaged. He's going to be an easy kill. Goes over to Wolf.
Yeah. Push all lanes, deny vision, and wait for the imminent phase check. And OG were forced to make this play. This was probably their best play, and hope that SKT made a mistake in their warding. But right now, PraY.
As QSS, I don't believe it blocked the double E damage, but either way, PraY forced to run away. Marin now next up in the chase. A flash, there's the hit. That egg's not going to be long for this world. It will turn back into Anivia, and the question is, can PraY make the outplay? Marin, nice stun. Yeah. Can't re-engage the Q to make it stun the target. Beautiful play right there, good knowledge of the mechanics, and now the push continues. SKT inside the base, there's the dunk, it blocks it, amazing. A nice shield from Orianna, still on the push forward. Origin forced to run away from their own base.
Well, SKT are going to move right in then and take down Nexus turrets.
3-16, all is well for SKT. Nexus turret number 1 goes down. Dragon 5 picked up. It makes the push easy. Individual play made it all happen. In perfect unison, the swag comes out, and SKT are 1 game away from their 2nd World Championship final.
The synchronized flag spam right there. Probably the best that we have seen yet as well.
I've seen some really good penta icons there in group stages. Add some flavor to the dying Nexus, but overall, yeah, this was one of the signature compositions that Origin ran in group stages. A lot of success found in that Anivia composition, but many people question its use in this matchup because it plays into SKT's strengths. You go for the slow late game approach from Origin. Yeah, sure, maybe you may be good at that, but you just give away too much in the laning phase, get too far behind, and you see how well SKT plays around vision control in between lanes, vision denial mostly. Origin, they only found 3 kills in this entire game.
And unlike the first one, there was no sizable early game lead for these guys. Yes, a great level 1 got on first blood, nice bindings, nice stuns and all that, but you talked about it in the lane matchup. Despite the potion and a longsword lead for the AD carry, despite a bunch of health in the advantage, SKT still held equal or maybe even won that 2-on-2 lane. Bot lane turret actually pretty much died at the 2-on-2 once the swap came in. You saw Marin yet again crush Soaz in the lane, despite Origin ganking twice. That Renekton was 0 and 2, still up 80 minions, still up 4 levels, still winning the 1-on-1.
Yeah, there was one key matchup where, or two critical moments really of Origin just going a little bit too far in both these games. One time, Amazing going for a dive on their tower. This time, another dive that went wrong, where I think where Amazing made the right play, but the binding from Mithy wasn't communicated well enough when they were trying to kill Marin under his own tier 2 tower in the top lane. You can't afford to make those mistakes, man. Not against SKT.
When you're against one of the best teams in the world, little mistakes will kill you, and it did in that one. So to break down that second semifinal victory, let's send it back over to Dash.
Thank you, gentlemen. Game 2 there for SKT. So looking good in this series so far. We had a lot of questions coming in about how red side teams would adapt to the pick and ban because of the Gragas. So we've now gotten the opportunity to see SKT on their red side as well. They chose to stick with the standard more GP Elise bans and not alter away from it as Origin did.
I think this is the standard purple side. Like, we don't want to lose pick and ban that hard. So you ban the Elise, give them the Rek'Sai, that's doable. I think the way they played it is they gave the Rek'Sai up knowing they want the Jarvan, because you see them take the Orianna early, and I think that's baiting Peke into an immobile mid. So that's where the Jarvan actually becomes more viable of a champion, when they do the Ori Jarvan into an immobile mid.
I think that's definitely true, and not only that, but it shows us something about SK Telecom's priority. Game 1, they banned Tahm Kench. Game 2, they first picked Tahm Kench on the red side. So they're making a trade right now saying that we would rather have ban the Elise, make sure you get Rek'Sai as long as we get Tahm Kench. And I can't really argue it after that first game and how well Wolf played it, how many of his teammates he saved, the plays he was making with the Tahm Kench ultimate. It looked very, very valuable indeed.
Yeah, Tahm Kench's ability to stifle most aggression, even in the laning phase when they had to play from a pretty big deficit, because Niels came to lane with longsword and potions versus basically a very disadvantaged Tahm Kench, and even in the laning phase, they were able to stifle aggression.
Yeah, we saw a number of kills saved last minute by Wolf with the consumption of a teammate. Now I want to kind of take a look at how this played out in the early game. As you mentioned, they set up an immobile mid laner against EasyHoon and brought the Jarvan in, but we saw a lot of focus in the mid lane in general, which is not something we necessarily expected with these two teams matching up.
Yeah, I was actually really happy that, I mean, other than the amazing level 2 gank, I think that was a bit excessive for abusing mid lane mobility. But
Amazing's underwhelming level 2 gank.
Yes,
not the amazing level 2 gank.
I'm gonna come tax XP gank. But I really liked how they kept going for mid lane over other lanes, and then even SKT followed it with Sivir ulting mid, with Renekton running behind the Nivea mid. Like, both teams were actually throwing a lot of things to kind of like punish these mid laners, because yeah, Orianna and Nivea both scale well, but are really weak during the laning phase of ganks.
Yeah, what I found interesting was we were like 25 minutes into the game, even though there was a lot of focus mid. I actually felt like it was an Origin game as far as the pacing of the matchup, until they continually tried to kill Marin.
Oh boy.
And it always led to just escalating levels of disaster.
Yeah, let's dive into this a little bit, because as you mentioned, Origin looked like they were sitting pretty with a relatively good scaling composition that was relatively even in gold. However, the difference in the top laners, as you watch the CS differentials over the length of the game, becomes very concerning for Origin.
Yeah, so I can see why they were trying to kill him, because they didn't want the CS difference to grow, but this is the second time in a row they tried to kill Marin. The first time was Amazing going underneath the turret. And by the way, even though Ssumday tried to convince you otherwise, Renekton is a tank in this game. So trying to overcommit with him with just your top laner and a little bit of backup is going to lead to disaster. He gets gobbled up by Wolf. The rest of the chase is failed because Origin was really scattered in the way they approached that. Look how late Xpeke was to the party. They tried an aggressive chasing play onto a tank without vision of the enemy jungler, when in reality, Origin was actually doing great to stall out the game. They did not need to make an aggressive move here. Renekton is not like Fiora, and it won't be the big problem in their as it was last game. Renekton is never going to solo kill you inside your base, even if he gets 500 CS. This was not a play Origin even had to make.
I mean, I think that's true to a certain degree, but they have to play they don't have to necessarily make that play, but they at least have to make it safe for Soaz to farm. Because in the 2 games we've seen so far, Marin up 147 CS at the end of game 1, 125 at the end of game 2. So honestly, Origin has not been doing a good job of putting the necessary vision down to farm the waves. So they're just losing a lot of CS on the map, while Marin is picking it up every time. And it's creating these massive massive farm differentials.
I think almost some of this is a bit pure pre-game knowledge. I think Marin knows where Amazing's going, even without wards. Yes, SKT has better like deep wards than Origin does, so he has more information. But even without that like vision, I think he knows. So as is going to be on the island right now, I can push this out. I'm safe. And every single time, yeah, Amazing's mid or bot right now. He hasn't really been showing that much pressure top, and Marin's playing that way. That no jungler's coming top.
So what do you attribute though SKT's ability to pick up all this extra CS on the side lanes? Because you mentioned the statistic of how much further Marin is ahead, but when we look at the other two matchups, mid and bot lane, they're relatively even throughout the entire game. So it's really just in that top lane that Marin is picking up those advantages.
Well, it's about how you control the minion waves, right? And setting up situations where you can get long lanes of farm and then shove them back out. And that just shows that SK Telecom is really farming 3 lanes and Origin is consistently only farming 2. So they're getting a third of their farm goal just chopped right off.
Well, a big punishment in the wave control is they have Tristana. So they can no longer freeze with their AD carry. They can no longer set up these slow pushes because it goes so quickly with the Tristana E. So if they want to make a better kind of minion wave thing, if this is kind of the key that's going to get Soaz back in the game, I think they have to move away from the Tristana.
Faker on your screen making his way into the arena because he will be stepping in for Game 3. SKT is just one game from closing out the series to advance to the 2015 World Finals. We'll see if they can close out the series and to keep their perfect record alive with Game 3 versus Origin. Stay with us.
Right now, SK Telecom T1, 10-0 in the World Championship. They're going for win number 11. Peke, meanwhile, turned into an egg, and the push comes in. Oh! But Amazing is here! The two-man knockup trades onto Bang. Here they come for the fight. Wolf is low, but has the gray health. Niels will go down to Bang, takes the wrong state. With Dissonance, will pick up that kill as well. There's a double for him. The rest of the fight continues. Peke knocked up, stops the Glacial Storm. And SKT are one game away from their second World Championship final.
Welcome back to Brussels and our semifinal series between SKT and Origin. As we speak, SKT is setting up for Game 3, and it's do or die for Origin. First thing we have to address, of course, is the substitution of Faker back into the mid lane. As Origin has been unable to beat EasyHoon yet, they're now being thrown yet another curveball in their fight to stay alive in the series.
Yeah, so I actually feel like Faker's more of a fastball in this instance. I'm going to make a baseball analogy. EasyHoon is the guy who throws a bunch of junk, barely throws over 90 miles an hour, curveballs, change-ups, sinkers, and now Faker's going to come in and throw 101 miles per hour. The adjustment instantly for Peke in that lane could prove incredibly difficult, and there's a chance that this completely closes the series.
So I'm going to make a Princess Bride reference.
Oh, dear Lord.
So you know that scene in The Princess Bride where Inigo Montoya and the Dread Pirates Robert are fencing, and they're both fencing left-handed, and then he switches over and says, "I'm not left-handed," and he switches to his right hand. Well, unfortunately for Origin, they actually are left-handed, so now it's even more imbalanced, and it goes the other way, and the Dread Pirate Roberts gets stabbed and dies.
Oh.
I just feel really scared for Peke.
A pleasant thought, Monty.
But this is Origin on purple side, and they're going to blind pick mid into Faker. This is why I liked Faker in this matchup, is because now Peke is playing all these immobile mids, all these scaling mids, and he's blind picking them into Faker. So they have to either change their pick and ban to where Peke's last pick, or I'm terrified.
Yeah, so you think that there's a distinct possibility they will change their pick ban strategy so that Peke gets that final shot?
Well, what Origin's done is they didn't really adapt to the top lane meta that's been coming out. So I doubt that they'll be fast enough to adapt to this, where they need to be last pick in their mid lane. So no, I don't think they will change pick and ban, but I think that would be preferable for
Yeah, I do have to point out, though, how close the first 2 games were up until the dive that Origin failed in the top lane. The first game was Origin's pace. They had a chance to win. Even 20 minutes into last game, they had a chance to win. They need to keep their mindset right. They cannot get tilted by the appearance of Faker, and they need to realize that they came to play.
True, but you just mentioned that Faker's going to come in as 101 mile per hour fastball. So how does that change the dynamic of the early game? Because they've been allotted the time to stay even with SKT playing a more farm-centric game. With Faker in the mix, that might not be the case.
It probably won't be, in fact, especially because Faker, he has such a staggering champion pool that. Let me just ask probably a question. You had to prepare for SKT in groups. How did you prepare against Faker?
Well, it was Ryu, so I know he would win, so it didn't matter. I pretty much said, like, Ryu, pick what you want to beat Faker with, and that's how it went. But if I was in those shoes, I'd be terrified because I'm like, yeah, I get to maybe play against Olaf mid, or Aurelia mid, or Kench mid. Like, I can play against anything. This is a really, really crappy situation to be in when you don't get to counterpick your mid.
Well, I mean, Origin is on the red side, so they have the opportunity to counterpick the mid.
But they haven't.
They haven't. That's the thing. Here's the thing they might change if they're thinking, if they get a power pick for Soaz in the top lane, if he goes early Fiora or Darius, then they can actually save that last draft choice. And I don't even think they're going to get much value out of the counter pick, looking at his champion pool, because it's a Nivea or Orianna. But if they last pick mid, do I get the box you're standing on? For segment?
No, you don't get any of that.
So your argument, though, is that since they haven't been playing well in the top lane meta so far, right, they wouldn't necessarily take a power pick for Soaz so early?
Well, they did get the Fiora into Renekton, which I think is great to pressure the Renekton early, because eventually Fiora is going to be better than Renekton. They didn't do any of that. So why would they just start swapping that up and do that now? Like, I don't think they know how to play around the top lane correctly. So I think what Origin needs to be doing is get the early game over. I think their early game standard is pretty poor. Amazing hasn't been getting like lucrative ganks off. They're like pretty wonky, nothing happens. So I think they need to do fast push, get turrets down quickly, and leave Soaz the Turgle, leave him in the lane that's freezing towards them, and stop giving everything to Niels, because they're going to play around Niels just naturally. They don't need to force it through 2v1s.
You're of the opinion that the team should abandon the strategy that has carried them mostly to this point?
Yeah, I'm just not the biggest fan of it yet.
It's different. I want to see them, and this is obviously they can do whatever they want to do. I want to see them kind of cut their losses as much as they can with Soaz. Put him on a champion he is comfortable with. I hope they force SKT into a choice. Hope to get Lulu through if they can give them Gangplank or Mordekaiser. Just leave them up there and then play around their bottom lane. Even go harder into the strategy that almost worked in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, that would be my curiosity. If you saw something like a Malphite going to the top lane, Orianna in the mid, or the Lulu, as you mentioned, which could be left up, and funnel all of their resources into Niels and see how that manifests either on Tristana or Kalista.
The only thing is, Malphite would be their only option. So say that is their plan, is they give this Malphite something that you could just leave up there as a rock. That means you have to abuse the level 6 TP bot, force that 3v3, because Malphite's going to win every 3v3 bot. And then it means if you win this game, game 4, they're not going to let you have Malphite anymore, because they know your strategy. So I don't think this is something that they can actually reuse without it just being banned out instantly.
I think the final thing to kind of hit is what they can do regardless, outside of picks, right, in terms of their actual play and their shot calling, because we have seen Origin a couple times in this tournament make fantastic Baron calls, which put them ahead in games. They did that in game 1, they didn't close it out. But where can they look to make really decisive calls that might throw SKT off of their traditional and very methodical play style?
I think it's hard to say that until we see the picks in ban phase, because depending on what Faker plays, they could play very differently. If he's playing a low wave clear champion, that answer may be that question that, okay, we can start really putting emphasis on that mid lane, push, 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 try and play for towers with the Tristana, with the fast push like we saw them doing in the first game of the series. So I think it's hard to say that until we know exactly what they're playing.
Right, we are giving Faker a little bit more time to get ready on stage as he's had to make the substitution. Another curiosity or thought would be, as you mentioned again, leaving some of those larger power picks open. If Tahm Kench, Mordekaiser, GP, Lulu, all of a sudden we see a team decide in their possible final game here to leave everything up and really play the game of trading the power picks, how does that work out?
The unfortunate thing is SKT can block it, as they did in game 1 when Origin decided to ban out junglers on one side. But if it didn't, I would like to think you first pick Gangplank, because he is the unanimous #1 pick amongst most professional teams. And then you trade that for something like Mordekaiser and X. Hopefully that's Tahm Kench or Lulu. If Origin wants to win, it has to be.
All right, well, that's about all of the possibilities that could happen in Champions Life. Let's send it over to Freak, Kobe, and Crepo in the caster booth for the play-by-play.
Thank you very much, Dash. And yes, we are getting ourselves ready to get into this matchup here. Faker is in for game 3. We've seen it happen before when the team is down 0-2 and like, Faker, come in and save us. Now they're up 0-2 and like, Faker, send us into the World Finals. Like, and you know, I wonder if it's
just deciding on Origin's fate. It's like, yeah. No.
I mean, yeah. What if Faker like actually tanks somehow? He's like, he's got to go back in.
Faker,
in, like,
Faker,
the dark
Faker,
alternate.
Faker. Marin, hello.
Yeah, no, obviously Marin's the big one.
Marin is
They didn't bring Marin a sub. They didn't need one.
I think Marin is like the best top laner in the world right now.
Oh, really? Wow, that's
wow.
I want to go into some
bold
history.
predictions.
Yeah, we're going to go into some history here because Marin has had a long road to this point.
Okay.
When he came out of solo queue, they picked him up because he was supposed to be the top lane Faker. He was the solo queue star. This guy is a shot caller now. This guy does everything. He used to have this weird thing where he would buy home guards really early and everyone was like, well, I'm not going to jump on that bandwagon. But he gets so much of an experience advantage from it. He gets so much map control and he's able to early buy these Tiamats like every game so he can instantly clear waves. He just constantly builds up this slow lead over the opponent, and then eventually, oh, you get to 25 minutes, and he's 3 levels up on your top laner.
Yeah, he just has this annoying like mannerism of just always getting ahead. And the first time Marin popped on a lot of people's radar is just, when he started getting known for having the second highest GPM in like LCK as a top laner in a very lane swap oriented meta where half the games he wouldn't even be starting in normal lanes, but he had this play style of teleporting early back to the lane, playing around, that advantage mostly on Maokai, just spamming saplings, breaking the conventional lane swap meta back in Korea. So,
and you can't ban him out either. I mean, you're gonna ban away Fiora. Well, he doesn't really care. He's gonna play Renekton. He's gonna play.
Well, that's the thing though, is I don't feel like Origin have tested him properly, right? Like coming in, he's a really, really good Fiora player, and they thought, okay, we think Kennen's the counterpick is going to work, and they tried that. That didn't work. Okay, Origin tried. Let's steal the Fiora. So let's make him play Renekton. That didn't work.
You can't just pick one champion and then be like, okay, that's gonna work. You have to focus around top lane.
And they tried that last game. Renekton was 0-2. And then it broke apart anyway, right? Like, no matter all these things that Origin keeps trying to hold down Marin, Marin perseveres.
See what they can do this game. Origin backs against the walls. They need to make this one count.
We're going to see the gangplank here. And just kill Faker. Plain and simple. We kill the Faker, then we move on.
Down 0-2.
They've got the support. They need to rally now. I've seen my fair share of reverse sweeps.
You guys are experts on this matter. I don't know anything about reverse sweeps whatsoever. Never experienced
one. I feel the
one.
Cloud9 vibe flowing through Origin right now.
High rips off his jersey. Fills in for XPeke.
I like the Kench ban.
Who's
right.
game
So
anyways?
Rek'Sai, Mordekaiser,
PP both up.
Gangplank.
Yeah, SKT banning out Mordekaiser. This is what we've seen very often. 2 target bans, 1 OP away. We will take Gangplank.
So they give him Rek'Sai. Usually the pick and ban start very similar to how they did over in game 1, but this time around Origin doesn't have those target bans against champs like Azir they had before, so those champs are up for the second round for SKT. It's not a great champion for XPeke. Meanwhile, the Tom Kench that went early first round, that one's gone now.
Now looking at amazing choices for jungle though, it is pretty difficult because Evelyn has been his next go-to, but Evelyn into Rek'Sai is so annoying because of Tremor Sense. You lose out on a lot of the advantages that she does bring towards the mid game and the late game, trying to move around for flanks. You can almost never get a flank off. You can almost never get the surprise off.
I like what Origin's hovering right here, picking the Lulu, which you need to. You can't afford not to. This is one of the compositions they actually did the best on protecting Niels. It also fits well into, you can let Lulu slightly lose against Marin in the top lane. You steal away the Alistar and the Tom Kench is already banned. So pressure on SKT, and more importantly, you hide your jungler until the next rotation, and maybe you can get something nice out of there.
Niels has been such a huge star for this team. I like what Origin is doing. Like you said, playing around him, getting Lulu to buff him up. Put all their eggs in that basket and see if Niels can outplay.
And as the analyst has mentioned, counter-picking against Faker. This Lulu is a flex, so Origin can wait to that last spot to realize, does it go to SOAS? Does it go to XPeke? And making sure these matchups look correct here. Origin can pick jungle and AD carry next. SKT looking to steal away that Tristana, and with Tom Kench gone, right back to Shen.
2 global moves already for SKT. So Origin, when you have a Lulu on your team, you want to group up, you want to get the team fight, you want to be able to buff up the other members of your team and go for the 5-on-5 team fight. SKT already have multiple tools to move around the map and try and continue to play with multiple points of pressure.
And they steal away the Tristana, which means usually a team that runs a Lulu composition against a AD carry, hyper carry, ends up opting in for the Jinx, and they already have really good answers to that, you know, with the Taunt Flash, with the Burrow. So maybe, yeah, Origin will have to stray from the strategy and try something else.
Yeah. Plus, if they are pulling Origin around the map, Tristana will quickly take down those turrets, and SKT will look to rake in that money.
I want to see Lee Sin come out of Amazing. Just get some forward pressure, some engage, some creative gank paths, because you can go over walls and surprise your enemy. Because so far, every single time Bengi has been reading Amazing overall, he's not been able to find any ganks. SKT has been doing well, dodging most of them, and the most of the ganks that works is when he goes over the walls and surprises people with his pathing.
And Origin gonna go ahead and stack up some wave clear. Lulu in the solo lane, Sivir off onto one of the sides. The Lee Sin does come through here. So Origin hoping to withstand the early pressure, but their late game is really not here right now. I don't know what they're gonna pick up to make that all work.
I don't think you even draft an insurance policy for late game. I think you go all in for mid game for Origin. Try and hit that mid game spike of 2 items, Sivir, buffed up with Lulu. Go for the playmaking with Alistar and Lee Sin.
I think we'll see a Lulu mid and maybe a Darius or Fiora top lane here overall here coming out of Soaz in the end. Just trying to snowball top lane, play wave clear, because you only played it. If you lock in double wave clear mid and bot, generally indicates that you want to get a top lane carry out of there.
Oh, well, you said maybe cash in on early mid-game leads, but Rumble is one of the kings of early game. From that top side, winning team fights whenever you want with Equalizer, but it is offset by Faker, having a hard scaling Ryze.
Ryze can also be dove by Alistar fairly early on. Ryze is fairly squishy, doesn't have any dashes either, so if the bottom lane can make some sort of play, I mean, on these 2 champions, it was Amazing and Mythy who were able to come up with solo kills versus NL.
So a whimsied Lee Sin or a whimsied Alistar, certainly good ways to get a fight started if that is indeed mid lane Lulu here. The hovers now for Origin. They know Soaz up against Marn. And finally, it's a matchup that I think Origin can come into and think they can win the one-on-one. Rumble not known for his 1v1. The 1-4 sort of setup for SKT, not as good with Rumble here. So Origin, can they break the map open?
Yeah, they need to break the mold though, because right now they're opting into a composition that requires them to play around the top side. And every single game, they kind of default back into their play around Neil style. Even if they briefly play around Soaz for a while, they really need to get that snowball going. Soaz now with the Gnar pick picking for a phenomenal split push lane. One of the strongest split pushers in the game because he can really control the distance he keeps his enemies at.
Also a decent team fighter though, of course, Mega Gnar. So a well-rounded pick for Soaz here in Origin. Have some playmaking. They have a lot of gank pressure from a lot of these different lanes, a lot of movement speed. And then it can come together into the 5-on-5. SKT though, have such a suite of powerful champions. The damage output here from Rumble, Ryze, Trist is a lot.
Pretty long curve though. They have a really big spike early with the Rumble level 6, but if you thwart that Rumble and you can keep him down in the lane, then SKT become very late game focused in their composition, and we may see a different Origin proactive in the mid game. Get an advantage, especially Amazing on that Lee Sin again.
That's definitely going to be the key point for Origin. Can Amazing create some early game action with Lee Sin? Bengi will be lurking around with Tremor Sense, so they have a wide area to look for Amazing's position and set up for counter ganks. So you have to be very careful when playing against Rek'Sai, especially in the mid game where she gets an advantage with her ultimate, getting right back out onto the map.
There's this tiny window where Lee Sin hits level 6 and the support is sitting on level 4 or 5, especially if Wolf is playing Shen. That's when Amazing has to strike, get a gank behind, kick somebody in the lane before Stand United becomes available, and then try and snowball on that.
Snowball
advantage.
the Sivir lane.
We'll see if the Sivir lane can be snowballed, and if you guys at home think it's gonna happen, if you think the ganks can originate from Amazing, then tweet #OGWin. Or if SKT makes it 12-0 and heads into their second final here at the World Championship, it's #SKTWin. Here we go, everybody. Game 3 here in Brussels. Who's going to the final?
I am.
Me too.
Yeah, cool. Coming, Kobe?
I mean, both of these teams could very well go.
Who's playing in the final? None of us. The home crowd
says Origin.
Crowd would like it to be the case.
Or RET or Eskigen is going to win this game, according to the crowd.
Neil says Origin.
All right, I want to see this. I want to see SKT make the same mistake, so at least we see it once. I don't want to see it punished where they leave their topside Gromp double jungle exposed to a delayed invade. So at least I get to be like, I'm right. Because early ward came out here, I believe from Marin in the top lane.
SKT showing a few different things. Niels does get the reset. Well played. But when that second one comes down, that will reveal if there's a Gromp start. Sivir Alistar, one of the very worst duos at taking Gromp. We'll see if that ends up being their start here. Every game has actually started with Origin having a very good level 1, whether a first blood or a 3 buff in the same game actually, or just being on the right side of the map at the start. SKT looks to not be allowing that this time around. So as an Amazing going to be double jungling their red buff, or maybe the Krugs.
SKT looking to stop the Gromp.
Looking to stop, but they're gonna walk into a ward. That's risky. They have no trinket ward available anymore. And again, look at the river where SKT is doing that Gromp right now. They technically could get delayed invaded upon by Amazing, and so as here. Go for a kill, get the Gromp away. So they're somewhat greedy in the trinket usage.
I do like what Niels and Mithy did there. Just even though they knew there was a ward on Gromp, they just stayed around it so that Bang and Wolf couldn't go grab a small minion somewhere else. And it's going to be even lanes, standard setup here. Taunt does miss.
Wow. But already Bang getting a giant chunk out of Niels. Stun doesn't mean a whole lot against Chen, who can heal himself.
But they're fighting an Origin minion wave here. The Origin caster minions were attacking SKT members.
This is one of the reasons.
Lightly got ahead there.
One of the reasons that you want the Shen to not do a camp and just stop them so you can skill taunt early instead of the Q and just go for aggressive trades. As long as you trade on the AD carry, you're always in favor. Obviously, taunt doesn't connect, and then they really use the minions well in their advantage on Origin side, but they're still being zoned off here.
Level 2 first. Bang doing a great job of pushing in already. Rocket Jump has been skilled. Meanwhile, Marin versus Soaz up in the top lane. Soaz already level 2, but only with 3 CS.
Oh, didn't get it. No hyper.
No hop. Nothing gained up. Niels and Mithy find level 2. Will he learn heal? Looks like he learned headbutt instead, because no heals are coming out of Mithy right now.
Probably is hovering on the point. If he likes keeping
he's
that point
hovering.
hovered until somebody expects you to take heal. You see Bang and Wolf, they will play with respect up until the point they see the first heal come out. Right now they just want to poke down. Mithy did get a surprise kill on Alistar before skilling a random headbutt there on level 2.
Bangi is also slightly ahead of Amazing as far as camps, and he's going to end up bottom, whereas Amazing is going top side. So Amazing is going to go with top lane focus this time around.
And they ping the ward.
They ping the ward.
Amazing knows where the vision is, but the question is how much can you really have happen?
He has Trinket Ward available, so he can pull a Safeguard Trinket Ward.
So as jumps in, lands a swell.
Really early though.
And nothing happens at all. Marin playing with proper respect and knowing Bangi's in the bot side.
He knows something is up right now. He knows his jungler is in the bottom side of the map. They can roughly deduce where Amazing started, and more importantly, never will a Gnar randomly hop in front of you in that lane. It's a sick mind game if it works, but there's no other place on the map either where Amazing could gank. That's the problem right now for
especially in a matchup like Gnar versus Rumble, which is so swingy. It's very snowbally. If you do get behind and Gnar can get to the Hex Drinker early, then you can punish. Otherwise,
Wolf with some Fog of War play, leaving Bang 1v2 in the lane, just imitating a roam here, just putting some pressure. You don't necessarily see what that causes, but that causes Pickett to just play slightly more passive in the mid lane whenever that gets called, until he shows back into the lane.
and look at Bangi. Is going to turn mini and have to play very safe now.
Beautiful by him. Slow's not quite going to land for Barn, but Bangi can look for the knockup. Will he burn flash for it? Yes, he will. And that's first blood just like that for SKT.
As soon as you get smited with the Chilling Smite, you got a flash there for Soaz.
And Bangi just tells Marin to hang on, waits a little, drops a pink ward immediately, knows he's not spotted, knows he can go for that play. And then you can see the player cam already on Soaz there, just almost face-palming, so like not going too great. Now he has to use his teleport to get back to the lane, and that initial gank from Amazing was so important. They had to stick or do some pressure at least.
Amazing, meanwhile, trying to counter jungle on the bottom side, but he will get spotted out by Faker.
Just used his ward too.
Okay, Ghost Pop Faker takes the Q. Peke's nearby. Could use help pick some Glitterlands to do some damage. Faker loses Ghost for nothing. Turns out all right for Amazing, but Bangi's slinking around to the side. He's gonna know Amazing is right there fighting the Raptors. Of course, Bangi is flashless, but Faker's in range. Good ward hop, Amazing's okay. bookkeeping right now, but it's a small lead for SKT. The first blood putting them ahead. Nice taunt onto Mithy. Good chunk of damage here.
They counter back, not into a full minion wave. Neil's getting some mana here for wave clear. Now look at the base though. If you see 47 CS on Niels, that means one more wave and then he can get a BF sword. That's why they're just taking some damage, just trying to push it as aggressively as they can.
Yeah, he wants that cannon.
Yeah.
Got it.
55 CS is the mark of a BF sword.
Look at Bengi though. He's circling down around bottom side now. Another short taunt.
Ooh, good chunk on a Bang though. Of course, he's going to recall himself pretty soon. Bang's only one wave away from getting it.
Gotta be careful. I mean, going for these greedy trades or just trying to poke Niels low enough for him to stay, that could turn into a 2v3 really quickly.
It's actually a fairly risky invade there for Bengi. I don't think they saw Amazing up top side again. But he is able to get off the prompt counter jungle there.
And Bengi's really just running circles around Amazing. This is at least his second Scuttle Crab kill. He's already got a first blood and is still tied in farm right there. So great play by Bengi so far.
Look at your minimap. Niels wanted to get one more wave because he didn't want to sit on a single BF versus BF. He wanted to push one more wave in the bottom, but Wolf pathed into the bot lane, cancelled Niels' base, and now Niels is behind on the play, even though Origin bot lane were winning 2v2, so really good cancel there from Wolf.
Could mean a lot of tower damage with Tristana coming back with her BF sword.
And Mithy already leaving too. He's going to support Expectate. Probably wants to drop a couple of wards there on either side.
So I was looking for the play though. He's close to Meganar, is level 6 as well. Marin just takes a chunk of damage. Now there is a difference in potions. Bang has 1 to the roughly 4 of Niels. That might not mean much though.
OG's looking for a top lane dive. Mithy's pathing all the way to the top lane with no boots whatsoever. Sitting on Sidestone, went from bottom lane all the way to top try right now. They're looking at counter gank. This could be big.
And the Meganar is traded with the Equalizer. The wave goes away and Bangi's already coming. Soaz does not have to worry about Bangi's flash just yet. Nice flash to stay alive, and now here's the team. Soaz will survive this. Now who's gonna get picked off? Amazing down to half. A great flash by Marin. A pulverize will land on a Bangi. The smite as well. There's not a lot of moves to be made, and Amazing lands it. A resonating strike for a kill. Game back to tie.
Down bottom, let's see if Niels can handle himself alone. SKT know that he is by himself.
Marin has teleport.
Wave.
He can't let the wave get into the tower.
He has to clear this here, and he's going to allow it to push forward. And now Wolf can walk in. There is a minion wave. How good is his spell shield against the taunt? There's enough that nothing happens.
All right, Niels is able to pull it off.
And this is mostly because Faker is running Ghost Flash, so the teleport that Peke has, he could have done that. He couldn't get cancelled. Faker was not in range, so the teleport from Marin could be matched there by Peke, and here we see Amazing. Level 6.
Looks for the play, won't quite find Marin. And as I think about that play on the bottom side, I think it was Wolf trying to force Peke's TP, trying to scare Niels, saying, I need someone, I need someone. But everyone properly reserved, no big pickups there.
But that move, so much invested into that move. If Mithy didn't get any assists there, it would have cost them so much. But he arrived right in time. He actually read beautifully what SKT was setting up. So Origin with a really good shot call there. Having the support Wolf from bot to top with no boots, that is a ballsy call.
It's definitely bold, but as Alistair, it pays off. So kind of jumping for Bengi though.
Soaz is also earning himself a CS lead now in the top lane while he's pushing this minion wave. But Marin's got a big wave that he can pull back pretty soon here.
You're going to see Bengi just running away, going, of course, for the standard Cinder Hulk on that Rex side, but Amazing really trying to make the early game work. We talked about how they can't wait for Ryze to come online, so a Warrior Enchant Lee Sin.
Yeah, and then on top of that, Soaz actually parting from the traditional Gnar builds that we've seen so far, mostly because they haven't played into any Rumbles. Usually early Frozen Mallet, early Black Cleaver, but Soaz going for a Hexdrinker, avoiding that all-in for Marin, and then having enough damage to kill him afterwards. So
yeah, Hexdrinker is crucial in this matchup. Got to get some magic resist versus the spell penetration early Rumble there.
Marin's just rushing for that Leandri's Torment though. Blasting Wand already there, has first blood, has 72 CS. This is a very scary Rumble.
Yeah, Origin just opting into more power to skipping the Aver's Blade just to get another pickaxe, more trading potential, so they want to put pressure on these matchups, hopefully put enough pressure that they can break. Bengi though,
he got pinged out, they did see him. Soaz has to be careful here going for that ward.
Bengi will clear off the ward, takes a chunk of health, he's got to be careful, the Dawkins Zone's come through.
That's a lot of damage.
By Soaz, takes a lot of pain for that. Nearly popped the Hexdrinker. If that did get popped, that cooldown could have meant to dive. But I think the shield will be enough to deter SKT for now. Of course, Marin does have the ultimate.
And Origin can't afford to go top again because Shen can always match their gank, so they really want to gank the Shen lane first, take that tower at least, force the ulti perhaps, get something done there. Meanwhile in the mid lane, Faker has been starting to push in Expected on that rise. He's uncontested, went to 94 CS, Bang gets combo, should be fine.
That's a missed time though. Of course, Niels had just used Q to clear the wave. If the communication was there, that's 300 free damage on a Bang.
Meanwhile, deep wards. SKT have been able to sneak them in on both sides. We just took a look at Bangi as he went over the back of Baron Pit. Bottom side was also warded up.
Yeah, if your jungle is compromised, you may as well move your jungle straight into the lane and deny Bang the opportunity to push this wave. That's what Amazing is doing right now.
They're gonna look for it. Nice buster shot to buy some time away from Amazing with a flash into the kick, into the Q. Wolf goes down, well played. Summoner Heal keeps Amazing alive, and 2 kills now for Origin.
Love watching the original Lee Sin players. Junglers who have been playing this champion for so long. No hesitation there. Kicks him right into the wall for the stun. And Origin pick up another kill to even up the gold lead.
Meanwhile, one-on-one in the mid lane, Faker getting plenty of damage out. Flashes for the follow, looks for PeKe, can't quite get the damage. But it is plenty dealt right now, Faker shoving the wave in.
PeKe should be able to wave clear.
And another play to be made up at the top side. Rek'Sai already ulted down to the bot, so now it's the Shen ult to save Marin, but plenty of slows come through. A great dodge on the equalizer. Soaz trying to get away, will be taunted, is burning down, taking plenty of pain. 500 health still up, walks away safe.
Great solo play there by Soaz to take down a long cooldown from SKT.
Amazing. The team is still coming though.
Yes, team's coming, but Soaz really well played. Still had Hexdrinker available to avoid that barbecue there in the top lane. Trying to turn that around. Wolf still stuck.
Oh, PeKe just used his teleport mid.
Yeah, he's going to push in mid and deny some waves from Faker. If Faker walks top, though, he's going to lose a ton of gold out of the mid lane, so he's going to go back to that one. PeKe safe enough wave clearing this.
PeKe has to be careful. This is a point where he's died a lot when his team is making a 3-man play on the top lane for a dive or a push, and he overextends just a slight, tiny bit to push that mid lane.
He should be hovering on the top side of the map because they just got deep wards in on SKT's blue side.
So they spot a lot of people. Bangi is noticed, but he sees Mithy.
SKT could actually opt for a dragon play too. Marin, once he gets level 11 on Rumble with Liandry's finished already, such a potent carry in dragon fights, especially with that rank 2 ultimate there on the equalizer.
Still some threat in the bottom lane. Wolf spotted. Here comes Bangi. Here comes Bang. Oh, the flash knockup. Niels ults and flashes out. Now Mithy's Kappa pops his own ultimate to stay alive, and all is well for the Origin duo lane. Bangi's time not rewarded.
Amazing is on bottom side as well. Maybe SKT try and force the dragon anyway. You can see what they're hoping for there. They try and go for the gank to gain advantage in the lane, at least chunk down the duo lane. But Origin actually very healthy and we're able to avoid that gank pretty well.
Faker starting to flex though in this lane. Tyr and Rod of Ages both done, and they're stacking up, and he's already starting to win some fights. Now Wolf getting attacked. Great kick, great knockup, beautiful play by Amazing. But now Mithy is caught out. He's on the wrong side of this fight. Niels can buy him a bit of time, but here comes Faker, here comes Bang. Good
Great
flash by Mithy. But now Amazing's on the wrong side of this fight. Faker's found him. Faker's got the damage. Faker gets the kill. A big mistake from Amazing.
Yeah, Amazing trying to collapse, but his mid laner PeKe was still clearing that wave there. Got a little greedy. Really solid kick move there. Isolating Wolf, but that was just...
I think that was Amazing getting greedy, not PeKe.
No, definitely Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing's fault there. Just
their bottom lane
his
had
mid lane to
escaped.
come, but just gotta communicate.
And for every 2 good plays Origin makes, they make a bad one. SKT not as prone to those kinds of mistakes. You see that fight again.
This was so good though. The burst from the Brutalizer Lee Sin, full combo right there from Amazing. And they're able to get out after it. Mithy's going to flash the rocket jump here.
And then right here, Lulu just walks back up to the lane. Amazing's still going down.
It's probably just a little bit error in his communication. He sees PeKe start the path thing. Usually then you extrapolate, well, in 10 seconds he can be there. I can bait Faker, another shield, EQ, to slow him down. Maybe we can collapse, but... I'll stem a dragon, and that's what Origin generally have been like. Really solid plays, a couple of nice ones in a row, but then they release the pressure. You can't choke somebody out if you give them some time to breathe every 5 seconds for every 30 seconds you choke them, because eventually they're not gonna pass out, whereas SKT, they'll just keep choking you and eventually you'll pass out.
And this is going to be the next attempt for this one. Marin has popped ulti, but with no minion wave there. Amazing. Afraid of taking aggro. Does take a couple of harpoons to the backside, and Marin navigates away from the 1v2. Now Mithy attacked by Bangi, and the Rumble's close by. Red buff is on, so Mithy slowed down. He's getting more and more damage, more and more health is gone, and a smite kills him off. Huge misplay, and now the fight continues. Peke also limps in. He shouldn't have. He goes down, 2 for 0. Bot lane turret dead as well, and it's getting worse.
Another dive here potentially on the hands of SKT. Really surprised that finish that part later, because Faker wants more.
He's gonna get more. Bangi's got aggro, Marin's got the damage. Shenel to make sure it's all fine and dandy, even though he's not at the tournament, and a double kill for Marin.
Yeah, I'm surprised Mithy didn't opt to take the Scuttle Taxi home, just W to the Scuttle Crab, then walk away, but he probably was afraid of a collapse there from Faker, but...
It felt to me like they were trying to bait, because he didn't immediately headbutt Rek'Sai away or anything there, so I think that Origin were trying to bait that in, and they thought he was alone for some reason.
It's not the case, and it's now a wide open game. SKT up nearly 4,000 gold already 17 minutes in. The games are getting worse and worse for Origin fans here. No turrets, no dragons. Very little to say for these guys.
Yeah, SKT they just capitalize so well off certain like minor, mistakes. Mithy basing in the enemy jungle, getting stopped, and then they want to turn that around. Just didn't quite get it, and really good roll from Faker, and Faker right now pulling ahead in this Lulu matchup already.
Forcing the flash away now, Amazing looking for the play, but Ghost makes him run pretty fast. Faker knocked back towards the turret, a great insect by Amazing, and it does become a kill. Again, good plays can happen for Origin, but they keep letting up the pressure.
Yeah, I really like Amazing's Lee Sin though. This is exactly what they needed, some early ganks, some creative plays. He's simply perfect execution on that kick flash into Spec and predicting it with the Q2. Probably wanted to see that more in game 1 and 2.
Meanwhile, they're able to gain an opening here. First turret down on bottom lane, and Soaz has presence on top side. So he's pushing in a minion wave himself. They just need to avoid confrontation in the middle of the map. Everybody's on the way top side, so Bengi's now the one who has to run away.
And he's going to. Bit of a Q there, not going to mean much from Soaz, who is going towards Frozen Mallet, so this Gnar slow machine will come out at some point. But Peke forced away by Faker, the 1v1 lane. The pressure from this Ryze, who's still scaling up, is going to mean mid lane outer could die soon. Here comes the teleports. Peke is back in action. Wolf taunts a little bit far, flashes as well. Now can the team catch back up? Niels has popped ulti, Matthew's coming around. Here's the auto attacks, and that's going to be the kill picked up. Nice one for Origin, 5 to 6 in kills. Now will they find more? Oh! A massive knockup by Mithy, and now forced to run backwards. He's already popped his own ult. Couple of heals come through, but Faker's back in action. Here's the equalizer to cut off the retreat, and Mithy will be an easy kill to pick up. Marin's on a rampage, and Bang is on the chase.
And this, for me, is one of the most impressive traits that SKT have. They manage to very often turn around a bad situation into at least an even, if not a good one. They get 4v5, they still go for this fight now. Bangi canceling Amazing.
And they're gonna get that second kill. You said as good or better, and it's gonna be better. Now Niels forced to run away, flashing under his own turbo. Faker says, no thank you, I want this kill anyway. Make that 3 picked up. Now Soaz joins the fight and says, hey guys, make it 4. And they make it so. There we go. Massive lead SKT.
The way they juggle the tower aggro, re-engage, and turn around fights seemingly so easily 4v5. It just reminds me of that one push they did at the last time they were at Worlds 2, taking like 3 towers, 1 inhibitor at 40-minute mark. They're just so good at this game.
They are, and especially the point you bring up about turning around a bad situation into a winning situation is so impressive, because so many teams, it's basic human nature to fall into the sunk cost fallacy, where you lose someone or someone on your team gets cost and you feel like you have to make up something in the situation because you've already invested something there, yet it's a low percentage play for you and you end up making it anyway. But SKT make those based off of the cooldowns already used by the enemies. Here's the continued chase here.
Just complete commitment. Shen ulti popped to make sure they're all there to lock him down in time.
But look how calm and collected they play this too. Just perfect papping. Bang here finds Expecka, so that's what we didn't see on our screens. He drops out, early some tower aggro, Soaz drops eventually, then they take the tower. Cool, calm and collected. And SKT, they're just so good at waiting for some of you guys to drop, then win a 4v5. They've done it so many times. Or if you're doing Dragon, they pick one of you off.
It's actually pretty funny too, because that's something that like con men will use, and when trying to pull off a long con, it's a part of human psychology. They'll get you to invest a little bit before going off on the final take.
Take a loss so they can win more in the end.
They get the mark to feel like they have ownership of the situation.
SKT, great hustlers in this
Getting
one.
dark here.
Up 5,000 gold, taking Origin for
an
all
associate of
their
mine
worth.
Me of that.
And now Faker is in. Soaz has no chance getting away. Hex Drinker, you barely even saw it. Faker missed the skill shot, but gets the solo kill all the same. And it might be more.
Well, Amazing's gonna be on the run here. Bengi's Tremor Sense does see Mythi as well.
And at this point, Origin's composition had a clear purpose and goal. Get Soaz ahead, 4-1 split push, then eventually go back into team fight. Soaz couldn't get ahead. First gang got sniffed out, then Bengi came back with a beautiful return gang, dropping the pink ward on the way out. That was one element of Origin's team come forward, and then they couldn't make the other part work. The 4-man squad couldn't find an opening, couldn't find an on the hunt rush. Now SKT himself in prime position to take yet another win without dropping a single game.
It's impressive what SKT are accomplishing here at Worlds, but it's also impressive what Origin have accomplished this year. This is a team, well, let's see if Soaz can actually get a kill on Faker here.
Accomplishment. Let's see. Accomplishments, killing Faker. Has happened once so far this game. They might double it. Soaz chasing way too far.
I'll take Wolf instead.
All right, well, less valuable kill.
Wolf is sacrificing his KDA.
But back to what Origin have accomplished this year. They've had such a crazy run. This is a team that was just formed. Peke put it back together. They worked their way all the way through the Challenger Series with goals of just being a mid-tier EU LCS team. And they've made it all the way to semifinals at Worlds.
Absolutely incredible. Definitely an amazing setup here by Origin. And a good run all said and done. SKT, of course, won a World Championship in their rookie year as a team, so hard to beat that. And SKT looking for their second, actually, right here. Looking for their 12th win, their ticket into the grand final. The final without dropping a single game.
It's so hard right now for Origin to really come back. They're choked out of vision in their jungle. Baron's about to go down. They have almost no winning plays. And the few plays that they have where they get a tiny bit of advantage, they just invest too much. As we saw earlier, they get a kill on Wolf, but again, they can't capitalize on objective. Why not? Because SKT is always pushing you. Well, then you go for a fight. You just use too many ultis to kill the support. SKT will turn that around and you 4v5, so Origin pretty much drowning right now because there's so much vision that the only fights SKT is willing to take is winning fights right now.
Pretty much every fight SKT could take would be a winning one. They're up 8,000 gold now in this game. Looking to close out the series 3-0. It's only 24 minutes in and the lead is already this huge.
Origin just setting up the reverse sweep story to be that much more impressive, I feel.
And
they're hoping it's more than one best of 5, right? They're going to reverse sweep series.
Well,
next year.
SKT are closing the loop. Pressing in on all three. Oh, here comes a OG.
Ooh, nice kickback. Does knock up 2. A bit of damage from Soaz, but an equalizer.
They got Marin.
Doesn't mitch much. Now Marin. Zhonya's Hourglass takes a bit of damage. A nice pickoff there. A missed equalizer and a good capitalized by Origin.
Yeah, where's Faker in all this? He's I think Faker just took a red buff.
Not even that. He was just in the top side.
They were,
they
were split pushing. They were pushing all 3 lanes. Now they collapse into mid though, baroned up minions, and they take it.
Oh! Whoa! The long con 4v5. How about we push mid? How about they pick off Mythi as well? Luluwalt means nothing. More flash to run away, and Origin routed out of their own base in a fight that again started 4v5. And Faker finds another one. Soaz will try to reach Meganar and buy a bit more time for himself, but look at Bang. Look at his damage. Bang will pull aggro. There's the flash. There's the kill. How about a couple more? Amazing goes down, and Bang refuses to be stopped there. 6-0 and 1 in this game. Bangy running away, thankful that minions are there to pull the aggro. And now a teleport comes in. Marin wants Soaz, and he's gonna find him. Look at the flame spitter dealing all the damage, burning his little top hat to the ground, and Soaz will die. potentially his last death of the World Championship, as SKT are already onto the Nexus turrets. Niels goes down, 4-3, but it's not going to be enough. Faker wreaking havoc inside the base. There's turret number 2. There's no stopping him now. It's time for SKT to make it to the finals undefeated. No team has ever made it to the final without dropping a game. SKT could be not only the first double world champion, but the first undefeated world champion in the history of the League World Championship.
Yeah, this match kind of embodied how a lot of people saw this entire series play out. Quick-paced game where just SKT outmatches, outmaneuvers Origin, but we can't forget, especially game 1, just Origin doing a lot of great things, giving SKT a run for their money, but now, especially in game 3, you saw the mental aspect way into, not on Niels, he's always smiling.
The mental aspect is key here. It's so taxing to play against a team like SK Telecom that are constantly pushing 3 lanes, constantly making cross-map plays. They force you to reevaluate the game state every couple of minutes and continue to pose these very difficult questions to you and force their enemy team to make decisions all game long. Eventually make a wrong choice and they punish you heavily for it.
You can hear the chants of SKT coming out from the crowd. You know these Belgian fans wanted their European team to win, but recognizing greatness where it's due.
I mean, if there's one team to lose against as Origin in your first World Championship in the history of the team, because it only got created now, it may as well be a team that very well likely to win the entire tournament undefeated.
I mean, think about Origin as a team. The only best of 5s they've ever lost as a team, short as the history may be. SK Telecom T1 in the finals now, and Fnatic in the European LCS final, who may also be finals bound. That's a very, very good first year for Origin. And this is the first year of professional play for Niels, that AD carry, so he's got room to go. PraY, of course, Season 1 World Champion, still has what it takes to play on this stage, but that will be the end of the year for these guys.
And it just shows you also just what teamwork and shot calling and just progression as a team can do, because these 4 members all, when they were playing EasyHoon at least, were all on SKT1S, back when SKT1K was like the team, so yeah, a lot of these members just getting under the wings of Coma with the good infrastructure there in the SK Telecom environment. Bang and Wolf significantly better, Faker being Faker obviously, and yeah, Martin really showing up. What a phenomenal top laner, maybe the best player here at Worlds.
I think he's making the case for himself as a total package in terms of his ability to 1v1, win his lanes, and then what he brings to the team as the captain, as the primary shot caller. Martin is absolutely incredible.
I'm still waiting to even dive into the champion ocean of Faker as well. He keeps playing Rise here and showing that over and over and having good performances, but he hasn't even had to delve too deep into the bag yet.
Usually if one guy plays a champion over and over, we just like, narrow a champion pool. But Faker, no. He played OAF, he can play anything. So interesting comparison right there.
I want to bring up actually a storyline that happened at All-Stars like a year and a half ago, back in Season 3. It was, I forget if it was Rapid Star or Ambition, but they played a bunch of Kennen games to make everyone think he wanted to play a lot of Kennen. And then by the end, it was like, it was just a fake, but I mean, I actually like Kennen now.
It was something they picked up at the tournament. And he was, and then
he's like, I want everyone to believe that when I get to the final, I really want to play Kennen to pull a ban. Like, this is theoretically like what Faker's Rise is. Like, it's not even his main champion. It's not even his final form right now. And Faker's like, no, I'm just this good. And he has been absolutely amazing. One game in this series, great performance. I mean, SKT is a team. You can't say enough about how good these guys are.
Yep.
I think we covered it.
Yeah, we covered it. I mean, I feel like I'm starting to repeat myself, but yeah.
Yeah.
One of the just impressive things, and we mentioned this a little before in the cast, is just these little things when you watch teams in the mid game in their base, pathing out of the base, zero hesitation. They always just go straight where they end up being. A lot of these teams that are still struggling shot calling, they're like, yeah, I'll go top. Oh no, should I go bot? Okay, I'll go bot then. Yeah, I need some help, jungler. Can you put some vision? SKT, this is all pre-planned like a minute or a minute and a half in advance. Usually when you see them play, we saw Origin put them to the test and punish them a little bit. for some overextending, but so rarely do you see Wolf move into one lane and be like, this is actually the wrong place of the map. And as a support, that is just so impressive to watch because it is so incredibly hard
Is it
to
because every decision they make is the right decision, or just because they're like, you know what, I'm never changing my mind. Once I decide to go here, I'm never going to change my mind.
I don't know, man. I'm not questioning SKT. Probably the right decision.
As a macro team, they're absolutely amazing. We saw at least glimmers of weakness, things that teams could pick apart in the early game. First blood and actually a couple of games here.
So I feel like they were calculated
Origin.
weakness, right?
Sure.
You're going to expose yourself when you play high pressure like that. But Origin did do a good job in game one, punishing them for those moments.
But the punishment wasn't enough. SKT always able to come back. The 3-0 win, absolutely deserved by these guys, and they are into the finals. And now we have Shock standing by with one of our first finalists for the 2015 World Championship. Let's take a look.
Thank you so much, guys. Standing by here with Bang after making it to the finals with his team SKT and a 3-0 over Origin. Bang, I want to start by talking about the series a little bit, and especially that matchup in the bottom lane against Niels, who is a very promising AD carry out of Europe. What did you make of the matchup? How do you think he did as well?
뱅 선수 우선 결승 진출 축하드리고요. 이번 경기의 전체적인 소감이랑 특히 이제 니엘 선수와의 원딜 맞대결을 좀 얘기해 주세요.
일단 저희가 8강에서 이기고 4강을 준비하면서 이제 팀 분석을 했는데 오지에서 니엘 선수가 가장 잘한다는 평이 많아서 제가 좀 저만 잘하면 이길 것 같다고 생각했는데 이번 매치에서 좀 니엘 선수가 아주 생각보다 더 잘하더라고요. 그래서 좀 당황했는데 팀이 잘해줘서 쉽게 이긴 것 같아요.
So as we prepare for the semifinals, when we analyzed Origin's games, we thought that Niels was their best player. So I thought as long as I play good, then we should be able to win. But he played much better than I expected. And I think our team played very well, and we were able to get the win.
Well, of course, you guys pulled out the win 3-0. You also had a fantastic game. You're AD carry that's had fantastic statistics throughout the tournament, but you're maybe not as flashy as a Niels or maybe an Imp or a Deft. How do you reflect on your own playstyle, and why is it working within this team?
뱅 선수 이번 대회 내내 엄청난 경기 기록들, 뭐 KDA 같은 것들을 지금 보여주고 있는데, 근데 이제 상대한 니엘 선수나 뭐 이전에 데프트 선수, 임프 선수에 비해서 좀 덜 화려하거나 덜 주목받고 있는 지금 포지션인데, 그럼 뱅 선수는 본인의 이런 플레이 스타일에 대해 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 저희 팀 자체가 모든 라인이 좀 강력한 팀이어서 제가 이제 맡은 역할이 이제 안 죽는 역할인데, 그러니까 제가 마지막까지 죽지만 않으면 저희 팀 언제든지 이길 수 있다는 그런 팀 방침 때문에 일단 처음에 탑 미드의 중심으로 힘을 실어주다 보니까 근데 또 워낙 잘해서 거기서 게임이 자주 끝나서 제가 주목을 못 받게 되는 점이 많은 것 같아요. 경기 중에.
So I think our team in general, we have a lot of strong carry players, and like our team tend to focus on top and mid in the early game, and also our team color fits my style of like not dying. So I just try not to die. And if I survive until the end of the team fight, I think our team can win the game. So I think that's why I tend to get less attention from the fans and players.
Well, it definitely has caught our attention that you've been doing well. Your entire team undefeated so far going into the finals as SKT. So let's talk about those possible finals. SKT versus KOO or Fnatic. Who would you like to play and why? And who do you think it's going to be and why?
그럼 이제 SKT는 이제 무패로 결승전에 진출하게 됐는데 내일 열린 경기에서 프나틱과 KOO 경기에서 누가 이길 것 같은지 그리고 왜 설명해 주시고요. 그리고 마지막으로는 누가 또 붙고 싶은지 또 그 왜 그런지 설명해 주세요.
일단 저희가 유럽에 와서 이제 가장 스크린을 많이 한 팀이 프나틱이거든요. 그래서 그리고 유럽이 이제 프나틱의 그 고향이기도 하고 해서 프나틱이랑 많이 연습도 했고 그래서 프나틱이 이겨서 저희랑 그러니까 한국 대 유럽으로 했으면 좋겠어요. 그래야 더 재밌을 것 같아요.
I think it would be more interesting if Fnatic advanced to the finals. After we came to Europe, we scrimmed with Fnatic the most, and so I think it would be much more interesting to see a European team at the finals, and that should be Fnatic.
Okay, well, we'll see if that happens tomorrow. But for now, that's a 3-0 for SKT. Congratulations. Fantastic match once again for SKT. They're going through to the finals, and I'd love to know what our guys at the analyst desk have to say about that.
Thank you, Shocks. Congratulations are in order indeed for the 3-0, extending their undefeated run here at Worlds so far and re-qualifying for the finals. I mean, I don't really know where to begin. Freak mentioned it in the post-game there. That was the style of game that we expect to see out of SKT, that we are used to seeing out of SKT, a very explosive game with a 4K gold lead at 17 minutes.
Well, you know, a lot of that has to do with the way that SKT plays around Faker when he comes back into the game. Even if he's on one of these big scaling mages, he is so willing to attack you, to go all in. And you have to play around that. You have to assume that he's going to do that. He sucks in so much jungle pressure. And even then, he was getting a 12-minute Rod of Ages on top of his tier, and he's scaling so well into the late game that it becomes really, really hard to deal with him because of the amount of force he exerts at the center of the map.
See, and that's why I liked Faker over EasyHoon in this matchup. Is like the fights just happened a lot, and you could watch Faker like, yeah, he's just trading flash for flash mid because he has Ghost as a backup. Like, he put so much pressure on the game just by playing Ryze, who's technically a scaler, but who hits power spikes early. So that's where Faker can actually abuse things.
What a scaling champion.
It's so funny
Super
because that team composition by Origin was actually very similar to a team composition SKT ran a lot of in the LCK, and that basically has to win by 30 minutes. It lost at 27 minutes to SKT's scaling composition, and I think as we move on in this tournament, if SKT 3-0s the finals, I think they are indisputably the greatest team of all time.
That's a bold claim. We'll have to wait until the finals to see whether or not that claim holds true. Continuing, though, along this game just briefly, Origin, things did fall apart relatively quick for them, but we saw them make the adjustments that we had asked them to make. Switch champion picks up. We saw the Lee Sin come out. We saw Gnar, a slightly more passive, it's not quite Malphite, but slightly more passive and more straightforward champion, and yet things still didn't come together.
Well, the key around, like Jet just mentioned.
Tilt.
Yeah, the tilt was a big issue, I think. But the key around running the Sivir Lulu combination, so you play it like a pick composition. You use the massive amount of speed that you have to set up around the dragon, play with vision, and then make picks. You will never, ever should be 5v5ing with that because you have such low damage in a team fight. And they never really got the chance to actually create the picks, to control the vision. And as soon as that happens, then you're going to lose that game very quickly.
And I think, like you were saying, they kind of changed their style. I think their style was the same. They still last pick their top. And I think the only reason we saw so much more focused top was because of Mithy. I think Mithy actually changed the game purposely. He was like, I'm not staying bot lane anymore. Like, Bang is not going to let me punish him anymore. Like, I'm just, screw this. I'm leaving this lane. So he ends up going top with Amazing, and they hold hands, and they get kills on Mar, and they put a lot of pressure on the map. And I think that is kind of the adaptation you need to make during game 1, during game 2 kind of thing, instead of like building up until game 3, like, nah, we'll try it now.
Yeah, and I think it really showed both games 2 and 3 were completely changed with a disastrous move top lane by our team. That was SKT being prepared, but it was Origin committing to the play and failing.
Well, we'll get back to the series in just a moment, but for now, we're going to send it over to Shox, who is standing by with 2 members of Origin.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Standing by with Expeke and Mithy. And I mean, first off, I really want to thank you guys for talking to me because I know that it can't be easy in a moment like this. So maybe let's start by the series and get that out of the way because I feel like you're going to VOD review a lot of that, and especially maybe what happened between game 1, which was so close, and then what happened after, if you could reflect right now.
I was not listening to everything. I'm just going to say something else. Besides the interview, don't care much. I just want to say that it has been a really, really long year, to be honest. We have started from pretty much Challenger Series, and that I'm really, really happy that this is the team I ended up with because each player from us is a different world, and I'm really happy that we all work or put our best to work together, and from mistakes we try to improve, and I'm really happy from all of them, Mithy, Niels, Amazing, and Solas. Thank you very much, guys.
Well,
To answer your question, I think that SKT is really good at punishing mistakes, and I think that the thing that failed on all games, even the first game, it was, I think at some point, shot calling was not perfect, and there was one mistake that was made, and they just capitalized on that mistake, and we were not really able to accept our mistake and like give someone up, but instead like just committed everyone to a mistake, and then they just snowballed out of it.
yeah, a very clear read of that game and that series, but I want to travel back to what Peke said. I said I wanted to get the series out of the way because in the end, what is to be remembered here is the fact that you guys were in Challenger a couple of months ago. You started this new project. Mythi came back to the professional scene. Just tell me about your year so far, because semi-final, you go out versus SKT, but you go out with a bang.
Yeah, so personally, I have been living a dream since we made it to playoffs. My main goal for this year was to get playoffs of the summer split, and then realistically, I thought like, okay, we're probably like gonna lose against H2K since they have been more established, and it just went on getting better and better and better. And I thought we were gonna never make it out of group stage. We did make it out of group stage, made it past quarterfinals, and even though I'm happy of how far we've made it, I'm still sad about how the way we lost, because I think SKT is very strong, and but I still think we could have put up a better fight if just small things, you know. I don't know. I'm just a bit sad.
Of course, totally understandable. Well, of course, as said, once again, this has only been your first half a year with this formation. Peke, anything you want to say as final words of you for closing off Worlds?
No, pretty much. That was it. Thanks to the teammates and, well, thanks to all the fans here that go crazy over us. Yeah, thanks. Well, Fnatic is still there, so let's cheer for them and let's hope they make you proud. So good luck to Fnatic.
Some of that EU pride. Thank you guys so much for talking to me. That was it from Origin, and we're going to go back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you, Shock. Something that should not be forgotten is the journey that this team took. Mythi mentioned it. They went into the summer split hoping to make it to the playoffs, let alone finish second in the playoffs, let alone run through the gauntlet, make it to Worlds, and then end up being a top 4 team in the world in all the 6-month time. That is quite an accomplishment by these gentlemen.
Yeah, pretty damn impressive from Origin to go from that place to get here. And then, honestly, what Mythi said was pretty true. They played SKT tough in a lot of ways. They pushed SKT, even though they got 3-0'd, they pushed SKT harder than any other team that has played SKT up until this point.
Yeah. I would have liked to see more of Game 1, though. Like, the way Origin played Game 1, I feel like was Origin maybe like 85, 90%. The rest of the games, I think they were like sub 50% effort-wise. And I wish we saw Origin stay at that 90% level, where they would keep putting SKT on the back like repeatedly, and the games like aren't, you know, really snowballing from SKT's side.
I mean, I just disagree with you, because I think that when we talk about Origin, then we have to compare it to how they were playing and how they were getting leads throughout this entire tournament. So they were winning most of their games up until today, yet they were still below average in terms of gold. So, in fact, I think Origin played very well, and they overperformed my expectations in Game 1. Game 2 and 3 is more of what I expected to see from the team.
Yeah, things started to fall in line, but I think it's a very valid point. We had this trend developed by Origin where they were eking out these very long, you know, enduring victories, and then they came out swinging here in this best of 3 and really took it to SKT. Now, I think the question then is, was anything necessarily exposed in SKT moving forward that, you know, that whoever ends up facing them in the finals could learn from what Origin did?
Well, we learned that that we have a Shen support player in Wolf. That was something that he's never done professionally before, but otherwise, for the most part, I have to say no. This is Fager's 4th game on Rise this tournament. One game he played Olaf, another Azir, and another Lulu. So we really haven't. He's just going to keep picking Rise until somebody stops him. And on the EasyHoon side, surprise, he plays Azir and Orianna. So they really didn't show anything in this best of 5, and they have, I think, an entire hand of cards for the finals.
If anything, and this is coming off me saying SKT may be the greatest team of all time, here's where there might be a weakness. Mythi just said in the interview, they're so good at punishing mistakes. Yes. And I think that is completely how SKT plays. Even when they're losing the game, they're still having a chance to win it somehow, because the instant you make a mistake, they're going to get you. But because they are so good at that, they actually don't make many proactive plays that give themselves the advantages. And when Origin was playing passive in games 1 and 2, up until the point they made the mistake by taking initiative, the game was close. So if a team actually executes those game-winning plays, waits until 20 or 30 minutes, gets it, maybe SKT doesn't win in that sense. I'm not saying it's going to happen, Monty. You can calm down.
But
it's
see this tie? It actually is armor, and there is no weak point in it. So we got that going on.
So I hear it's actually vulnerable to brute force. Like if I had a Warhammer of some kind.
Yeah, or like 5,000 degrees of heat might melt it. I think then the question is, or what's scary about that statement really, is that you're basically asking every other team to beat SKT at their own game. Because you're saying that SKT is great at playing to a passive and standard way until the other team makes a proactive decision that is incorrect or in error, and then they capitalize on that.
I think we're getting a little theoretical here, but I think my point is you don't wait for SKT to make a mistake. You punish their passivity by making an uncounterable play.
Okay.
Right? You take the aggressive plays and execute them better than SKT.
Well, it's the weakness of playing a methodical style, is if 2 plays happen back-to-back, once the first play is done, you're setting up what you want to do. You're not really expecting any kind of guess plays or like sneak plays, kind of like how they did in game 1 when they dove Marin again at the tier 2 turret. They didn't really expect it. They're setting up the map for mid turret. They're setting up the map for bot turret. And then boom, they get hit top again, and they don't respond well to it because the whole time they're expecting, oh, we just lost something top. Let's go focus on the other side of the map. They won't stay top. So I think those like repeat plays are going to be really punishing, which is what Fnatic does really well. So I'm excited to see if that matchup, goes through in the finals.
Well, that's where you fall back to then the individual matchups themselves. If you're going to attack any other area of the game, you say, well, let us look at all these players individually. But again, we've seen in this series, Marin up a ridiculous amount of CS every single game, as well as a kill or 2 and experience of all things, right? You've seen EasyHoon just absorb all of the CS, and play the team fights incredibly well. Faker come in, as you mentioned, his Rise play, flashing and blowing flashes on the others, and Bang, I don't know how many missed positions we saw, if any, in this series from his end.
I think Wolf is the only player that I still felt a little disappointed about, especially in that last game. He was getting caught out a little overmuch, but by the same token, it seemed like every time Wolf died, SKT would get twice as many kills in response. So can you really say it's that bad, right?
Right, and that speaks to what the casters were talking about in the post-game about how often SKT can find themselves a winning fight in a turnaround, right? So they lose somebody early, but they are able to turn that 4v5 around into a 1 trade.
Well, they're very good, and the key to them doing this is that they keep track of ultimate and ability and summoner cooldown so well. So when an enemy team will dump everything on one player, for example, in that fight on the bottom side of the mid lane in the river, they still had Rumble ult up, and they just waited for everybody on Origin to pile into a choke, and then they just hit the trigger, come in with the Rise and the AoE, and clean up the play. So when you have such great in-game communication around cooldowns, it allows you to make those kind of decisions very effectively.
Well, as we talk about all the players on SKT, there was one player that stood out in particular and was absolutely clutch in SKT's win today over Origin, picking up 17 kills in 3 games while averaging a 91 CS lead over his main opponent. Now, because of this performance, we're naming SKT's top laner, Marin, as our player of the series.
Yeah, and I think it's no coincidence that the teams that have had the top performing top laners are the teams still at Worlds. We knew the meta was coming with the champion changes. The lane swap game has been so critical. It rewards team communication as well as having strong individual players, and SKT had all of those things in this 3-0.
Yeah, there's a piece of you that wonders coming into the tournament which teams were these changes going to affect negatively and positively. And as you mentioned, for those reasons, SKT, a team that already can adapt to change pretty easily because they're veteran players who have a lot of experience. You look at Marin himself and how his mastery of the new champions that have come out, and that's the next level of it. Because there are some top players we haven't even seen pull out the Fiora and really threaten on it.
Yeah, probably you were saying something about Fiora earlier, how unless you're a master at Fiora, you just don't want to see someone playing.
Yeah, I compare Fiora top as like the Azir of mid lane. It's like a lot of people can play it like at a pretty meh level, but the second you see someone play it at like 90%, they look awful. They don't get the right vitals. They like repost weird skills like auto attacks. Like who cares about that thing? So when you see a really good Fiora player, it's really obvious. It's not something you just like brush over and you're like, oh yeah, everyone's like that. Same thing with Azir. So I really like those two kind of schools of champion, but I wish there was more like that in the game right now.
Well, that's a note for the designers then. Probably would like more of that. But with this champion, since we have determined that Fiora is such a power pick, we saw Smeb go nuts on it 4 games in a row. We've seen Marin with great showings on it. We haven't yet seen a foolproof solution to the champion. in terms of a way to fight against it. And again, this returns us to pick and bans where we say there's so many power picks. How do you deal with it? There's still nothing out there yet.
Yeah, here is one problem about some of the recent champions. Like Fiora, for instance, we think, what are the weaknesses of Fiora? Well-placed crowd control. But a very well-played Fiora solves her own counterplay because she can repost the crowd control. That's why sometimes a well-played Fiora can win almost any matchup in her current iteration. So it adds to the list of champions that I think you have to trade. And that's literally all you get to do. Unless you're playing Fiora well, I think you have a hard time winning Worlds.
All right, well, one more time, we are going to head over to Shox, who is joined by one of the mid lane threats for SKT.
Thank you very much, Dash. Joined here by EasyHoon also for a word after that series and SKT making it to the finals. EasyHoon, you've got a lot more games under your belt now, and you, of course, were started as a famous substitute for Faker, but you've definitely proven your worth, and we've heard before that you really want to prove what you could do for SKT as a team. How do you think you've done in this matchup specifically and throughout the tournament?
그 이진 선수 이제 이전에는 페이커 선수의 후보 선수로 많이 알려졌지만 이번 4강도 그렇고 이번 대회 동안 많은 경기를 소화함으로써 점점 본인 가치를 입증하고 계신데 이전 인터뷰에서 이진 선수가 본인 가치를 더욱더 SKT에서 알리고 싶다고 얘기하셨는데 이번 4강전 그리고 이번 대회를 통해서 그걸 좀 달성하신 것 같은지 말씀해 주세요.
네, 제가 들어야 되나요?
아니, 너 안 들어요.
글쎄요, 제가 개인적인 목표가 그 전에 조별 예선 때 저는 제가 나오는 경기를 모두 좀 완벽하게 수행한 거라고 말했는데 솔직히 오늘 경기까지 놓고 봐도 목표를 달성했다고 보진 않아요. 한 70% 정도는 만족하고 있긴 하지만.
So my previous goal during the group stage was to win every single game I play in. So far, even though I am fulfilling that goal, I think I'm up to like 70% of my goal.
Okay, well, you still have a final to play. It will be versus Fnatic or KOO. We heard from Bang that he thinks that Fnatic might be the one you end up playing against. What would you think would be a better matchup for you personally?
Maybe KOO will be better because we have known about KOO better than Fnatic. So yeah, I want to match with KOO.
Okie dokie, well, thank you so much. Congratulations for making it to the finals with SKT undefeated so far. Back to you guys, Dash.
I think that's the one last thing we have to consider with this team moving forward to the finals is their ability to play both of these players. And they've shown in this series here, they can do it, and they can do it without losing a step. If anything, they gained a step, right? And they finished that third game out even faster. So a huge threat that teams are going to have to take into account when they go up against them in the finals.
I think so. I also hope SKT just starts Faker in the final because I do feel like it just gives them a stronger overall play. If they're really trying to pull some mind games, I think you put in EasyHoon for game one, and if you lose it, you play Faker for the rest of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't play EasyHoon. He's a great player, but it's Faker we're talking about. I think that you have SK Telecom has so successfully shown nothing about Faker just by having him play old champions and bringing out this Rise mid pick that he has just crushed everybody on. So, you know, play Faker. You've saved him and you've kept everything under a veil for the entire tournament so far. This is where you get the big reveal. You pull the rabbit out of the hat and everybody is amazed.
It's just a giant mystery at this point, and we have only a week to wait until it is unveiled. Earlier, we opened up our analysts to you, so let's check in and see what you wanted to ask the desk. From CJX, what is the best aspect of each region's meta that you've seen on display at Worlds? Who wants to take that one first?
I think that what we've seen from Europe is really a dominance of the European style of lane swapping at the World Championship. The way that you lane swap, fast push a tower 3, keep your jungler jungling, is something that was not done in Korea, and I can say that. And yet, as soon as we see after those boot camps and all the EU teams go over, that's the one that we see most frequently. So they had figured out something that was very effective, and I really like seeing that everyone else has adopted it and seems to think that's the best style.
Can you take credit for the European lane swapping, PraY?
Yes, I did all of it. No.
It's actually the PraY lane swap.
Yeah, it's actually the PraY. That's what you call it. No, we copied a bit of it and we changed a bit of it. But the best part is, yeah, when Europe went over to Korea, Koreans did steal ours, but they started doing their own like cheese gimmicks inside of this lane swap, which is really, really nice. We haven't seen it yet. Tomorrow, I hope we start seeing the KOO's iteration of lane swaps because it's going to be different than the way Fnatic does it and the way Origin does it. So I'm really excited that the lane swap did start in Europe, I think, but it's still evolving through Korea and through Worlds.
Yeah.
For you, Jet?
I'm going to talk about Korea, and I think their ability to channel farm onto their top laners has been better than any other region. And this was the case before Worlds even hit. They have adapted within the lane swap meta to find ways to get even more farm into top laners. But before Worlds, the Korean top laners had higher gold share, more experience at 15 minutes than under other regions by far, and were generally already starting to play the farm heavy style big top laners, and it just was shown even more powerfully at Worlds.
Well, and what happened too is we ended up with 3 Korean teams who have incredibly powerful carry top laners, right? And so when the meta just started to tilt on like 5.16 and 5.18 even more into the top lane style, I think it gave the Korean teams a very large advantage because they already were playing, these specific teams were already playing this style. If we'd seen a team like Jin Air, that really wouldn't be the case, right? So it's just these specific players, these specific teams.
Definitely fell as an advantage towards them. Next up, we have Trey1507, who said, what do you think will be the difference between these semifinal teams since they are all so closely matched? Obviously, we just saw SKT and Origin stack up against each other, but this is a nice transition to tomorrow's best of 5 series where we'll see Fnatic go up against KOO. Probably start us off. Thoughts on that matchup?
I don't know. The KOO Fnatic. I feel like there's going to be a lot of blood. A lot of blood will be spilled, and there will be no wards to be found at all. So I really hope that's something that's been fixed a bit, is there's going to be a lot more calculated plays tomorrow. I don't expect it, but I'd like to see that kind of change. And I think that's what's going to make the final be really nice, because SKT is really methodical. They do fight around vision. So going against 2 teams that don't really focus around that, I think is going to be a nice little change.
Something we saw from Fnatic against EDG is making very risky yet decisive decisions, and it ended up working for them a lot of times around the Baron area. What we saw from KOO in the semifinals was actually they let themselves get pushed around a lot early game by KT, put up very defensive wards, even within their own jungle, not even river defensive wards, and then reacted when a team overcommitted. So I think because of that dichotomy, we're going to see, like Prawley said, really bloody games. When Fnatic engages, KOO will be ready, and they will fight.
I'm really excited for this matchup. I think it's just incredibly even. And I guess what I want to see is more of the KOO that we saw in the group stage with that bloodiness. I'm with you guys, but some more presence in the early game so that we get a lot of these fights and we don't just see the more passive, reactive play style of the KOO Tigers. I also am excited to see what KOO has because they have been very creative traditionally, and I think they will have some weird picks for tomorrow, some weird team compositions, because a lot of times the success of KOO has been born out of their innovation and their willingness to play off the meta, as opposed to having super, super strong teammates across the board.
Well, it'll only be 24 hours until we find any of that out. Now, with SK Telecom's victory in today's semifinal, we are one step closer to filling out our bracket and naming a champion. SK Telecom T1 has claimed the first seat in the 2015 finals, where they'll face the winner of tomorrow's clash between Europe's Fnatic and the KOO Tigers of Korea. And our pregame coverage of that best-of-5 series begins tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. sharp. And since Central European summertime ends tonight, that's 6:30 a.m. Pacific. So change your clocks. Until then, we need to sign off and set our clocks back. But stick around, because in 15 minutes, myself, Kobe, and Monte Cristo will be here to look at all of today's action in a brand new Worlds Tonight. On behalf of myself and everyone working hard to bring you the 2015 League of Legends World Championship, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you back here at Brussels Expo tomorrow.
And here we go, game 1 of the semifinals. South Korea's SK Telecom T1 versus Europe's Origin. Running away through the wards, Hot Summoner teleport. It's a god! But the Slicing Maelstrom buying a lot of time. 1 for 1 in this fight. Mithy gets a knockup onto Bang, and look at the damage output! Undefeated still in the World Championship. Peke, meanwhile, turned into an egg, and the push comes in. But Amazing is here! The 2-man knockup trades onto Bang. SKT 1 game away from their 2nd World Championship final. Bangy's got aggro, Marin's got the damage. Channel to make sure it's all fine and dandy, even though he's not at the tournament, and a double kill for Marin. Flashing under his own turbo, Faker says, no thank you, I want this kill anyway. Make that 3 picked up. Oh, the long con 4v5. How about we push mid? How about they pick off Mithy as well? It's time for SKT to make it to the finals undefeated. Wolf taking a lot of damage, flashes out, big damage, save, and here comes Marin. He wants Soaz for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but the Slicing Maelstrom buying a lot of time. 1-for-1 in this fight. Mithy gets a knockup onto Bang, and look at the damage output. Bangy's next. Here comes Neil. There's no stopping him now. It's time for SKT to make it to the finals undefeated.
Hello once again and welcome to another edition of Worlds Tonight, coming to you from Brussels Expo after our first semifinal series. And gentlemen, let's talk about this venue. Being in the round one. I love it. Good start. All right, Kobe got it. He got it.
Being up here in the middle and, you know, seeing the seats are all empty now, but like everybody all around, like the full circle plus the teams get to look at each other in the eyes when they're crushing each other.
That's just I'm hoping for some more 500 euro fines as a result of the two teams staring at each other. It's prime. I love the trash talk. It's prime trash talk or trash gesture territory.
I was about to say, gonna come up with their own, like, oh yeah, take that.
Yeah, so something that's not outwardly offensive to other people. It's like, you can't, what is that? I just did this. Yeah, because I was actually going to say a similar thing, which is I'm waiting for the stories to come out, you know, post-Worlds, that what things occurred as a result of this, you know, this format or this geography of the stage, how the players felt about it too. What does it change in terms of nerves, actually being able to see the person across from you that you're playing against? You know, that definitely has to change the dynamic of the way you know, feel when you're on stage.
Honestly, you know, all jokes aside, I don't think it's going to change that much.
Right.
Because you're really absorbed in the game pretty much for the entire duration of the game. You're trying desperately to communicate with the rest of your team. So, you know, looking across and trying to like make faces or communicate with the other team seems like a stretch.
No. What you do is you get the solo kill, right, Kobe?
Oh, yeah.
And then
also, when you're dead, then you have plenty of time.
Yeah, and then the other guy, the guy who solo killed you, he recalls and he just like leans out.
Just stares you right in the eye. Yeah, lets you know that he's picking up a BF sword while you only get a pickaxe.
You
and he's
ace,
gonna come back and
the other
beat you
team,
again.
and every person on your team at the same time synchronized.
No, everybody just takes their hands right off the keyboards
while they auto push a wave or something. The other thing that I will say that this arena is very conducive to is audience waves.
Because
it's actually in the round this time around. You don't have to do that up one row and down the other. We even had two waves chasing each other at the same time at one point. It was a lot of fun in terms of the energy of the arena, also too.
So you know what you have to do then, right?
What?
Jump off your high horse over there and surf.
Why is it a high horse, first of all?
Because you're up on the analyst desk.
Accusing us
because you're standing on a box?
Oh, because Monty's there.
I like that.
there it is. Well, anyway, now moving on to the series at hand, which we saw play out today. You know, relatively went to chalk in terms of a 3-0 for SKT, but you had said in the postgame that you were pleasantly surprised by Origin and what they had put up in this series.
Yeah, the game one was very good. I don't think the rest of the series went more to my expectation, but I was really impressed that Origin had it in them to get that dominant early game down, because that's something that they were missing the whole tournament. So it made me start to get excited that we were going to have a really good series on our hands. Unfortunately, that didn't end up being the result, but I think Origin came out really strong.
Yeah, I think that's a good point about the early game, because that's something that we saw from them in the EU LCS, so a lot of their success was due to that. But then at Worlds here, it was all about late game, waiting to scale and stuff. So they did show, you know, some of those old strengths as well. And then the decision to go for that Baron, the decisive double teleport. You know what? We got to get something out of this.
We're doing it.
That was a great moment for them as well.
I think the terrifying thing, though, as a result of this series, is seeing the level of composure out of the players on SKT when it comes to being 4.5K down at 30 minutes and being able to pull that back, and then again come out strong in both games 2 and 3.
Well, in a game like League of Legends, where snowballs mean so much and it is easy to escalate an advantage into a winnable situation, that's the hallmark of a good team, right? The ability to play from behind, to wait for your opponents to make a mistake and then take advantage of it. And we saw SK Telecom do that very well.
And the key word there is team, because you can snowball as a team, but we've seen so many times teams here, even at Worlds, they make one crucial mistake in the mid game and you lose all of that. But SKT making a mistake, maybe it looks like someone slightly out of position loses 5 seconds on the map and has to walk back the other way or something, or they miss one ward, or Marn ends up overextending and has to blow his flash.
Right, they're few and far between, to say the least. If we do look at some individual players on the team, I want to start with Marn. He was our player of the series from today. We said
he's the best I've ever seen.
Yeah, Kobe was also quoted saying he's the best top laner. But I mean, seriously, an average of 91.
It's the best player, okay.
He's the average of 91 CS over his lane opponent over the course of 3 games is insane.
Yep, it's absolutely crazy. It didn't manifest so much due to the short duration of the last game, but this is a guy who delivered that nearly 150 CS performance in the first game of this series over SOAS. And that's insane. We call the 100 CS threshold the Flame Horizon because that's where Flame used to go back on the CJ Blaze days. It's kind of his hallmark move was freezing waves, getting that big CS edge. And to do it twice in a best of 3, I mean, it's hard to do it once.
Right.
And to do it twice and to do it that consistently is a rare talent.
And it's strangely, the way it affects the other team when all of a sudden you do see yourself, you see yourselves only getting 2 lanes of
a level
farm,
18 Renekton at 25 minutes, that does not have a good effect on
I don't care what champion we have in that lane against a Renekton.
And I love this guy so much because I like watching him from the very beginning, watching LCK, and you guys were talking about him when he first came in, and you're like, oh yeah, he's like the faker of the top lane. He's so good from solo queue. They scouted this guy, and then he had a lot of work that he had to put in.
Yeah.
And he's just evolved so much, and he's had all these unique things. Like I always focus so heavily on the home guard early buy thing, but I think it's just so cool and so unique about him how he values this map pressure, and he's evolved into this really great shot caller as well. He just sees the game in an overall view now, which is something that's fairly rare among solo queue superstars, and it's taken a while for him to evolve, and he's the best now.
he's the best. Now the other set of players that I want to look at are EasyHoon and Faker in the mid lane. We saw them both play today. We saw the team use both of them to success, and we've spoken about SKT being an outlier in which they really can utilize both their subs and for very different reasons. We saw the change in pace when Faker came in and how it just kind of threw OG into this tailspin.
The classic Faker rise flash into your face.
Just run at
over,
you.
Like on cooldown whenever we're seeing
I feel like he's getting lazy. He was, is he just getting lazy? He's like, I'm just gonna play Rise every time and point and click on you until you ban it away.
He comes in when they're up 2-0, game point. Why would he show anything new, Dad? He doesn't have to show anything new. And until somebody has an answer for this Rise, he's not going to play anything else. Like,
what's your answer for Rise? What do you think?
I have no. I don't know. I don't know
really?
because I think
not if they're 1 game away. If they're 2-0 in the finals, you don't think he'll play something else?
Okay,
like,
fair enough. He probably will. All right, fair enough.
Let me get back to that Master Yi pick.
Yeah.
Give you a little bit of this.
Yeah, I honestly like the whole Rise scenario. We talked about that champion in general. Just it's a late game scaling champion that spikes early. I think was what Prolly said on the desk.
I was like, okay, buddy. But I mean, factually, his itemization does take a long time to develop. Certainly, he's a threat in a 1v1. But there are ways you can make plays against him. Obviously, he lacks mobility. I was surprised Faker took Ghost in that last game instead of TP. That tells me he's very confident about what he's doing. But when Rise pushes forward, you can punish that, right? And he was playing the lane against PeKe particularly aggressively, but Origen didn't really bring the jungle and support into mid to help out, didn't try and create any teleport plays. So Faker went relatively unpunished despite going nuts in the mid lane in this last game.
Yeah, finally to close out thoughts on this series, I want to reflect on Origen's successes, one last time as they were a team, came out of Challenger. Yes, they're a bunch of veteran players, so we can't necessarily ignore that, but them as a team together coming through the summer, the summer series or summer split into playoffs, grabbing second, going through the gauntlet, making it 2 Worlds, and then finishing top 4.
They defied expectations at every turn, right? And especially in their group here at the World Championship, where pretty much everybody was like, okay, KT, LGD, these are the teams getting out. But they put up a hell of a performance. They played double teleport. It's nice for Origen that the SOAS x PeKe double teleport style just happened to be back at this World Championship, and they made very good shot calling around that.
And the scary thing is that this team has so much growth potential. Like there's the arc for this team, like they've just started still. There are a lot of things they can still clean up in their shot calling because having so many experienced players, they've got everybody adding information, and they don't really have, concrete calls before they're, moving to go to an objective, and so they still kind of figure it out as they're moving there. When these guys get down on the same page, and like if they establish a pecking order or something like that, this becomes a very scary team. And Niels
with only more time.
Niels as the rookie on the squad has been like the most valuable player for the team is insane.
Yeah, he has been an absolute rock star. Now we know SKT moving on to the finals, which we were finally going to have our first repeat appearance in the finals to see if they can snag a second world championship. They are going to be going up against the winner of tomorrow's series, Fnatic versus KOO. Want to turn our attention towards that series because I do think that either of these teams will make for an interesting final against SKT and eclipse Origin in making it a tighter series than today was.
Optimistic of you.
Well, thank you. Ever the optimist I am.
I think they'll start Faker in the finals, and I think that they'll just use Faker to counterpick.
Right.
It may be just as one-sided as a result.
Yes, but I want to look towards tomorrow's matchup in terms of looking at these two teams. I'm making a statement about the finals, Monty, but I want to look at tomorrow's semifinal. So Fnatic and
before
KOO.
they're on the SKT chopping block.
Yeah.
Well, they still have.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They both lose. They both lose. That's just the fact.
No,
of the matter.
but I like that you're highlighting this because Fnatic versus KOO is going to be super fun. It's going to be really interesting because these are actually, as far as a lot of the other teams talking about their experiences scrimming both of these teams, we've had mixed reviews from, depends on who you're talking to. If you're talking to some of the Europeans who are scrimming Fnatic, who I feel like maybe Fnatic used a lot, more in their scrims and were willing to show more than they were against like Korean teams because they were afraid, Korean teams are going to share or something like that. Some people are like, Fnatic's better, but a lot of the Korean teams are like, nah, KOO's much better. So, and the things that you can pull out, Monty touched on the analyst desk, the champion picks that we might see if it's a tight game, if each team starts to take early games in the series. The counter picks, maybe we see things like Lissandra coming out to try and counter some of these melee top laners. We see some wombo combos coming out.
It's exciting. It's
we
really
see
exciting.
Huni's Heimerdinger come out.
I would love to see Heimerdinger.
That's not giving anything away, by the way. He played it in Korea on stream.
Yeah,
okay,
or Guerrillas support Veigar, some of these champions. That, he's been playing in solo queue.
Soraka.
The Soraka, one of his favorite champions. So.
How have we not? We still haven't seen a Soraka, have
No, he hasn't even moused over it.
I don't understand that.
He's supposed to at least hover over it.
Yeah, he's not trolling people in Champions Select correctly. One final thing, and I'm actually taking us back to the series today. You know what I found out, and there's a whole hubbub about it. On the Reddit sphere, yeah, guess what? No, it's no secret. Everybody knows about it. Easy Hoon played a solo queue game in the middle, during that third game of the series. He wasn't even watching his team play today.
Dash, relax.
No, I feel like Easy Hoon just adopted Monty's mentality of like, I already know how this ends.
Faker slept through a game at MSI because he was tired from jet lag. So, what is Easy Hoon going to do?
It's true.
Why not just play a game?
But it also shows like the mentality, like a lot of the Korean teams with these experienced coaches, when they get here, we hear people talking about how, they spend a large majority of the time sleeping and then resting for these matches. That's also very important where, a lot of the teams are super nervous. They're trying to practice as much as possible and then they burn themselves out. He's taking it to another level.
It easy. He's taking it. They're going to rest for a whole week here.
Well, exactly. They are going to rest for a whole week because there will be no one to scrim against.
I volunteer
after tomorrow.
Let's get together.
I'll 1v1 Faker.
They'll do Easy Hoon will just pick 4 random people from EU West and be like, all right, we're gonna scrim the rest of this.
I gotta stop us. We're going down some really extraneous paths here.
No, it's not extraneous. It is important to talk about the fact that whoever wins tomorrow and SK Telecom literally have nobody to play against. All of the teams are on break right now.
Origin's like, we're out. Let's go party.
So it's one of those situations where pretty much these guys are just going to be solo queuing for the next week. Scrims will be few and far between. You're obviously not going to scrim against your finals opponent. So EU challenger teams.
Interesting tactic.
It's
That's
your
all
time.
I have to say.
And that makes it hard to make up ground for other teams that are trying to make up ground between them and SKT. How are you supposed to do that if you don't have good practice?
All right, enough from us here. That does it for the day. Thanks all for joining us for Worlds tonight. We'll see you back here tomorrow for our second semifinal matchup between Fnatic and the KOO Tigers. Good night.
Relax.
I'm relaxed.
And here we go, game 1 of the semifinals. South Korea's SK Telecom T1 versus Europe's Origin. Running away through the wards, pops Summoner teleport. It's a god! But the Slicing Maelstrom buying a lot of time. 1-for-1 in this fight. Mithy gets a knockup onto Bang, and look at the damage output! Undefeated still in the World Championship. Peke, meanwhile, turned into an egg, and the push comes in. But Amazing is here! The two-man knockup trades onto Bang. SKT, 1 game away from their 2nd World Championship final. Bangy's got aggro, Marin's got the damage. Channel to make sure it's all fine and dandy, even though he's not at the tournament, and a double kill for Marin. Flashing under his own turbo, Faker says, no thank you, I want this kill anyway. Make that 3 picked up. Oh, the long con 4v5. How about we push mid? How about they pick off Mithy as well? It's time for SKT to make it to the finals undefeated.